pirate world, Sabayati Archipelago. Have you heard? One of the four emperors, the pirate group of the strongest man has changed. Of course. How can you not know such a big thing? Team 4 Captain Sachi was killed by his own pirate crew. Looks like the guy's name is Blackbeard. That's right. It's Blackbeard. I have to say that Blackbeard is really ruthless. He dares to kill people in his own pirate group, and it's still in the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard regards his crew as his son. Yeah, I heard that Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd division of the Whitebeard pirates, left the Whitebeard pirates and is looking for Blackbeard to settle accounts. Faith, who was wearing a marine costume, happened to be patrolling passing by, and her eyes changed slightly when she heard these passers-by chatting. Blackbeard defected? Ace leaves the Whitebeard pirates to hunt for Blackbeard? According to the development of the later plot, it is not the largest battle in the early stage of Pirates' Summit War. For a time, Faith's heart showed a trace of panic and worry. He is a traveler. He went out and got drunk because of a job promotion. After waking up, he has come to this pirate world and became a soldier of Marine. Faith is a pirate fan, so he knows what the follow-up plot is. For a time, Faith's footsteps were a little weak. Summit War means that Marine will recruit 100,000 troops all over the world. He is also a soldier, and participating in this kind of war is a cannon fodder. The kind that doesn't even show his face when he's dead. Faith wanted to cry inexplicably, but as a soldier, he was placed in a new world like Sabayati Archipelago, which was already extremely dangerous. If he was involved in the Summit War, it would be cool. System, come out. And just as Faith shouted in his heart, a voice sounded in his mind, the God-level lottery system is loaded. Faith was taken aback for a moment, and he wondered if he had heard it wrong. However, soon the voice continued to sound, God-level lottery system, host can draw items from all realms. Faith was ecstatic, and the voice that sounded again let him know that it wasn't that he heard it wrong, that he really activated the system. Damn! If I knew it earlier, I would have called out, and I would have called it earlier. Faith secretly found an empty corner and asked in a low voice, System, what do you mean by being able to draw out myriad realms props just now? The system quickly answered Faith's questions. After a long while, Faith's face was full of energy, and the myriad realms items were things that could be extracted without limiting the world. For example, ninjutsu and Hokage, turtle Kigong and Dragon Ball, and a variety of superb props, artifacts, etc. If this is a random S-rank ability, wouldn't I immediately counterattack? Faith was happy, as if he saw the scene of him reaching the top of the pirate world. The system's voice quickly interrupted his thoughts. Primary draw 100,000 Baileys once. Intermediate draw 1 million Bailey once. Advanced lottery 10 million Bailey once. Top draw 100 million Baileys once. Super top lottery 1 billion Bailey once. God level lottery 10 billion Bailey once. System voices kept ringing in Faith's mind, but he was sluggish. Lousy is a soldier now. Where does the money come from? Now he can't even get the 100,000 Bailey from the primary lottery. Can I take credit once? Faith showed an extremely bright smile, which was his only advantage at the moment, and that was handsome. I won't take too much credit, just come to the top lottery of 100 million Bailey. The result is obvious, the system is very straightforward. The system draws the lottery needs to consume energy, and the consumption of Bailey is the energy that is converted into the lottery. At present, the system has no energy and cannot do the lottery. At this moment, a figure walked past Faith. An inexplicable feeling made Faith look up. I saw the man with white hair on the top of his head, a pair of glasses on his face, a white coat on his shoulders, and a pair of slippers under his feet, drinking wine while walking. That man was none other than Pluton Rayleigh. Faith wasn't too surprised. It wasn't the first time he saw Rayleigh in the Sabayati Island archipelago. It's just that in the face of this one-piece deputy, Faith, who had no system before, did not dare to have an intersection with this big guy. Looking at Rayleigh's back, Faith's eyes moved slightly. Rayleigh's hobby, the first is drinking, and the second is gambling. If you use a gambling gimmick to ask Rayleigh to pay and draw a lottery, maybe Rayleigh will be interested. Once this boss is interested, there will be a lot of room for manipulation. Anyway, try it first. Faith didn't think about it any longer, and immediately ran up to stop Rayleigh. This uncle, please wait. Rayleigh stopped after hearing the words, and he glanced at Faith who had stopped him. With a look of despair on his face, he put the wine in his mouth again. This little brother Marine, I didn't do anything. What? Is it illegal to drink while walking? Faith waved his hand, denying the intention to arrest Rayleigh. Rayleigh just smiled and walked away. Mr. Soldier, since there is nothing to do, then I will leave. Faith quickly stopped Rayleigh again. This uncle, I have other things. Rayleigh continued drinking, and Faith explained, I just wanted to ask you if you want to try your luck. I can draw a lottery here. When Rayleigh heard the words, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Immediately, he took out 10,000 Baileys and threw it to Faith. I'm in a good mood today, old man. Take this 10,000 yuan and leave. Faith looked speechless at what Rayleigh threw to him. Obviously Rayleigh thought he was going to blackmail him as Marine. Still, Feith intends to try. Feith showed a sincere expression. Young old man is not deceived. You only need 100,000 Baileys for a single draw. You won't lose if you try it. If you miss this village, you won't have this store. Feith made a big push, finally triggering Rayleigh's gamble. In normal times, Rayleigh couldn't come up with 10W Bailey, and he happened to win money in the casino today. Persuaded by Feith, just try it. A big guy like Rayleigh doesn't dare to be interested in money at all. It may be false that the old horse is not interested, but it is true that he is not interested. 10W Bailey. Rayleigh did not hesitate at all and gave it to Feith directly. Feith was overjoyed and immediately took over 10W Bailey, and immediately started the lottery. A disc similar to a roller appeared, with many small balls in it. Soon, a small ball fell out. The system's voice also sounded, "It's a pity I didn't draw any items, however, host can get a consolation reward." Feith was dumbfounded. The dignified system will actually fail to win the lottery? What the hell is a consolation prize? Feith looked at the system and found that the consolation prize was actually a bottle of Mutai. Give me a bottle of Mutai for the 100,000 Bailey lucky draw? Feith felt extremely depressed. At the same time, there are some concerns. If I give this wine to Rayleigh, will I be shot to death by him? 100,000 Bailey got a bottle of wine, but as of now, Feith has no other choice. Only a dead horse can be used as a living horse doctor. I hope this is a different bottle of Mutai. As the saying goes, a system produced must be a high-quality wine. Feith extracted the system's consolation prize, Mutai, then took it to Rayleigh and said, "Uncle, this is your prize." Seeing this, Rayleigh raised his eyebrows. "Wine? No nonsense." I took the wine from Feith's hand and looked at it. He had never seen this kind of wine before, and the packaging was a little weird. "I'll take out a bottle of wine at 10W Bailey." Rayleigh looked at Feith with a half-smile, knowing he must have been tricked. Feith was a little embarrassed. After all, this person in front of him was a peerless expert. Although he has a system, but now he is a soldier, can he not be afraid? Yes, yes. Feith gave a very bright smile. Although Rayleigh felt that he was being tricked, it didn't really matter. Now he has retired to the sea and doesn't want to cause trouble. Furthermore, for him, money is just a piece of paper, and he doesn't feel bad at all. Moreover, he has won a rare win today, and he is in a good mood. Ignore Feith and walk away with what Feith brought to Rayleigh. Feith sighed sullenly, but also relieved. Behind him, Rayleigh, who likes to drink, naturally wants to taste it after getting it. Immediately, the Mautai in his hand will be opened. As soon as the bottle cap opened slightly, Rayleigh's feet stopped. He only felt that his nose smelled a fragrance that he had never smelled in his life. He opened his eyes slightly and glanced at the Mautai in his hand. The wine came out? Rayleigh couldn't wait, and without a word, he lifted the lid immediately. As soon as the lid was opened, the rich aroma of the wine was fragrant, and Rayleigh was shocked on the spot. Behind him, Feith was still depressed, thinking about what to do next. "No! When I was going to go next, I also smelled this fragrance." Feith was stunned for a moment, then looked back for the scent. "I saw Mautai in the hands of Rayleigh. Mautai has been opened, and the fragrance is wafting out of Mautai." Feith was surprised. Why is this Mautai so fragrant? He didn't like drinking in his previous life, and he didn't feel much about alcohol. However, now the consolation prize given by the system, the fragrance from this bottle of Mautai makes Feith feel that he can drink at least 10 pounds. This can be too much Mautai incense in the previous world. Rayleigh recovered from the aroma of the wine, and then the big guy's face showed a look of impatience. Without saying a word, he just guru and took a sip. After drinking, Rayleigh's eyes widened. For his hobby, this wine is simply a fairy brew. At this moment, he felt that he was about to ascend to heaven. Good wine, good wine. Rayleigh turned to look at Feith's praise. 100,000 Bailey can get this kind of wine, it's not a loss at all. Wrong. Rayleigh thinks it should be earned by blood. For a while, Rayleigh looked at the wine hanging from his waist, and immediately felt that it was not fragrant. As a boss, he simply took off the wine hanging from his waist and threw it away. This made Feith on the side can't help but laugh. Rayleigh ignored him, his eyes were gleaming. He picked up the Mautai in his hand and took a sip, and quickly drank the Mautai completely. The boss also ignored his image in front of Feith, and directly dumped Mutai, trying to squeeze the last drop of wine. Rayleigh only felt that his whole body was extremely refreshed, and an indescribable feeling filled his body. Soon, the feeling faded as Rayleigh's body digested the alcohol. Rayleigh let out a sigh of relief. This feeling is something he has never experienced in his life, but it is not enjoyable. As a strong man, he digests alcohol very quickly, and the amount of alcohol is terrifying. This is also the reason why a strong person likes to drink but is not drunk. Rayleigh couldn't help but cast his gaze to Feith in front of him. Once people taste the sweetness, they can't go back. He said with a smile, "This little brother, the old man still wants to draw a lottery, can you?" This sentence made Feith stunned for a while, and did not respond for a while. Afterwards, Feith was overjoyed. and he hurriedly said, of course, he originally wanted to fool. No. In short, his purpose is to entice Rayleigh to continue the lottery, and then he can earn the difference. Now it is finally done. Feith was overjoyed, and then added, but uncle, this time I want 20 W. Bailey. After all, it was your first lottery draw just now, so I'll give you half price. Feith finished, looking at Rayleigh expectantly. Opposite, Rayleigh smiled indifferently, of course no problem. 200,000 Bailey is 200,000 Bailey. In Rayleigh's point of view, even if he doubled it now and asked for 400,000 Baileys, as long as he could get that wine again, he would be willing. The big guy paid for a treat and gave it to Feith 20 W. Bailey. Feith was delighted, took the money and put it in Kabuto. Without further ado, just tell the system to draw the lottery twice in your mind. The roller turned again, and soon, 2 small balls fell out. Feith hurriedly checked, it's a pity I didn't win the lottery. Get the consolation reward, Moutai. Feith's mouth twitched, the odds of winning the lottery were outrageous. Don't think about it anymore, and hurriedly look at the second reward. This time, Feith's gloomy mood instantly improved. Congratulations to host for a little attribute point. It's not Moutai anymore. Feith was delighted, and then he was a little confused. He communicated with the system in his mind, speaking of the system, what attribute point is this attribute point? What can you do? The system quickly replied, go back to host, you can add your own ability attributes that will according to your own thoughts. In this way, you can increase the strength of your attributes without any training. Feith knew in his heart that, just like playing role games in his previous life, he could assign attribute points according to his own wishes. It can be attack, defense, or spell. However, in the world of pirates, Feith estimates that Conqueror's Haki or Devil Fruit can be added. Just thinking about it, Rayleigh's voice sounded little brother, after talking for so long, what did I draw this time? Rayleigh, who was beside him, waited for a while, seeing the expression on Feith's face being depressed and happy for a while, and finally couldn't help it, and asked directly. Feith just came back to his senses, and he forgot about Rayleigh for a while because of the different rewards he had drawn. Feith didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out the consolation prize drawn by Moutai and handed it to Rayleigh. As Roger's deputy, Rayleigh has a lot of knowledge, and he doesn't care about why Feith can bring out the wine out of thin air. It is precisely because of this that Feith will directly take it out of thin air with great fanfare. If it is placed in the world of the previous life, because this is the world of pirates, it has all kinds of strange abilities. After Rayleigh saw the Moutai handed over by Feith, his originally impatient expression turned into joy in an instant. He grins contentedly, and takes the wine in Feith's hand. This time, Rayleigh simply sighed. Grumbling, throat keeps churning. His eyes shone like the morning stars. So cool. It's really cool. Pluton Rayleigh, his top boss, One Piece's deputy, has been in the sea for more than 10 years. What haven't you experienced? What haven't you set foot on? What have you not tasted? But it was the first time he had tasted such a delicious wine. Simply the best in the world. He felt that if there was such a wine in his town, and Roger called him out, he would definitely refuse. Feith looked at Rayleigh in front of him, dumbfounded. He felt that if Rayleigh was a post-00s generation in his previous life, he should have said something at this time, digging a slot. Absolute child. Throwing the mess out of his head, Feith took advantage of Rayleigh's drinking time and started researching some extra points. Along with Feith's thought, a picture similar to a holographic projection suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Feith was startled, and immediately realized that this was a system screen. I see, there are 5 options on the interface: armed colored, 0 scene colored, 0 marine, 6 styles, 0 physical skills, 0 swordsmanship, 0. When all attribute points reach 100, new attribute options can be opened. Looking at this attribute panel, Feith couldn't help shaking his head slightly. It can be seen that the original owner who came to this world through time travel is useless except for being as handsome as himself. No wonder he can only be a soldier. Feith looked at the 5 options, and after thinking for a while, decided to add this attribute to the armament color. Feith is too weak right now because of the ability to attack and defend with armed color, and it doesn't make much sense to add anything else. As for marine 6 styles, iron body, you know it. Wait until Feith finishes adding points. Opposite, Rayleigh once again finished the consolation prize Moutai. After the last drop was drained, Rayleigh was no longer tucked away. He took out a dozen Baileys from his pocket and said directly, this is the last Bailey I have left, a total of 40 W. I'm going to draw 2 more prizes. Feith naturally accepted it with a smile, the more times the better, so that he could earn more of the difference. Feith took the 40 Bailey with a smile and immediately drew 4 times. This time, the prize drawn for the first time is 1 attribute point. Feith is not in a hurry to add, and continues to look at the next rewards. The second time, consolation prize, Moutai. Third time, consolation prize, Moutai. Feith. For the 4th time, congratulations on getting the stamina pill. Feith's eyes light up, and a different reward is coming. Feith licked his lips thickly and asked, System, what the hell is a physical strength pill? After a pause, he added, if you have any new items drawn in the future, you can directly introduce them to me. System, okay, host. Physical strength pill, as the name suggests, allows the user to increase the upper limit of physical strength, thus maintaining the fighting time. Feith understands, to put it bluntly, it is equivalent to increasing the upper limit of the character blue bar in the game. This time, Feith was not in a hurry to add attribute points. He took out 2 bottles of Mutai and handed them to Rayleigh. The latter is still smiling. As for the physical strength pill, Feith naturally kept it for himself. I am also a little curious, how much physical strength can a physical strength pill increase? But now that Rayleigh is here, Feith is in no hurry to take it. Taking advantage of Rayleigh's joy, Feith continued to add attribute points to the armed haki. Armed color, 2 on the opposite side. Rayleigh had a strange look after admiring Mutai with great satisfaction. He looked at Feith and asked, little brother, why are there Mutai wines for so many lottery draws? Is there nothing else? Although Rayleigh likes this wine very much, but the wine is so superb, he is naturally curious if there is anything else. After Feith rolled his eyes, he said, of course there is, but 200,000 is just the most low-level lottery. You are lucky to be able to draw so many Mutai wines. Bad luck, but nothing. Feith is also a shot in the arm for Rayleigh, and he might get nothing in the lottery. Next, continue to draw, if all he needs, he can also be called Rayleigh Bad Luck. Rayleigh nodded when he heard this, firmly convinced of Feith's statement. Comparing this wine is really the best for him, and it is very difficult to get the best wine all the time. It seems that my luck today is really good, the casino wins money, and the lottery draws all the way to the best wine. Rayleigh rejoiced. On the opposite side, Feith continued, the primary lottery, that is, the lowest level lottery is 20 W Bailey. If Uncle can come with 200 W Bailey, he will be able to draw intermediate rewards. If this is a middle to a bottle of Mutai, it will be more delicious than the Mutai in your hand now. When Rayleigh heard the words, his eyes moved. There are better wines than this superb wine? Rayleigh was a little moved. For someone like him who likes to drink, he naturally hopes that the wine will be as good as possible. The wines for the primary rewards are so good, what about the intermediate rewards? Thinking of this, Rayleigh is already looking forward to it. However, Rayleigh looked disappointed because he ran out of money. He looked at Feith and said, I really hope to have an intermediate lottery draw, but unfortunately I have no money. After thinking about it, Rayleigh continued, let's do it. Little brother, tell me your name, and when I'm rich, I'll find you right away. Feith didn't lose too much. Rayleigh had already taken the bait. Do you want to pull it up? Don't be in a hurry. Feith laughed, my name is Feith. It is now arranged by the headquarters to inspect the Sabayati Island archipelago, and is usually responsible for this area. If you want to draw a lottery, just come here and find me. Of course. If you have a friend who wants to draw a lottery, you can also introduce it, Uncle. Every time you introduce someone, I'll give you a 50% discount. Rayleigh, you've changed, you've become stingy. Promotion to engage in activities, stimulate the desire of others. Although Feith did not operate in the last life, he still understood this simple truth. When Rayleigh heard this, he smiled happily, this is what you said. If I can recruit 100 people, you will give me 150% off opportunities. Feith responded with a smile, of course. Soon, Rayleigh left with satisfaction holding 2 bottles of wine. In the alley, seeing that Rayleigh was gone, Feith couldn't wait to take out the physical strength pill he just drew. At this moment, the physical strength pill was small, and the surface showed a blue color. Feith didn't think much of it, and put it directly into his mouth. The physical strength pill entered his mouth and immediately turned into a warm current flowing towards Feith's body. Not Feith's belly, but all over Feith's body, even the small bones like fingers and toes. Feith only felt that his body gradually became lighter as the warm current flowed through his body. It's not that the weight has decreased, but Feith's physical strength has improved. And the calf that I thought was a little sore from the long patrol, didn't feel anything. No, it should be said that it has never been easier. This is, my stamina has increased. Feith is a little overjoyed, the system product is really a fine product. On the other hand, Rayleigh has returned to Shucky's bar. Shucky is leaning against the bar, and his body is dancing and smoking. Glancing at Rayleigh, who had entered the door, seeing the joy on his face, he couldn't help but chuckle, it looks like I won a lot of money today. Rayleigh smiled and didn't rush to answer, stepping over to the bar and sitting down. Then he said, that's right. I really won a lot today, but I found something more pleasing to me today than money. Oh, Shucky gave an O with interest, and pointed to the 2 bottles of weird stuff that Rayleigh had placed on the table. You mean the 2 bottles in your hand? In fact, as soon as he entered the door, Shucky found what was in Rayleigh's hands, but he didn't pay much attention at first. It wasn't until Rayleigh talked about it that he was interested. That's right. Rayleigh smiled heartily, it's these 2 bottles of wine. Opposite, Shucky laughed, showing the charm of a woman. She looked at the wine on the stage with her brows and eyes, and then said, "Look at the packaging, it's really special, but I've lived so long, and I've tasted a lot of all kinds of delicious food, and the same is true of wine. I can't imagine what kind of wine could make you so happy. What is the charm of this wine?" Rayleigh showed a good-looking expression, and then raised his hand to open one of the bottles of Moutai. As soon as the bottle cap was opened, Shucky's expression on the opposite side was stunned, and immediately changed. Her eyes flickered, and she was a little surprised. This wine. The aroma of this wine is too. For a while, Shucky couldn't think of an adjective to describe the aroma of this wine. All in all, before you taste it, Shucky knows it is a product not like anything in the world. She couldn't help but reach for it. However, Rayleigh was quick-witted and quickly took the 2-rank Moutai into his arms. "Hey, this wine is very precious. A bottle is worth 20 W Bailey, and sometimes it may not be available." On the opposite side, Shucky withdrew his hand and saw Rayleigh protecting his 2 bottles of wine like a calf. He couldn't help but pouted, and then lazily said, "Rayleigh, you've changed." Dignified Pluton, when did you become so stingy? Isn't it 200,000 Baileys? I'll give you 200,000 UN. But you can give me a bottle. Rayleigh waved his hand without caring. "It's not about money or not. I'm not interested in money. The main reason is that if you have money, you may not be able to get this wine. If it wasn't for my luck today, I estimate that even if I spend millions of Baileys, I may not be able to get this wine, so I won't sell it to you." Seeing that Shucky was silent, ignoring himself, Rayleigh smiled helplessly, then took a small cup from the table beside him. "I took a look and thought it was too big, so I changed to a smaller cup. Then carefully poured the just opened Moutai into this small cup, for fear of dripping a drop. When it was almost time, Rayleigh immediately stopped and pushed the small cup to Shucky. "Hey, we've known each other for so long, so I'll share it with you reluctantly." Shucky didn't say a word, but he wasn't polite at all. The aroma of the wine in that glass made her salivate. After taking it, it doesn't matter if the wine is strong or not, just drink it up. After drinking, Shucky's eyes suddenly widened. The wine only made her feel elated, and she couldn't help but snorted. In the same way, at this moment, she only felt that she was going to ascend to heaven, and the pleasure was indescribable. But it was just a small glass of wine, and soon this feeling disappeared. Shucky looked at Rayleigh with glowing eyes, and couldn't help but wonder, "Good wine, really good wine. This is the best drink I've ever had in my life. It's indescribable." Rayleigh looked at Shucky with admiration and smiled. "How is it? Now that I know why I am so happy today, why am I reluctant to sell the wine to you?" Shucky nodded. Having tasted the wine, she fully understood why Rayleigh did this. If it was herself, she was unwilling to share this good wine with others. "Maybe this little cup is not worth it." Shucky licked his lips, and then asked curiously, "By the way, how did you get this wine? I don't want to miss out on such a great wine." Rayleigh chuckled. The news was not hidden, but Feith promised him a 50% discount for introducing his friends. "Here's the thing, I just came back from the casino, and I met a kid in a marine costume on the way named Feith." Rayleigh will tell Shucky in great detail what happened to Feith, as well as the process and the draw. Shucky also listened patiently. At the end of the speech, Rayleigh felt a little emotional. "At that time I thought this kid was cheating on me, 10 W Bailey for a bottle of wine. But now that I think about it, even if it's 100 W Bailey, I'll buy it." Rayleigh laughed. On the opposite side, Shucky looked surprised. "Lottery draw, that's right." Rayleigh nodded. "But it's strange, there's no lottery equipment or anything. And this wine was conjured out of thin air by that kid." Shucky was even more surprised. "I guess that kid named Feith should have some special ability. But in this world, there are all kinds of strange abilities, so don't be too strange. All in all, good wine is king." Shucky didn't really care about this either. She swayed her graceful figure and walked towards a room in the tavern. There was no turning back, only her voice floated. "I'll get the money, Rayleigh, you'll lead the way." Rayleigh smiled and said, "Of course. However, you need to prepare some more money." The kid said that the primary draw was 20 W Bailey, and the intermediate draw was 200 W Bailey. Shucky went back to the house, and quickly came out with a shoulder bag on his back. "Don't worry, this time I have prepared a full 300 W Bailey." On the other side, Feith is running like crazy. There were strange eyes from the people around. What's the matter with this marine soldier? Crazy? However, Feith ignored the gazes of the people around him, and after returning to the alley where he had just met Rayleigh, he stopped running. There was joy in his eyes. This time, he ran at full speed for 5 kilometers, his face was not flushed, his heart was not beating, and he was not out of breath. The physical strength that this physical strength pill has given him is awesome. Feith licked his lips, and the next step was to test his Conqueror's Haki, which had raised 2 stats. He didn't know Conqueror's Haki before, but now, there is a way to use Conqueror's Haki in his mind. Just wanted to test myself Conqueror's Haki. In the distance, Rayleigh's voice came, "Boy Feith, that's still here. This way, it saves me from having to find you." Feith stopped his movements and turned his head away. I saw the wrinkles on Rayleigh's face accumulating and walked towards him with a smile. Behind him, there was a hot woman with short hair on top of her head. Faith, a veteran pirate fan, recognized who the person was at a glance. Shucky, an old pirate. By the way, how did this ant stay young? I complained about it in my heart, and soon I was happy. I didn't expect to be a guest so soon. Rayleigh went back and forth, bringing Shucky with him. Then there must be a lottery. It seems that the first wave of publicity is in place. Faith also smiled and waved to Rayleigh. Uncle, we meet again. Rayleigh and Shucky came to Faith. Faith took the lead. Uncle, who is this sister? So beautiful. For the benefit, touted, it's not shabby. Just throw money at me. Behind him, after Shucky heard the words, he really showed a sweet smile. This handsome brother can really talk. Sister loves it. Immediately, Shucky immediately took out the money from the shoulder bag. He opened his mouth and said, come on brother. Originally, my sister was thinking of trying the water for a primary lottery first. But now, my sister likes you, so I will give my sister 5 primary draws to test the water. Shucky looks like a rich woman and takes 100 Belize Faith in his hands. Faith was overjoyed and took the money immediately. With a smile on his face, he praised Shucky a few times. The latter only felt relieved for a while. Faith was no nonsense and started 20 primary draws right away. The turntable appeared in my mind, and then turned. Unfortunately, failed to win. Consolation prize, Mutai. Unfortunately, failed to win. Consolation prize, Mutai. Unfortunately, failed to win. Consolation prize, Mutai. Faith's eyes twitched. This winning rate is too special, isn't it? Congratulations to host for getting one attribute. Congratulations to the host for getting changing clothes camera. According to the previous host's request, the system will introduce the item to the host. This is the dress-up camera in Doraemon of Wanja. You can take pictures of the clothes in the photos to help others change the clothes in the photos. Faith knew in his heart that, to put it bluntly, he could st**** cute clothes for free, and the others were useless. Faith, how can you be so stubborn and stubborn? Unless it's worth the money. The next 5 times, 2 were consolation prize Mutai and 2 were attribute points. Just when Faith lost his interest and was not interested in this preliminary lottery, a voice from the system interrupted Faith's sleepiness. Congratulations to host. Obtaining storage ring. This item is literally what it means, so I won't introduce it to host. Faith came to be interested, but he didn't expect that the last time, a different one came. The storage ring is a good thing. You must know that after the rewards of the system are taken out, they cannot be put in. For example, the cross-dressing camera in this lottery, if Faith takes it out, it will always be stuffed in Kabuto. This is too troublesome. If there are more lottery draws in the future, wouldn't it be troublesome? With the storage ring, these troubles are solved. Faith was happy and didn't keep Rayleigh and Shucky waiting. Immediately took out 4 bottles of Mautai and handed them to Shucky. Her eyes gleamed with joy. On the side, Rayleigh looked at the 4 bottles of Mautai, and his face also showed envy. He smiled and said, Shucky, your hands are too small for a woman, I'll get you a bottle. The latter only gave him a roll of eyes and shoved 4 bottles of Mutai directly into his Kabuto. At this time, Faith took out the drag camera. Hey, sister, the last thing I pulled out was this thing. Aside, Rayleigh and Shucky were attracted. The two looked at what Faith was holding. Rayleigh lost interest in an instant. Isn't this a camera? Why don't you have another bottle of Mautai? However, Shucky was not so direct at that time. She asked this handsome little brother, is there anything special about this camera? Faith replied, if there is a picture of the dress, I can actually show it to you, but unfortunately there is no picture in it, or I'll simply follow you. Before Faith could finish, however, Shucky took out a photo from his shoulder bag. Aside, Rayleigh couldn't help but complain, you still carry photos with you, don't ask about women, Shucky said to Rayleigh. Then, he explained to himself, this is my favorite photo. No, the dress inside is my favorite dress in my life. It's just a pity, it was cut into rotten cloth in a battle back then. It made me so angry at the time. The man who scratched my clothes was hung in the sun for a month without eating or drinking. The 2 men, Faith and Rayleigh, were silent. Ugh, because it's so old, there's no such style anymore, Shucky sighed. Aside, Faith smiled and said, Sister Chi, give me your photo. Faith took the photo from Shucky without explaining anything. Taking a look, inside is Shucky's young appearance, and he is wearing a suit of infinite spring. Faith couldn't help but straighten his body slightly, and then quickly shoved the photo into the camera. Under the curious gazes of both Rayleigh and Shucky, Faith started taking pictures of Shucky, who posed for a pose very cooperatively. Fine-tune the clothes in the photo, aiming at Shucky's body, then click sound, press the shutter button. I saw a bang sound from Shucky's body, and then white smoke appeared. Both Rayleigh and Shucky looked surprised, and their eyes were even more curious. As the smoke disappeared, Rayleigh, who had been staring at Shucky, opened his eyes slightly. Shucky's clothes had changed when he came out. This is the ability to dress up. Rayleigh was a little surprised, and after looking up and down, he was amazed. And Shucky himself, looking at his current clothes, was ecstatic after a short period of stunned. It's really amazing. This camera can actually be changed. As for why she could change her outfit, she didn't care at all. Shucky couldn't hold back the look of love in his eyes. The next moment, he went up to meet him excitedly, and kissed Faith on the cheek. The latter thinks too much, but considering the continued support of this rich woman, it can only be slaughtered by others. For women, even Shucky, an old-time strong woman, this drag camera is still an irresistible temptation. This camera is a woman's killer. Faith hands the camera to Shucky. Shucky took it with a smile on his face and couldn't put it down. Now, I can wear clothes all over the world for free. Aside, Rayleigh smiled. Didn't you just say that you like your youth the most? I thought you would wear it all the time. Shucky didn't pay any attention to Rayleigh's words. How can a man understand the romance of 360 days in different new clothes every day? Shucky's eyes flickered and fell on Faith again. The latter instinctively wanted to hide, and he didn't want to be kissed by a 50-year-old aunt again. However, that's not what Shucky meant. She reached into her shoulder bag and took out all the money, then carefully put the drag camera in, like a treasure. Then he smiled at Faith and said, "Brother handsome, this is the last money on my sister's body, a total of 200 W. Bailey. This time my sister is going to have a thrill. Go directly to an intermediate draw. Once a person has tasted the sweetness, there is no going back." Faith's original worry suddenly turned into joy, and he immediately took over the 200 W. Bailey. I sighed in my heart. Sure enough, a rich woman is a rich woman, even if a poor old man like Rayleigh has always drawn primary rewards. Faith couldn't wait to start 2 intermediate draws. In my mind, a turntable that is more high-end and atmospheric than the primary lottery turntable appeared. Faith doesn't care about this. The turntables are all virtual, and the rewards are real. No more nonsense, draw the prize now. The turntable turned, and soon the first ball fell out. The system's voice sounded, "Congratulations to host for getting 15 attribute points." Faith couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw this. Sure enough, the intermediate lottery is an intermediate lottery, and the attribute point rewards drawn out are 15 times more than the primary lottery. If this is an advanced lottery, a top lottery, or even, doesn't that mean that he will soon be able to stand out from the crowd? Then one more sentence, one piece, I am determined. Faith put aside the YY in his mind and looked at the second reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining time wrap skin, one-time use right. Time wrap, after use, the time of anything or even living being wrapped can be moved forward or backward by 20 years. After Faith listened to the introduction, he couldn't help but gasp. Hiss, this is a good thing. On the side, Rayleigh and Shucky kept staring at Faith, waiting for the result of the lottery. Seeing Faith take a deep breath and his face changed, the two couldn't help but become interested. Faith, what did you draw? Brother handsome, what's the good thing? After Faith heard the words, he exited the lottery wheel in his mind. To the two of them, this time, it's a very good thing. It's a nice thing, but it's useless for Faith right now. The original owner of his journey was only about 18 years old, very young. If this is used on oneself, wouldn't it go back to the mother's womb? Or just become a middle-aged man? Now his goal is to become stronger. Faith removed the time wrap from the system. This wrap is very large, brown in color, and looks a bit like a sheet, but it's unremarkable. On the opposite side, Rayleigh and Shucky were full of curiosity, but they were stunned when they saw what Faith took out of thin air. Rayleigh touched his chin, looked up and down for a while, and said, "Is this a sheet? Is it more comfortable to sleep with the cover on? No insomnia? By the way, I've been a little insomnia lately." Shucky is also a little puzzled. She picked up a corner of the time package and looked at it for a while. After taking a closer look, Shucky still couldn't see how good this thing was. This quilt feels very rough, and the workmanship is very poor. I don't see anything good about this thing at all. When Rayleigh heard the words, he also touched it, and soon became less interested. If this thing is covered, it's almost like someone covered with sandpaper. Faith looked at the two of them with disgust, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He explained, "Uncle, sister, let me tell you directly. It's called time wrapping. Time wraps skin." Rayleigh and Shucky murmured in unison. "That's right," Faith assured himself. "This thing is amazing, it only needs to wrap one thing. Old things can be made new, and new things can be made old when wrapped around new things. And it doesn't just work on dead objects." As soon as these words came out, both Rayleigh and Shucky couldn't help being surprised, real or fake. Their eyes flickered, looking at this unremarkable sheet. "This thing is too exaggerated, isn't it?" Shucky asked in surprise. Being able to freely control the time of objects, and not just dead objects, Rayleigh grasped the most crucial point. Faith nodded. On the side, Shucky saw Faith nod and couldn't help but say, "Brother handsome, what do you mean?" Her eyes brightened as she wanted to say something, can make people younger. Faith chuckled, that's right. Of course you can. After Shucky got Faith's affirmative reply, he couldn't be more excited. It's unbelievable. Really? Handsome brother. Shucky couldn't help but make sure again. Faith looked at the old-time female pirate, as happy as a child. Some were dumbfounded, of course it's true, fantastic. Shucky almost danced with excitement, but the steadiness over the years had given her some restraint. For girls, especially older girls, being able to become younger is an unparalleled super killer. Aside, Rayleigh looked strange. Is this cloth really so magical? Rayleigh wasn't quite convinced. Although Faith's methods have been amazing until now, it's too magical. It's called Maudai's best wine, and there is a special camera that can dress up. Faith laughed and said nothing. Since Rayleigh doesn't believe it, let him believe it with actions. It's too pale to explain this kind of thing. Sister, do you want to try now? Faith asked. Shucky naturally wanted what he wanted, and immediately agreed, of course. If it's true, then she can get younger, and if it's false, she doesn't lose anything. But out of concern, Shucky said, Brother Handsome, you can make your sister younger, you can't make her older. Shucky said to Faith jokingly. Faith made a ticket, don't worry. Sister, how could I make my beautiful sister grow old? Shucky couldn't help but smile again, it's just you being slick. After Shucky was ready, Faith no longer hesitated, and threw the time wrap around Shucky's body. Rayleigh on the side said, I want to see if it's really that magical. After the time wrap skin covered Shucky's body, only 3 seconds later, it began to gradually become illusory, transparent, and finally disappeared. The figure of Shucky inside appeared. She frowned, and said, Brother Handsome, what's going on? Why did the cloth suddenly disappear? So fast, I don't even feel it. Faith took it to heart, I'll last, make sure you feel it. Shucky asked Rayleigh, how have I changed? Rayleigh on the side was already stunned, shocked beyond measure. Shucky has really regained her 42-year-old beauty. As for Shucky's words, I didn't hear it at all because of the shock. After following Roger around for so many years, what outrageous things have you not seen? I have even set foot on a very mysterious continent like Raftel. But the scene in front of you now is simply outrageous, right? It's unbelievable. Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. Shucky saw Rayleigh's appearance, his eyes moved slightly, and it seemed that there was drama. She couldn't wait to take out the mirror to see what she looked like now. When she took out the mirror, she saw that she had indeed recovered 20 years of youth. He couldn't help but exclaimed, really, I'm really back to the way I was 20 years ago. This old-time female pirate still retains a trace of poise and grace. But now, the surprise made her disappear. The fiery red lips fell on Faith's face like a torrential rain. The latter wanted to cry without tears in his heart. Big sister, can you kiss me again when you are younger? That's it. Come on, just hit me with money later. Rayleigh also recovered from the shock. This time, he was completely conquered by Faith's magical draw. Sure enough, compared to the intermediate rewards, it's a world of difference. Shucky also spared Faith, and after hearing the words, he also exclaimed, yet, most of the primary lottery draws are mutai, but no matter how good the wine is, where can you get younger? After Shucky finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Faith and asked, by the way, handsome brother, how did you come up with these magical things? With a face full of red flowers, Faith put on a proud gesture, the so-called secrets must not be revealed. Shucky chuckled and said nothing. In this world, everyone has their own secrets. If others don't tell them, they ask them again and again, that is, they don't understand the rules. As a female pirate who once galloped the sea, Shucky is not a stalker like other women. Rayleigh looked at the younger Shucky, his eyes faint. Picking up the Mautai wine on his waist, taking a sip, he felt a little emotional. He chuckled lightly, after so many years of traveling, this is the first time I have encountered such a fine wine, such a magical thing. If only that guy was still alive. With that said, Rayleigh took another sip of Mutai. On the side, Faith didn't want to interrupt Rayleigh's disappointment, but if he wanted to be a middleman to make a difference, he had to promote something better. Faith said, actually, it's nothing. As long as Bailey is enough, he can draw more advanced lottery tickets and get more magical things. Actually, tell you directly, uncle, I don't know what I can get in the lottery. More advanced, maybe there are magical items that can bring people back to life, or a more advanced time-wrapped skin, returning to the prime of life at one time. When Rayleigh heard the words, his eyes moved, and he looked at Faith. Faith's words made his heart itch. Correct. There are magical quilts that can make people younger. Is there anything more magical? Even if there are no props to bring people back from the dead, it would be nice to have a bottle of more delicious wine. Thinking of this, Rayleigh looked up at Faith and said, don't run too far recently, try to stay here as much as possible. I'll find a way to get more Baileys. Then, Rayleigh couldn't help laughing again, this lottery is much more interesting than gambling. Faith couldn't help but be happy, of course. In the past life, all kinds of card lottery industries were prevalent, and it could be said that they made a lot of money. As long as you capture the expectations and curiosity of consumers, why worry about not buying it? But then again, compared to those things, I have a better conscience. Both Rayleigh and Shucky set off and were about to leave. Rayleigh thought of something and said to Feith, "Right. Feith, you said before that if you introduce someone, you will give me a 50% chance to draw a lottery. You didn't say what the lottery was before, so the intermediate lottery also counts." Feith smiled brightly, "Of course, no problem." After Shucky heard the words, he couldn't help looking at Feith and said with a smile, "Brother handsome, if I introduce someone over, I will also give me a 50% discount." Feith nodded cheerfully, "Of course. Welcome any time." Shucky was happy to say goodbye to Feith. As Rayleigh left the alley, after the two disappeared again, Feith began to improve his strength. This intermediate draw brought him 15 attribute points plus 3 attribute points for the first 10 primary draws. Feith now has 18 attribute points. Consciousness entered the system interface, and soon the system interface like a holographic projection appeared in front of Feith's eyes. Armed color, 2 scene colored, 0 marine, 6 styles, 0 physical skills, 0 swordsmanship, 0. When all attribute points reach 100, new attribute options can be opened. Originally Feith thought it was difficult to reach 100 attribute points, but with the 15 attribute point rewards brought by the intermediate lottery, Feith thinks it's actually not that hard to reach 100. In a short period of time, he has already reached 20. After thinking about it, Feith added 15 attribute points to Armament Haki this time. Still the same reason, Armament Haki can attack and defend. Other attributes, such as Marine 6 styles, physical skills, sword skills are not necessary for him now. The remaining 3 attributes, Feith added to Observation Haki. In this way, if you encounter danger now, you can quickly detect it at the first time, and then, run away. This time, with the 15 attribute points rewarded by winning the lottery, Feith's strength has been greatly improved. He tested it, his armed color and sight color. After estimating his current strength, he would probably be between a major and a lieutenant colonel if he died. This kind of strength is still not enough. In the world of pirates, it is still extremely dangerous, and if you are not careful, you will lose your life. Next, remove the storage ring that has just been removed from the system. Then put it on your finger. Feith glanced around and found a random item to test the storage ring. Put in, take out, put in, take out. After a while, Feith was satisfied. As long as this storage ring is not a living thing, anything else can be put in and taken out at one thought. There is no delay, and when there are many items in it, you can still use your own ideas to accurately take out the items you want. In this way, it will be very convenient to draw something in the future. On the other side, Rayleigh and Shucky were on their way back. Rayleigh looked at Shucky who was having fun beside him, and couldn't help but feel helpless. On the way back, Shucky stopped by to buy a bunch of fashion model photos. Then along the way, all kinds of costumes. Every time I walk on a street, it is a different set of new clothes, and it is a joy to play. Looking at Shucky's youthful appearance, Rayleigh immediately felt that the wine in his hand was not fragrant. To be honest, he also wanted to be young. What a pity. 200 Bailey is a bit too much. Over the years, he used to gamble whenever he had money, and he had no savings at all. If he hadn't just won money today, he might have missed such a good draw. Rayleigh's mind wandered, he had to figure out a way to make money. After a while, Rayleigh raised his eyebrows and an idea popped up. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth can't help but outline, "It looks like I'm going to get back to my old business." The next day, Rayleigh woke up early. After washing up, Rayleigh couldn't wait to go out. With a smile on his face, he said to himself, "I hope to have a good harvest today." At Rayleigh's speed, he quickly arrived at the destination of his trip, Occupational Settlement. That is the auction house of the Sabayati Island archipelago, and Rayleigh is going to auction himself. When the owner of the auction house saw that Rayleigh said that he was going to auction himself, he scoffed at Rayleigh's behavior. Really stupid old man. However, the boss was very happy with the money he sent to the door, so he happily accepted Rayleigh's request. After a long wait, it was finally Rayleigh's turn to auction. Rayleigh walked up to the stage with a smile, but when he looked down the stage, he couldn't help but be speechless. There are celestial dragons in the audience. If this is taken care of by celestial dragons, then things will be a little troublesome. Even if he's Pluton Rayleigh, he doesn't really want to take a shot at celestial dragons. After all, he's retired now and doesn't really want to have anything to do with Marine, let alone Admiral. However, Rayleigh's concerns are superfluous. The celestial dragons had no interest in him, an old man with gray hair. Even if it is called, there is even a bid. When they came to the Sabayati Island archipelago, they mainly wanted to see if there were mermaids. Celestial dragons are very interested in this species. With the bidding of several people, Rayleigh was finally bought by a wealthy old woman for 50 Bailey. Soon, the rich woman couldn't wait to go to the backstage to check the goods. I saw that she twisted her waist with the swimming ring and walked to Rayleigh. Looking at Rayleigh's sturdy body, the rich woman couldn't help but light up. "Excellent. By the way, baby, how is your kung fu? Rayleigh chuckled, my kung fu is amazing. The rich woman was even more happy when she heard it. She couldn't wait, quick. Let the master try it. The corner of Rayleigh's mouth outlines, come on. I'll try it for you. The next moment, Rayleigh broke out with Conqueror's Haki. It shocked everyone present, including the rich woman in front of her. Rayleigh chuckled and stood up. He untied the shackles in his hands and the iron locks on his feet at will. He looked at the rich woman lying on the ground, smiled and said, how is my kung fu? It's pretty good. After speaking, he stretched out his hand to scrape the money from the rich woman. There are tens of millions of Baileys. Rayleigh had a look of joy on his face, took tens of millions of Baileys, drank Moutai, and left. It seems that today's harvest is not bad. The next step is to find that kid Feith, and I don't know if that kid is still there. This time, it's going to be a few intermediate draws. The voice faded away with Rayleigh's figure. Originally, Rayleigh felt that it should not be a big problem to start with celestial dragons. However, Rayleigh was wrong. After this matter spread to naval headquarters, it immediately attracted great attention from naval headquarters. Compared with the celestial dragons present at the time, and depending on their means, it is likely to be Conqueror's Haki. Adding these 2 points together, this matter is reported to Marshal Sengoku. After Sengoku heard the news, he frowned. After a while, he said in a low voice, having such a top-notch Conqueror's Haki, this person is very likely to be active in Pluton in the Sabayati Island archipelago. Rayleigh. As soon as the name Rayleigh came to Sengoku's mind, his sharp eyes narrowed again, deepening even more. This big pirate who has been retired for many years, is now bubbling up again. What kind of trouble is this going to make? After pondering for a moment, Sengoku sternly said, call Marine Admiral who is still in the headquarters. After a while, Kizaru's tall figure slowly walked into the marshal's room with a lazy expression on his face. Marshal Sengoku didn't say anything, and just asked the question, Kizaru, you are going to the Sabayati Island archipelago now. While sheltering the celestial dragons on the island, drop by to see if this incident is a ghost from Rayleigh. If so, what is his purpose? Pluton Rayleigh, even now an old man, is still something Marine takes seriously. Kizaru grinned and left reluctantly. Originally, he was thinking about paddling, and then clocking in to get off work, but he was sent out unexpectedly. If I knew it earlier, I went out to go for a walk like Aokiji and Akainu. Soon, Kizaru's figure disappeared in the marshal's palace. Sabayati Island archipelago. Rayleigh showed joy on his face, and lowered his head to tap Bailey, who had just PR***************** from the rich woman. After a while, he said, there are 11 million Baileys in total. After he finished speaking, he laughed. That kid Feith also owes me a 50% off lottery draw, so I can get 6 draws for a mid-level reward. Not bad. Soon Rayleigh stuffed the money into the kabuto, the solace of his feet quickened, and the figure soon disappeared. He couldn't wait to see Feith. And it didn't take long for Rayleigh to find Feith's direction. At the port, a giant marine warship came slowly and docked in front of the port. When some pirates saw these warships, none of them did not change their faces. Is this Admiral Kizaru? Why is Admiral here? What happened? Who knows? Why bother with so much? Run! On the marine warship docked in the port, Kizaru's tall figure stood on the bow. He was wearing a suit and leather shoes, the marine cape fluttered behind him, and his face was wearing yellow sunglasses. Under the sunglasses, he looked at the pirate who ran away when he saw him, but did not move. He just said to himself, I still have something to deal with here, and you will take care of these little shrimps. After speaking, without waiting for his subordinates to respond, he turned into a flash of light and disappeared. After a while, it landed on a big tree a few kilometers away from the port. Kizaru glanced around, looking for something. Soon, the eyelids under his sunglasses moved, and he grinned, yo. I'm really lucky, I didn't expect to meet so soon. Pluton Rayleigh, I'd like to see. After so many years of retirement, what are you going to do now? He said, and the figure disappeared in a flash. Meanwhile, Rayleigh finds Feith in the original alley. The two greeted very politely, and Rayleigh said directly, Feith, this time I brought a lot of money. Feith's eyes lit up quietly. I saw that Rayleigh directly took out a small bag, which was full of gold coins, and said with the arrogance of local tyrants, Feith, give me 6 times, a total of 1,100 Baileys, a 50% discount, and an intermediate lottery. Feith took the money happily, but was a little surprised. Yesterday, this poor and sour old man, why is he suddenly so rich today? 11 million Bailey, this can give yourself 11 intermediate lottery draws. But the surprise in my heart was only fleeting. For a strong man like Rayleigh, money is nothing. As long as he wants, isn't it easy to make some money? As for how Rayleigh makes money, Feith doesn't care. Anyway, as long as you draw a lottery. 1100 W Bailey, Feith did not advise Rayleigh to come directly to an advanced draw. After all, you can only draw once. If you can draw what you want, you can't give it to Rayleigh. Isn't this cracking? The lottery should be done gradually, slowly, with a long line to catch big fish, making people sink deeper and deeper. In this way, Feith, the middleman, can also get more benefits. In the distance, on top of an eaves, Kizaru crossed his arms across his chest. After seeing Rayleigh take the money to Feith, he couldn't help but raised a hand and touched his chin. Under the sunglasses, his sly eyes narrowed, his expression confused. Why did Rayleigh deal with a marine? And a little marine. Since Feith is currently on patrol, he is said to be wearing a marine uniform. In Kizaru's view, it's a little weird. The two talked and laughed as if they had known each other for a long time. Could it be that Rayleigh is going to place chess pieces in marine to obtain information? But it shouldn't. What useful news could a little marine bring to Rayleigh? The eyes under Kizaru's sunglasses are faint. Who is this young soldier? Kizaru didn't startle the snake either, so Ze just took a look at the situation first. In the alley in the distance, Feith naturally didn't know that he was being targeted by Kizaru, and Rayleigh was immersed in the anticipation of the lottery, and did not pay too much attention to the situation around him. Feith started the draw immediately after taking over Rayleigh's 11 million Bailey. In my mind, the intermediate turntable appeared, turned, and then the ball fell. Unfortunately, I failed to draw any rewards. Receive a consolation prize, Moutai, upgraded version. This is a consolation prize belonging to the intermediate reward. The Mutai upgraded version is more low-key, luxurious, and connotative in appearance than the low-level lottery Mutai. For Rayleigh that's good stuff. Feith doesn't feel it. At most, it was used to increase the intimacy between myself and Rayleigh. To tease the NPC to understand? Thoughts aside, Feith is in no hurry to take it out. Continue to the next drawn item. Congratulations, host, for gaining 15 attribute points. Feith nodded in satisfaction. Congratulations to host, get Universal Capsule. The Universal Capsule is in 7 Dragon Ball. This time, Feith didn't listen to the systematic explanation. He knew very well about this classic childhood memory of his previous life. It is similar to storage space for items. It's just that there is no convenient storage ring for him, and you have to press Boomer before using it. No! Also press the button and then throw it out. Feith continues to look at the next reward, which is still the consolation prize, Moutai, upgraded version. 5th time, congratulations to host for getting intermediate stamina pill. Feith is delighted. The primary physical strength pill can make him so lasting, and now the intermediate level, I am afraid it can make him stronger. The 6th time, 15 attribute points. 7th time, intermediate physical strength Dan. The 8th time, Moutai, upgraded version. The 9th time, Moutai, upgraded version. 10th time, 15 attribute points. 11th time, universal capsule. After these 11 lottery draws, Feith roughly figured out the probability of this lottery draw. In the previous primary lottery, the prizes and consolation prizes were about 55%, while the intermediate lottery, the ratio of prizes and consolation prizes was 6:4. This led Feith to estimate that the higher the draw, the higher the probability of Vice Admiral. Of course, the number of lottery draws is still too small. This is just speculation. Thinking about it no more, Feith looked at Rayleigh, who was looking forward to it, and smiled. Uncle 6 times the result came out. Rayleigh waited and waited, finally waiting for Feith's words. After hearing this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. His eyes lit up and said, "What reward does Feith have? Is there that? When will the skin be wrapped?" Feith shook his head sadly. "Not this one." Rayleigh was not too disappointed, still looking forward to it. But still an uncle who drove a lot of good things. Feith continued. Rayleigh raised his eyelids and said excitedly, "What's the reward this time?" In the distance, Kizaru was observing the two of them. After seeing Rayleigh so happy, his eyes moved slightly. "Yo! What's the situation?" Kizaru's wretched expression was filled with surprise and surprise. A strong man of Rayleigh's level would show such a happy expression, and he looked very excited. And it's still in the face of a minion. A strong man has the arrogance and attitude of a strong man, and it is rare to show such an expression when facing an ant-like marine soldier. I couldn't help but wonder who the marine soldier was. At the same time, he was also very interested in what the two were saying. On Feith's side, he didn't sell anything, and directly took out a bottle of Moutai, upgraded version, from the system. Rayleigh originally saw that it was Moutai, and the light in his eyes dimmed. But after seeing the packaging of this wine again, my eyes moved again. This packaging looks more low-key, luxurious, and connotative than the previous Moutai. Due to being a bit low-key, I almost didn't see it at first glance. Rayleigh looked at Feith and asked, "Speaking of Feith, is this wine better than the wine in the previous primary draw?" Feith nodded with a smile, "Of course, uncle. This is an intermediate lottery, it must be more delicious than before." Seeing Feith say so, Rayleigh couldn't help itching. How can an alcoholic who gets a good bottle of wine resist tasting it? Rayleigh couldn't wait to open the Moutai, upgraded version, and in the next second, an incomparable fragrance overflowed. The scent was like nostrils, and Rayleigh just felt airy, as if he was about to ascend into the sky. Just the smell of wine. It seems that this world is full of prosperity, and any beauty in life seems worthless at this moment. Rayleigh's whole body shuddered, and the wine made his strong man shudder. I feel now that my life is worth it. Rayleigh sighed sincerely. Feith, who was beside him, was also stunned, and when he regained his senses, he found that the corners of his mouth were drooling. Shocked in my heart, this wine is too awesome, right? You know he's not an alcoholic. And Kizaru ventured a little closer for a better observation. At first, seeing the unidentified minion again just gives Rayleigh something like a bottle of wine. The wretched admiral's mouth twitched, revealing a speechless expression. Yo, what did I think it would be? It's just a bottle of wine, so what? With disdain and speechlessness on his face, he ventured to follow up in order to investigate, but it turned out that it was just a bottle of wine. If it was Feith, he would definitely complain at this time. I have taken off my pants, so you only show me this? A bottle of wine made a one-piece deputy so excited, which made Kizaru, the admiral, a little contemptuous in his heart. However, when the smell of wine in the alley came along with the breeze, the look of contempt on Kizaru's face froze. The wretched eyes under the yellow sunglasses turned into infinite fascination. Kizaru only felt that he was now alone in a beautiful flower scroll. In the painting, there is the beach, the sea, the sun, and he is very comfortable every day, paddling wildly every day, messing around. Yo, such a life is really beautiful. However, it was already far away, and the feeling brought by the aroma of the wine quickly disappeared. Kizaru came back to his senses now, and his pupils trembled slightly under the yellow sunglasses. He just felt that the whole person was in a good mood. He was astonished at the feeling this fragrance brought to him. What scent is this? Below, Rayleigh was so engrossed in the aroma that he didn't even notice the approaching Kizaru. He recovered from the wonderful feeling of the wine aroma. At this moment, the wrinkles on his face seem to be much less, and his eyes are bright. Wonderful, wonderful. This wine is really good. Immediately after being amazed, he looked up and poured. Feith on the side couldn't help swallowing, and had to say that this wine was really superb. The aroma of wine is like this, so the wine itself is not bad. With one mouthful, the eyes under Rayleigh's glasses at this moment burst into light. He stopped drinking, and let out a long ah as if he was venting the comfort of his drink. Wonderful! Wonderful, this wine is really the best of the best. It's many times better than that mutai in the junior lottery. This is the best wine I've ever had in my life. At this moment, Rayleigh didn't have the attitude of a strong man at all. After saying a few hundred words about his feelings about this wine, he drank the wine again. Feith's expression was a little embarrassed, and he said in his heart, people in this world are so miserable, they can't even talk about digging a groove. The Rayleigh in front of him was immersed in the wine of mutai, upgraded version, unable to extricate himself, one sip after another. Atop, Kizaru watched Rayleigh drink mutai, upgraded version, eyes drooling under his sunglasses. How much he wished he would go up at this time and say, yo, have you been kicked by the speed of light? Then snatch the superb wine from Rayleigh. He's no less interested in wine than Rayleigh. No. It should be said that in the pirate world, basically every big man likes to drink. Especially when fishing at work and sneaking a cup of water, it can be said that this day's paddling is a success. In the office he belongs to now, there is a lot of precious wine hidden. Aokiji is also a good drinker, and from time to time he will share wine with Aokiji. But after smelling the aroma of the wine just now, Kizaru felt that his collection of famous wines over the years was suddenly overshadowed. Obviously, the bottle of wine in Rayleigh's hand is many times better than the famous wine in his collection. Kizaru couldn't help but let out a sigh, if not for omission. He rushed out now to ask if Rayleigh had been kicked by the speed of light. Yo, it's really a shame, but since this kid can bring this wine to Rayleigh, there must be a lot more. Kizaru couldn't help but crooked, and suddenly he was not in a hurry. Kizaru continued to observe, the unidentified boy was marine anyway. He had a chance to ask. Below, Rayleigh had drank a full bottle of wine and burped with satisfaction, but he was still immersed in the beauty of the drink. How satisfied is that expression? Feith on the side was dumbfounded, but he didn't bother. Comparing other people's aftertaste after the pleasure is like a cigarette after the fact, happy like a fairy, so it is not suitable to disturb. After a while, Rayleigh sighed, hey. The corners of his mouth showed an infinitely beautiful charm. The things that came out of the intermediate lottery are really different. Drinking this wine, I guess I won't be interested in the kind of moutai that is used in the junior lottery in the future. In the future, I will find a way to make money every day. Feith smiled and gave the unfinished uncle a little joy. Uncle, don't be discouraged. This time you have drawn 4 bottles of this wine. After finishing speaking, Feith took out the remaining 3 bottles of mutai, upgraded version, and shook it in front of Rayleigh. Rayleigh was immediately smiling, and at the same time, he also put on a distressed look. Hey, boy Feith, such a good wine can't be shaken. Rayleigh hurriedly took 3 bottles of wine from Feith's hands, like precious treasures, and held them in his arms. If this is accidentally dropped, it will really kill me. After Rayleigh finished speaking, looking at the 3 bottles of mutai, upgraded version, in his arms was a little tangled. He really wanted to continue to have a bottle, sip it, and continue to experience the feeling just now. However, I was afraid that I would drink all the first 3 bottles of Mutai, upgraded version. Then when you go back, what should I do? After struggling for a while, Rayleigh finally turned his attention and said to Feith, "Speak, boy Feith. I just drew 6 times, and now there are 4 bottles of Mutai. What are the remaining 2? Feith didn't play quizzes and smiled. "Uncle, I'll show it to you now." Saying that, he took out an intermediate stamina pill. Feith drew 2 intermediate physical strength pills. Simply take out a physical strength pill and give it to Rayleigh, which can also increase the favorability of this NPC. As a human being, you must learn to find yourself a thigh to hug when you are weak, so that you have a better chance of survival. Rayleigh looked at a blue pill in Feith's hand and asked, "What is this?" The current Rayleigh no longer expresses disdain for what Feith brought out, and only wonders what use it is. Feith smiled and said, "This thing can make you 17 gyro overnight. This is called physical strength pill, which can greatly improve the physical strength of the user. Uncle, you are so young now, this is very suitable for you." When Rayleigh heard this, his face changed. He asked again with certainty, "You mean, this little thing can improve people's physical strength and endurance?" Feith nodded yes. Rayleigh was shocked. There are such good things in this world? However, Feith produced, must be a boutique. After so many lottery draws, he already believed what Feith said. He took the blue pill in Feith's hand, looked at it curiously, and murmured, "A small pill." He wanted to say it was really that heaven-defying. However, he didn't say it, he didn't hesitate, and he didn't worry about whether Feith would harm him. "After all, I have drank so many bottles of wine, so it's not all right." Rayleigh said nothing and took it directly. The blue pill entered, and Rayleigh didn't even have time to taste it. The pill had already melted, and then it turned into a warm current that went all over the body. Rayleigh's eyes slowly widened, and the light gradually radiated. As a strong man, he has a very strong control over himself. Rayleigh doesn't need to test his stamina by running a few kilometers like Feith. He only needs to feel it to clearly understand that his physical strength has greatly improved. At this moment, Rayleigh's eyes widened to the limit, looking at Feith. The heart is already shocked beyond words. This blue pill is simply awesome. As the warmth in his body disappeared, Rayleigh gradually calmed down the stormy waves in his heart. However, there was still a hint of disbelief on his face, and he murmured, "This thing is no better than the packaged Shucky extracted before." "Time wraps skin," Feith reminded. "Yes. Then time to wrap the skin, this thing is not worse than that." Later, Rayleigh explained to Feith why he thought so. "I'm older and I've been through a lot. So I know a little better than anyone that physical strength can only be improved by self-discipline. If you want to become a strong person, physical strength is a very important point." No, it should be said that physical strength is a must for a strong person. However, cultivating one's own physical strength, but there is no shortcut to take, which is why many strong people are left in the sea. When I was young, I played against a lot of people. In the confrontation between the strong and the strong, it is often difficult to distinguish the winner for a while, and a fight can last for several days, or even half a month. And at this time, the fight is the physical strength of the strong, and the fight is which one falls first because of lack of physical strength. However, this blue pill has improved my physical strength so much in an instant, which shows that this thing is really unusual. If you just drop this one, it will be worth the hard work of others for a year and a half. It's unbelievable. It is not surprising that such a pill can shock a strong man like Rayleigh. On top, due to the distance between Kizaru, Rayleigh and Feith's conversation, he couldn't hear the conversation clearly, and he was afraid of being noticed by Rayleigh, so it would be troublesome. Watching Rayleigh say it, his expression is performing all kinds of wonderful expressions. Kizaru couldn't help frowning again, confused. "What's the matter, Rayleigh?" He saw that Rayleigh seemed to eat a blue candy or something, and then he acted like that. "Isn't it just a candy? As for being so shocked and excited, this is too exaggerated." This is the dignified Pluton Rayleigh. After he ate a piece of candy, he showed such a childlike expression. What about the arrogance and attitude of being a strong man? It's a bit sloppy, isn't it? Below, Feith and Rayleigh continue to chat. Rayleigh exclaimed, "Feith, you really opened my eyes. Even when I set foot on the sea with that friend and experienced various things, I have never tasted such a superb wine. A camera that can change clothes just by inserting a photo, a quilt that can look 20 years younger after wrapping a person in a few seconds. Finally, this blue pill," Rayleigh said with a smile. "If I don't win that day, I'm afraid I'll be killed for the rest of my life." Rayleigh smiled after glancing at Feith. With a friendly smile from the listener, Feith waited patiently for his big client to finish speaking. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Uncle, where is this going? It's just an intermediate lottery right now, and there's also a high-level lottery." Rayleigh's eyes flashed when he heard the words. Feith didn't wait for Rayleigh to speak, and continued, "And uncle, you have one last item, and this item is also amazing." Rayleigh, who was originally interested, now shines brighter. With great anticipation, he asked, "What did you get in the end?" In his flickering, expectant eyes, Feeth took out the last item, the universal capsule. Rayleigh looked at the odd gadget in Feeth's hand, the size of a slap. Now he doesn't feel contempt for what Feeth brought out at all, but curiously, by the way, boy Feeth, what is this? The eyes under the glasses are constantly flickering. This thing looks like a capsule, shouldn't it be taken too? If you are taking it, what is this to improve yourself? Physical strength should obviously be the same as the blue pill, so it can be ruled out directly. So power, or, hacky? Even like devil fruit, can it give the user the ability? Looking at the size of the capsule, if this is eaten, then it's worth it? On top, Kizaru was getting impatient. Hart says, is Rayleigh getting old and brain broken? Is this being fooled by a young man in lame? It was okay to drink for the first time just now, even he was a little envious. But the second candy, the third capsule, what the hell are these? Rayleigh was expecting this. Isn't it a palm-sized capsule? Feeth, like a salesman in his previous life, maintained a sense of expectation for his own products, and directly shocked Rayleigh with practical actions. He didn't explain the purpose of the capsule, but said directly, Uncle, put the wine in your arms in the open space beside you. Rayleigh's face was startled. Feeth, what are you doing? Feeth looked at Rayleigh like a calf, guarding 3 bottles of Moutai, and was a little dumbfounded. Uncle, don't worry. I didn't take anything from you myself. Rayleigh felt the same after hearing the words, with reluctance on his face, and carefully placed 3 bottles of Moutai, upgraded version, on the ground. Then took a few steps back. Feeth didn't talk nonsense. He pressed the universal capsule in his hand and threw it. Immediately, the capsule came into contact with Moutai, upgraded version, and the next moment made a bang sound. The original 3 bottles of Moutai, upgraded version, disappeared in an instant. And the capsule that Feeth threw out just now also changed from black to red. This shows that there is something inside the capsule. This scene surprised Rayleigh and opened his eyes slightly. On top, Kizaru, who was originally disdainful of capsules, was also stunned after seeing this scene. What just happened? He was staring at the 2 people below the whole time, and he didn't miss any details. After the capsule was thrown out, the 3 bottles of wine disappeared. Is this absorbed? Below, Rayleigh was still covered in surprise. He was so close that he didn't notice any trace of the ability to use it just now. And the 3 bottles of Moutai just disappeared under his eyes. What exactly is going on here? Of course, among the surprises, there are worrying about where the 3 bottles of Moutai have gone. But Feeth just reassured him, and he suppressed his worries. He turned his head to look at Feeth and asked, Boy Feeth, what just happened? Feeth smiled and said, this is the magic of the universal capsule. It can fit anything, even a pirate ship, without any problem. The latter showed an even more surprised expression. What did you say? This palm-sized thing can fit into a pirate ship. Feeth chuckled, nodding, and picking up the capsule on the ground. Then he explained, after putting it in, just press it once and then throw it out, and the thing just now will appear. While pressing the universal capsule, he threw it towards the open space again. With another bang sound, 3 bottles of the upgraded version of Moutai appeared on the open space intact. Rayleigh was amazed to see 3 bottles of Moutai come back. His cognition was refreshed again. Feeth said, this palm-sized universal capsule can even fit into a pirate ship. It's really amazing. Rayleigh exclaimed. What I pulled out this time is really amazing. On top, Kizaru's expression froze. However, although they can only see, they cannot hear what the 2 of them are talking about. But scene to scene, there are more or less speculations. The 3 bottles of Moutai disappeared out of thin air and then reappeared, which must be related to the universal capsule. That is, that capsule can be used to store items? And a palm-sized capsule can directly store 3 bottles of wine, so can it store larger things? Kizaru pondered, if possible, then this capsule is a very good thing. Kizaru's eyes dimmed, and he began to re-evaluate the unknown marine minion with whom Rayleigh had a good conversation. What is the origin of this soldier? Not only did he take out the fine wine he had never seen in his life, but also the palm-sized storage items similar to capsules. As for the blue candy thing, Kizaru thought, it shouldn't be that simple. It's really weird. The other thing I'm concerned about is, where did this minion get these things from? In Kizaru's eyes, the things Feeth gave Rayleigh came out of nowhere. It seems that this little sailor should not be as simple as it seems. Anyway, when Rayleigh left, I went up and asked myself. I also want to taste the wine that Rayleigh just had. Kizaru rubbed his chin while his thoughts diverged. Below, Rayleigh finally took the universal capsule that Feeth handed over, and couldn't wait to start trying it out. Throw it out and put it in, and throw it out and release it. Throw it out and put it in, and throw it out and release it. 7 in and 7 out, have a lot of fun. After a while, Rayleigh had had enough. With surprise and satisfaction on his face, he put the wine capsule into the kabuto. In my mind, I was already thinking about the various uses of this capsule. Before, because I didn't like to bring things to pretend to be Bailey, Every time I went to work in the auction house, I only took hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now that you have this thing, can you make more money if you go to work yourself? That kid Feith said, this capsule can hold a pirate ship. How convenient. Rayleigh plans his future. Soon Feith gave Feith a kind smile. Feith also responded with a bright smile and congratulated, congratulations, uncle, for pulling out so many good things today, and luckily, didn't take the time. Feith gave Rayleigh another shot. Rayleigh laughed, today is my lucky day. Rayleigh is smiling and happy, happier than ever before. The two chatted politely for a while. Rayleigh said goodbye to Feith and prepared to go back. Boy Feith, that's it for today. His face was full of radiance and a hint of naughty. I'm going back and showing these things to Shucky, she will definitely show envy compared to her. Feith chuckled, Sister Xia must be envious of Uncle's harvest. Ha ha ha, when I went back yesterday, Shucky said you sounded nice, but now it seems really nice. Rayleigh was even more delighted, then added, Feith, waiting for me here every day now. I will come back to you to draw a lottery. Feith laughed and said, it must be. I will always wait for the uncle to come again. The two quickly said goodbye. Rayleigh left quickly with joy and satisfaction. Feith waited until he couldn't see Rayleigh's figure, and immediately took out an intermediate physical strength pill and took it immediately. Immediately, Feith felt the same feeling that Rayleigh had just now. The increase in physical strength made him feel a lot more than before. Feith didn't plan to run to test his stamina like before, so he should allocate his attribute points first. This time, the reward of attribute points was more than before, with a total of 45 attribute points. So this time Feith intends to figure out how to add some points is the best solution. Otherwise, if this is abolished, he will not be given a chance to do it all over again. After thinking for a long time, Feith finally made up his mind and started adding points. He added 30 attribute points directly to Armament Haki, then 10 attribute points were added to Seeing and Hearing, and finally 5 attribute points were added to Taijutsu. Armament Haki, 47 Observation Haki, 13 Physical Skills, 5 Marine, 6 Styles, 0 Swordsmanship, 0. Feith looked at his current attribute panel and was very satisfied. Now his attribute points have reached 65 in total, and he will be able to unlock new attributes soon, which makes Feith look forward to it. Hope it's Conqueror's Haki. I want to become one of the million people standing out from the crowd, a man with the qualifications of a king. Putting aside the YY in my mind, although the strength has improved a lot this time, but looking at this world, it is also a weak chicken. But this time, his strength is indeed a big one. Now Feith can completely wrestle with the Colonel, maybe he can reach the level of Commodore level strength. As for the last all-purpose capsule, Feith plans to keep it and give it away as a reward next time. After digesting the harvest this time, Feith patted his butt and prepared to continue his job, patrolling the streets. He hummed, Your Majesty called me to patrol the mountain, just as he was about to leave the alley. Suddenly, Feith only felt that his eyes were dark, and a figure appeared in front of him. Although Feith's height is not bad, he is only about 183 centimeters, and he can only see the person's chest when looking up. After seeing the flat chest, Feith immediately knew it was a man. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded, Yo, you look very happy boy. It's still humming. The voice had a wretchedness and arrogance mixed with it. Feith thought of one person for a moment. That's the crooked-mouthed god-tier, Kizuru. Feith's heart skipped a beat and turned back suddenly, and she met Kizuru's lewd eyes. The current Feith is still too weak, in the face of an admiral's aura, he couldn't help swallowing. Of course. It is also because of a guilty conscience and a circle. By the way, how did Admiral show up here? I was just chatting and laughing with Pluton Rayleigh, the great pirate of the old days. You won't be seen by Kizuru just now, right? If so, it can be a little troublesome. Just when Feith was thinking hard about how to explain himself to escape this disaster, Kizuru said in a humble voice, Boy, do you know who the person you just dealt with? Of course I do, and I also know that Luffy is your nephew. Of course Feith didn't dare to say that. After hearing the words, he pretended to be crazy and shook his head blankly, I don't know. The wretched eyes under Kizuru's sunglasses stared at Feith's eyes. When the latter was afraid of being pulled into the alley, Kizuru said with a crooked mouth, That old man is an incredible figure, you really don't know? Feith continued to sell foolishly. Kizuru was half smiling, seeing that the soldier was acting stupid, and no longer bothered about this issue. He was even more curious about what Feith had given Rayleigh. Kizuru said with a crooked mouth, Let's not mention this, tell me, how did you make the old man so excited? Tell me about the whole process when you met him just now in detail. Hearing this, Feith felt that the wretched admiral in front of him must have been peeping in an unknown corner just now. So, lying is definitely not advisable. Furthermore, I have to say that Admiral's scheming is very deep, and Kizuru didn't appear immediately after Rayleigh left. He didn't appear until he had digested it all and determined that Rayleigh was too far away to know what was going on here. It's also not advisable to hug Rayleigh's thigh now. Feith's thoughts quickly diverged at this moment. Soon, his eyes lit up. Now that we've all been discovered, why don't we just meet Kizuru frankly? make Admiral your own client too. Feith decided in his heart to develop Admiral as his own client as well. After all, as Marine's external representative of combat power, the salary must be very good. However, facing Admiral took a different approach than facing Rayleigh. After all, Rayleigh is a pirate, not interested in his own methods, but only interested in the results. Kizaru, who is Admiral, is different. Even if he gets the result, he will still chatter and wonder about the process. Feith simply started his mouthful of nonsense and described himself as a person with the ability to draw devil fruit. It is probably a kind of ability that can consume Bailey, so as to achieve a lottery to win prizes. And the uncle just now drew a lot of good things, so he was so excited. Feith Barabara spoke for more than 10 minutes. Aside, Kizaru was a little annoyed, and interrupted, the fruit of the lottery? Feith shuts up, then nods. Kizaru raised his brows, stuck Kabuto with one hand, and touched his chin with the other. Crooked Mouth murmured strangely, why haven't I heard of this fruit? But devil fruit is full of strange things, maybe. By the way, how did the lottery come about? Seeing Kizaru's interest, Feith breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't ask me if I was kicked by the speed of light. Feith thinks that this world is really ridiculous. Anyway, if things are beyond the scope of understanding, it's just right to talk about devil fruit. Let devil fruit take the blame. Feith no longer hesitated and said, the lottery is graded, the primary lottery is 20W, the intermediate lottery is 200W, and the advanced lottery. Feith explained the rules of the lottery system to Kizaru, and of course the consumption of Bailey was doubled. After all, the middlemen want to make the difference. The higher the level, the more magical and useful the rewards that can be drawn. Seeing Feith finish speaking, Kizaru looked at Feith with wretched eyes, and said with a crooked mouth, yo, it's not too small. 20W Bailey, 200W Baileys. Feith sneered, pretending to be helpless and saying, this ability is like this, there is no way. Kizaru didn't say anything, he rubbed his chin and crooked his mouth in thought. The excitement after thinking of the prestigious One Piece deputy, Pluton Rayleigh, got the reward, and the affinity for this mere marine soldier, and finally left happily. The fact that someone like Rayleigh can do such a thing shows that the prize is really magical. Besides, just now Kizaru also saw some magical means. After a while, Kizaru looked back at Feith and said, I'll try it too. However, I only have 100W Bailey on me. Kizaru thought for a while, give me 5 primary draws first. Feith was overjoyed, Admiral deserved to be Admiral. Rich man. When I came out, I had a 100W Bailey on my body, which was awesome. Feith happily took the 100W Bailey from Kizaru. Then, the lottery started. In my mind, the turntable of the system lottery appeared again, and it turned immediately. Outside, Kizaru's eyes under the yellow sunglasses have been staring at Feith. He looked Feith up and down, but he didn't notice anything special, he just stood there motionless. Can this be a lottery? Kizaru had some doubts in his heart, but although he couldn't see Feith's peculiarity, Kizaru found another point that he was very concerned about. That is the strength of this marine soldier in front of him. It is much stronger than the average soldier, and this kind of strength can actually sit in the position of a major or even a lieutenant colonel. It's really weird, Kizaru murmured inwardly. In Feith's mind, the 10 primary draws this time have already come out. The results of this lottery are 3 attribute points, 4 bottles of mutai, 2 primary physical strength pills, and a pack of Huaza cigarettes. Feith couldn't help but cry when he saw Huazi. But then again, there are really a lot of people who smoke in this world, and it should be good as a reward. Without thinking much, Feith removed 4 bottles of mutai and 1 pack of Huaza cigarettes from the system. What appeared out of thin air made Kizaru's eyes move. Yo, it's really amazing. However, not paying too much attention to this, Kizaru looked at the thing in Feith's hand. 4 bottles similar to the one that just got Rayleigh excited to ultimate, not right. Kizaru found the difference. These 4 bottles of wine should not be as good as those of Rayleigh. From the external packaging, Rayleigh's wines used to be low-key and luxurious, but now the packaging of these 4 bottles is relatively rough. Finally, there's a red pack that Kizaru has never seen before, but it's not hard to see that it's supposed to be a pack of cigarettes. This time, Kizaru frowned. He touched his chin and said with a crooked mouth, my 100W Bailey just pulled out these things? 4 bottles of wine and 1 pack. This should be a cigarette, right? Aren't you kidding me? 100W Bailey exchanged these things, which made Kizaru very dissatisfied. Feith looked at Kizaru as if to ask if he had been kicked at the speed of light, and he hurriedly said, Admiral, these are not ordinary things, you can try them. After you have tried it, you will know whether to try it or not. When Kizaru heard this, he nodded slightly, feeling reasonable. Ignoring Feith, he reached out and took mutai in Feith's hands. Then he casually opened the bottle cap of mutai, and the next moment a scent of wine came out. Kizaru couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then his wretched eyes flashed. Looking at the packaging before, I felt that I lost to Rayleigh's bottle, so I felt that Feith was cheating on him. But now, this bottle of wine is still fragrant, although not as good as Rayleigh's, but more fragrant than any famous wine he thought he had drunk. But whether the wine is good or not, it is natural to have to put it in the mouth to really decide. Kizaru drank it without hesitation. The drink entered, and Kizaru's wretched eyes widened instantly. The unparalleled wonderful feeling swept through his whole body, as if immersed in a beautiful picture, which was refreshing. Kizaru looked at the wine, and the yellow sunglasses shone brightly. Yo yo yo! Feeth, check out? Kizaru said excitedly, this wine is the most delicious wine I have ever tasted in my life. Those who have been eclipsed in front of this drink before. This taste, this mellow aroma is simply invincible. Kizaru looked at Feeth and smiled, not bad. Then Kizaru crooked his mouth again, his eyes crooked into crescents and looked at Moutai in his hand again. This expression made him even more obscene, but it also fully demonstrated his love for this wine. Feeth breathed a sigh of relief, looking like he didn't need to be kicked at the speed of light. At the same time, there is joy. It seems that there is a high probability that Kizaru will become one of his big customers. Although Kizaru likes this Moutai very much, when he thinks of Rayleigh's wine, the aroma of the wine just drifted out. My bottle of Moutai is so good, so superb. Isn't that the more high-end bottle of Rayleigh? Just the scent makes you feel good all over. At this moment, Kizaru finally understood why Rayleigh was so excited and gaffed just now. If it is me, I will be excited and excited. Although I envied Rayleigh's Moutai, upgraded version, in my heart, I still drank the Moutai in my hand one by one. As he swallowed, Kizaru's expression became more threatening, even accompanied by a lewd laugh. He felt that his whole body was light and light now, as if he was about to ascend to the sky. Until the end, Kizaru sighed directly, and Gilyalu just finished drinking this bottle of Moutai. The final performance was the same as Rayleigh began, draining the last bit of Moutai's drink. After finishing the matter, he let out the most soulful ah. With a sense of satisfaction on his face, he said softly, cool. It's really cool, this wine. Kizaru felt that drinking this wine was more comfortable than when he went to work and fish every day, and it was more enjoyable than when he was getting paid every month. Than him. All in all, fantastic. Aside, although there was some resistance to Kizaru's wretched expression, Feeth squeezed out a smile and said, Admiral, what do you think? Is this 100W Bailey worth it? However, Kizaru ignored Feeth for a long time, and when the afterglow of this wonderful afterglow was completely announced, he said with a smile, yo, it's really worth it. This 100W Bailey is very worth it. Afterwards, Kizaru looked at Feeth and said crookedly, and what's the name of this wine? Feeth laughed, this wine is called Moutai. Moutai. Kizaru touched his chin and murmured, it's really a strange name, and I've never heard of it before, but... Kizaru changed the conversation and stopped worrying about it, and said, but anyway, this wine is definitely a fine wine. It's really memorable. Taking the other 3 products of Moutai from Feeth, Kizaru asked casually, by the way, this wine suddenly appeared, and it is such a peerless wine that has never been heard of before. How did you do it? Feeth cursed inwardly, co-authoring my speech of just a few thousand words, but you didn't even listen to it? Externally, Feeth greeted him with a smile, and continued to throw the blame on Devil Fruit, and then he didn't know the specific situation. Devil Fruit ability has not been developed much. At this point, Kizaru no longer asked about it. Devil Fruit is full of strange things, with all kinds of strange abilities. He simply stopped asking, took Feeth as wine, and if it was carefully hidden, Kizaru looked at Feeth again. Hua Zi is interested in the final prize. As Admiral likes to drink good wine, cigarettes are naturally better cigarettes. This is not to highlight the force, but for better enjoyment. By the way, is this a cigarette? Feeth nodded, that's right. Saying that, he handed the pack of Hanako to Kizaru. Kizaru's eyes were full of anticipation and his movements were impatient as he took the cigarette from Feeth. Under Feeth's teaching, the pack of Huxia cigarettes was taken apart. Immediately, he put it on his nose and sniffed, and his eyes lit up. The aroma of this tobacco is also very good. He immediately took one out and put it in his mouth. And it even handed Feeth one, which surprised Feeth. I didn't expect Kizaru to be so wretched, but he was so good at being a man. Sophisticated and sophistication is deadly. After thinking about it, it feels normal. People like Kizaru who sit in the admiral position naturally have a brain. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to fish and paddle in the position of admiral every day, and I wouldn't be scolded by others. Feeth had smoked in his previous life, so he simply took the cigarette. Putting the cigarette in his mouth, he began to look for a lighter on his body. It's a pity that he didn't have a lighter on him, because the original owner he traveled through did not smoke. However, on the opposite side of Kizaru, an old god was there, with a cigarette in his mouth. Immediately, when his finger was pointed at the butt of the cigarette, a laser was fired, and the cigarette was lit. Seeing Feeth looking at himself, the cigarette in his mouth was not lit. Kizaru didn't say anything, and lit a cigarette in Feeth's mouth. In this scene, Feeth was shocked. This cigarette pose is simply cool. Kizaru didn't care what Feeth thought and took a breath. Suddenly Kizuru was even more shocked than Feeth's emotions. The feeling of this cigarette made him feel refreshed, as if it could relieve all the negative emotions in his heart. Depression, anger, sadness, depression, and positive emotions are amplified. This is simply amazing. It felt more comfortable than when he was paddling. Kizuru continued to take a deep breath, then let out a long puff of satisfaction. The smoke curled up, and Kizuru just felt infinitely beautiful. For a while, Kizuru regretted a little, knowing that this cigarette was so wonderful, he would never give Feeth one. This one is one less. With that in mind, Kizuru hurriedly asked, "What kind of smoke is this?" On the side, Feeth replied, "The name of this kind of smoke is called Zonghua, and it can also be called Huazi." Zonghua. Kizuru repeated the name of the cigarette with a smile, and then praised, "This Huazi is truly amazing. It's more boring than those cigarettes in the past, it's simply invincible. The tobacco provided by Marine is a few thousand less than this Huazi." Kizuru exaggerated. Then he took another sip, and let it out again, watching the smoke curl up and then dissipate. Kizuru whispered, "It's really a great pleasure in the world." Looking at Kizuru's appearance, it seems that life is like this, it is enough. Feeth knew the time had come. The world is giving Kizuru a better vision and expectation, and he will definitely become one of his big clients. Feeth laughed, "Admiral, did you forget?" Kizuru turned his head to look at Feeth, and Feeth continued, "This is just a primary draw. There are more advanced, more wonderful, more magical things. As long as you have money, it doesn't matter if you want more wonderful wine and more wonderful Huazi." Feeth smiled and said, just like the strange old man just now, his motai is an upgraded version, doesn't Admiral want to try it? Feeth also mentioned that Rayleigh was a strange old man, looking like he didn't know him. Kizuru had already lit a Huazi once again, listening to Feeth while puffing out the clouds. "Don't you want more wonderful enjoyment, Admiral?" That strange old man was also a junior lottery at the beginning, but after he drew the intermediate lottery, he didn't care about the junior lottery. He just said that the junior lottery is rubbish. Kizuru cocked his mouth and let out a smoky ring. "In my mind I thought of Rayleigh's elated and agitated look just now, and I was thinking of the smell of wine just now. Envy flickers in his eyes. If this is my wine, how wonderful it would be." Thinking of this, Kizuru immediately decided that he would continue to draw. He got up and said crookedly to Feeth, "Little devil, you are waiting for me here. I'll go to the bank to get some money, and I'll be right back." Before Feeth could answer, Kizuru had turned into a flash of light. A flash of yellow flashed across the alley, and Kizuru disappeared. Feeth looked at the disappearing Kizuru and breathed a sigh of relief. "Very good." Saying that, Feeth touched a handful of sweat that didn't exist, and then the corners of his mouth were drawn. This time, not only did he avoid Kizuru's torture, but he also won over a big client. Really unintentionally inserting willows in willows. Feeth was in a good mood, but then a question popped into his head. "By the way, how much money do you have as an admiral, and how many times can you come to the lottery?" For hundreds of millions of Baileys, Feeth thinks that there should be none. It should look at the people in the pirate world, no matter who they are, as long as they are strong, they feel that they are just having fun and living in the moment. But there are not hundreds of millions. There should be hundreds of millions of Baileys, right? After all, Kizuru went out this time with 100 W Bailey. Soon, Feeth put these things behind him. Anyway, we'll find out later. He looked at the lottery system and began to absorb this time's gains. This time, the harvest is 3 attribute points. To be honest, Feeth is a little uninterested when he sees 3 attribute points now, too few. Sure enough, it's still the excitement of the intermediate lottery. Then there are 2 primary physical strength pills. This time Feeth didn't send out the primary physical strength pill, because it was unnecessary. Since the prizes are enough, these valuable things will be kept. In addition, the 2 primary physical strength pills should not improve much for a powerhouse like Kizuru. Don't think about it anymore. Feeth added 3 attribute points to Conqueror's Haki, and then took out 2 physical strength pills to take, and his physical strength has been greatly improved. After digesting the harvest, Feeth found a clean high platform and sat on it, quietly waiting for Kizuru. It is said that Ace went to find Blackbeard and wanted to avenge Seiki. I don't know what happened now. Although the current self has a system, it is almost the level between the Colonel and the Commodore. If the Summit War breaks out now and is called up, there is still no self-defense ability. Hope there is still time. Feeth thought in a trance. And just when Feeth's thoughts were scattered, an angry voice suddenly remembered, "Feeth, how dare you be lazy here?" Feeth's thoughts were interrupted, and when he turned his head, he saw his boss's face contorted with anger. In fact, the main reason is because it is ugly. Feeth couldn't help frowning. He didn't have any good feelings for this boss. Before there was no system, the boss was always targeting him everywhere. "Drink some water while training, and drink it. Every time I get off work, I ask myself to go to dinner, and I ask myself to pay when I finish eating." In short, in the past life, the kind of person that people hate the most in getting along with others. Feith felt that the reason his boss targeted him so much was probably because he was handsome. Really handsome is the original sin. Seeing that Feith ignored him, the boss couldn't help being even more annoyed, and his face could be described as hideous. His voice rose a few feet, and he shouted, "Feith, Lao Zi is talking to you, can you hear me? Do you know that Admiral is coming to the Sabayati Island archipelago? Something must have happened. I tell you, you must not drop the chain for me, otherwise it will hurt me. I want you to look good." Feith yawned, looking like the old god was there. Now that he has a system, and his strength has reached the strength of Commodore, he is not afraid of this boss wearing him small shoes. "I'm waiting for someone very important right now. We'll talk about work later." The boss was so angry that he didn't expect that Feith would dare not listen to him now. "What are you kidding? Lao Zi is your immediate boss. Feith is a person like you. What important person can you wait for? I tell you, hurry up and work for me, or you won't get paid this month." At this moment, in the alley, a yellow flash appeared again. Kizaru's 2-meter-tall figure suddenly appeared behind Feith's boss. A wretched and proud voice sounded, "Yo, you mean, in your eyes, I am nothing at all?" The boss turned his head and looked up at the man looking down at him, wearing yellow sunglasses, crooked mouth, wearing a yellow suit. For a moment, the boss only felt that his head was troublesome, and his breathing was a little difficult. "This is Kizaru Admiral?" The boss was so frightened by Kizaru's aura that he slumped on the ground, his voice trembling. "Wang, Kizaru Admiral." At this moment, the boss was stunned. Could it be that when Feith said the important person, he was referring to Admiral, one of Marine's 3 major forces? Hey, is that a lie? How could a soldier know an admiral? Kizaru looked down at him, didn't care what he just said, and said with a crooked mouth, "I still have very important things to find this kid. So he doesn't need to patrol, you patrol instead of him." How dare this boss say anything? Sitting on the ground, nodding again and again, yes, "I'll be on patrol, please don't worry Kizaru Admiral." After saying that, he stood up and ran away immediately. Feith looked at his boss who liked to wear small shoes for him, and he couldn't help but feel happy in his embarrassed appearance. "Presumably in the future, my daily work will be quite moisturizing." Feith doesn't think so. After all these things, the boss dared to make excuses to embarrass this handsome guy. Neither Kizaru nor Feith were paying attention to the little man. I saw Kizaru, holding a sack in his hand, came to Feith with a smile. Immediately, he handed it directly to Feith, and he said with a crooked mouth, "There is a total of 2,000 W Bailey in it. Give me 10 intermediate draws." Feith looked at Bailey with a sack and couldn't help but feel happy. Good guy. Sure enough, the salary is in place. 2,000 W Bailey, this can be 2 advanced draws. For a time, Feith couldn't help but turn his mind. His eyes flashed with joy. By the way, how about fooling Kizaru into an advanced lottery? Feith is still very interested in the advanced lottery, what can be drawn. As soon as he said it, Feith smiled. "Admiral, say 2,000 W can have an advanced lottery, why don't you come? Maybe I can draw a higher grade wine than that old man, or a higher grade cigarette." Kizaru asked, "There's a chance you won't win in the lottery, right?" Feith nodded. Seeing this, Kizaru simply refused. "I don't have much confidence in things like my luck, just come directly to the 10 intermediate draws." Feith saw that Kizaru refused, so naturally he didn't force it. Anyway, he was not at a loss. Looking at the money in the sack, Feith couldn't help feeling excited again. This time, the attribute points should be able to exceed 100, right? I don't know what new properties can be unlocked. Hope it's Conqueror's Hacky. Soon, Feith stopped thinking about it, and immediately started talking to the system in his mind about the lottery. The turntable appeared, turned. Now Feith didn't bother to look at the turntable, he only cared about the result. Soon, the results of the first 10 awards came out. 4 bottles of Maotai, upgraded version, 3 packs of Huazi, upgraded version, 2 universal capsules, 15 attribute points for 2 times. The last time was to make Feith's eyes light up, and a new item appeared. Congratulations to host for getting the right to use any door 3 times. This is a prop in the world of Doraemon in Myriad Realms, you can do whatever you want. Outside, Feith looked surprised. This is good stuff. Aside, Kizaru noticed the change in Feith's expression, and the sly eyes couldn't help but glow. He crooked his mouth and hurriedly asked, "Yo, little devil, did you get something good looking at you like this?" Although this thing is good, Feith thought about it and felt that it was of no use to him now. So I decided to give it to Kizaru as a reward. So, Feith said, "Admiral, what you've drawn this time is more than a good thing, it's an artifact." This sentence can't help but make this admiral curious. He crooked his mouth and asked quickly, "Yo, what kind of artifact, let me see it." Feith waved his hand and said, don't worry. Of course the best thing is to put it last. Look at it slowly first." This admiral was patient when he heard the words, but his eyes were full of anticipation. Feith took 4 bottles of Mutai, upgraded version, directly from the system. The moment he saw this Mutai, Kizaru's eyes lit up. This packaging, like the wine in Rayleigh's hands before, is low-key and luxurious with connotations. This made the Admiral excited too, and he quickly took it from Fietha's hand. The aroma of the wine made him yearn for it. Kizuru made a decisive decision and immediately opened the bottle cap of the upgraded version of Mutai. The next moment, the aroma of wine that had been in Kizuru's mind for a long time came out. That wonderful picture is back again, it's all really wonderful. Words cannot describe it. And this time, Kizuru was even closer, so the previous feeling was more intense. Sure enough, the intermediate lottery is different. This wine is simply amazing. Between the words, Kizuru took a bite. The next moment, Kizuru's eyes shot out golden flashes. Yo yo yo, this wine is simply invincible. Kizuru just felt that his whole body was about to shudder. For someone like him who loves wine, he really can't describe the feeling at this time. Wonderful. After Kizuru's aftertaste passed, Kizuru looked at Fieth with satisfaction. At this time, he was already looking forward to the next thing to the extreme. Fieth smiled and then took out a small blue pill. Kizuru's eyes lit up. This was what he had seen before. At the time, he thought it was just candy, but now that he thinks about it, his thoughts are ridiculous. Something so magical, how could it be candy? Thinking of Rayleigh's excited and happy expression after taking it, Kizuru quickly asked, "What is this?" Fieth smiled and said, "This is called an intermediate physical strength pill. After taking it, it can increase the maximum physical strength of the user." On the opposite side, Kizuru heard the words, and his expression was stunned. The next moment, the same as Rayleigh showed surprise. "You mean, the small pill at this moment did not improve the physical strength of a powerhouse like me?" Fieth smiled and nodded, "That's right." As a strong person, Kizuru naturally knows very well how difficult it is to improve his physical strength after reaching a certain level. Although Kizuru said that he had seen Fietha's magical item, he still remained dubious in his heart. Some don't quite believe that a small pill can affect a powerhouse of his level. But I didn't say it in front of Fieth, anyway, try it first. The small blue pill entered, and immediately Kizuru felt a warm current filling his body. Kizuru was just a little surprised at first, but gradually, his expression changed. From surprise, then to disbelief, until finally the expression changed to shock. Really physical strength has improved. Dignified Admiral Kizuru, because of the shock, it is a bit awkward to speak. Although for him, the Admiral, the improvement is not very big, but in any case, the improvement is the improvement. And if there's enough of this stuff, Kizuru couldn't help thinking like this, doesn't that mean that you can improve your strength without training? As a senior fishing expert, naturally, he hates this kind of thing very much. At this moment, Kizuru only felt that he had discovered a new continent. For someone of his ability, the improvement of physical strength can be said to be the improvement of strength. Because as long as you have enough physical strength, you can unleash your skills indefinitely. Isn't this awesome? Now, Kizuru was looking forward to the next thing even more. Fieth didn't talk nonsense, and took out the Huazi upgraded version, and handed it to Kizuru. Kizuru immediately took it with joy, and the outer packaging let him know that this cigarette was better and more high-end than the previous one. This time, I didn't need Fieth to teach it, and unpacked it skillfully. Then I couldn't wait to put one in my mouth. Glancing at Fieth on the side, there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. But after a while, he still handed one to Fieth, and by the way, he used his ability to help Fieth ignite. Fieth is naturally welcome, and he also wants to try this Huazi upgraded version. Kizuru couldn't wait to ignite this Huazi upgraded version in his mouth. Immediately after, he took a deep breath. At the entrance of the smoke, Kizuru's expression changed to a mooch face. This is simply divine enjoyment. Kizuru was puffing up the clouds, as wonderful as his expression was. But with his wretchedness, Fieth couldn't help but take a few steps back. The smoke dissipated, and after a long time, Kizuru recollected the beauty of this upgraded version of Huazi. Kizuru looked at Fieth with the satisfied look on his face. Fieth also understood what he meant, no nonsense, and continued to take out the items. This time, it's a palm-sized all-purpose capsule. Kizuru's eyes lit up when he saw it. He had seen this thing before. It's called Universal Capsules are a storage item, Fieth explained. In addition to living things, anything can be stored, even a large warship. Hearing this introduction, Kizuru's expression froze, showing surprise. Little devil, you said that this slap-sized thing can store a large warship. Kizuru had seen Fieth's demo on Rayleigh before, so I was curious about this capsule, but I didn't have much feeling. But now Fieth told him, this thing can store a warship? The concept is different. That's right, Fieth nodded confidently. Seeing Fieth so confident, the look on Kizuru's face was overjoyed. This thing is really amazing. Doesn't this mean that you don't need to carry a lot of things with you when you go out? Tell me how to use this thing, Kizuru asked. Fieth introduced Kizuru how to use it, and Kizuru couldn't wait to start the experiment. Deposit 3 bottles of Mutai upgraded version, and then take them out. It's also 7 in and 7 out, and it's a lot of fun. In fact, Kizaru doesn't really care about loading a warship. What he cares about is that he will be able to bring more alcohol and cigarettes on assignments in the future, instead of keeping them in the office all the time. This is simply an artifact, and there is no need to worry about the task taking too long in the future. Kizaru was in a very happy mood. After storing the wine and cigarettes in the storage space, he put the all-purpose capsule into the kabuto with satisfaction. Only then did he continue to look at Feith. This time, Feith didn't wait for him to see that he was already taking out the last thing. Kizaru watched Feith take out a door, intrigued. No need for Kizaru to ask, Feith directly introduced, this thing is called the arbitrary door, any door. Kizaru became even more curious when he heard the name. What's the use of this thing? This door can be used wherever the user wants to go, as long as the user has the destination in mind, and then opens the door. It's very simple, and there are no distance restrictions. As long as the door is not closed, as many people as you want to enter, you can enter. After Kizaru heard the words, his expression was very wonderful. Shocked, surprised, unbelievable, and a little suspicious, and so on. Where do you want to go? And there is no distance limit. This is simply a fantasy. To be honest, Kizaru wasn't too surprised at first. After all, he has seen a person in the CP who has the ability of the door fruit also has a similar ability, but there is a distance limit. And this arbitrary door has no distance limit, which is the most incredible. Another point is that as long as the door is not closed, people can enter indefinitely. This is called an arbitrary door, and it is beyond the scope of Kizaru's understanding, so don't be too miraculous. Is there really such a magical thing in the world? The magic of the arbitrary gate made Kizaru, who Feith believed in, a little suspicious. Feith is already quite experienced by looking at the customer's face now. Looking at Kizaru, who was silent and lost in thought for a long time, Feith knew that Kizaru had doubts about his words in his heart. Feith smiled and said, Admiral doesn't believe it, why not try it? Kizaru thought it was reasonable, so he simply came to any door. Turning his head to look at Feith, he said, as long as you have your destination in mind and open the door, it's that simple. Feith laughed. That's right. It's that simple. Kizaru nodded lightly, stopped uttering a word, and stretched out his hand to open the door. The door opened, and an office came into view immediately before Kizaru's eyes. Kizaru looked at the familiar office, his body stood on the spot for a long time, and he didn't move for a long time. The eyes under the yellow sunglasses are already flickering with shocking light. As soon as the door opened, he came to his own office. And such a long distance, just want him to gently open the door? At this moment, Kizaru didn't even notice that the yellow sunglasses were tilted. It's unbelievable. This is more convenient and faster than his sparkling fruit. This is simply an artifact of catching fish when performing tasks. Furthermore, with this artifact, doesn't it mean that you can sleep a little longer when you go to work? Can you check in at work every day? As a fishing and messing boss, he naturally thought of these usages first. However, as an admiral, Kizaru quickly thought of the true heaven-defying usage of this artifact called the arbitrary gate. That's a terrible strategic use. Feith just emphasized one point, as long as the door is not closed, as many people can enter as many people want. This is when the notorious pirates in the second half of New World are not paying attention. Use any door to directly lead to their lair, and fight a blitzkrieg. Wouldn't it be possible to catch those big pirates by surprise and make them scream? At this moment, Kizaru's wretched eyes burst out with brilliance. This effect can be imagined. If Marshal Sengoku knew that there was such an artifact, it is estimated that the resourceful general will laugh from ear to ear. This time it is a big profit. Kizaru felt that even if there were no follow-up prizes, having this random door was very worthwhile. Kizaru would snap back to his senses, back off happily, and then close the door to continue. Aside, Feith hurriedly discouraged, Admiral. This random door has only 3 chances to be used. You've used it once now, and there's only 2 left. Where you can reach, you still need the user to have been there before, otherwise you can't reach it. As soon as Kizaru heard it, he immediately showed an expression of, I'm not open, I'm angry. He said with dissatisfaction in his tone, why didn't you tell me such an important thing in advance? Cause me to use such a precious opportunity. Kizaru felt a heartache in his heart, only 3 times, why didn't you tell me earlier? Tell me sooner and I'm sure I won't waste a precious opportunity on this. Feith sneered, Admiral. You just didn't believe me, would you believe it if you didn't try it yourself? Kizaru thinks Feith's words make sense, and if he doesn't try it, he really doesn't believe it. But it still hurts so much. After all, this is a wasted opportunity. As for what Feith just added, Kizaru doesn't really care about that. You have to go there before you can use any door to reach your destination. Kizaru didn't say anything anymore. He used the universal capsule to store things. After the artifact was opened, he carefully put the universal capsule into Kabuto. Then he looked at Feith again and said, since this lottery draw is over, I still have something to do here, so let's go first. That said, but in my heart I want to go back and enjoy it. After all, I now know that Rayleigh is not trying to make a big move, just to draw a lottery. It also has little impact on Marine. After a pause, Kizaru said, I'll come to the lottery again, come here to see if I'm there when I'm okay. Feith responded. By the way, Kizaru urged, don't provoke that old man at will, he is not a simple character. Feith said in his heart, of course Lao Zi knew that the old man was not easy. Not only that, I can talk to you about the 5,000 years of history of the pirate world. Feith responded repeatedly, the attitude should be as obedient as possible. Kizaru nodded in satisfaction. From this point, it is not difficult to see that Kizaru's attitude towards Feith has changed somewhat, and he attaches great importance to Feith. Okay, you are in Sabayati Archipelago, pay attention to your own safety, and wait for me to come and draw. Seeing that Kizaru was about to leave, Feith quickly added, that's right, Admiral. Kizaru stopped when he heard the words and turned to look at Feith. Admiral, you can introduce other people to come to my lottery, and each time you introduce a new person, you can get a 50% chance to draw a lottery. When Kizaru heard it, he couldn't help but become interested. Asked, what level is this 50% off lottery limited to? Feith laughed, elementary, intermediate, or even advanced. It's up to you, Admiral, to decide what you mean. Kizaru's eyes were sharp, and he cocked his mouth, yo. You are really good kid, not bad. In the future at Marine, if you encounter any difficulties, just report your name. I can guarantee that something like that will never happen. Feith knew that Kizaru was referring to his boss just now. Feith pretended to be delighted and thanked, thanks Admiral. Kizaru waved his hand, indicating nothing. He was a Marine Admiral, a soldier, and no one would say anything. No one dared to say anything. Okay, if I have nothing to do, I'll go first, Kizaru said. Feith said goodbye to Kizaru, and soon Kizaru turned into a flash and disappeared into the alley. Feith couldn't help but be overjoyed when Kizaru left. This time, when Kizaru went back, I didn't know if I could bring a few customers here. Aokiji, Akainu. Forget it, Summit War is the most real, absolute justice, and there is no room for a grain of sand. If it's true that Feith has contact with Rayleigh, then it's over. Sengoku, Garp, Chagu, and Momuzagi, the slender beauty, Hina is also good, hee. Feith thought happily. Looking forward to what kind of customers Kizaru will bring next time. After restraining his thoughts, Feith's more important thing now is to digest the harvest this time. In this world where the strong are like clouds, fist strength is king. A woman or something will only affect the speed at which she draws a knife. So Feith is inspired to become a demon fruit power. Leaving aside distractions, Feith began to take out all the remaining intermediate physical strength pills, and then took them. Feeling the crazy increase in physical strength, Feith's eyes collapsed with brilliance. Sure enough, the effect of the intermediate stamina pill is different. After several times of stamina improvement, Feith thinks he can live in an internet cafe for 48 hours now and still be in good spirits. Then, it was the promotion of attribute points this time, and the harvested attribute points had a total of 75 points. This made Feith extremely excited, because it meant that his attribute points had reached 100. New abilities can be unlocked. Feith expects Conqueror's Haki, and with that expectation he starts to add points. Armed color, 50 seeing color, 13 physical skills, 5 marine 6 styles, 0 swordsmanship, 0 this time. Feith's harvest is 75 attribute points. The 30 attribute points were simply thrown on the armament Haki attribute. Armed color, 80. There's a reason Feith likes armament so much, because even if there is no ability, no strong sight, no strong swordsmanship, no strong conqueror's Haki, the armed color is powerful, and it can also become a hegemon. Reference Marine Heroes, Garp. Feith went on to assign 7 attribute points to seeing and hearing, and 15 points to physical skills. With such a distribution, Feith has obsessive-compulsive disorder and wants to make the attribute points reach an integer. Seeing and hearing color, 20 physical art, 20 at this moment, Feith just felt that his heart was suddenly enlightened and much more comfortable. Feith thought for a while, then added 10 stat points to Marine 6 styles. Marine 6 styles, 10 added to Marine 6 styles. It's also the result of Feith's thoughtfulness. After all, something like swordsmanship has not been promoted to the top level, and it is of no use at all. In this case, it is better to add it to the Marine 6 styles. In addition to Iron Body, the other 5 styles are quite useful. Especially Moonwalk. Feith, who came from the ordinary world, likes this skill very much, because he can fly. Even if the attribute points have not been added, Feith's strength has been greatly improved this time. Just when Feith was thinking about adding points, suddenly the system's voice sounded, congratulations to host's total attribute points reaching 100, unlocking new abilities. Congratulations to host for obtaining, String Fruit, ability. String Fruit? The system ignored Feith's surprise and continued, the next moment to unlock new abilities is, the total attribute points reach 500. Although he did not get the Conqueror's Haki that Feith had been waiting for, Feith was not too disappointed. String Fruit is Shishabukai's ability, and when developed to a certain extent, it is also an extremely heaven-defying devil fruit ability. Not only can it affect the surrounding matter into white lines, but it can also release the birdcage that covers an island, and it also has the power of a line clone to repair the powerful function of the heart. The most important thing is that this ability relies on the line to achieve flying. Flying into the air is every man's dream. At the same time, Feith also has a surprise, that is, reaching 500 attributes can unlock new abilities. Does that mean that new Devil Fruit abilities may be unlocked in the future? Thinking of this, Feith suddenly became excited. He also doesn't have to worry about whether the double Devil Fruit ability will make him explode, because the ability that the system rewards him is not the ability he gets by eating Devil Fruit himself. Originally, Feith also planned to add the remaining attribute points to other attributes. But now that the String Fruit ability is unlocked, Feith simply adds a little bit to the String Fruit ability. String Fruit 1. When Feith improved the ability of String Fruit, a skill that had never appeared in his mind instantly appeared. String Fruit ability 5 Color Strings. It can release transparent silk threads on its 5 fingers, and when it makes a move, it can grab the enemy like claws. The speed is fast and the damage is high, which makes it hard to guard against. Once it encounters an opponent, it can form the ability to cut. If you are weak, you will be crushed by 5 color strings like eating chop fruit. The reason why it is called 5 color strings is that when combined with Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, it can form an addition to the line, and each line will form a different color. Feith's eyes lit up. This is a good skill. With his current armament color, he also has a certain combat power. There will be no problem with at least one Rear Admiral. Feith was in a good mood and added all the remaining attribute points. After all, in just 2 days, his strength has grown from a cannon fodder soldier to that of Rear Admiral. Correct. An idea suddenly popped into Feith's mind. Now that I have the ability of String Fruit, will I become a landlubber? Feith was a little unsure. After all, it was given to him by the system, and he didn't eat Devil Fruit by himself. Wait for a chance to try. Feith was thinking about these things when a familiar bell rang. This is the bell of Marine Convergence. Feith's eyes moved. In fact, he didn't want to pay attention, but thinking that there was nothing to do right now, he simply went to gather. However, that speed is the same as shopping. Sabayati Island Archipelago, on a clearing. The bells for Marines Assembly had stopped, and groups of Marine soldiers had already lined up to listen to their superiors. At this moment, Feith walked slowly, holding a drink in his hand. This cozy and laid-back appearance is in stark contrast to the solemn and serious atmosphere of Marine today. It was more than 10 minutes after the meeting, which meant that Feith was more than 10 minutes late. This made the Marine soldiers who saw Feith couldn't help but whisper, "I'm going?" The Feith guy was so late. This time he will definitely be criticized again. Yeah, the boss has always targeted him everywhere, and now he has been caught by the boss. I'm afraid that this month's salary will be lost. Quiet and quiet. What's the noise? The boss yelled at the soldiers. One more word, all wages will be deducted this month. For a while, everyone shut up. In this dangerous world, only a small part of the ordinary people who choose to be Marine are for the so-called justice, and most of them are actually for money. Because life is forced, otherwise who would be such a dangerous profession? The so-called penny stumped a hero. Everyone shut up, but their eyes still fell on Feith. As a soldier, there are not many ways of entertainment on weekdays. Watching others get scolded and punished is also a kind of fun in itself. No way. Eating melons and watching dramas is also a kind of human nature. Except for some comrades who are better than Feith who are a little worried, the others are basically gloating and waiting to watch the show. They felt that Feith would definitely be beaten this time. The most taboo thing in the military is the lack of discipline. However, everyone just watched the boss who was still yelling at them with anger just a second ago. The next second, with an attentive, flattering smile, rubbing his hands, he came to Feith. Nodding and bowing to Feith, it was like a dog licking after his beloved goddess. For a time, all the soldiers had a thought in their hearts. What's happening here? Why is the boss of yourself and others so respectful to Feith's subordinate? When everyone saw the expression of their boss, it was when the boss came to inspect. At that time, my boss had this expression. However, Feith ignored her boss. Just ignore it? This made a soldier's face look stunned. However, in the face of Feith's ignorance, the boss still showed a flattering smile. He bent over to follow Feith's side, and said with a smile, "Feith, have you finished talking to Kizaru Admiral? You know, it's very quiet here now, although the boss's voice is not very loud." However, the soldiers present still heard it. For a time, everyone's eyes widened, and the shock on their faces reached the extreme. What did the boss just say? Feith just talked to Kizaru Admiral. I'll go. I won't say I heard it wrong. Can a soldier he be able to talk to Admiral? No wonder the boss is so attentive. By the way, shouldn't Feith be Kizaru Admiral's illegitimate child? How else could a minion talk to Admiral? Yeah, shouldn't it? Kizaru Admiral, then. The soldier gave his colleague an expression that you understand, and continued, and Feith is so handsome. A group of Marine soldiers talked a lot, as if the netizens in the previous life saw something that made their jaw drop. Feith nodded lightly while drinking his drink. It's over. By the way, there is a high probability that we will continue to talk with Admiral tomorrow. Before Feith could finish speaking, the boss immediately said, Feith, you can leave your post at any time, or else, you don't need to patrol in the future. After you punch the card every day, go do your own thing. I'll send you the same salary. After speaking, the boss laughed and rubbed his hands more respectfully. As long as you help me stand in front of Admiral, just say a few words of kindness. Even a sentence will do. The words of the boss made all the Marine soldiers extremely envious. Originally, they thought about eating melons and watching a play and having fun, but now they are worried. You don't need to patrol, you can get your salary as long as you punch the card at work? This treatment is the dream of every Marine soldier. Everyone looked at Feith's eyes, and they both loved and hated. But no one dared to say anything. After all, Feith is an existence who can talk to Admiral, and Feith's status is not something they dare to provoke. Naval Headquarters. Marshal bowed down. At this time, the atmosphere in the conference room was solemn, and there were big bosses sitting around. Marine Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, Veteran Tsuru, and 2 Admiral, Akainu and Aokiji. This time, after Blackbeard was sentenced to leave the Whitebeard Pirates, they formed a pirate group, Aokiji said. Fire Fist Ace has gone to hunt, soon Blackbeard and Ace should meet, and a big battle should break out. I don't know what the final result will be. On the side, Akainu's voice sounded, and he snorted coldly. No matter what the result is, the battle between pirates is also a good thing for us. Better to lose both. Everyone talks about the recent hot search, Blackbeard and Ace. After a long time, the meeting was over. In the silence of everyone, Garp, who was Vice Admiral, was the most heartless and said, after such a tense meeting, it would be nice to have a pot of wine now. It also makes me relax. The crowd remained silent. Aside, Sengoku gave him a cold look and said, Garp, it's working time now. As Marine, you have to be ready for any challenge, so how can you think about drinking? Garp ignored his immediate boss, Sengoku. As a peer, as a figure of the same period, he has this qualification. At this moment, a tall figure appeared at the door, and walked in with a wretched face. Everyone looked and saw that it was Admiral Kizuru. When Sengoku saw Kizuru coming back, he couldn't help but ask, so soon? Isn't Rayleigh doing the Sabayati Island archipelago? If Rayleigh did it, Sengoku didn't think Kizuru would be back so soon. Kizuru said with a crooked mouth, the Sabayati Island archipelago thing is done by Rayleigh. But Rayleigh isn't doing anything big, it's just a petty thief to get a little money. And he's still very sensible, choosing to attack other people, not celestial dragons, so the Sabayati Island archipelago is just a trivial matter. When everyone heard this, their expressions were strange. Rayleigh releases Conqueror's Haki, just for some money? Are you kidding me? However, since Kizuru said so, then the incident in the Sabayati Island archipelago can be regarded as the end. As long as the celestial dragons weren't threatened, Marine didn't bother. Besides, Rayleigh has already retired, and it is not worthwhile to dispatch Marine's precious military force for a retired pirate. It is possible that in the end, Rayleigh will not be captured. At this moment, Garp asked curiously, Kizuru looks at you as if you were very happy, why is that? I remember that you used to look like you were bitter and hated when you were on a mission, but today it's a little abnormal. At this time, everyone began to really focus on Kizuru, but today's Kizuru seemed very happy, as if something good happened. The 2 closest Admiral, Akainu and Aokiji, also smelled a unique smell on Kizuru. It smells like smoke, but it smells different from the smell of smoke. This smell is a kind of soul-stirring feeling. After people smell it, there is a kind of lingering. The 2 couldn't help but look at each other, and couldn't help but see the twinkle and desire in each other's eyes. For a moment, everyone looked at Kizuru. Kizuru originally wanted to make a fortune in silence and enjoy it alone. However, I suddenly thought of Feith's words before leaving, introducing one person to come, and each person gets a 50% discount. I couldn't help but think that everyone present was Marine's big boss, and they didn't care about money. If this was introduced in the past, wouldn't I have received a 50% discount several times? Thinking of this, Kizuru also decided not to hide it, and told the truth to everyone present. Actually, this time, Rayleigh, the old-time powerhouse, will make such a big move in order to trade with a kid and draw a lottery from him. Everyone's expressions were startled, and they became strange again. Kid? Lottery? What is this about? Sengoku asked, what's the situation? Tell me more. Actually, it's a little Marine from the Sabayati Island archipelago who accidentally won the demon fruit power of the lottery fruit. As long as you spend some money, you can use the ability lottery, 20 W Bailey, 200 Bailey, 2000 W Bailey. The amount of money varies. The more money, the higher the level of the lottery, and the better the prizes. I just drew the intermediate lottery, and I have to say that what came out of this lottery is really heaven-defying. There was a hint of aftertaste in Kizuru's wretched expression. However, all the Marine bosses present were a little stunned. Lottery fruit? What the hell kind of power is this? Why haven't you and others heard it? Seeing everyone's expressions, Kizaru couldn't help but smile. I'll show you, and you'll know the magic of the prize. After finishing speaking, he took out an all-purpose capsule from Kabuto. This is one of the prizes I just drew, actually. The expressions of everyone were still puzzled and puzzled. Kizaru didn't explain, okay. Immediately pressing the button, the Vice Admiral capsule was thrown into an open space under the puzzled eyes of everyone. With a bang sound, Maotai and Huazi appeared on the ground. This scene immediately surprised everyone present. Veteran Crane stammered, what's the situation? Garp opened his mouth and said, all these things appear out of thin air? Aokiji, who has always been lazy, couldn't help but stare straight at it and exclaimed, Shugoi, powerful. Although Akaina's face was not obvious, he was extremely surprised and couldn't help asking, what was that just now? As the resourceful general, Marshal Sengoku pondered for a while and said tentatively, could it be that that little thing just now can hold other items that don't match it? Kizaru saw that his thing surprised everyone present, and he couldn't help but feel happy and satisfied. With a flamboyant look on his face, he said, that's right. This thing is an item that can store things, called a universal capsule. According to that kid in the lottery, this palm-sized capsule can fit into a giant warship. Although I haven't tried it, I think it's very likely to be true. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. First, it was Kizaru's trust in that kid. Kizaru didn't try it, but chose to believe what the kid in his mouth said was true. Second, is this palm-sized thing able to fit into a warship? Everyone was in disbelief. Sengoku excitedly said, Kizaru, give me a try. The Marine Technology Department has developed similar things before, but they all ended in failure. Kizaru handed the capsule to Sengoku and told him how to use it. Sengoku did as Kizaru said, and then threw it towards the desk beside him. Everyone's eyes are on the universal capsule and move as the universal capsule is thrown. With the sound of bang, everyone's expressions changed. I saw, with the sound of bang, the office in front of him disappeared. Then Sengoku picked up the universal capsule and threw it out again, and the desk appeared intact again. Sengoku's eyes lit up. He took other things to test, vases, books, calligraphy, etc. Except for people, everything was able to be retracted freely. All the Marine bosses present were amazed and shocked. In the crowd, Vice Admiral Crane said, this is simply an artifact. If it is used in the field of military strategy, Marine strength and efficiency can be improved by dozens of times. Sengoku took over, yes, that's what the Marine Technology Department thought at the time. Fort, gunpowder, firearms, and warships can be stored in a small carrier. Then it appeared in an instant on the battlefield, and the enemy was caught off guard, and this was absolutely suppressed by firepower, and the enemy had no power to fight back. Nehi suffered from technical bottlenecks and could not be researched, so this experiment was put on hold. But I didn't expect this thing called a universal capsule to appear now. Sengoku spoke with excitement in his eyes. The eyes of everyone present also flickered. This is definitely a weapon in military strategy. Everyone present took turns trying a universal capsule, and they praised the convenience and practicality of this thing. And Sengoku continued to ask Kizaru, besides this universal capsule, did you draw anything else? On the side, Aokiji, who had already played with the universal capsule, heard the words and said, the cigarettes and alcohol you put out at the beginning, if I'm not wrong, should be one of the prizes, right? After all, Aokiji had never seen such a strange package of tobacco and alcohol. Aokiji is a wine lover. What wine have you never seen before? Kizaru smiled, yo. Aokiji is right. Alcohol and cigarettes are also among the prizes. Akainu couldn't help frowning after hearing the words, just cigarettes and alcohol, and this all-purpose capsule, there's nothing else? Kizaru chuckled, of course there are others, but don't worry, I'll tell you about the tobacco and alcohol now. This is not simple tobacco and alcohol, this is the best. All the famous wines and famous cigarettes in the world are eclipsed in front of this, the difference between heaven and earth. Forget it. These cigarettes and alcohol can't be simply described in words. Give you a sip and you'll know. Saying that, Kizaru picked up a bottle of wine and opened it in front of the Marine bosses. In an instant, the aroma of the wine spread out and plunged into everyone's nose. For a moment, everyone just felt that it was absolutely wonderful, and the aroma of this wine was fascinating and invigorating. Akainu himself seemed to be beating up the four emperors, and the feeling was indescribable. Garp seemed to see his grandson Luffy listen to him and be a Marine. Sengoku and Tsuru are also immersed in the aroma of the wine. On the side, Aokiji stood up with a squeak. The eyes that were usually full of godlessness flashed brilliantly at this moment, and he was extremely pleasantly surprised. As a wine lover, he knows very well that this wine is absolutely superb. Aokiji was about to take the Mutai, upgraded version, that opened the bottle cap in Kizaru's hand, but was dodged by the latter. Kizaru said, yo, drinking is fine, but not a whole bottle. You must know that this is a bottle of 200 W Bailey. Even if you are unlucky, you may not be able to get tens of millions of Baileys. so each person can only take a sip. With that said, a small Mutai wine was poured for everyone. Sengoku wanted to say something, but Aokiji took the lead and drank it. The next moment, his eyes widened, as if he had been stimulated by something. At this moment, Aokiji's face should be more excited, and he should be more energetic, changing the decadent appearance of the past. Excellent, simply superb, Aokiji said excitedly. When everyone saw his appearance, they all wanted to move their lips. Garp drank it in one gulp, and golden light flashed from his eyes instantly. This wine made him feel incredible, and his whole body felt extremely cool. It's a lot more enjoyable, and many times more comfortable, than seeing Luffy and Ace as Marine Admiral. Akainu also drank it in one gulp, and instantly his eyes widened like everyone else. The best, the best. This kind of feeling is even better than that of him beating Roger the Pirate King alone, but it should be the fantasy of beating rocks. However, he was calm and restrained his gaffe, but despite this, his eyes were still fixed on Moutai and Kizaru's hands. There is a sense of dissatisfaction. Sengoku saw everyone showing a relieved expression, and he couldn't take it anymore. Regardless of how he scolded Garp for wanting to drink just now, he just drank it. For a moment, the resourceful general was also immersed in the beauty of Mutai. Finally, there is the veteran Crane, a former female marine who doesn't like drinking, but it really couldn't resist the aroma of the wine, so I tried to take a sip. After drinking, the old marine, a woman who didn't like drinking, was startled. She wants another drink. No, another bottle. This wine is completely different from other wines, Tai Chi. At this time, Aokiji recovered from the beauty of the drink. After all, there was only a small glass, so the feeling didn't last long. He looked at Kizaru and said, "Give me another cup." After Kizaru heard the words, he immediately waved his hand to refuse. "No, at most, a small cup per person. Don't look at how big this wine bottle is, it seems like a lot, but in fact, the amount of wine in it is very small. You have another cup, and I don't have it." After hearing the words, everyone showed a disappointed expression. This wine left them unsatisfied, even for Cranes. At this moment, Akainu coughed and said, "Where's the smoke? Didn't you say there are cigarettes in the prize?" For Akainu, he prefers smoking to alcohol. Kizaru chuckled, "Smoke is the same, only one per person." With that said, he opened the package and handed each one a Huxia flower. Come on, everyone. If Feith was present, he would definitely be reminded of an emoji from his previous life. Everyone took the cigarettes, only Akainu frowned when he saw Hanako. Ordinary cigarettes? He usually smokes cigars and has no interest in ordinary cigarettes. Because the taste of ordinary cigarettes is not strong enough, for him, ordinary cigarettes have no taste at all. Kizaru smiled without saying a word, waiting for Akainu's reaction. Although I don't like smoking ordinary cigarettes, the drink just now made Akainu have a strong interest in this cigarette. He held the cigarette in his hand, then lifted a finger, which instantly turned into hot lava. After lighting the cigarette with his fingers, Akainu took a sharp puff. At this moment, among the three generals, the serious admiral, who had been stern, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Akainu took a sharp breath, and then his eyes widened. Originally, he thought it was ordinary cigarettes. He didn't like it, and it was a bit boring. However, after taking a sip, Akainu no longer had any unpleasant thoughts. This smoke is strong enough. Stronger than he smokes a cigar. But the key is those cigarette incense, which is simply an unprecedented experience. Akainu felt that this feeling was as if he had beaten the four emperors, One Piece, and others all by himself. Cool. This is an experience like never before. Fabulous. On the side, Aokiji looked at Akainu's expression with a strange look in his eyes. Smoking a cigarette makes Akainu so mad? Is this smoke so powerful? Could it be more powerful than that wine? Aokiji took out the lighter and lit the cigarette that Kizaru had given him. Aokiji took a light breath, and in the next moment, Aokiji also suddenly widened his eyes. The smoke curled up, and Aokiji only felt as if he was lying on the crystal-clear lake, closing his eyes comfortably. Surrounded by beautiful scenery, frivolous like a little girl's jade hand, helping him knead, while he closed his eyes and rested. It's all so wonderful. This smoke is strong enough. Aokiji, a person who likes to drink more, felt that the cigarette was not much worse than the wine at this time. Recovering from the smoke, Aokiji begged Kizaru for a drink. Kizaru reluctantly agreed. Aokiji took a gulp of wine, although he took a puff of smoke. Tobacco and alcohol, Aokiji only felt as if he was going to fly. Refreshing to ultimate. Kizaru's eyes lit up when he saw Aokiji, who was about to become immortal. This is to unlock a new pose. Yes indeed. Why didn't I think that Huazi with Mutai? I have it in the world. For a while, the wretched admiral laughed excitedly and immediately followed Aokiji's way. Smoking and drinking. This double feeling made Kizaru tremble all over, and he was hooked. Aokiji, you made me experience a better feeling. Akainu, who was on the side, saw that both of them looked like rising immortals, and couldn't help but feel envious. For the first time, Akainu and Kizaru also asked for a small glass of wine. Renlian immediately followed suit, 1 drink and 1 cigarette. Shun's double experience made Akainu unable to hold back his exclamation. Cool! It's so cool! Ha ha ha! Akainu laughed out loud. There is such a wonderful feeling in the world. Alcohol is domineering enough, smoking is fun enough, and now the combination of domineering and fun is like going to heaven. Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru didn't like smoking, and looked at the three with fascinated expressions. While drinking, the three of them were speechless. However, there was a touch of envy in the silence. Forget about Kizaru and Aokiji, after all, they are not serious on weekdays. Mainly because I didn't expect that even Akainu, who has always been stern and serious on weekdays, would be so rude. Showing this enjoyment, it is about to ascend to heaven. This really surprised the three of them. If a soldier comes in now and sees 3 admiral like this, then what? The impact is very bad. Sengoku coughed lightly. Everyone, you are admiral, the representative of our marine's external combat power. Pay attention to your posture and words and deeds. Enjoy it, but it's work time. However, Garp on the side took the opportunity to secretly take a sip of wine. Sengoku saw it out of the corner of his eye, and cursed inwardly. This be asterisk 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 D, are you taking your own words as deaf ears? However, he was too lazy to bother with Garp. After all, Sengoku thought he would be mad at him. When everyone present returned to normal, Sengoku continued, although tobacco and alcohol are good, but also enjoy the taste, the meaning is not very big. But the all-purpose capsule that Kizaru came out with at the beginning did have a very important meaning. If it can be owned in large quantities, it can definitely increase marine strategic strength. This time, Kizaru really brought us a lot of surprises. I'll give you a raise this month, Kizaru. However, what Sengoku didn't expect was that Kizaru waved his hand directly. No no no. Seeing Kizaru wave his hand, Sengoku frowned a little puzzled. What? Is there anything better than a universal capsule? Kizaru chuckled. That's right. You haven't seen the real good stuff yet. The strategic use of the universal capsule is a younger brother in front of this good thing at the end. After everyone heard the words, they felt a little unbelievable. And the good stuff? And the strategic use of the universal capsule is a little brother in front of this good thing? Sengoku's mind was racing, trying to figure out what it might be. However, he still couldn't imagine what it would be like. Seeing everyone, Kizaru looked curious and puzzled. He smiled and said, I'll show you now. After speaking, he threw the universal capsule in his hand, and the next moment, the sound of bangs sounded again. Immediately, everyone saw a door appear. Everyone looked at the pink door with doubts on their faces. Garp was a little speechless, and he scolded Kizaru, is this what you said? Can't you unlock some special hobby? Have a girlish heart? Or is it that this door is harder than ordinary doors, and you are not afraid to check the water meter if you do bad things? Others are also full of doubts, because this door does not seem to be anything special at all. It is an ordinary door that can no longer be ordinary. Kizaru crooked his mouth and smiled, it can't just be seen on the surface. Don't rush to a conclusion, you will find out later. Kizaru looked at everyone and asked, is there any place you want to go most? The crowd was even more puzzled. Well asked, where are we going? Does this have anything to do with this door now? Although it was incomprehensible, Kizaru was admiral. Since he asked this question, everyone would naturally give him face, so everyone said where they wanted to go. Garp chuckled, I don't have anything in particular that I want to go. If there's one thing to say, it's East Blue, go back to Speed Town. I haven't gone back for a long time recently, and I don't know what happened to those people in my hometown. Aside, Sengoku also chuckled after hearing the words, I also want to go back to my hometown to see. It's been a long time since I went back. Every time I want to go back, I have work to do. I don't know if those people have forgotten me. The two veterans, their hearts are naturally their hometown. The so-called old people have memories, and young people have dreams. What Akainu said was different from the nostalgia of the two veterans. He said solemnly, if possible, I would like to go to Wanakuni. Akainu's reason for wanting to go to Wanakuni is also very simple, that is, to go to the lair of the 4 Emperors Kaido. Akainu's voice was cold, the B************ D Kaido came to our naval headquarters several times to make trouble. If there is a chance, I have to go to his lair to make trouble once. While speaking, the usual majestic Akainu returned. Everyone knows that this is how Akainu behaves. There is no room for a grain of sand in absolute justice. Then, it was he, who was also a veteran, who said, I no longer have any relatives. When the strong woman said these words, there was no sympathy in her eyes. She smiled lightly, but I just received a mission, but I have to go to the branch to investigate. Finally, it was Aokiji's turn, the admiral back to his languid look. He said, I'm going to dress Rosa. No reason, just a simple sentence. Kizaru listened carefully to where everyone wanted to go. He opened his mouth and said, Marshal, Garp, and Crane Vice Admiral, where you want to go, you can actually take the time. Because this time we want to experiment, so I won't take your experiment. Where Akainu and Aokiji want to go doesn't make much sense. It's just that no one from Wanakuni in our marine has been there at all, because there are restrictions, so there is no way to do it. Finally, Kizaru looked at Aokiji. Dressrosa, Aokiji should have been there. Aokiji nodded. Kizaru crooked his mouth. Okay, then Aokiji will show it to everyone. Aokiji, you just need to think about where you're going and let this door open. After everyone heard the words, they were even more puzzled. Why think about where you're going and then open the door? Is there any point in doing this? This world limits the imagination of people. Lazily, Aokiji yawned and got up. Originally, he felt so stupid and didn't want to do it, but for the sake of alcohol and cigarettes given to him by Kizaru just now, he did as Kizaru said. Seeing that Aokiji was already holding the doorknob, Kizaru reminded, remember, you must think about where you are going, otherwise it will not work. Aokiji didn't answer, with a lazy expression, and then opened the door handle. As any door was opened, a strong light shot in. I saw that the door is a world different from the office. Everyone looked at it and recognized at a glance what this Zintayandi was. On the other side of the door, he ran as Dressrosa's peer. Aokiji froze in place, holding the doorknob for a long time. When the others saw this, they all showed extremely shocked expressions. On the other side of this door is Dressrosa. It's really hard to imagine what's going on here. Devil Fruit's ability can't do it like this, right? Seeing the stunned crowd, Kizaru was so shocked and surprised when he thought of his first time, and couldn't help feeling overjoyed. He crooked his mouth and said with a smile, this is not a link, Dressrosa. It's according to the user's idea, where you want a link, where you want a link. For example, both the Marshal and Garp Vice Admiral want to go back to their hometown, and the Crane Vice Admiral wants to go to the branch. These are all accessible, anywhere, as soon as you open the door. There is no distance limit. As for Akainu's Wanakuni, because I haven't been there, I can't talk about it. This is the only limit in this door. When everyone listened to Kizaru's introduction, they were all stunned, as if they were listening to the Arabian Nights. Simply outrageous. Can you reach anywhere, without any distance restrictions? The only limitation is to have been there? However, the impact of this limitation is not very large. Artifact. Simply an artifact. If this sends marine spies to Wanakuni, doesn't that mean that naval headquarters can lead directly to Wanakuni? Akainu Octavia caught this, and he quickly asked, right. Kizaru, is there a limit to how many people can enter and exit this door at a time? This is also an extremely important point. Hearing this, Kizaru immediately reacted, right. Forgot to say this, as long as the door is opened, it will not be closed, and as many people can enter and exit as many people want. For a time, everyone's breathing couldn't help but increase, and the expression should be as wonderful as they are wonderful. The eyes were all shining brightly. What does this mean? This means that it is an absolute killer in military strategy. This will completely change the way of warfare in the past, and marine strategic deployment will usher in an earth-shaking change. Kizaru laughed and said, everyone, why don't we go over and take a look? The right to use this door is only 3 times. I used it once, Aokiji used it once, and only the last time is left. You can't waste this opportunity in vain. As long as we don't close the door, we can come back at any time, just relax. Everyone was also very interested in this door. After hearing the words, they naturally did not refuse. It's just a few steps, and when I want to come back later, it's just a few steps. Why not? When everyone thought of this, they all walked into any door with curiosity. Feel the change of the 2 worlds inside and outside the door. Everyone just felt amazing, and their mouths kept amazed. This door is really amazing. As long as you step into the door, it is a span of tens of millions of kilometers. Devil Fruit, which is known as the devil fruit that can obtain demon power after eating the fruit, is not so magical. Yeah, I feel like I'm dreaming now. However, it's a pity. Sengoku walked at the front of the crowd, listening to the discussion of the people behind him. He said, only the door has only 3 chances to use it, and now there is only 1 left. The number of times is too small, so unless it is extremely urgent, it cannot be used easily. When everyone heard it, it was a pity. In this way, it means that it cannot be used in military strategy, because there is a limit on the number of times you should save it. And when everyone shut up and looked around, Akainu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. He caught a sea area. Next to the pier, a giant pirate ship is docked, and the pirate flag on the ship flutters in the wind. The flag on this flag is all too familiar to marine executives. This is the banner of the Beast's Pirates, the overlord of the second half of the New World, one of the 4 sea emperors. Others also discovered the pirate ship and couldn't help looking at it, then frowned. Garp, Sengoku, Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru, and Tsuru also have distinct personalities. Soon, the people on the pier found them too. People in the port after seeing the three admiral, as well as Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp and Veteran Crane, they all widened their eyes, and some even screamed. Some of the pirates were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Isn't this Doflamingo's territory? How did Marine appear? There are no Marine warships around here. Where did these people come from? And it's unbelievable that every single one of the top Marines is there. Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, 3 Admiral, and Veteran Crane. Everyone was terrified. What's happening here? It turned out that the Marine bosses came out in full force. However, at this time, Akainu and others did not put their minds on these little pirates at all. After seeing the pirate ship of Kaido of the Beasts and contacting Dressrosa here, everyone knew one thing. This is trading artificial devil fruit? Dressrosa, in the palace. Inside the main hall, Doflamingo is entertaining Jack the Drow. The two had just finished the transaction and were enjoying a big meal. Jack's voice was domineering, and he laughed. Doflamingo did a great job, this time back. Captain Kaido will be very satisfied. Doflamingo chuckled. It is an honor for our Don Quixote family to be able to cooperate with Kaido. I just hope we can work together for a long time. Of course. Jack chuckled and put a big piece of meat into his mouth. Then he continued, no one can do better than you, the Dark Underground Emperor. Just as the two were talking, a Beast's pirates capable person hurried in. Captain Jack, Captain Jack. The man ran out of breath, with a look of horror on his face. Captain Jack, something is wrong. Jack turned his head to look at the man with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. In a panic, how can you look like a member of my Jack subordinates? Jack said in a bad tone. Doflamingo, who was beside him, didn't say a word, but was ready to watch the play with a smile on his face. After the capable person heard the words, he still did not dare to neglect and said, Captain Jack, this time is really a big deal. The man swallowed. Port, Marine Admiral appeared in port. As soon as these words came out, Jack stood up with a swoosh, while Doflamingo, who was planning to watch the play, also stood up. The two of them said in unison, what? Why does Dressrosa have Admiral coming? Is this news true? Doflamingo narrowed his eyes under his sunglasses. The capable person under the Beast's pirates nodded. It's true. The first time I saw it, I rushed to report it. After Jack the Drow heard the words, he snorted coldly. Is this Marine getting the news? Then send out Admiral trying to stop me. With a disdainful smile, a mere Admiral dare to stop me from trading. Who is Lao Zi? Courting death. There was no fear in Jack's face at all. On the side, Doflamingo's eyes under the sunglasses flashed a strange color, and then he said, calm down, Jack. It is not known yet the purpose of Admiral's visit, and it is not known which Admiral came. Make it clear first, and if you can avoid conflict, try not to have conflict. After Doflamingo finished speaking, he looked at the capable person under the Beast's pirates who reported, which Admiral is this time? Doflamingo had a hunch that it was probably Aokiji. Over the years, he was the only one who secretly investigated the matter. Doflamingo prefers Aokiji, and he dislikes Akainu the most. If it is Akainu, the situation is much more complicated. As for Kizaru, this admiral probably doesn't bother to care about these things. The capable man had calmed his breathing, spoke much more fluently, and said, it's not one admiral, but all 3 Marines and 3 admirals are here. Not only the 3 Marine admiral, but also the Marshal Sengoku, the Hero Garp, and the Crane Vice Admiral. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. Doflamingo's family members all widened their eyes in disbelief. What's the situation? Are you sure you read it right? Marines high-rise came out in full force? How can we Dressrosa? How can we get all the top Marines out? This is the new world, and Naval Headquarters is on the Grand Line, so it's unbelievable. On the side, Jack the Drow, who had just made a bold statement, was a little confused about this matter. Why is there so much Admiral here? Plus, with Marine operating on such a scale, they were bound to get news. And Jack was pretty sure he didn't get any news. How did Marine appear silently at the dock? But now the situation is in crisis, and they cannot be allowed to think about it. Doflamingo made a decisive decision, used the string fruit ability to soar into the air, and headed for the dock. Damn it! It's a little troublesome now. Doflamingo quickly thought about a solution, and soon came to the dock. From a distance, you can see a group of Marine executives. After all, the dock is empty now, and only these big guys are there. What is that? The sharp-eyed Doflamingo immediately spotted a pink door behind Marine's upper floors. At this time, the door stood in the open space of the dock, which was extremely strange. And through the door, you can clearly see that the inside of the door is a different scene from the outside. It seems to be in a room. This incredible scene surprised Doflamingo in his heart. What's the matter with this door? It seems to be, the Marshal bows down? Doflamingo vaguely saw the sheep in Sengoku, and he was sure it was Naval Headquarters. In other words, which door did the admirals come through? Grunt. Doflamingo's throat rumbled. The thought made him a little unbelievable. However, I am not thinking about this matter now, but I have to deal with the bright things in front of me first. No more wanting Doflamingo to quickly fend off Marine's top brass. Doflamingo forced a smile and said, "It's really rare. A lot of great people from naval headquarters actually gathered in Dressrosa, and it's a shame." In the face of Brother Ming's courtesy, everyone did not say a word. Among the crowd, only Akainu snorted, "Doflamingo, why are the ships of the beasts pirates here?" Doflamingo was about to say he didn't know. Aokiji said lightly, "Is this a trade in artificial devil fruit?" Doflamingo's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, Marine had been secretly paying attention to this all the time. However, he is now Shishibukai, Marine's top soldier, which is recognized by the world government. Even a marshal cannot easily take action against himself. Simply Doflamingo started to play stupid and laughed, "Aokiji Admiral, Akainu Admiral, I don't even know why the beast's pirate ship is here. Even if I knew, I wouldn't dare to stop it, wouldn't I? Those are the dignified four emperors. As for the artificial devil fruit you're talking about, I don't know that. I won't do anything illegal." This sentence made all the Marine executives laugh. Garp laughed and said, "If you don't break the law, Doflamingo, then no one in the world is breaking the law." Akainu also snorted coldly. However, he was grumpy, but he couldn't tolerate a pirate ship parked beside him for a moment. I saw one of his arms turned into rolling lava, and then aimed at the pirate ship of the beast's pirates. Doflamingo wanted to stop it. However, both Aokiji and Kizaru looked at him with a sneer. Kizaru crooked his mouth and said, "Marine is doing business, it's not even your little Shishabukai's turn to intervene. If you dare to move, even if you are Shishibukai, we can shoot at you." This leaves Doflamingo helpless. He had to watch Akainu use his melting berry ability to destroy Jack's pirate ship. With a boom sound, Jack's pirate ship turned into a billowing flame, and the lava devoured the giant pirate ship little by little, become a pile of bonfires on the sea. In the distance, Jack, who was secretly observing the situation, saw this. His eyes were split. His burly body jumped out and roared at the Marine executives, "Since you dare to destroy my Jack ship, court death." When the words fell, two scimitars appeared in his hand and rushed towards the Marine executives. Doflamingo saw that Jack brought someone rushing over, and wanted to fight Marine, the highest combat power. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Originally, things were not as bad as they had imagined. Now that Jack came out, things would get out of hand. This idiot. Fool. Doflamingo's expression became extremely ugly, and he cursed inwardly. Kizaru looked at Jack, who was rushing towards him and the others, and couldn't help but said with a crooked mouth, "It's really scary." However, he said it was terrible, but he was the one who took the lead. He directly used the 8-foot realm and turned into a beam of light and came to Jack. He cocked his mouth and laughed softly. "Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light?" As he spoke, he scratched his chin with his index finger. The soles of his feet were already shimmering with golden glitters, kicking towards Jack's waist. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and Jack was kicked upside down by Kizaru and flew out. It hit a house on the coast, followed by the sound of houses collapsing one after another. The rest of the little guys saw this, their faces changed drastically, and they wanted to escape, but they were frozen by Aokiji's use of Ice Age. There is no resistance at all. Against a lineup like Marine, even Kaido of the Beasts is hard to resist here. Aside, Doflamingo looked at all this, and asked with a dark face, "What is the purpose of your visit this time? Anything else popping up in this place?" This point, Doflamingo is very concerned about. He had an undercover agent in Marine, and Marine was dispatched on such a scale, he should have known, but he didn't know anything about the matter. Under the sunglasses, Doflamingo's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Sengoku and asked, "What the hell is going on with the door behind you? Your visit this time has something to do with this door?" Sengoku didn't answer, and as the marshal he didn't need him to answer Doflamingo's question. Akainu said in a cold tone, "Doflamingo, stop talking nonsense. Hand over the artificial devil fruit or destroy your palace in Dressrosa today." Doflamingo's face was gloomy. He said lightly, "I know the secret of Celestial Dragon's national treasure. You dare to touch me?" This time, Sengoku spoke, with a smile on his face. "Doflamingo, I advise you to be more interesting. We don't care about the secrets of national treasures. This is Celestial Dragon's business, not our Marine's business." On the side, Garp picked his nose and said lightly, "If they don't support our Marine, or we don't care about them." Sengoku coughed. "Garp, be careful what you say." Garp made a stunned expression. "Oh, that's right. These words can't be said nonsense." He looked at Doflamingo and said, "You didn't hear what Doflamingo said just now." Doflamingo's face darkened even more. He knew very well in his heart that he had no means of negotiating terms with this group of Marine executives. "Don't think about it." In the distance, Jack's roaring voice was heard again. "I will never give you Kaido-sama's artificial devil fruit." This time most of the man-made demons were on board and were swept away by Akainu. If that's giving the rest to Marine, he'll be doing nothing this time. At that time, when he goes back, Kaido will surely quell his anger. So he has to defend the artificial devil fruit to the end. I saw him transform into a giant mammoth. This is his devil fruit ability. Ancient species, mammoth form. However, it didn't take long before he was easily subdued by Kizaru again. 3 Calamities Jack is still no match for an admiral. Unless there is a top vice like Marco. Kizaru kicked Jack away again, and he said with a crooked mouth, "You just lie on the ground and stay." Doflamingo sighed inwardly. Faced with the presence of all the marine executives, he and Jack were simply not able to resist at all. Besides, this time, there is a violent temper at Kainu. This one doesn't care about the overall situation. To make him unhappy, just give you a lava bath. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and handed over all the remaining artificial devil fruit. Soon, several high-level marines couldn't help laughing after they got the artificial devil fruit. Sengoku was the most delighted. This time, he not only poked Doflamingo's majesty, but also seized a batch of artificial devil fruit. Go back. You can't stay here too long, or there will be no one at naval headquarters. Sengoku opened his mouth. Everyone also had no opinion, and followed Sengoku slowly towards the random door. Doflamingo watched as the big marines walked through the pink door as it closed. This pink door disappeared out of thin air. Doflamingo and the others were extremely surprised when they saw the pink door disappearing in place. Well, what's going on here? Devil fruit ability? It shouldn't be. Among them, only Garp has no devil fruit ability, and Garp can't eat devil fruit. Besides, even if it is devil fruit ability, it is impossible to use naval headquarters to come to our Dressrosa, right? In that case, how heaven-defying is this ability? Doflamingo frowned, stepped forward and looked closely at the pink door for a while. Nothing special was found. He had just observed that the one who closed the door was Kizaru, who was walking in the back. However, Kizaru is already a demon fruit power, and it is impossible to have a second devil fruit power. If you look at it this way, then it is very likely that this door is a prop. Thinking of this, Doflamingo's face was gloomy and terrifying. It seems that there may be something very interesting in Marine. This matter must be taken seriously. After all, if Marine comes to its own territory once every 3 days, how could Doflamingo take it? We must let Fergo find out about this door. Meanwhile, naval headquarters, the marshal's house. Inside the house, there was a sound of everyone laughing. This door is indeed many times better than the universal capsule. Yeah, with this door, it is simply invincible, go wherever you want. Artifact, no doubt. Sengoku also happily interjected, with this door, we Marines can suppress New World in the future. I used to suffer from a long journey, and it was too difficult to start a teacher and move a crowd. Now that we have this door, the 4 emperors, the big pirates, the natural disasters at sea, all are not a problem. As long as we let one person step on the spot first, even if we use any door to go there. Sengoku thought of a future without pirates. At this time, Kizaru interjected, this arbitrary gate is indeed magical, and it is an absolute artifact in military strategy. But don't forget, this door has only one last chance to use it. When you're done using it, it will disappear. After that, Kizaru hurriedly used the universal capsule to recover the arbitrary door. Immediately, put the universal capsule into the kabuto. Everyone didn't say anything when they saw it. After all, it was Kizaru's own money to win the lottery. At this time, Crane Vice Admiral asked, that's right. Kizaru, you said before that these things were won by lottery from a kid? Kizaru nodded, that's right. Who is that kid and what's his name? Can he continue to draw the lottery again? This made everyone curious. Yes, who is that kid? Could he still get such a miraculous thing there? If it is possible, doesn't it mean that it is enough to just go to the lottery? Kizaru didn't give a shit, he smiled and said, this kid's name is Fief. It's an ordinary soldier. He claims to be a lottery fruit person. Everyone was a little surprised. The power of the lottery fruit is something that everyone has heard from Kizaru before. Devil fruit has a variety of abilities, and there are all kinds of abilities. Although there is a devil fruit illustrated book, there are actually many unrecorded devil fruit abilities. No one thought about it. To everyone's surprise, this kid was actually a small marine soldier. How did the little marine soldier get the devil fruit ability? So lucky? And this devil fruit ability is too special, right? To be able to pull out such a miraculous thing. Everyone listened to Kizaru for a while. Every time Kizaru said something, everyone's faces became more and more surprised. After Kizaru finished speaking, Akainu immediately wanted to find Fief. However, it was stopped by Sengoku. Wait. Akainu looked at Marshal Sengoku in confusion, only to hear him continue, it's not just about tobacco and alcohol these days. There are a lot of magical things involved. Universal capsule, any door, a blue pill that can improve the strength of the strong. Just take out one of these, and it's an artifact that will make other powerhouses in the world snatch their heads. so we have to keep a low profile and only Rayleigh and we know about Feith at the moment. It's the best situation at the moment, the less people know about it, the better. Aside, Garp picked his nose and said, "Why is it so troublesome? If you don't want the matter to get out, just send someone to tie that kid here." Everyone was stunned for a while when they heard the words, "Is this really possible?" Akainu, the simple and rude admiral, agrees, "That's right. As long as you are tied to naval headquarters, even if the news spreads, others will have nothing to do." However, Kizaru waved his hand and said with a crooked mouth, "This is not acceptable." Akainu frowned and asked, "Why not?" People are also puzzled. It's a bit unruly to tie it up, but it's the best way Marine can control that Feith. Besides, Feith is also a Marine, working at naval headquarters, which every Marine dreams of. Kizaru cocked his mouth and explained, "That kid told me before. His abilities are currently only available within the Sabayati Island archipelago. Once you leave Sabayati Island, the archipelago is unusable." After seeing that kid with such magical abilities again, I wanted to bring him back at first. Naturally, this is what Feith said when he fooled Kizaru. After hearing the words, everyone in the audience looked at each other. Speechless in my heart. Will Devil Fruit's abilities be restricted by regions? Real or fake? Everyone present was a high-level Marine, and their abilities were limited by the area. This was the first time I had heard of it. At this time, he opened his mouth and said, "It's not impossible. This lottery fruit is not recorded in the Devil Fruit pictorial book. Maybe it is a relatively special devil fruit. It's not impossible that there will be restrictions. Compared to this, devil fruit ability is even rarer than Logia." For a time, everyone fell into contemplation. I think what he said is quite reasonable. Currently known devil fruit is divided into 3 series: Paramecia, Logia, Zoan. No matter how you look at this lottery fruit, it does not belong to any one department, and it may also be a special species of Paramecia divided into 3 series. With the ability to draw such heaven-defying props, it is also possible that there are limitations. People don't have to worry about this anymore. Kizaru continued to add with a crooked mouth, "Besides, that kid Feith is now a member of our Marine. If our attitude is too tough, it's not very good." The crane echoed, "That's the truth. After all, that kid named Feith is young now, and young people naturally don't like to be restrained." "That's right." Kizaru nodded. "So I think we should change the way we get along and be nicer to that kid. In this way, he will be willing to work for us Marine. Once we upset Feith, he came to naval headquarters and didn't give us the ability to use it. It doesn't make any sense to us either." After Sengoku, Garp, and Aokiji heard the words, they couldn't help but nodded slightly, feeling that it made sense. Even Akainu, who has always been serious and old-fashioned, agreed with Kizaru. After all, what Marine wanted was the magical items Feith had drawn. If he and others made Feith unhappy, and he didn't give Marine a lottery, it would be worth the loss. Lost any meaning. Feith is now everyone's favorite. Whether Marine can achieve the key point of suppressing pirates, he must be given preferential treatment, not rough treatment. After briefly unifying their opinions, Sengoku took the lead and said, "Since that's the case, let that kid stay in the Sabayati Island archipelago for a long time. After all, his abilities can only be used on the Sabayati archipelago. I'm going to see the Sabayati archipelago tomorrow. Firstly, you can meet that kid and learn about the situation by the way. Second, you can also draw a prize to see if something magical can happen again, an artifact in favor of our Marines' military strategy." I kinda nodded. "I'll also go and see that kid's magical ability. I want to see it with my own eyes. Furthermore, I still have 3000 W of Bailey's savings, and I keep it, so it's better to smoke some useful things. Maybe it can lead to the base camp of the 4 emperors before." Of course. One more thing Akainu didn't say. That's why he wants those cigarettes called Huazi. Kizaru no longer intends to give them cigarettes. However, after Akainu smoked 2 Huazi, he was still a little unfulfilled. He feels that smoking his favorite cigar now has no taste at all. Very boring. Aokiji said lazily, "I'm going to see it too. Although I only have 1000 W Bailey's savings, it's enough for several lottery draws." On the side, Garp asked, "Marine Admiral's salary is quite high, why do you only have 1000 W Bailey?" Aokiji said in a low voice, "Take it all to buy wine." When he said this, Aokiji regretted it. If I had known today, I would not have spent so much money on wine. Since he just drank the mutai that Kizaru gave him, he only felt that all the famous wines he had drunk over the years were fake. In the past, he thought those wines were the best, but now, these famous wines are garbage in his eyes. Only Mautai is the best and the king. Restraining his emotions, Aokiji asked, "How about you, Garp Vice Admiral?" Aokiji and Garp have a good relationship, and they used to be one of Garp's subordinates. Garp grimaced, "I don't have any money on me. I originally wanted to borrow it from you, but I didn't expect you to only have 1000 W Bailey." Aokiji pretended not to hear. He only has 1000 W Bailey, and he can only draw 5 times. How can he loan it to Garp? However, Garp wasn't too discouraged, he said, although I don't have any money, I want to join forces tomorrow. It's a first look at the market. Garp decides to go out and hunt some pirates these days if it really makes his heart beat. Veteran Crane immediately expressed his desire to go. I'm going too. I want to see what kind of magical ability the lottery fruit ability is. It feels more miraculous than my washing fruit. As for Kizaru, he still has a 50% discount, of course he's going. Sengoku originally thought it was easy for people to be exposed, but everyone wanted to go, and he wanted to go too. It's not good to ask anyone not to go, it can only go together. Tomorrow, we will go to the Sabayati Islands as a group. As for the exposure, just avoid the crowds. With the strength of these marine powerhouses, it is still very simple to avoid the crowd. Soon, a group of marine executives discussed Fitha's affairs and Blackbeard's and Ace's affairs for a while, and then dispersed. What they don't know is that what they discuss will determine a war of enormous magnitude. As for the direction of the war, with the addition of Fith, a traveler, what will be the difference, even Fith does not know. Meanwhile, Sabayati Island Archipelago. Shuki has already drank the upgraded version of Mutai, and also experienced the universal capsule. She smoked a cigarette and played with the palm-sized universal capsule in her hand. After a while, he said with emotion, I have to say, the items drawn from Fitha's kit are really magical, and it is very practical, it is simply the best in the world. Compared to my dress-up, this all-purpose capsule is not too much. Rayleigh was tasting the upgraded version of Mutai, and immediately became unhappy after hearing this. Not to mention too much? How is it possible that your cross-dressing camera can only be cross-dressing? Compared to my all-purpose capsule, the gap is too big. You know, my all-purpose capsule can hold a giant pirate ship. Watching Shuki stay silent, drinking, Rayleigh couldn't help raising his eyebrows and said earnestly, hey, don't drink so much wine, just drink ordinary Mutai. My Mutai upgraded version is only a few bottles. Shuki still ignored Rayleigh, only giving Rayleigh a sideways glance. Afterwards, he smiled and said, I don't want to drink ordinary Mutai. Since drinking the upgraded version of Mutai you brought back, how can you still like to drink ordinary Mutai? Rayleigh wanted to say more, but Shuki choked before he could speak. Rayleigh, you are also a dignified Pluton, why do you need to know as much as this little girl like me? Rayleigh's mouth twitched, still a little girl? Do you want a face when you say this? But thinking of Shuki's 20-year-old appearance, Rayleigh chose to shut up. Shuki continued to laugh and said, you can get more money, and then come back with a little more Mutai upgraded version? If you can, get a big ticket and see if you can get something better than the upgraded version of Mutai. This sentence made Rayleigh think, that's right. Even if you drink a little less, the upgraded version of Mutai will always be finished. We must make more money, so that we can reserve some more upgraded versions of Mutai. In addition, I have tried both primary and intermediate lottery draws. Next time, it's better to be able to draw a 2000 W. Bailey's Advanced Lottery. Presumably the prizes will be even better. In the pub, Shuki was drinking and smoking a cigarette, and so Rayleigh's thinking, and then showed a happy expression. Just know what he was thinking. He must be thinking of continuing to make a big ticket and then go to Fith to draw a lottery. Rayleigh is not afraid of anything, and Shuki is worried that he will attack celestial dragons on the spur of the moment. Involuntarily, he let out a puff of smoke and said, Rayleigh, you'd better take it easy lately, even if it's a wealthy businessman, it's best not to touch it. Rayleigh came back to his senses and frowned at Shuki. Shuki took another breath and then continued, I recently received some news that after you scraped the money last time, Marine's reaction was quite violent at the job settlement. It is said that even Admiral was dispatched. Shuki laughed and said, don't get the money and get into a lot of trouble. If you go to jail, you won't be able to drink any alcohol. Rayleigh was taken aback for a moment, very surprised. He was obviously very restrained, and he didn't choose to start the celestial dragons. He didn't expect Marine's reaction to be so violent. Rayleigh didn't doubt Shuki's words at all, because Shuki's intelligence was extremely accurate, which was one of her strengths. Suddenly, Rayleigh's eyes flashed, and he murmured, no wonder I sensed an unusual aura during the day. Oh? Shuki looked at Rayleigh, Admiral? Rayleigh shook his head, I don't know. After all, the Sabayati Island Archipelago is the final place to enter the New World, so the breath of the strong appears from time to time, so I don't care too much. Furthermore, I was in the lottery at the time, and I was even more excited and didn't pay attention. Now that I think about it, there's a high probability that it's Admiral. Shuki chuckled, let's take it easy lately. I can vaguely smell the coming storm. Blackbeard has defected. The Four Emperors Whitebeard will definitely not let Blackbeard go. In addition to the recent emergence of super rookie pirates from all over the world, at the juncture of the old and new eras, it always feels like something big is about to happen. Rayleigh waved, I don't care too much about these things, after all, I've retired. Shuki chuckled, looked at Rayleigh, and said nothing, and Rayleigh didn't speak again. Now that he has found a little fun in life, it is of course impossible for him to stop. However, if there is a disturbance and Marine is staring at it, it will indeed be a little troublesome. Since stealing money is too conspicuous, then grab some people who are not conspicuous. Sabayati Archipelago where pirates gather, all kinds of pirates have. In that case, trouble the pirates and exchange their heads for money. The next day, somewhere in the Sabayati Archipelago, "This uncle, I really only have this amount of money," a pirate said tremblingly. At this time, his nose was blue and his face was swollen, and no part of his face was intact. And the person standing in front of the crying face is Pluton Rayleigh. At this time, the pirate's face was full of fear. All around him, all his subordinates fell to the ground, and they didn't know whether they were alive or dead. "I just offered a bounty of 500 W. Bailey, it's really worthless. Please spare my life. All the 1000 W. Baileys in the bag are for you." The pirate kept begging Rayleigh for forgiveness. He just saw with his own eyes how the old man in front of him slaughtered the pirate with a bounty of 30 to 40 million Bailey. It's too terrifying. The old man in front of him is not something he can deal with at all, so he can only take out all his assets in order to save his life. Rayleigh chuckled, "That's right. Take it out earlier, you don't have to be so miserable." After he finished speaking, he took Bailey in the hands of the little pirate, ignored him, jumped away, and went to Feith excitedly. This time, Rayleigh is in a good mood, and this time he has a very good harvest. He suddenly felt that robbing pirates was the best way out. After all, he would get the money and not worry about being targeted by Marine. As for the pirate's revenge, he is Pluton Rayleigh, and he is not afraid of these little pirates at all. Soon, Rayleigh came to the familiar street and saw the familiar alley in the distance. Rayleigh couldn't contain his joy. This time he wants to have a high-level lottery, and he doesn't know if he can get good things. Rayleigh is looking forward to it, hoping to draw a better motai. But when he approached the alley, his face changed slightly, and he couldn't help frowning. How is this going? He noticed a few unusual breaths, and no matter which breath was very powerful, he could basically be on par with him. This made Rayleigh stop immediately, and immediately found a high place nearby to lurch. Yesterday, Shucky's advice Rayleigh had listened to in his heart, so he didn't dare to act rashly, intending to see the situation first. At the heights, Rayleigh looked away. Feith's familiar figure was quickly captured. After all, the tall man in his early 1.90 centimeters is still very conspicuous in the Sabayati Island archipelago, especially in marine clothes. However, it wasn't just Feith's figure, there were several figures in concealment beside him. The 6 people were all hidden under black robes, but strong eyes like Rayleigh could immediately see who these 6 people were. Suddenly, Pluton Rayleigh's eyes widened. He said in disbelief, how is this possible? 3 Admiral, and Sengoku, Garp, and Crane. Rayleigh just felt incredible. How did these people come? And still out together? Marine's mobilization of this scale is very rare. It was originally to destroy the rock situation. Naval Headquarters has dispatched all high-level personnel. Now, however, these high-level executives appear collectively in the Sabayati Island archipelago. Is this to catch me? Rayleigh's idea was quickly denied by himself. Although he used to be One Piece's deputy, Marine would not be so aggressive in order to catch his retired pirate. But soon Rayleigh had a rough guess as to what was going on. The 6 hidden identities of the Marine executives, who were rarely targeted, were Feith. It seems that the kid's magical lottery ability has been exposed and was known to the top of Marine. Thinking of the heaven-defying abilities of Feith's prizes would alarm Marine executives, Rayleigh felt perfectly normal. This is a bit of a hassle. Will that kid Feith be taken away by the pirate executives? Rayleigh's face gradually darkened. Rayleigh pondered. But seeing Garp, Sengoku, and other high-level Marines came here hiding their identities, Rayleigh thinks Feith is probably safe for now. But since these people have come, they must be trying to find out Feith's truth. Once they really think about Feith's lottery items, it is very likely that they will be taken away. Rayleigh thought of this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he secretly made up his mind. Once the Marines dared to kidnap Feith and use tough tactics, he would take action immediately. For the upgraded version of the top-quality motai, as well as the 50% discount on the lottery, even if he entered the sight of Marine executives again, he would not hesitate. It seems to be a good fight for my old bones. Rayleigh couldn't help but chuckle. If that's the case, he can also try the intermediate physical strength pill he took before. How much improvement it has brought me. Thinking of this, Rayleigh was even more determined. Once Marine wanted to kidnap Feith, he was bound to stop it. Feith cannot be attributed to Marine. In the alley, Feith is paddling by himself. In fact, it's not a paddling. Now he punches his card at work every day, and he can move freely without patrolling at all. Feith is in a good mood for such a free salary. At the same time, he is also looking forward to whether someone will come to the lottery today, preferably a big dog. At this moment, the light at the entrance of the alley was blocked. Feith looked at the shadow on the ground, his eyes moved, and his heart was overjoyed. He came to the Gold Master. However, when Feith looked up and saw several people under black robes, his eyes widened. heart shocked to the extreme. I go. What's the situation? These are all big figures, the big guys in one piece. Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, Crane Vice Admiral, and Sans an Admiral. Feith was so shocked that he almost screamed, but he forcibly suppressed it. Looking at Kizaru among them, he greeted himself with a crooked mouth and a smile. Yo, kid, we meet again. I brought a lot of people this time. Feith smiled back on the surface, but he couldn't help but complain. Lao Zi asked you to introduce someone, but he didn't ask you to bring all the top Marines. This ability to bring people is simply outrageous. At the same time, Feith was also surprised that Marine paid attention to his raffle items. Clearly, Kizaru must have shown his raffle items after returning to naval headquarters. Although the appearance of several Marine executives made Feith feel a little uncomfortable at this time, he still felt more joy in his heart. This means that you can earn a lot of the difference later. This harvest might allow him to unlock new abilities once again. At this moment, someone came humming a tune at the entrance of the alley. The person here is Feith's boss, the guy who flattered Feith yesterday. At this time, he was in a good mood, and he was still carrying a beautifully packaged gift in his hand. As soon as he came to the entrance of the alley, he shouted, Feith, Feith, my dear Feith, are you there? Hearing this, Feith smiled bitterly. Why, every time the big Marine comes, this guy just happens to come. Sengoku, Garp and others did not say anything. Feith responded, I'm here. After hearing Feith's voice, the boss was very happy. So you are talking inside, who are these people? Block the alley and let people in? Get out of the way, do you know who I am? If you don't want to be arrested, just get out of the way. The boss cursed angrily, waving his hand to push the black-robed men away. Feith resisted the urge to laugh out loud and stood by to watch the play. Pushing one of the black-robed men away, there was a way, and the boss walked in. With anger and scolding on his face, D. I told you to get out of the way, Lao Zi is on this street. However, when the boss still saw the face of one of the black-robed men, the voice stopped abruptly. His face was instantly pale, sweat poured out like raindrops, and his voice trembled to the extreme. Juan, Kizaru is big, Admiral. Kizaru cocked his mouth and looked down at the Marine subordinate, with a smile that was not a smile, with a lowly and wretched expression. The boss swallowed and looked at the other men in black robes subconsciously. In an instant, he was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out of his mouth. His eyes widened, unbelievable to the extreme, shocked to the extreme. What did I see? Before me are Marshal Marine Sengoku, two other admirals of the 3 Admiral, Akainu Admiral, and Aokiji Admiral. Although the last two are not high-ranking, they are also very influential in Marine. Hero Garp, Veteran Crane. For a time, the boss only felt that the world was spinning, and until now he didn't know why he encountered such a scene. Why are these Marine bosses here? Could it be that they all came to find Feith? For a time, his status for Feith increased again. It seems that I underestimated Feith yesterday. I'm afraid this guy is not at the level of celestial dragons, right? Otherwise, why let so many Marine bosses come forward? However, the current boss can't think about it so much anymore. He just made a rude remark to Marine's top management, and this is going to be the end. His Marine uniform was soaked with sweat. He knelt down and cowed out again and again, my lords, my subordinates just don't know Mount Tai. I'm disrespectful to the lords, and I ask the lords to forgive me. He continued to kowtow while begging for forgiveness. However, the Marine bosses on the opposite side didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. After all, for them, this person in front of them is simply too small to be small. Second, they came here in secret this time, in order to conceal themselves, so they didn't want to participate too much in some things. Sengoku, the marshal, was the first to speak. What's your name? My subordinate is Rosid, the leader of the Marine team. Sengoku nodded, not wanting to waste time on him, and said coldly, this time we're traveling in secret, and we don't have the same knowledge as you. You just need to know a little and forget what you're seeing now, understand? Yes. Marshal, this subordinate must keep this secret. The boss responded repeatedly. Out of the corner of his hand, looking at Feith watching the play, he has respect, envy and fear just like watching a big boss. It was clear to him now that Feith's identity and status must be extraordinary. I am afraid that it is a descendant of celestial dragons, and I have nothing to do to come to Sabayati Archipelago as a Marine and experience life? Soon, the boss was called away by Sengoku. This boss, who was already frightened with weak feet, breathed a sigh of relief and left the alley with trembling. Originally, he was here today to give a gift, hoping that Feith could say something nice for himself. But now, he just wants to go home. Too frightening. This little episode passed quickly. As soon as the boss left, everyone ignored him. Everyone looked at Feith again and asked, I heard that you can draw a lottery. Feith said in his heart, isn't this nonsense? Can't draw, where does wretched Admiral come from so many good things? Although he was complaining in his heart, on the outside, Feith had a smile on his face, neither humble nor arrogant, that's right. Admiral. By the way, Feith also explained the rules of the lottery. Different price points will draw different prizes. The higher the level, the better the prize. At the same time, he also gave everyone a shot, and took the lead to inform the Marine executives that there would be some time off in the lottery. This can't be blamed on my wuss-signing behavior. After all, if I get what I want, and I can't get it as a prize, then I'll pull it off. Akainu is still a violent temper, and when he gets angry later, give me a barbecue, but it will be troublesome. So wuss-signing behavior is necessary. As for Feith's performance of neither humble nor arrogant, this naturally also has Feith's meaning. Now that the top management of Marine are all dispatched, it shows that they pay enough attention to me, so there is a high probability that they will not treat me lightly. In this case, Feith naturally wants to show that he is a person with principles, not a licking dog. Lick the dog, it's easy to have nothing at the end. If this is too condescending, Marine executives will definitely make some unreasonable requests, such as prostitution. Even if they don't have such a mind, but this kind of thing is gradual, and if they don't have it now, it doesn't mean they won't have it in the future. Feith, promises that I PR******cute other people's stuff for free, and I don't allow others to PR******cute my stuff for free. This is my principle of being a human being. After listening to Feith say their own rules, everyone nodded and said nothing. In fact, before coming, Kizaru also told them a general idea. Then, Sengoku said, "Say, Feith, can things like the arbitrary door and universal capsule only be drawn in the intermediate lottery?" Feith nodded, then shook his head again. This made everyone present look at Feith with some doubts. Feith explained, in fact, these magical props are uncertain. For example, elementary lottery draws may also come out of random doors, but the number of times may be less, such as only once and so on. However, there is no doubt that the more advanced the lottery is, the more magical it is. Maybe after the bosses have smoked more magical items, even the arbitrary door and the universal capsule will not be seen. This sentence made Sengoku's eyes flash with fire. It makes sense, such magical universal capsules and arbitrary doors have already appeared in the intermediate lottery. What if this is a more advanced lottery? Will there be more magical props? At this time, Garp's scolding voice sounded, "Feith, 200 W Baileys, 2000 W Baileys are too expensive. With so many of us coming, can't it be cheaper? How about giving us old people a face?" Feith sneered in his heart, "Look at it. This is the first time we meet, so we have to lower the price by ourselves. Now 200 W and 2000 W Bailey are too expensive, and in the future, 20 W Bailey will feel expensive. So, it is very important to show your principles. Besides, as expected of Luffy's grandfather, he is really thick-skinned." Feith shook his head decisively, "Bosses, it's not that I don't give you face, but the price really can't be lowered. Furthermore, you get what you get for every penny, 200 W for one chance to use any door 3 times, or a universal capsule, isn't it a loss?" When Garp heard this, he didn't say anything. At this time, Kizaru said with a crooked mouth, "Feith, you said before that as many newcomers as I bring here, you will give me a 50% discount. This one can't be reneged on. Now I'm bringing 5 newcomers here, and I have 5 discount opportunities." Feith nodded, "This is natural. This kind of discount is counted, but it can only be counted after the newcomer draws a lottery, not a lottery is not counted. If it is said that simply bringing new people over is a discount, of course not. There must be a lottery for new talents. Otherwise, just pull hundreds of passers-by on the street, saying that this is a newcomer. Do you want to give hundreds of discounts? I have to say that when you talk to these big people, you have to leave a snack, or you will be tricked." Akainu took a step forward and immediately said, "Come on. I'll be the first." He handed Feith a box in the black robe and said, "There is a total of 3000 W Bailey in it." Feith's eyes lit up, "Rich man." He took the box from Akainu's hand with a smile, and asked, "By the way, this admiral, what level of reward do you plan to draw?" Akainu said solemnly, "Give me 1 high-level lottery draw, and 5 intermediate-level lottery draws." Feith was a little surprised to hear that. He originally thought that the first time Akainu came, he would try the water first. After all, it's human nature. The other marine high-rises around are also very unexpected. Field Marshal Sengoku asked Akainu, "Didn't you say to test the waters on your way here? First come 15 intermediate draws." Everyone is also curious why Akainu changed his mind temporarily. Akainu's expression did not show joy or anger, and he said solemnly, "What Feith kid just said makes sense. The more advanced the lottery is, the better and more magical props will be obtained. In this way, it will be more convenient and efficient to fight pirates." Everyone was speechless. In other words, are you not afraid of taking time out of an advanced lottery? But everyone did not persuade them. After all, the money belonged to Akainu. He can do whatever he wants to do. Feith was very happy with Akainu being so forthright. Although he looks like he owes him a lot of money, he is decisive, straightforward, and courageous. Feith responded, "No problem. Akainu Admiral, then have 1 high-level draw and 5 intermediate draws. Having said that, Feith silently came up with 2 advanced lottery draws and 10 intermediate lottery draws in his mind. That's a joy in my heart. In my mind, the turntable of the intermediate lottery first appeared, and then it turned. The 10 prizes of the intermediate lottery will be released soon. 3 times are the upgraded version of Maotai, 3 times are the upgraded version of Huazi, 2 times are 15 attribute points, and 2 times are the intermediate physical strength Dan. There are no special props like random doors, universal capsules, or drag cameras. After several lottery draws, Feith also mastered the general rules of the God-level lottery system. Although Maotai and Huazi are consolation prizes, they are all conventional props along with attribute points and stamina pills. The random door and the universal capsule are unconventional props, so the chances of getting them are small. Feith retracted his thoughts, and anticipation rose in his heart. Next up are 2 premium draws. This is Feith's first high-level lottery draw, and I don't know what to get. Feith kicked off 2 waves of advanced draws with anticipation. In my mind, a more high-end turntable than the intermediate lottery turntable appeared. As for what the turntable looks like, it is good or ugly. Feith didn't care at all. All he cares about is the result. Soon the advanced turntable began to turn, and after a few seconds, the ball fell. The anticipation in Feith's heart was at its peak. What could it be? Congratulations, host, you have drawn 150 attribute points. Feith's eyes widened as he listened to the system's voice. I go? 150 attribute points? This advanced lottery is a bit awesome. The primary lottery is 1 attribute point, the intermediate lottery is 15 attribute points, and the advanced lottery, Feith thinks that the probability is around 30 points, and it will not exceed 50 attribute points. However, now it has directly given him 150 attribute points. Feith now has a total of 158 attribute points plus 215 attribute points from the intermediate lottery just now. His attribute points reached 188 attribute points. If you add 150 points now, that's 338 points. That is to say, soon he can reach 500 attribute points and unlock new attribute options. For a moment, Feith was ecstatic. Cow. Now that I think about it, 500 attribute points is not too much. But at the same time as the surprise, Feith was also a little worried. If I come to the attribute point for the second time, how should I explain it to Akainu? Now all the marine executives are present. If the first impression of the high-level lottery makes them dissatisfied, it is very likely that they will not have advanced draws next. Just as Feith was thinking about this, the second ball of the advanced sweepstakes will fell. The system voice in Feith's mind sounded again, relationship host. Get a new weapon, Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto? Feith was slightly taken aback. I heard the sound of the system continue to sound, and introduced, this is the weapon of Shinigami in the world. Of course. Zanpakuto is different from when he was in the world of Shinigami. The system has converted it into an item adapted to this world. Zanpakuto can't be Shikai and Bankai. There are 2 functions, that is energy absorption and release. This explanation made Feith stunned again. He didn't expect that the system could optimize items and make them adapt to this world. Capable of absorbing and releasing energy, in this world with devil fruit, these 2 functions are very heaven-defying. Just like dark fruit, dark acupuncture points can absorb and release substances. On the side, Akainu and Black Robes and other marine executives were all waiting quietly. Seeing Feith's expression froze for a moment, then she showed a surprised expression, and she couldn't help but get excited. Akainu hurriedly said, has something good happened to the kid? On the side, the old fritters Kizaru said with a crooked mouth, yo. Looking at Feith's expression, there is a high probability that something good has happened. Sengoku, Garp, and the others showed overjoyed expressions on their faces. The eyes of everyone looked at Feith even more. Akainu also hurriedly asked Feith. Feith finally got out of his mind and returned to reality. Hearing Akainu's question, he laughed and said, that's right. Admiral, this time something really happened. Akainu's usual expression changed at this moment, and he quickly asked, what is it? Kizaru is also very curious. After all, he has not participated in the advanced lottery yet. Feith laughed and said, bosses, don't worry, good things have to be the finale. Let's take a look at the intermediate lottery things first. Considering that Akainu likes lottery after all, Feith took out 3 packs of Huazi upgraded version and Maotai upgraded version. These 2 things, Feith owns stock, so don't worry about not having them. When Akainu saw it, his expression did not change, and there was a faint light flickering under his stern eyes. After experiencing Huazi with Mutai yesterday, Akainu couldn't stop. The lingering aftertaste, the thrill of ascending to the sky, all lingered in his mind at this time. But later, Kizaru felt sorry for Huazi and Maotai and was unwilling to share. As Akainu, who has always shown his majesty, he doesn't want to ask for it again, but he is reluctant to part. But now he doesn't have to share it with Kizaru, he can enjoy it all by himself. Aokiji said lightly, Akainu, give me a drink first. Aokiji is also nostalgic after drinking Kizaru's drink yesterday. Akaina's expression did not show the slightest emotion. When you finished the lottery and you didn't draw these things, let's talk about it. Aside, Kizaru crooked his mouth and wanted to have a W***re. He opened his mouth and said, Akainu, I gave you 2 cigarettes and a few glasses of wine yesterday, and now let me taste it too. Akainu was reluctant to give up, but he had to open the cigarettes and give each person a Hwazi. In the distance, Rayleigh saw the upgraded version of Mutai that Akainu had drawn, and couldn't help but envy. It would be great if it were mine. If the people in front of them are not Admiral, but Vice Admiral or Rear Admiral, Rayleigh will definitely take action. But now a lineup like Marine, even if he is Pluton Rayleigh, can't resist. You must know that it is only a Garp, a man who is 55-50 with Roger. Alas, at this point, Rayleigh discovered that Akainu was handing out things to other Marine high-rises. Obviously it was a cigarette. Rayleigh couldn't help but move his eyes, and cigarettes. Liquor is top-quality wine, so cigarettes must also be top-quality cigarettes. At this moment, Rayleigh is even more greedy, and now he wants to go down and ask Akainu for a try. He hasn't even smoked a cigarette yet, so he doesn't know how it tastes. Although he doesn't smoke less on weekdays, it doesn't mean he doesn't like it, it's just that he is too lazy to smoke. And Shucky is an old smoker. If Shucky knows this, he will definitely be excited. Seeing the expressions of enjoyment on the faces of the Marine executives smoking cigarettes below, Rayleigh couldn't help swallowing. He hoped that the Marines would leave soon, so that he could draw the lottery. Below, after enjoying Hwazi, everyone couldn't help but feel relaxed and happy, but felt extremely comfortable all over the body. Soon, everyone looked back at Feith with satisfaction. Akainu asked, the intermediate draw is over, what happened to the advanced draw? Feith smiled mysteriously. Affected by Feith's expression, everyone's eyes became more fiery. Feith is very good at grasping the psychology of this group of consumers, and when their expectations peaked, he took out Zanpakuto. The current Feith is too weak, so the weapon does not need to be used for the time being. Furthermore, as mentioned earlier, now that all the senior executives of Marine are present, the first high-level lottery must give them a good impression, so as to stimulate their desire to consume. Don't use a weapon. In exchange for the consumption desire of many major customers, this transaction is very worthwhile. The so-called long-line fishing for big fish. Where can a better harvest come from? Everyone looked at what Feith took out, and couldn't help but be stunned. Knife. Among the crowd, Kizaru, as a master swordsman, was the first to see the extraordinariness of this sword. Yo! This knife is terrible. Feith's mouth is drawn. In the world of pirates, there is no distinction between swords and swords. The configuration of the great swordsman is all famous swords, or the supreme sword. The great swordsman Hawkeye is equipped with the Black Sword Knight, one of the supreme sharp swords. Therefore, Kizaru, who likes to take out the Tiankong Cloud Sword when fighting, is naturally knowledgeable. Soon, Akainu also nodded, yes. I can also feel the extraordinariness of this knife. When Akainu was young, before Demon Fruit Power, he used to be a swordsman with a sword. After obtaining the Devil Fruit ability, he slowly stopped using weapons. Feith introduced the name of the knife with a smile. This knife is called Soul Chopping. No nonsense, Akainu took Zanpakuto from Feith. Starting with Soul Chopping Road, Akainu couldn't help but open his eyes slightly. It's so light, he actually couldn't feel the slightest weight of the knife, as if the knife was part of his body. The blade is slender and black. It's like a ghost in the dark night, killing people invisible. Although the blade is light, it is extremely sharp, and the blade is extremely tough. Akainu's face couldn't help changing, showing joy. Good knife. Good knife. Even if this knife is compared with the Black Knife Knight of the great swordsman Hawkeye, it is not inferior at all. Akainu looked at the crowd, unable to restrain the joy in his heart, and said, 2000 W. Bailey's advanced lottery draw. It is not a loss to be able to draw a weapon that is as fast as the sword. No, it should be a big profit. Even if you have money, you may not be able to get famous swords. It depends on luck and chance. In the distance, Rayleigh looked at the slender black knife in Akainu's hand and couldn't help but wonder, what's new here? It doesn't look like a famous knife. Because of the distance, Rayleigh couldn't see the quality of the knife for a while. Below, everyone listened to Akainu's evaluation, and couldn't help but be surprised and a little unbelievable. Garp, a veteran who only spoke with his fists, said, can this knife be as fast as the Eagle-Eyed Supreme Sword? Garp was in disbelief. 2000 W. Bailey can win a supreme knife, which is too outrageous, right? Akainu didn't explain much. A knife like this, you have to get started to know whether it is good or bad. He handed it to others and asked others to investigate. As Marines executives touched the Zanpakuto one by one, his eyes shone brightly. Really a good knife. I can't feel the weight of this knife, it seems to be one with me. It's hard to believe that 2000 W. Bailey can produce such a superb product. Being able to match the existence of the unparalleled knife, this is simply a bloody profit. Feith sneered in his heart when he saw the comments of the Marine bosses on Zanpakuto. You don't understand the true essence of this knife at all. What makes people really cool is that they can suck and spray. Feith doesn't sell anything, he wants to show the value of the advanced lottery and attract these big dog owners to draw advanced rewards. Bosses, you are all wrong. Feith shook his head with a smile. A group of marine bosses cast a puzzled look. What do you mean? Are we wrong? What's wrong? Feith continued, the real effect of this knife is not in its hardness or speed. The marines didn't say anything, all of them stared at Feith quietly, waiting for his next words. Feith is well aware of the essence of breaking the chapter, and after a few seconds, he continued, the bull of this knife. The power lies in its absorption and release. Feith almost said the bullshit, but fortunately corrected it in time. After all, these big guys couldn't understand. The big guys didn't care that Feith said the wrong thing just now. After hearing them one by one, their expressions became even more puzzled. Crane Vice Admiral asked, Feith, what do you mean by absorption and release? Feith didn't explain too much. Action is the best standard for testing. Otherwise, how would you know if it's important, suitable for you, or not the best? Feith coughed lightly, put aside the thoughts in his mind, and said, Admiral, you use your ability, and then touch this Zanpakuto. Akainu frowned, puzzled. But I didn't ask much, just did as Feith said. I saw that Akainu's arm holding Zanpakuto turned into billowing lava. The scorching hot air wave rushed towards the face, and at this moment the temperature of the surrounding air increased extremely and began to distort. Feith is a little uncomfortable, after all, his strength is not very strong now. As for the others, they all don't care about this heat wave. However, in the next moment, Marines executives all widened their eyes and exclaimed, This knife is actually absorbing Akainu's lava ability, and this absorption speed is too exaggerated, isn't it? Everyone was shocked by the knife, including Akainu himself. His eyes were slightly opened, and he said in disbelief, the absorption speed of this knife has not only not decreased, but it has become faster and faster. It's like an endless abyss. As much as I release, the knife absorbs as much. It's unbelievable. When everyone heard the words, it was even more unbelievable, and they couldn't help but look at Feith. Aokiji asked everyone's doubts, how much power can this knife absorb? Does it mean that there is no upper limit? Feith said, the absorption capacity of this knife naturally has an upper limit, but the average person can't reach the upper limit standard for it. In Admiral's case, it should be possible. As Akainu was continuously absorbed by Zanpakuto with the abilities he released, he also became angry and began to compete with Zanpakuto. I don't believe it, Admiral, can't fill this knife. After speaking, Akainu did not hesitate to release the power of his lava fruit with all his strength. In the distance, Rayleigh looked at this scene in the alley, shocked to the extreme. This knife can absorb Devil Fruit's ability. Originally, he still felt that this knife was mediocre. Even if it was a good knife, it couldn't compare with the famous knife. Now, however, Rayleigh has no such idea. He has seen the famous sword that can absorb Haki, Yen Mo. But the knife that can absorb Devil Fruit's ability, Rayleigh followed Roger and sailed the whole world, never seen it before. Moreover, looking at the amount of absorption capacity of this knife, it is still huge. It's unbelievable. Rayleigh is also a person who uses swords, and he is extremely jealous of this knife. This knife is undoubtedly a nemesis for those who are capable. After Akainu's crazy output for a while, Zanpakuto's absorption capacity finally reached the upper limit, unable to continue Akainu's abilities. Seeing this, Akainu snorted coldly. The corners of his mouth secretly flowed out a touch of pride. This knife was conquered by him, that's all? Although he behaved like this, he did not have the slightest dissatisfaction with the knife in his heart. The same is true for other people. They don't mean to look down on this knife at all. On the contrary, the powerful absorption ability of this knife makes them moved. That is, a powerhouse of Akainu's level can make this knife fully absorbed. Replacing it with any rear admiral, or even the weaker vice admiral, couldn't fill the knife at all. Terrible knife. Aside, Feith laughed, Admiral. Next is the release ability of this knife. Remember to use all your strength, the power is small, and the power released is also small. Akainu nodded, and he jumped out to the port. The crowd stopped far behind. Everyone is staring at the distance, wanting to see how powerful this knife is. Having absorbed such a huge amount of power, I hope I will not disappoint myself and others. When everyone thought so, they saw Akainu posing with a sword. The next moment, Akainu shouted, cut. With this slash, Akainu used all his strength, following Zanpakuto's swing. The knife slashed Wang Ming's voice in the air, and at the same time, the lava power that the knife had just absorbed poured out. With the sound of rumble, a shocking lava slash swept across the sea. In an instant, the sea roared, the sea surface was slashed by the lava, and the sea spread to both sides. The high temperature of the lava contacted the sea surface, and the white mist of Zyuiji rose along with the trend. The white mist billowed, and the sea was chopped open. Akainu looked at all this, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. So strong. In the distance, everyone was shocked. Sengoku exclaimed in shock, this sword is so powerful. Garp's eyes widened, too strong. This is comparable to the slash of the hawk-eyed greatswordsman. Aokiji's lazy eyes flashed with brilliance at this time, it's incredible. Kizaru crooked his mouth and said, yo, my Tienkon Yunjian feels weak. Crane was also taken aback, and murmured, I'm afraid no one can easily take this knife. Even if you take it, you can't be safe. Everyone was surprised, even Feith was a little surprised, this knife is really strong. In the distance, Rayleigh looked at the endless fractures on the sea in the distance, which was beyond shock. This knife is too outrageous, isn't it? He could see it clearly, it was absorbing Akainu's ability, and then releasing it. If it absorbs other devil fruit abilities, doesn't it mean that Akainu can use two abilities when fighting? The stuff produced by this kid Feith is really extraordinary. At this moment, Rayleigh really realized the importance of Feith. Tobacco and alcohol are just consumables. A superb weapon is the most important prize. The waves on the sea surface are rolling, pouring frantically towards the sea surface that was cut out of the abyss. Akainu stood on the port, looking at the knife in his hand. For this knife, he has fallen in love with it. As a user, he clearly knows the power of this knife. At least 5 times the power of his full-strength shot on weekdays, it's terrifying. Wait until Akainu comes back and tell everyone how he feels about using it. Everyone was even more shocked by the power of this knife. Just because of one weapon, how many times the attack of the Admiral class? Akainu, are you sure you're not feeling wrong? Garp asked. Akainu nodded, it can't be wrong. A powerhouse of his level is already very familiar with the assessment of strength. It's too exaggerated. It's too exaggerated. Yo, I want this knife too. Akainu, how about I give you 2000 W Bailey? How about you sell me this knife? Aokiji asked tentatively. Akainu decisively refused, this knife fits my heart very well, let alone 2000 W, even if it is hundreds of millions of Baileys, I will not sell it. For Akainu, what he likes is violent output. And what this knife can do is violent output, which makes him extremely satisfied. With this sword, even in the face of the 4 emperors, Akainu feels that he can fight the enemy alone. Thinking of this, Akainu soon looked at Feith, the dignified, indifferent admiral's eyes turned into admiration. However, the tone was still indifferent to the slightest expression. Boy, your things are really extraordinary. I am very satisfied. On the side, after Aokiji was rejected by Akainu, it was difficult to restrain the restlessness in his heart. He regretted that he was not the first to come. Otherwise, maybe this knife is his own, and he also likes this powerful Zanpakuto very much. However, thinking that he only has 1000 W Bailey spare money, Aokiji felt depressed. He can't draw the advanced lottery. However, since the lottery is coming, it is still necessary to draw. Maybe intermediate prizes also have powerful weapons? Soon, Aokiji handed 1000 W Bailey to Feith, and said lightly, my second lottery. Okay. Admiral. Feith is no nonsense, he took the money directly, and immediately started 10 intermediate draws. Soon, 10 small balls fell from the turntable, and 10 results came out, namely, 3 times for Mautai, 2 times for Huazi, 3 times for 15 points, 1 time for Universal Capsule and 1 time for Intermediate Stamina Dan. Feith looked at these things without the slightest wave in his heart. There are no special items, in order to achieve publicity. Feith decided to take out the most special all-purpose capsules and the intermediate physical strength pills as prizes in the lottery. Combined with 2 bottles of Mautai upgraded version and 1 pack of Huazi, you will get 5 rewards. Feith quickly took out these items and handed them to Aokiji. Admiral, this is your prize this time. Aokiji was originally depressed that he couldn't come to the advanced lottery, but after seeing the upgraded version of Mutai, Huazi and Universal Capsule, he was in a better mood. Just the enjoyment of smoking and drinking, and I have it myself. And there is also a storage item with a Universal Capsule, just like Kizaru. Still very good. Aokiji happily took what Feith handed him. However, after seeing what Feith handed him a blue pill, he was a little curious. He looked at Feith and asked curiously, what is this? Feith was about to speak, but Kizaru was the first to speak. He crooked his mouth and said with a yo, Aokiji, this is a good thing. I've also drawn it before, it's called an intermediate physical strength pill. Intermediate physical strength pill. Sengoku, Garp and others murmured curiously. What's the use of this? Everyone was very curious about this blue pill called the intermediate stamina pill. Is it possible to quickly restore the user's stamina? The resourceful General Sengoku asked. Kizaru crooked his mouth and chuckled, no, Marshal, this blue pill is not used to restore physical strength, but to increase the user's physical strength limit. I've taken it before, even if it's a powerhouse of our level, it's still effective. When everyone heard this, their faces changed slightly, and they felt incredible when they looked at this blue pill. Actually, it can actually raise the upper limit of physical strength at our level. Garp, as a physique master, reacted the most violently. It's too incredible, isn't it? I've never heard of such a thing. Sengoku also had an incredible look on his face. I originally thought it was for physical recovery, but this is the most heaven-defying function I can imagine. I didn't expect it to be more heaven-defying than I thought. As a strong person, who does not know the importance of physical strength? Who doesn't know that after reaching a certain level of physical strength, there is basically no hope of continuing to advance? Garp was still in disbelief, and asked with certainty, Kizaru, you mean, after taking the pills, you don't need to train hard for a long time to directly increase the physical strength limit? Kizaru nodded and said, that's right. After I took it before, the physical limit increased directly. Everyone was speechless for a while. All of them looked at the blue pill in Aokiji's hand, their eyes flickering. After a long while, Sengoku murmured, this is called an intermediate physical strength pill, and it is also the best. If we Marine have enough of these pills, it means we can make many strong ones, just like a physique master like Garp. In the distance, Rayleigh looked at the blue pill in Aokiji's hand. He knew what it was. After all, he had taken it. Wei Wei sighed and said to himself, looking at the expressions of Sengoku, Garp, and the three Admiral, I'm afraid these good things can't be hidden. But anyway, once they're obsessed with Feith, I have to get Feith out. Once Feith is under the control of the naval headquarters, the world will be turned upside down. Maybe the person Roger is waiting for will never appear again. Below, after pondering for a long time, Garp couldn't help but say, does this pill really have such a magical effect? He still doesn't quite believe it. As a top-level expert in physical skills, he knows the difficulty of improving physical strength the most. He has been cultivating for decades, and now he tells him that he only needs to take a pill to improve his physical strength, which makes him unacceptable for a while. Then what is his penance for the past few decades? This is a challenge to Garp's mind. Seeing this, Aokiji didn't say anything, and directly handed the pill to Garp. Garp, Vice Admiral, take this pill for you. Aokiji had a lot of admiration for Garp in his youth, and of course he does now. The veteran, the man known as the hero, has been refusing promotion, staying in the Vice Admiral position just for freedom, because Aokiji is naturally willing to give Garp good things. Garp is also welcome. If you want to take a look, can a small pill really be worth his years of penance? Garp put the pill in his mouth. The surrounding Marine executives all cast their expectant glances, including Kizaru. Kizaru is a demon fruit power, unlike Garp, who is the pinnacle of physical art. Garp's physical strength must be stronger than him. If it is said that it still has an effect on strong men like Garp, then the value of this physical strength pill will continue to rise. The pills popped into his mouth and turned into warm currents that filled Garp's body. Garp's eyes widened. Aside, Sengoku saw this and quickly asked, how? Garp couldn't help but feel the changes in his body. Then he showed a surprised expression. My physical strength limit has really increased. At least this pill is worth my 1 month of penance. Everyone present was even more astonished. In the field of physical skills, Garp was the most powerful, and even in terms of strength, Garp was also at the forefront. Even he can feel the obvious progress, which is enough to prove the superb status of this intermediate physical strength pill. And this is only intermediate. If this is advanced, what about top level? Does that mean that Marine can produce a Rox level superpower? Again, Garp's statement is already very low-key and conservative, at least comparable to a month of penance. There are various accidents in the real penance, such as reaching a bottleneck, which has been unable to break through. Therefore, 1 month is a conservative estimate for the most normal situation. If you really want to count it, it should be counted as a few months. Excellent. Another great item. Garp let out a slow breath, holding back his emotions. After hesitating for a moment, he still couldn't resist the temptation. I want to draw a lottery too. With that said, he took out Bailey and handed it to Feith, and continued, I only have 400 W Bailey, give me 2 intermediate draws. Sengoku saw that Garp had just hesitated, and finally only took out 400 W Bailey, and couldn't help asking, have you donated your money again? Garp grinned broadly, I didn't know Feith existed before. I don't have the slightest interest in money, so I keep some for my daily needs and donate the rest. Feith had just been wondering why Garp had so little money, but now it's clear. Sure enough, he is a man of temperament, and I have to say that Feith admires this courage. Feith is willing to call himself a layman, and he will do the principles of quality and morality, but things like Garp, he will not do. Maybe, when I become the top of this world one day, when I feel the heights are too cold, I will be so fresh and refined. Feith didn't think about it anymore, and with a smile, took Garp's 400 W Bailey. At this moment, Vice Admiral, the crane with the lowest sense of presence among the crowd, came out. She said lightly, Feith, let me draw with Garp. With that said, he took out the money and handed it to Feith. A total of 4,000 W Bailey. With Garp's 4,400 W Bailey, there's 1 senior draw for both of us, and 12 intermediate draws. Feith was ecstatic as he looked at the money in front of him. Dig. Rich lady. Aunt Crane. People don't want to fight anymore. I have to say that in this world of pirates, women are generally richer than men. Feith suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and took the money from the crane. He smiled to the extreme. Everything is up to you, Crane Vice Admiral. 1 high-level draw and 12 intermediate draws, right? Crane Vice Admiral glanced at Garp. Do you have any opinion? Garp shook his head. Of course he had no problem, he didn't have much money anyway. Crane Vice Admiral then looked at Feith. That's right, let's draw a lottery. Feith stopped talking nonsense and started the lottery with excitement. This time, as long as the advanced lottery draws another 150 attribute points, then he can continue to unlock new abilities. Looking forward to it. Feith couldn't help but burst out laughing, but luckily he was trained to not laugh unless he had to. This time, Feith was the first to start 2 advanced draws, because he couldn't wait to see if he could draw attribute points and unlock new abilities. The advanced lottery carousel quickly popped into my head and turned. The first ball falls. Feith couldn't help holding his breath. Come, is it 150 attribute points? The system's voice sounded. Congratulations to host for getting 150 attribute points. Nice. Feith was overjoyed. 500 attribute points was enough. As long as these big customers leave, after he has added attribute points, he can unlock new abilities. Feith just felt relieved at this moment, and soon the second ball fell. Congratulations on getting a high-level physical strength pill. The effect is better than an intermediate physical strength pill. In the following introduction, Feith was too lazy to listen to the introduction. It must be much better than the intermediate physical strength Dan, which Feith intends to keep for himself. Thinking no more, Feith started 12 intermediate draws. Wrong. There are 24 intermediate lottery draws. After all, the middlemen make the difference. The 24 lottery draws will still take some time, and 2 minutes later, the results of the 24 lottery draws will be released. They are 6 times Maudai upgrade version, 6 times Huazi, 5 times 15 attribute points, 3 times intermediate physical strength pill, 2 times universal capsule, 1 time random door, 3 chances to use, 1 time wrapping skin, 1 chance to use. Feith couldn't help but be moved when he saw the time wrapping the skin again. The advanced physical strength Dan of the advanced lottery is reserved for himself, and then this time the wrapping skin pretends to be the prize of the advanced lottery. With the magic of time wrapping skin, these marine bosses will definitely not doubt anything, and besides, no one in marine has seen time wrapping skin until now. Thinking of this, Feith couldn't help but glee. The surrounding marine bosses were all staring at Feith, and saw the corners of his mouth draw an arc. Kizaru immediately opened his mouth with a crooked mouth and said, Feith kid, looking at you like this, did something good come out again? Feith laughed and didn't answer. He first took out the 12 intermediate draw prizes and handed them to Garp and Crane. They are 4 packs of Huazi, 4 bottles of Maudai upgraded version, and 2 all-purpose capsules. When he saw the 2 universal capsules, the veteran Crane couldn't help but smile. Garp is quite a man, and he laughed out loud. Not bad. Not bad. The old man also has an artifact for storing items. Sengoku, Kizaru, Akainu, Kizaru and other onlookers also couldn't help but smile. After all, both Marines are naturally happy for their colleagues. After handing these things to Garp and Crane, Feith took out another intermediate stamina pill. Feith asked Garp and Crane, Vice Admiral, who do you want this mid-level stamina pill? Garp was the first to speak. I just tried one, I don't need it for now, give it to the Crane. After he heard the words, he said lightly, I don't need this for now. After all, I have retreated to the rear now, and I don't need to go to the front. It's still for young people. After speaking, she looked at the 3 Admiral. There is no doubt that the 3 Admiral are the representatives of Marines' current foreign combat power. The improvement of their strength is equivalent to the improvement of Marines' strength. 3 Admiral Gianzura Vice Admiral could not help but look expectant on his face. After all, this intermediate physical strength pill is a good thing, and the same is true for those who are capable. This means that they can release their powers for a longer period of time. After a while, Crane Vice Admiral said, just give Akainu this intermediate stamina pill. After hearing the words, Akainu was a little surprised. Because of his usually cold face, he is not close to most of Marine, including Crane Vice Admiral, but he never thought that Vice Admiral Crane would give him this intermediate physical strength pill to take. Crane Vice Admiral laughed, without explaining too much, just said lightly, Marine needs Akainu Admiral. After everyone heard the words, they also said something. Akainu also bowed slightly and thanked Tsuru Vice Admiral. Naturally, Feith didn't care who took this intermediate physical strength pill in the end. Anyway, if he took it out, it would be the same for anyone who took it. He handed the intermediate stamina Dan to Akainu. Akainu doesn't talk nonsense either, take it directly after taking it. Akainu also felt that the pill melted in his mouth, and his whole body was filled with warmth. After a while, Akainu couldn't help but slightly open his eyes, and he could also feel the increase in his upper limit of physical strength. Kuo, it's really incredible. This is not the same as listening to other people's feelings, and it is more magical to feel it yourself. Without training, the physical strength in a short period of time increases, which is really miraculous. After a while, Akainu looked at everyone and said, the improvement that this intermediate physical strength pill has brought me is at least worth my 3 months of penance. This is not to say that different people have different effects of pills, but the stronger the person, the more limited the improvement effect. Everyone is also happy for Akainu's promotion. After all, everyone is their own. On the side, Feith saw that the big bosses were happy. He laughed and said, every boss, the next thing is the main event. When everyone heard this, they once again focused their attention on Feith. Hurry up. Feith, take it out, Garp urged eagerly. Feith laughed, and without showing off, took out any door directly. Sengoku's eyes lit up when he saw the pink door. Any door. It's finally here again. Garp laughed out loud on the spot. Sure enough, this is the main event. Really pulled out. They themselves are very interested in this door, so today all the marine bosses will gather here. Crane also smiled. Aokiji said that luck is really incredible. Akainu's eyes showed a sharp look, and the corners of his mouth were lightly outlined. This time, my strength has improved, and with this arbitrary gate, I will find a chance to find trouble with Kaido. Kizaru crooked his mouth. Yo, any door. Then he looked at Feith and asked, Feith kid, is it still the same as before, with 3 chances to use it? Feith nodded, that's right. Any door drawn by the intermediate lottery is a chance to use it 3 times. After hearing the words, everyone was not disappointed. 3 chances to use it, not bad. With the one from Kizaru, Marine now has 4 chances to use any door. In the distance, Rayleigh smiled when he saw a group of Marine executives seeing a pink door. He is bewildered. What is this door? It was the first time Rayleigh had seen any door, and he was completely at a loss. He didn't dare to listen closely to what the Marines were saying to Feith. After all, there are 6 strong people, and it is easy to be exposed once he gets close. Although I don't know what this door does, Rayleigh is sure that it must be extraordinary. Otherwise, people like Sengoku and Garp would not be so happy. Then again, Rayleigh already believed that Feith's stuff was extraordinary. In one sentence, Feith produced, must belong to the fine. The crane took over the door with a smile. She said with a faint smile, the universal capsule and the door, these 2 things are enough to surprise me. I'm worthy of my 4,000 W. Bailey. Everyone also nodded in agreement. These 2 things are considered superb. Feith chuckled, bosses, don't draw conclusions too early. But there is one last thing, even this one thing alone is worthy of your 4,000 W. Bailey. When all the Marine bosses heard the words, they couldn't help but flickered with curiosity. Sengoku hurriedly asked, what is it? People are also very curious. One thing can be worthy of this 4,000 W. Bailey, what kind of best will it be? Is it worth more than any gate? Under the expectant and curious eyes of the Marine executives, Feith came out with a quilt. After seeing this thing similar to a quilt or a tablecloth, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. In the distance, when Rayleigh saw Feith take out the quilt, he couldn't help but smile wryly and shook his head. These Marine executives are also lucky, right? A time-wrapping skin actually came out. This is also an incredible thing. Thinking of Shucky after getting younger, Rayleigh couldn't help but envy. How about this old man go and rob now? Of course, this idea is fleeting, that is, just thinking about it. Below, a group of Marines looked puzzled. By the way, what's the use of Feith kid? Garp asked first. In his opinion, this is just a tablecloth, right? Everyone is also surprised at the usefulness of this thing in front of them. However, they didn't show it. After all, Feith just said that this thing is a very incredible thing. Now they won't be too suspicious of Feith's magical stuff. However, they really can't think of any use for this thing. Can you eat more deliciously when you eat, or can you sleep more comfortably when you sleep? While everyone was guessing, Feith revealed the answer. This thing is called a time wrap. Time wrap skin. Everyone murmured in unison. Yo, it's really a strange name, Kizaru said with a crooked mouth. Crane Vice Admiral directly pointed the question Feith, listening to this name, it means that this thing has something to do with time. Feith chuckled, that's right, as long as the time is wrapped around anything, including people, it can make its time go back 20 years, or go forward 20 years. As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, and were shocked by Feith's words. Crane Vice Admiral has been relatively calm just now, and now he is a little uneasy after hearing the use of the time wrapping. Her wrinkled face trembled slightly, and her eyes shone brightly. She asked with certainty, Feith, you mean, what is this? Time wrap skin, which can make things new and old, and in the case of people, it means making people 20 years younger, or 20 years old. Bingo! Feith snapped his fingers, Crane Vice Admiral is right. Hearing Feith's affirmative answer, everyone present couldn't help taking a deep breath. This is undoubtedly a shock to their 3 views. Can make people 20 years younger? Sengoku was still in disbelief. This is not simply to believe in Feith, you can easily believe this thing, it is too outrageous. Aokiji couldn't help but ask, is it permanent? Or is there a time limit? This is a kind of key, because the time reversal has this devil fruit ability. As Marine executives, they naturally knew. However, if you use Devil Fruit ability to rewind time, there is a disadvantage, that is, once Demon Fruit power faints, the ability will be invalid. Feith laughed, this effect is permanent. Gollum, the sound of swallowing saliva echoed in the alley. Unbelievable. Permanent. Crane Vice Admiral is already excited, young is the ultimate temptation for women. The older you get, the greater the temptation. She trembled a little because of her excited voice. Feith, how do I use this? Feith said directly, I'll show you a demonstration. Next time you draw it, you'll know how to use it. Everyone agreed, and Garp naturally had no opinion. It was something that Crane had won by lottery with her own money, and she should have used it. Everyone has deep curiosity and anticipation in their hearts. Can it really make people 20 years younger? Under the fiery gazes of everyone, Feith directly wrapped the time-wrapped leather on Crane's body. After covering the whole body of the crane, after 3 seconds, the time-wrapping skin gradually became transparent and soon disappeared. Everyone was surprised at why the time-wrapping skin disappeared, and disappeared so soon, but when they saw the appearance of Crane Vice Admiral, their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The shock of this scene can't be added. Really getting younger, Aokiji murmured incredulously. Kizaru's mouth was even more crooked, and the yellow sunglasses were already shocked and dropped, and he didn't even notice it. Even Akainu, who has always been calm, couldn't help but exclaim, it's amazing. As Garp and Sengoku, who joined Marine at the same time as Crane, the two of them can clearly see that Crane is really 20 years younger. This thing is so heaven-defying, Sengoku couldn't help but say. Compared with any door or something, it is hundreds of times of the best. You must know that this effect is permanent, which means that if the time is enough, Marine will not have high-end combat power retired at all. It can be imagined how powerful the future Marine will be once this thing is enough. Garp's eyes were fiery, and after seeing the crane getting younger, his heart was already moved. If he can go back to his prime, doesn't that mean he can still ride the sea and suppress the quartet? Garp made up his mind at this moment, next time he will bring more money to the lottery. In the distance, Rayleigh saw the change in the crane, not at all surprised. After all, he's also seen the amazing transformation of Shucky. However, there is still a bit of sourness in his heart, and he is also eager to become younger. Inside the alley, Suru looked at the shocked expressions of Sengoku, Garp, and the three Admiral. Unable to move in her heart, she took out the mirror with anticipation. The veteran, at this moment, only felt that it was so difficult to lift the mirror. Have you really regained your youth? Her heart could not help beating bang bang bang, and tension filled her heart. When her face appeared in the mirror, the veteran opened his eyes wide. At this time, about 70% of the wrinkles on her face have disappeared. The skin has also regained its elasticity for 20 years and is not as wrinkled as before. More vibrant colors on the face. The expression on the crane's face revealed an incredible look. She has really gotten younger. Even if he saw himself in the mirror, even if his colleagues around him reacted violently, Vice Admiral still felt like he was in a dream. Incredible! Incredible! I've really recovered 20 years of my life. Crane Vice Admiral was a little restless. She stared at herself in the mirror. Looking at her, she was very ecstatic. I don't know how long it took for Sengoku to recover from the shock of the scene. He said, Feith, this time I will draw the lottery. His voice was loud and full of excitement, causing everyone else to come back to their senses and look at Sengoku. I saw that Sengoku directly took out 100 million Bailey and handed it to Feith. Garp, see, Admiral and others were quite a surprise. Garp couldn't help but said, Sengoku, didn't you say that drawing tens of millions is enough? I didn't expect you to come up with 100 million Bailey. Sengoku chuckled, originally, I really wanted to draw tens of millions to try first. However, Feith's prizes were so powerful that I changed my mind. Instead of spending so much money on mold, I might as well spend it in a lottery, for the omnipotent capsule, for the arbitrary door, or for the physical strength pill and the time package. These things are enough to change Marine's strength, so I have to pump. After speaking, Sengoku looked at Feith and said, just give me 5 advanced lottery draws. Seeing this 100 million Baileys, Feith felt more and more joyful in his heart. I take back what I said before, in the world of pirates, men are the richest. Feith thought to himself, worthy of being Marshal Marine, he is beyond the sky. Ha ha ha, and bold enough. To be honest, Feith doesn't have much interest in mid-level draws right now. Feith smiled, this is the real big dog. Wrong. Big customer. Feith didn't talk nonsense, and took a box full of bills. The 10 premium draws began immediately. Soon, the results came out. They were 3 times with 150 attribute points, 3 times with advanced physical strength pills, 2 times with Zanpakuto, 1 time with Maotai, premium version, and finally the random door, 50 times of use. Groove. Feith couldn't help but exclaim, use any door 50 times? This advanced lottery and intermediate lottery improvement is not a star and a half, it is a qualitative leap. Everyone heard Feith's grooving, although they didn't understand what it meant. But looking at Feith's unexpected expression, I couldn't help but be curious to ultimate. This time, Akainu, who has always been unsmiling, couldn't help but be the first to ask, "Feith kid, what happened? Did something amazing happen again?" Feith looked at everyone, nodded and said, "Indeed. The prizes that come out this time will definitely make you very satisfied." When the marine executives heard the words, they couldn't help being overjoyed. "What is it? Is it the time-wrapping skin again? People are looking forward to it." Sengoku is also particularly excited. If time wraps his skin, then he can also be 20 years younger. Feith chuckled, "No rush, no rush." Everyone now knows Feith's character, and good things must be brought out at the end. Although they are looking forward to it, they are still holding back their anger. The attitudes of the marine executives towards the current Feith have changed a lot, so they have not put on airs. Feith first took out Moutai, Premium Edition. "Marshall, this is the first item you've drawn." When everyone looked at this Moutai, they immediately noticed the difference. This Moutai bottle was also inlaid with gold rims, and everyone knew it immediately. This is the best Moutai. For a time, among the crowd, Kizaru and Aokiji, who liked to drink the most, were not calm. Just looking at the bottle, there is already saliva in the mouth. In the distance, the sharp-eyed Rayleigh also saw this more unusual Moutai. Just looking straight, "I'm afraid this Moutai wine is even more superb." He thought of the difference between the Moutai that came out of the primary draw and the upgraded version of Moutai that came out of the intermediate draw. The urge to snatch rose again in my heart. Rayleigh is undeniably alcoholic, and it is difficult to resist such temptations. Below, looking at the eyes of everyone's expectations, Sengoku also met everyone's expectations and directly opened the Moutai, exclusive version. This time, the aroma of the wine is extremely violent, and it spreads all around in an instant, and the distance of the spread can be described as extremely far. In the alley, everyone is filled with the aroma of this wine, and for a time everyone just feels like they are in paradise on earth, intoxicated by it. In the distance, Rayleigh smelled the escaping aroma of wine, his eyes flickering slightly. So delicious. Simply delicious. You know, this time, in order to avoid the discovery of the 6 marine executives, he watched from a distance. However, even so, the aroma of the wine is still tangy. This wine is more fragrant than the upgraded version of Moutai. That's it for the taste, so what about the drinks? Rayleigh couldn't imagine how awesome this would be. Damn it. Rayleigh couldn't help but grit his teeth. He kept fighting the urge to rush out to take it. If there is only one Admiral, no. Even if it is only 2 Admiral, I will go out and snatch it. For this wine, I am willing to give it a try. So delicious. Incredible. In the alley, Sengoku couldn't resist, he just took a sip. This superb drink drank, and an indescribable wonderful feeling filled his body for a while. He felt that every part of his body, even a single cell, was shaking with excitement. Fabulous, this wine is superb. The best is incredible. I think that I will be immersed in wine every day in the future. This wine is too good, and it deserves the premium version. Listening to Marshal Sengoku's remarks after drinking like this, watching him so intoxicated, and finally smelling the rich mellow fragrance in the air, both Kizaru and Aokiji stared at each other with their eyes straight, their hearts were filled with incomparable longing, and their mouths were still gulping. Even Akainu and Tsuru couldn't help swallowing. Aside, Garp said carelessly, "Sengoku, let me try it too." Having said that, he will go up and snatch it. However, he was dodged by Sengoku and snatched away. Sengoku said, "I will naturally give it to you, but I need to do it." Sengoku dare not let Garp take the best wine, otherwise it will be gone. Sengoku gave each person a small cup. Everyone drank the exclusive version of Moutai with excitement. After drinking in the glass, everyone is intoxicated and in a dreamlike enjoyment. Superb. Superb. This wine is superb. Garp couldn't help laughing out loud. Others also sounded like ultimate enjoyment. This wine is one of a kind. Feith looked at the appearance of the marine executives, and only hated that he didn't have a mobile phone now. Otherwise, take this scene and sell it to the bird. I'm afraid I can make a lot of money. Then come to a few draws for yourself. After a while, Marine Vice Admiral, a woman who doesn't drink much, couldn't help but sigh, "After drinking this wine, I will probably drink other wines in the future." Because of enjoyment, Kizaru's expression was extremely wretched, and he replied with a crooked mouth, "Compared with this wine, those so-called names are swill. It can't be compared to this Moutai at all." Aokiji also said that Moutai is on a par with other wines. This is a great insult to Moutai. Akainu couldn't help but tout Moutai. Seeing everyone's fascinated appearance, Feith couldn't help coughing to attract their attention. He didn't want to wait any longer. This Moutai was better than any Moutai before. If everyone was allowed to indulge, he didn't know how long he would wait. Everyone came back to their senses in Feith's cough. With a bit of blur in his eyes, he looked at Feith. Feith looked at the crowd and said, "Bosses, enjoy this wine after you go back. There are good things in the back." After everyone heard the words, they immediately restrained a trace of confusion in their eyes and replaced them with expectations. Feith took out Zanpakuto directly, and didn't introduce it too much. After all, Akainu just used it. When everyone saw Zanpakuto, they couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's another Zanpakuto. It's developed." Sengoku is even more joy. Thinking of the power that Akainu had just burst out with Zanpakuto, his mouth was about to close with laughter. I didn't expect that I would be able to get such an artifact. Cool. Kizaru crooked his mouth and sighed at the great luck of Marshal Sengoku. As he spoke, his mind moved, and he said, "Yo, Marshal, you don't usually use weapons much, why don't you give me this Zanpakuto?" Aokiji also interjected, "Kizaru, you don't have Tiankan Jion, so give me this knife." On the side, Garp also came to join in the fun. Although he didn't have to talk about it himself, who wouldn't want such a superb artifact? Especially after seeing the demo of Akainu just now, everyone likes this knife even more. Sengoku rejected the requests of the three, and added, "Garp, you use your fists, so what's the use of this knife? I intend to give this knife to those Vice Admiral as a reward to motivate their enthusiasm." Neither Aokiji nor Kizaru spoke, while Garp scolded, "I'm Vice Admiral too." For a moment, Sengoku was speechless and simply chose to ignore Garp. He continued to look at Feith and said, "Feith, what else is there?" Feith continued to take out items from the system and a high-level physical strength pill. I saw that Feith took out a bigger blue pill in his hand. As soon as this pill came out, Sengoku couldn't help laughing from ear to ear. The advanced physical strength pill is not bad. Akainu, Garp, and Kizaru, who had taken the intermediate stamina pill, were immediately greedy when they saw it. Undoubtedly, at this moment, the effect of high-level physical strength Dan is definitely greater than that of intermediate physical strength Dan. Garp laughed directly. "Garp, we have worked together for so many years." Before Garp finished speaking, Sengoku put the advanced stamina pill into his mouth without saying a word. Garp, although it is said that the advanced physical strength Dan is several times larger than the intermediate physical strength Dan, but after the entrance, it still instantly turns into a warm current, filling the whole body. Only this time, everyone clearly felt the change in Sengoku's breath. A few seconds later, an aura spread from Sengoku. Everyone was surprised when they saw this. Is this change too obvious? At this moment, the energy of Sengoku skyrocketed, and everyone could clearly feel the vitality of Sengoku. Sengoku was also surprised by his own changes. It's really unimaginable. Sengoku looked at his body, his eyes flickered, and after a while, he continued, "The improvement this time, at least equals to my 1 year of penance." As soon as these words came out, everyone was startled. 1 year, even Akainu's expression changed. This is too exaggerated, right? You must know that 1 year of practice for Sengoku and 1 year of practice for ordinary people are not the same concept at all. This high-level physical strength pill is a bit exaggerated. After a long time, everyone digested this amazing news. Sengoku let out a long sigh. "I seem to see Marine's future, suppress the entire sea area." With that, he looked at Feith with a kind smile on his face. "Feith, not bad." Although there is only a simple sentence, it is enough to prove the Marshal's affirmation of Feith. Feith responded with a bright smile, "Since the Marshal thinks it's good, please patronize my lottery more in the future." Marshal Sengoku laughed, "It's natural." Then, Sengoku said, "Anything else?" Feith's mouth twitched and took out any door. When everyone saw that it was an arbitrary door, they could not help but frown slightly. It's not that I feel like the arbitrary door, but the arbitrary door is also a superb item. But the good things are not fake. But isn't this an intermediate lottery? The advanced lottery draws out any door, more or less. It still makes everyone feel that their expectations have been disappointed. Feith looked at everyone's expressions, and couldn't help but smile sullenly. "Bosses, this random door has been used 50 times. As soon as Feith's words came out, everyone in Marine had an expression of disappointment, but it instantly changed to a surprised expression. 50 times. After hearing the words, all the Marine bosses were shocked. 50 times of use, something they didn't expect. After being stunned for a moment, Sengoku was the first to come back to his senses, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. 50 times. I didn't expect that there were 50 random doors from the advanced lottery. Good stuff, if it's good stuff, undoubtedly good stuff." Others also recovered, with joy on their faces. Akainu's condensed eyes glowed brightly at this moment. In this way, if there are pirates who dare to make trouble in the future, they will immediately use any door to go there. This must be an absolute artifact to annihilate the world's pirates. After 20 years of recovery, the crane also laughed at this time, and the smile was more energetic than before. "Sengoku, you are making a lot of money. Any door from an intermediate lottery draw has only 3 chances to use it, and any door from a high-level lottery draw directly soars to 50 chances to use." Garp also smiled happily. "Sengoku, you don't have to worry about not using it enough times. You can use any door to go home at any time." Sengoku's eyes light up with a swipe. "Yes. 50 times, you don't have to save the times all the time, you can use it several times to go back to your hometown." Thinking of this, Sengoku is more and more joyful. At the same time, he is also a madman who exterminates pirates. It is conceivable that 50 random gates can bring Marine a great result. This is definitely an absolute super weapon for snipers. Sengoku felt more and more at a loss, and felt more relaxed and happy. He laughed, and with a big hand, he boldly opened any door, and behind the door was the office leading to Sengoku. You don't have to take the trouble to go back by boat later, we will go back directly through any door. In the distance, Rayleigh has been paying attention, and he is particularly concerned about this pink door. After all, he has never seen it. Now that Sengoku opened the door to the Marshal's palace, he finally understood the function of the door. This is a space tunnel that can lead to wherever you want to go. Just open the door handle lightly to get there. The heroic eyes of Rayleigh's glasses flickered. This is superb stuff. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to travel around the world in one day? Rayleigh finally understood why the Marines were laughing so much. In other words, why do you feel that the things that this kid Feith brings out are getting more and more outrageous? Below, Kizaru can't wait. He crooked his mouth and said, since everyone has finished the lottery, it's time for me. At this time, he was even more happy, which also made his expression extraordinarily wretched. Feith looked at Kizaru's expression and always felt a bit like a funny face from a previous life. On the opposite side, Kizaru said with a funny face, Feith, I have a 5% chance of 50% off. Feith lowered his head, not wanting to see Kizaru's discordant expression. He was afraid he couldn't hold back his laughter. He lowered his head and said, it's natural, Admiral, I do what I say. Feith wouldn't lie about this, because there's no need to lie, all the big clients are watching. Seeing Kizaru introduce them is really rewarding and motivates them to introduce other new people. Kizaru decisively took out 2,000 W Bailey and handed it to Feith. Just give me 2 advanced lottery draws. As for the remaining 3, save it for next time. Feith readily accepted that it was the same after the early draw. After taking the money, Feith started 2 advanced draws. Soon, 2 advanced lottery draws were released, Mutai, Premium Edition, and Huazi, Premium Edition. There were no special items, so Feith handed them all to Kizaru directly. Kizaru's funny face became even more funny when he saw that the outer packaging was inlaid with Phnom Penh Mutai and cigarettes. Not bad. He took 2 things from the bowed Feith and fell in love with them. In fact, Kizaru was not very interested in improving the strength and improving the efficiency of Marines' work. What he likes is paddling every day, messing around, and enjoying life. Although there is no soul-killing knife, or any door, time-wrapped skin, these top-quality items, but these 2 things are very much to his appetite. It makes him feel good. Tobacco, alcohol, and alcohol, the more you drink, the more you have. Everyone was so busy asking Kizaru to try a premium version of cigarettes, after Kizaru reluctantly distributed the cigarettes. Everyone was immersed in the Huazi Premium Edition, and after a while, everyone left with satisfaction. Garp and Crane said goodbye to Feith and walked through the random door first. Kizaru and Aokiji also said goodbye to Feith, and then walked into any door. There were only Akainu and Sengoku left. Akainu looked at Feith, his tone was cold and stern, but he didn't mean to say, I heard that your abilities can only be used within the Sabayati Island archipelago. Feith nodded, neither humble nor arrogant, that's right. Admiral. Akainu took a deep look at Feith, didn't say a word, just left a sentence, and said lightly, remember the justice in your heart. After speaking, he paused and said, wait for us, we will come again next time. After that, it is also a step into any door. In the end, only Sengoku was left. He also glanced at Feith and said, Feith, you really don't want to follow us back to Naval Headquarters? At Naval Headquarters, with me, your treatment will not be bad. No, it should be better, your career will be promoted, and in a few days, even if it is the Vice Admiral position, you will be able to sit. Of course Feith wouldn't go back to headquarters with Marine. Although it is said that after this lottery, a kind of Marine bosses will attach great importance to him, but going to Naval Headquarters is a huge benefit. However, then his client source is only Marine, and it has to be these Marine executives. Because of other Marines, there is no such financial resources to support their lottery. Although I can say that I can be safe, the speed of my own improvement will be greatly reduced. And if you are on Sabayati Island, although it is a little dangerous, your customers will not be limited. The great pirate Rayleigh and Shucky, these are customers, and maybe there will be more in the future, such as the upcoming supernova. According to the pirate timeline, the Sabayati Island archipelago will soon gather together. In this way, Feith's strength will increase rapidly. Just like today, Feith is already reaping a lot. In this world of strong men, Feith only believes in himself. Only when your fist is hard can you be fearless. Marshal, my abilities can really only be used in the Sabayati Island archipelago. When I went to Naval Headquarters, I was just an ordinary little Marine. After Sengoku heard the words, he said, okay, Marine won't force you of course, so just wait for us here. We have money, we will come back to draw. Feith laughed, everyone is welcome to come here at any time. Sengoku laughed and said no more, said goodbye to Feith, and then walked through the random door. Feith watched as any door closed, then disappeared. No surprise. Admiral is not a fool, just tacitly chose not to expose it. The ability is limited by the scope or something, and the high-level people have a high probability of guessing that they are lying. As for why he didn't expose it, it was also to make friends with Feith, which was considered a win. After all, they forcibly brought themselves back, and once they were unwilling, they would not give them a lottery. There is no benefit on the Marine side either. Therefore, they choose to respect their own choices as a way to show their favor to themselves. Feith chuckled and stopped thinking about it. Now he only needs to consider one thing, and that is to become stronger, to survive in this world. Thinking of this, Feith looked at the system. He is about to start digesting the harvest this time. This time, the harvest can be said to be a lot of money, and the advanced lottery is really incomparable between intermediate and junior. The primary level is 1 attribute point, the intermediate level is 15 attribute points, and the advanced level soars to 150 attribute points. Feith was a little bit expecting how many attribute points would the top level have at one time. Feith added half of this harvest to Conqueror's Haki and part to Observation Haki. This makes his Conqueror's Haki tougher, giving him a huge boost in both attack and defense. And the improvement of seeing and hearing makes Feith more sensitive, and at the same time covers a wider range. Feith is a little overjoyed. If the attribute points are enough, can he be able to cover the entire island like Enel's Heartnet? Or, like Kataguri, can predict the future, even like the Red Earl, can spy on people's thoughts? Just when Feith was thinking about the future excitedly, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Congratulations to host, the total attribute points have exceeded 500 points, and a new ability has been unlocked, Conqueror's Haki. Feith was overjoyed, Conqueror's Haki is finally here. In this way, you will have Conqueror's Haki. Although Conqueror's is known as the minion clearing skill in the early stage, once you learn Conqueror's Haki twist, it will be different. It can increase its attack power, and even the strongest creature with copper skin and iron bones like Kaido can be injured. So, Conqueror's Haki is also a great weapon in this world. Feith decisively added all the remaining stat points to Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, as Feith added all the attribute points to Conqueror's Haki, a momentum in his body could not be restrained for a while and was released. In the alley, a powerful momentum swept the entire alley. Not far away, Rayleigh saw that the Marine executives had left and were coming to find Feith. However, at this moment, he was hit by an aura that made him feel a little stunned. This is not to say that he was affected by this momentum, but that he was a little surprised. This momentum overflowed from the alley, that is to say, it was released by Feith. And, Rayleigh felt a little, it was Conqueror's Haki? I didn't expect that Feith Kid to have Conqueror's Haki. Rayleigh owns the Conqueror's Haki himself, so he is well aware of the rarity of Conqueror's Haki. And unlike other Hakis, Conqueror's Haki is not something you can get just by practicing, but it can only be opened by people with great courage, and there is only one person out of a million people. So this is also the qualification to be called a king by people. Unexpectedly, a small Marine soldier actually owns Conqueror's Haki. It's unbelievable. Rayleigh's eyes were faint, looking at the alley not far away, and he thought highly of Feith in his heart. This kid has a bright future ahead. Inside the alley, Feith was taken aback by the sudden release of Conqueror's Haki. Since he did not have Conqueror's Haki before, after unlocking Conqueror's Haki, he released it directly. This brings Feith to Doflamingo, Ace and Luffy. When they awakened Conqueror's Haki, they were also released directly without control. But with Feith adding points, Conqueror's Haki should be in control. Feith simply converged on Conqueror's Haki. At the same time, the familiarity point has reached 1000 points, and the system's voice sounded again, congratulations to host, unlocking the new ability, Molten Berry Fruit. Feith thought, he just didn't pay much attention to the sum of the attribute points. He didn't expect it to surprise him. In a short period of time, 2 abilities were directly obtained. And he also has 2 Devil Fruit abilities now. Feith couldn't help but be happy. Now that Blackbeard hasn't captured Whitebeard's Shock Fruit, is he the first Demon Fruit power? I guess Oda didn't think about it, did he? Feith was amusing himself, and just as he was about to experiment with his new ability, he heard a voice. It seems that you have a good harvest this time, little devil. You laughed so happily. The voice was familiar to Feith, his first old client, Rayleigh. Feith turned his head to look in the direction of the sound, and saw Rayleigh laughing as he jumped off the roof and came to him. The two looked at each other and smiled, and Feith said Uncle must have been watching in secret for a long time. Feith's sentence was not a question, but a statement, and he was pretty sure Rayleigh was watching. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible for Marine to go on his forefoot and Rayleigh to come on his back. Rayleigh grinned and smiled faintly. With so many big people gathered here, how could I not notice, old man? It's just that I don't want to cause trouble, so I didn't show up. Feith said in his heart, you are a pirate, and it is strange that you dare to show your face in the face of a group of Marine executives. Rayleigh naturally didn't know that Feith was complaining about himself in his heart, and continued, by the way, Feith, I just saw a few things the Marines pulled out that made me very envious. Especially the bottle of Mutai engraved with gold rims, that should be even more premium than the upgraded version of Mutai, right? Feith grinned, raised his chin slightly and said, of course. It's called the Mutai Premium Edition, which is dozens of times more delicious than the upgraded Mutai version. When Rayleigh heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and lit up. He smelled the fragrance just now, so he guessed that it must be a higher quality drink, and he guessed right. The aroma of this premium version is so tempting, wouldn't it be even more amazing if you drink it? However, the exclusive edition of Mutai can only be drawn in the advanced lottery. Not only the exclusive edition of Mutai, but also the exclusive edition of Huazi, Enidor, and Zanpakuto. Rayleigh's eyes are even brighter. Feith introduces Rayleigh to Arbitrary Gate and Zanpakuto. Rayleigh could hear the best thing. The random door is definitely an artifact for escape. Once you encounter an emergency, you can quickly run away. No matter how far you have to run, no one else can catch up. As for Zanpakuto, Rayleigh has just seen the demo of Akainu, an extremely powerful weapon. For his sword-wielding swordsman, the temptation is no worse than the Mutai Premium Edition. Rayleigh thought about this, his eyes kept flickering, he couldn't hold back his expectations, and threw a bag of gold coins directly to Feith. This is a total of 200 million Bailey, give me 10 advanced draws. Feith looked at the bag full of gold coins and was stunned at first. Afterwards, Chinin couldn't help but sighed with emotion. Sure enough, in the pirate business, the money is really fast. Before, he was just a poor old man who could only take out hundreds of thousands of Baileys, but now he has become the father of the gold master. The admirals have worked hard and only have tens of millions of belongings, and the pirates say that hundreds of millions are just a matter of minutes. Feith wanted to take off this marine costume for a while and become a pirate. Of course. Just think about it, once you become a pirate, you will lose the big customers of marine executives. Don't think about it anymore. After Feith picked up the money, a wave of 20 consecutive advanced draws came decisively. As the turntable rotates, the results of 20 advanced draws will be released after a few minutes, 4 times for Mutai Premium Edition, 3 times for Huazi Premium Edition, 2 times for Advanced Stamina Dan, 1 Zanpakuto, 2 random doors, 50 chances to use, and finally Bamboo Dragonfly, Permanent Edition. The system's voice sounded in his mind. The Bamboo Dragonfly has been optimized by the system and has adapted to the rules of this world. The user only needs to consume a small amount of physical strength to drive it, without any other energy. And the stronger the user is, the faster the Bamboo Dragonfly is. The fastest is that the speed is no different from the pinnacle of shaving. Feith's eyes flashed. This Bamboo Dragonfly is also a good prop. Only a small amount of physical strength is required, which means that basically unlimited battery life can be achieved. Moreover, the speed can be comparable to that of the pinnacle of Marine 6 styles, which is extremely useful in combat. You know, in the pirate world, few people have the ability to fly. For example, the 3 calamities, the first Captain Marco, and so on. Besides those who have the ability to fly, the others like Kaido, Doflamingo, etc., are not actually able to fly in the true sense. Kaido flies by grabbing fiery red clouds, while Doflamingo uses thin wires to connect the clouds. Feith immediately decided that the Bamboo Dragonfly wanted to stay. As a result, he can be regarded as having the ability to fly in the true sense. On the side, Rayleigh, who had been waiting for a long time, finally couldn't hold back and asked, Feith, is the result out? Feith just came back to his senses and stopped thinking about the Bamboo Dragonfly. When he saw Rayleigh's eyes that couldn't wait for the result, he couldn't help but smile. Uncle, you are very lucky this time. Rayleigh immediately smiled. What's the matter? Feith first took the Mutai Premium Edition and the Huazi Premium Edition to Rayleigh. Rayleigh burst into laughter when he saw the 2 gold-trimmed objects. After smelling the aroma of the wine, he was already jealous, and after getting it again, Rayleigh couldn't wait to open it. In an instant, the rich and pungent aroma of wine spread out. Previously, Rayleigh was far away, so the aroma of the wine could not be said to be strong. And now at such a close distance, Rayleigh only felt that the smell of this scent was worth it in this life. It's so fragrant. It's so delicious. After he finished speaking, he couldn't wait to take a sip, and the wine fell, and Rayleigh's eyes suddenly fell into intoxication. The kind of enjoyment that is even more superb than the upgraded version of Mutai fills the body. Like a dream, like a bliss on earth. Fantastic! Rayleigh suddenly exclaimed. Roger, you should really try this wine. For a wine lover like you, it's too bad you didn't try. Your life is a waste of life. Aside, Feith was a little confused. This sentence is also said by Rayleigh. Roger is said to be the initiator of the era of great sailing, and he is also the first great pirate to reach Raftel. No one would think he lived his life in vain. But thinking that the wine lovers like Rayleigh like Mutai so much, maybe Roger will know, and he will really feel that his life has been in vain. Feith didn't think about these things anymore, and smiled at Rayleigh. Uncle, I'll give you a more enjoyable suggestion. You can get a Huazi. Drinking and smoking, double enjoyment. Rayleigh heard the words, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help swallowing. He hasn't smoked much since Roger's death, but now I can't bear to hear Feith's words. Immediately, he opened Hua's eye, followed Fitha's advice, and drank while smoking. For a time, this refreshing double experience made this old-time powerhouse directly ascend to heaven. He just felt fluttering all over, as if flying in a beautiful sky. The dual sensations of cigarettes and alcohol make Rayleigh immersed in it. After a long while, Rayleigh said quietly, "It's worth it. It's worth it." The double enjoyment of this made Rayleigh feel that the 200 million has been worth it. Feith smiled and said, "Uncle, does this make you feel worth it? In the back, there is more worthwhile." After finishing speaking, Feith took out the advanced physical strength pill. The first time he saw this blue pill, Rayleigh knew what it was. After all, he had taken it. Seeing that it was bigger than before, Rayleigh was delighted and didn't say much. He directly took the high-level physical strength pill and took it immediately. Rayleigh's eyes widened as he felt the huge increase in physical strength. Looking at Feith in surprise, "This thing has actually increased the physical strength that I could get by working hard for a year. Unbelievable. Unbelievable." Feith smiled without saying a word. Marine executives had previously experienced the effects of high-level physical strength pills, so he was not surprised. He continued to take out Zanpakuto and hand it to Rayleigh. "Uncle, you still got this knife." Seeing Zanpakuto, Rayleigh's face was filled with joy. "Got Zanpakuto in a hurry." Rayleigh was overjoyed and took the knife and looked at it carefully. As a master swordsman and a man of great knowledge, Rayleigh can tell at a glance that this is a good knife. No, it should be said that the famous knife is comparable to the supreme knife. Good knife. Good knife. His eyes lit up, thinking that the knife could absorb Akaina's devil fruit ability. Can't help but try to inject his Pluton ghost. He wants to see if the knife can absorb it. With the release of his ghost, Rayleigh was pleasantly surprised to find that the knife could absorb his Pluton ghost. Immediately, Rayleigh was overjoyed, and his evaluation of this knife improved again. The next moment, he not only injected his own Pluton ghost, but also his own Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. In the same way, he had to challenge the limit of this Zanpakuto, and he released it for 2 minutes before Zanpakuto reached the upper limit of absorption. Rayleigh's eyes glowed, and he looked at Feith and said, "Feith, how do you release the power absorbed by Zanpakuto next?" Feith responded, "Uncle, the power released is determined by the strength of the fundamental user. If you want to release all the power, just swing the knife with all your strength." After Rayleigh heard the words, without saying a word, he also quickly came to the coast. For the strong, this distance is not good at all. With Zanpakuto in his hand, Rayleigh just felt like he was one with the knife. After all, this knife contains his Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Pluton ghosts. The corners of his mouth rose, and then he used his arms to slash a knife with all his strength. This knife fell, and all the power that had just been absorbed in an instant burst out. A powerful and outrageous sword energy rushed straight to the sea, drawing dozens of miles. The calm sea surface broke once again, and the seawater was squeezed to both sides by the powerful power. At the same time, above the sky seemed to crack open, the clouds spread out to both sides, and a huge fault appeared. This is the power of Conqueror's Haki. In Pirates, when Redhead fought Whitebeard, and Whitebeard fought Roger. The Conqueror's Haki of these powerhouses split the entire sky. Since the abilities injected by Akainu and the two of them are not the same, the effect of the slash is not the same, but the power is unsurpassed. Rayleigh looked at the scene in front of him in amazement. This knife is too superb. With it, I will be more confident in the Sabayati Islands in the future. Rayleigh fell in love with this Zanpakuto even more. If he had owned this knife back then, he would not have fallen into desperation several times under the pursuit of the Golden Lion. No longer thinking about it, Rayleigh quickly returned to Feitha's presence, and when he arrived, he repeatedly praised the knife as a magical weapon. What kind of ability this knife can absorb? In fact, it is slightly better than the supreme knife. As a great swordsman, being able to say such words shows the strength of this Zanpakuto. Feith actually thinks so too. After all, Zanpakuto is actually the nemesis of demon fruit power. Compared with the supreme sword, it is really slightly better. Rayleigh took Zanpakuto back into the universal capsule very lovingly, and then continued to look at Feith. He smiled closer and closer, and asked, "Feith, did I draw that pink door this time? By the way, what is that door called?" Now there are more premium wines and cigarettes, as well as Zanpakuto, just the magic pink door. After seeing Sengoku use it, he was very interested in this door. With this door, he can travel the world and go wherever he wants. When you have nothing to do, you can find old friends far away in a different land to get together, which is not too convenient. Feith smiled and said, "Uncle, I think you are really lucky after meeting me. The last item is exactly the arbitrary door you expect." After Rayleigh heard the words, he laughed, "That's right. Feith, you are my lucky star." There's no compliment there, Rayleigh really thinks so. At least until now, he has not taken the time to draw a lottery once, and he is countless times more fortunate than when he gambled before. Of course, these customers of Feith will never know that the so-called spare time is actually to obtain Mautai and Huazi. Feith pulls the arbitrary gate out of the system and presents it to Rayleigh. After Rayleigh took over, Feith began to introduce the arbitrary door. Uncle, the chance to use this door is 50 times in total. If you want to use it, you have in mind where you want to go, and then just open it. But there is a limitation, that is, it must be a place that you have been to. Rayleigh doesn't care much about the constraints, and if there is no more, it's fine to find Feith to draw a lottery. As for the restrictions of the arbitrary door, for Pluton Rayleigh, who once followed One Piece Roger, it was not a problem at all. He was a man who had even been to Raftel. Rayleigh couldn't wait to try the arbitrary door, only to see him open the handle of any door. Meanwhile, ripped off the bar, Shucky was drinking Moutai and enjoying himself when suddenly the wine saw a pink door appearing out of thin air in an open space in the bar. Shucky's usual charming eyes suddenly showed a vigilant expression. Ling Lai was incomparable. She used to be a ruthless character, and immediately made preparations for battle. After all, this scene is really weird. However, when he saw the pink door open, a figure walked in, and he was stunned for a moment. Rayleigh. Shucky was surprised. After seeing Shucky, Rayleigh determined that this was a rip-off bar, and couldn't help but be amazed. It's really amazing. Shucky reacted quickly too. It seems that Rayleigh went to Feith's and got another good one. Shucky looked up at the pink door curiously, and saw Feith on the other side of the door, which was the old alley. He couldn't help but widen his surprised eyes. This door is so amazing. Opposite, Feith smiled and greeted Shucky. Sister Shucky, we meet again. Shucky also greeted Feith with a smile. Brother handsome, I haven't seen you for a few days, you are even more handsome. By the way, handsome brother, this is the door, what's the situation? Feith explained the random door to Shucky, and Shucky was amazed when he heard it. Immediately, he said to Rayleigh, give me a try too. This door has 50 uses, and Rayleigh is not stingy and promises Shucky. Shucky was overjoyed immediately. She came into the alley through any door, and closed any door. Then she opened any door again with joy, anticipation, and longing for many emotions. As soon as any door is opened, you will see a village on an island. Shucky couldn't hide his emotional excitement. The female pirate who had experienced strong winds and waves turned out to be as excited as a little girl at this moment. It actually connected to my hometown. It's amazing. This arbitrary door is really amazing. Rayleigh laughed and said, go in and have a look, we'll be waiting for you here. Feith said that as long as the door is not closed, it is always together. When Shucky heard the words, he stepped into the island with excitement. Feith and Rayleigh were waiting in the alley, drinking and smoking. Rayleigh very readily handed Feith a Hana. The two began to puff up the clouds. I have to say that Feith is very satisfied with the cigarettes given by this system. Compared with this, any cigarettes in the previous life are simply weak. Originally Feith planned to come with a handsome molten lava to light a cigarette, but considering Rayleigh's presence, it was difficult to reveal his ability at present, so he simply ignored it. To pretend to force this kind of thing, you still have to wait until you have the strength, and then pretend. That way it won't roll over easily. Soon Shucky came back from any door. Although it is said that this is her hometown, she just went back to take a look and recall the past. After all, Shucky is not too young, and her family has long since passed away. After Shucky came back, he was still amazed at the magic of this arbitrary door. This door is so useful. With it, even if you stay in a bar every day, you can travel around the world. Feith immediately took the opportunity to promote a wave. Sister Chi, if you like it, you can come to me to draw a lottery. The probability of any door being shipped is quite high. Both intermediate and advanced levels can be shipped. The functions are the same, but the number of uses is different. After Shucky heard the words, he really showed a tempted expression. Brother handsome, you wait here, my sister will definitely continue to look for you to draw. Feith laughed, pretty sister is always welcome. I have to say that older women can't stand sweet words, and Shucky laughed at Feith's sweet words. Rayleigh on the side glanced at Feith and said in his heart, this kid has a bright future. Although Rayleigh is said to be a strong man, he is also a suave person. It is often to go out for a long time and not go back to ripped off the bar, sometimes even half a year or so. At this time, Rayleigh continued to ask Feith, is there really no distance limit for this arbitrary door, even if it's some bad and weird islands? Feith patted his chest and assured, don't worry, uncle, there is no problem at all. As long as you have been there, even the universe can go. The universe. Rayleigh was stunned when he heard the word, where is the universe? Feith was a little embarrassed. He accidentally said the wrong thing. He coughed and said, it means that you can go far, far away. Rayleigh nodded, no longer struggling with what Feith had just said about the universe. With a smile and playfulness on his face, he opened any door. Inside the door, there is still an island, but the terrain looks more dangerous. Rayleigh walked in, then turned his head and said, Feith, do you want to come over together? Take you to meet an old acquaintance of mine. Maybe he will also draw a lottery. Feith's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard it, and he followed in without saying a word. It doesn't matter if the lottery is not a lottery, the main reason is that I like to travel. Feith said heartily. Soon, the two entered the island. Feith looked around, and there was nothing special about the large reef area. Feith asked, "Uncle, which acquaintance is that?" Feith remembered the old man who guarded the lighthouse that Luffy had met earlier, the bad old man he met when he entered the Grand Line. Shouldn't it be him? If it was him, Feith would be a little disappointed. The old man had no money at first glance. Rayleigh smiled and said, "No hurry. You'll find out soon." Afterwards, he looked around and said with some nostalgia, "This place is still exactly the same as before." As soon as Rayleigh's voice fell, a signal flare shot into the sky in the distance and then exploded. Feith couldn't help but feel suspicious, and then released observation haki and probed in the direction of the flare. After a while, Feith felt a number of powerful and terrifying auras approaching his and Rayleigh's position. Such a powerful aura cannot be resisted by the current Feith. However, he was not afraid at all. After all, Rayleigh said that he was an acquaintance of his, and it was normal to be so strong. Furthermore, there is an arbitrary door behind him, and once the situation really goes wrong, Feith will immediately run away. Soon, on a huge reef not far away, a figure appeared first. He has long red hair on his head, a robe draped over his shoulders, his left hand presses the hilt of the knife on his waist, while his right hand is empty, and there are 3 scars on his eyes. Feith couldn't help but be extremely surprised. This person was so familiar that he couldn't be more familiar. He was also a popular character among pirates, the red-haired Shanks of one of the 4 emperors. Unexpectedly, Rayleigh came directly to the redhead? With that said, this is the place where Roger, the Pirate King, used to be? Thinking of what Rayleigh said just now, Feith probably confirmed his guess in his heart. The red-haired man stood high on the reef, and his stern eyes were stunned for a moment after seeing Pluton Rayleigh, and then he showed surprise and joy. "Rayleigh? Why are you here?" Rayleigh smiled and said, "Long time no see, Red Wolf. Stay safe, Feith." "Eh? What kind of stock is this? Why don't I know as a senior pirate fan?" A wry smile appeared on the redhead's face, but he didn't really care. At this time, several figures appeared behind the red hair, an uncle who looked like a tough guy. Feith knew this guy, Ben Beckman. Then there was a huge dead fat man, who was eating with a huge meat leg in his hand. This was Lucky Lou. Then, one after another, the cotters of red hair pirates, as well as their subordinate members appeared. After everyone saw Rayleigh, they all showed unexpected expressions. Why did Pluton Rayleigh come? However, after seeing Feith beside Rayleigh, and the marine outfit he was wearing, Ling Lai's killing intent was revealed in the eyes of everyone. How dare Marine even appear here again? Feith's current observation haki is not bad, and naturally he can clearly feel the killing intent of everyone. Cannot help but swallowed saliva. F***K. I knew I should have changed this outfit first. The hostility and disdain for Feith in the eyes of the red-haired subordinates were very obvious. At the same time, I was very surprised. Why did this little marine appear here? Also, will Rayleigh stay with a little marine? The situation in front of them made them a little puzzled and unable to guess. As a strong man, Rayleigh around Feith naturally discovered the hostility of the red hair pirates to Feith. However, he brought Feith here, and he had long expected such a situation to happen, just a trivial matter. Rayleigh stepped forward, keeping Feith behind him, intentionally or not. On the high reef, the redhead jumped off the reef with a smile on his face. The howling wind made his cape flutter, and the red hair fell in front of Rayleigh in a blink of an eye. He laughed and asked first, "Why are you here, Rayleigh? And what about the pink door behind you?" The redhead didn't mention Feith behind Rayleigh, because the clothing on Rayleigh's body reflects his career in Marine, just a little Marine. Furthermore, the redhead has no scruples about Feith's strength, so he didn't put Feith in his eyes at all, and Rayleigh would naturally mention it later. Rayleigh smiled at each other and said, "I came here through that door. This is my lucky draw to win the baby. It's called the arbitrary door. Wherever you want to go, as long as you have been there, you can go anywhere." These words caused the redhead's expression to change slightly. On the reef, a group of red hair pirates clamored and talked a lot. What did Rayleigh just say? Did I hear it wrong? He seemed to say, "He came directly to us through that weird pink door." What? Didn't I remember that the captain said that after Rayleigh retired, he would stay in the Sabayati Island archipelago? This means, this door leads directly from the Sabayati Island archipelago to the second half of our new world. How can this be? There is such a magical thing in the world. Everyone was talking about it, looking confused. The red-haired one of the 4 emperors was also stunned for a moment, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Did Rayleigh drink too much again and talk nonsense to himself? With suspicion in his heart, he couldn't help but look at the pink door. He saw a familiar figure, and this time, the redhead said in surprise, "And Shucky." Shucky smiled and looked at the redhead, and the redhead quickly said hello like Shucky, "Hello, and Shucky." Shucky giggled. She didn't want to come, but now that the redhead saw her, she simply entered any door and came to this red-haired island. She smiled and said, "Redhead, long time no see, you have matured a lot." Redhaired saw Shucky walk here from the other side of the door. Even in his identity as a four emperors, he couldn't help but open his eyes slightly. Behind him, a group of red hair pirates watched Shucky pass through the weird pink door, as if from one time and space to another, and they couldn't help but exclaim directly. Some newcomers were stunned, like a mess in the wind. In their opinion, this scene was too weird, even more weird than the extreme astronomical phenomena they had seen in the second half of New World. Among the cotters, the soot in the hands of Ben Beckman, who was hailed as a second-class four emperors, fell to the ground in shock, and Lajailu, the foodie, just forgot to continue biting the chicken leg in his hand. "This scene in front of me is too incredible." Seeing everyone's appearance, Rayleigh laughed and was very satisfied. The red-haired opposite came back to his senses. Tisk Tisk admiringly said, "This door is too amazing, isn't it? Is this linked directly from the Sabayati Island archipelago?" "That's right," Rayleigh nodded with a smile. "This random door is the treasure I got from this kid by lottery." Rayleigh brought the conversation to Feith. These words made everyone's eyes return to Feith once again, and everyone's eyes were different. Feith looked at everyone's eyes, smiled and said hello. A few days ago, Feith was still an ordinary person. Facing the eyes of the Four Emperors group, he would naturally feel heart palpitations, but now it is different. He now has Conqueror's Haki, plus the ability of String Fruit and Molten Fruit. Even if there are not too many stat points, he also has the strength of Vice Admiral. The strength in the Four Emperors regiment can be regarded as the existence of the middle and upper layers. Only then did the redhead look at Feith, looking at the little devil in marine costume, showing a confident look, neither humble nor arrogant. I can't help but have the first impression of Feith. He is a little devil who doesn't panic. It doesn't look simple. However, since Rayleigh brought him here, the redhead didn't care too much that Feith was Marines. The redhead looked at Feith and asked curiously, "Little devil, how did you do it?" Feith knew that the redhead was naturally asking why he had such a magical thing as an arbitrary door. He couldn't help laughing. "I am a lottery fruit person. This arbitrary door is what Rayleigh got from my lottery ability." The fruit of the lottery. Hungfa was stunned when she heard the words. Behind him, all the members of the Red Hair Pirates are also a little dazed. And this kind of devil fruit? As one of the emperors of the sea, why haven't they heard of it? Aside, Rayleigh smiled and said, "These are not important. Important things are useful or not, aren't they?" Everyone nodded. This really made sense, and since Rayleigh had spoken, they didn't bother to look into it. Redhead and others became interested in pink doors. They all walked to the door one by one, and then tried to pass through. Stepping into any door, the red hair only felt like he was traveling through time and space, from one world to another. When Redhead, Ben Beckman, Rakilu, and others saw the bubbles unique to the Sabayati Island archipelago, everyone showed a surprised expression. "Really, Sabayati Island archipelago?" Redhead murmured. "It's unbelievable that we just entered a door and crossed tens of millions of miles of sea." Ben Beckman's expression was also stunned. The Red Hair Pirates cotters who came in one after another exclaimed when they saw that it was indeed Sabayati archipelago. Unbelievable was written on everyone's face. They have traveled with the redhead for so many years, and this is the first time they have seen such a magical thing. The red hair couldn't help looking at the pink door and murmured, "If we can also have this magical thing called the arbitrary door." Beside him, Ben Beckman said, "Then we can check and balance the second half of New World and become a new generation of One Piece." For a time, the red-haired eyes flashed. The second half of New World is an extremely vast area. Furthermore, because the islands are scattered and the weather is bad, each Four Emperors has its own unique territory. The most important thing is that the intelligence capabilities of the Four Emperors are very powerful. Once a major force of one of the Four Emperors makes any move, other people can basically receive the news. If they have this magical arbitrary gate, then they can catch other Four Emperors by surprise. Checking and balancing the Four Emperors has become easy, and becoming one piece is no longer a dream. Redhead is excited. At this time, the excitement of the crowd has not faded, and Rayleigh walked over to the redhead and said with a smile, "This arbitrary door is just one of the magical things. Feith's lottery can also get a lot of magical things." With that said, Rayleigh took out the Mautai Premium Edition and shook it in front of the redhead and others. The red-haired and the others looked at what Rayleigh was holding. Although they had never seen it, they could easily tell that it was wine. The redhead laughed and said, "Rayleigh, what kind of wine is this? I've never seen it before. It's called the Mautai Premium Edition, but it's the best wine. Compared with other famous wines, it's swill," Rayleigh said with a smile. After hearing the words, Hungfa couldn't help laughing. He admitted that the wine Rayleigh likes must be a famous wine, but if you want to say the best, other wines are famous wines, and this redhead does not agree. You know, he has a lot of good wine in his collection. Beside him, Rayleigh saw the redhead laugh, knowing that he didn't believe him, and didn't explain it. Rayleigh directly opened the Mautai Premium Edition. The wine bottle was opened, and the extremely rich aroma of the wine rushed to the face in an instant, filling the surroundings. The redhead was still laughing, but after smelling the aroma of the wine at this moment, his expression froze. Immediately, he looked at the wine in Rayleigh's hand in disbelief, and the saliva in his mouth could not help secreting. The same is true of other red hair pirates cotters present. After smelling the Moutai Premium Edition, everyone's faces could not help showing greed. Looking at the wine in Rayleigh's hand, all of them stared straight. What's the matter with this wine fragrance? 2. The red hair swallowed the saliva that kept secreting. It's really Tai Chi, Ben Beckman added. Redhead and Ben Beckman are both alcoholics, drink lovers. The aroma let them know that Rayleigh wasn't kidding, that it was extraordinary and superb. The fat man Racula felt that the chicken legs in his hands were not fragrant at this time. He stared at the wine in Rayleigh's hand and swallowed continuously. Senior Rayleigh, how did this wine come from? Rayleigh was very satisfied when he saw everyone's reaction to his wine. This wine is called Moutai Premium Edition, and it was also obtained from Fietha's lottery ability. As for how good this wine is, I can give each of you a small glass to taste. Seeing Rayleigh really only gave everyone a small glass, and it wasn't full of that. The redhead couldn't help it, and he said, Mr. Rayleigh, you were not such a stingy person before. Met with Rayleigh earlier, and Rayleigh had graciously invited them to a drink. On the side, Shucky spit out Rayleigh's others are generous, only on this Moutai, it's stingy to death. Rayleigh shrugged, not explaining much. No way. Who called this wine something extraordinary? Besides, this is obtained by luck, but it can't be bought directly with money. Soon, the red hair and others all received a small glass of Moutai Exclusive Edition. Looking at this wine with a strong aroma, everyone can't wait. After taking it, drink it directly. After drinking, everyone's eyes widened, and golden light shot out. The red-haired pirate, one of the 4 emperors, was a little out of his mind at this moment. He exclaimed again and again, good wine. Good wine. This wine is simply the best of the best. The redhead finally understands why Rayleigh is so stubborn, and if he owns this wine, he will definitely protect the calf and not give it to anyone. In the crowd, Lagula jumped up and down, and the fat swayed on his body. Now he just threw away the chicken leg in his hand, holding a small cup in both hands, to squeeze the last drop of wine. So good. This wine is so good. It was the first time Lagula had drank such a drink. Compared with this drink, the chicken legs paled. Ben Beckman is also mesmerized, immersed in the beauty of this wine. After a long while, he let out a long sigh and said, drinking this wine, I think all the wines I've drank before are swill. This wine is simply amazing. Ben Beckman came to his senses and found that the glass of wine was gone. He couldn't help looking at Rayleigh and couldn't help but say, Senior Rayleigh, can you give me another drink? However, Rayleigh, who is usually very heroic, directly refused. I'll give you a taste of it, only a small cup per person. This sentence is like a magic hand that pulls everyone's hearts into the bottom of the abyss. After the red hair and several cotters heard the words, they couldn't help but sigh. So unfulfilled. At this time, Beckman, who had just asked Rayleigh, found a pack of cigarettes exposed in the kabuto in front of Rayleigh's chest. This cigarette was something he had never seen before, and for a while, he couldn't help licking his lips. Just now, this bottle of wine that they have not seen before is the best wine, so what about this cigarette? Will it be the best cigarette too? Beckman is not only an alcoholic, but also an old smoker, and he immediately became interested. Senior Rayleigh, is this cigarette too? When Rayleigh heard this, he chuckled, not bad. I also got this cigarette by lottery. Come on, just give you one. With that said, he handed Ben Beckman a saffron. Ben Beckman took it quickly and thanked Rayleigh by the way. After all, in front of Rayleigh, he was a junior. He put his mouth in his mouth, skillfully took out a lighter and lit it, and then took a sharp breath. At the entrance of the cigarette, Ben Beckman was stunned. He was about to put the lighter back into the kabuto, but he couldn't hold it and dropped it. And the lighter as the most precious thing for smokers, Ben Beckman is actually unknown. He was immersed in the pleasure this cigarette brought him, a feeling he had never experienced since he was born. It's like ascending to the sky, which is even cooler than becoming the pirate king with the red hair. After a while, Ben Beckman said in a trembling voice, What kind of cigarette is this? Before Rayleigh could answer, Fieth was the first to speak. This cigarette is called the Daxia Premium Edition. Ben Beckman turned his eyes to Fieth and muttered the name after hearing the words Zonghua, Daxia. The next moment, his voice was excited, and he said loudly, good smoke, it's simply superb. Redhead, quick, we also draw. This cigarette, this wine made Ben Beckman completely fall. He only felt that the cigarettes he had smoked and the alcohol he had drunk over the years were simply rubbish. In front of Rayleigh's Moutai and Zonghua, you can just throw the trash can. He immediately called the red-haired lottery. Fieth couldn't help but be overjoyed. He opened his mouth to focus the red hair pirates on himself, reminding them that if they want this thing, they can find themselves a lottery. Fieth also wanted to understand why Rayleigh took himself to meet the red hair pirates. Most likely, it was for the redhead and others to draw a lottery, so that he could get a 50% discount. Fieth didn't care. Sure enough, the red hair came directly to Feith and asked, "Little devil, if we draw a lottery, can we also get any door in Mutai? How much is the lottery?" Behind them, the cotters of red hair pirates were looking at them with scorching hot eyes, and some of them even coaxed, asking for a red-haired lottery. In the face of the magical arbitrary door, as well as the top-quality Mutai and the top-quality Huazi, everyone is greedy. Feith smiled and said, "Of course you can get these magical items, but the lottery is divided into different levels. There are elementary, intermediate, and advanced. The higher the level, the more magical things come out, the better." On the side, Rayleigh laughed and interjected, "My Moutai and Huazi are both exclusive editions, only the advanced lottery can be drawn, 200 W Bailey at a time." After the red hair heard the words, he didn't even blink. He hurriedly said to one of his cotters, "Quick, quick! You go to the ship and go to 400 million Bailey first." The cotter with a monkey crouching on his shoulder heard the words, and immediately trotted into any door and went to withdraw money. Feith's eyes lit up when he heard that the redhead wanted to take 400 million Baileys. 400 million! The four emperors are indeed rich. In this way, he can draw 40 times. This time, his strength will be soared again. Feith thinks that he will be able to reach Admiral's strength in a short time, and he will be more confident that way. Soon, the cotter walked out of any door with a large cloth bag. He then placed the large cloth bag in front of Feith. Feith looked down and couldn't help taking a deep breath. In the cloth bag, it is full of gold and silver treasures, worth just 400 million burleys. The redhead laughed loudly, "Little devil, give me 20 advanced lottery draws." Feith's heart is full of jealousy, bold enough and refreshing. Rayleigh really brought me a big client this time. Feith decisively started 40 advanced draws. In my mind, the advanced turntable turned, and a few minutes later, the results of the 40 lottery draws were released. They are 11 times Mutai Premium Edition, 9 times Huaza Premium Edition, 2 Universal Capsules, Upgraded Version, 5 Advanced Stamina Dan, 3 Zanpakuto, 2 Random Doors, 50 times of use, 7 the next 150 Attribute Points. Finally, there is a Time Wrapping Skin, Upgrade Version, you can go back and forth by 30 years. Feith was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Universal Capsule and Time Wrap would have upgraded versions. The main thing is time wrapping. Since there is an upgraded version, doesn't it mean that there is a premium version for the more advanced lottery? In other words, it is possible to go back 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, or even hundreds of years? Feith's eyes are a little bright. Doesn't this mean that he will not grow old in the future? Can you stay young and heroic all the time? On the side, the red hair and others can't wait for the first lottery draw. Seeing the change in Feith's expression, he became even more impatient. The red-haired hurriedly asked in anticipation, "Little devil, has the result come out?" Ben Beckman also leaned in. "What did you smoke? Any cigarettes? Lakey Lou, is there any wine?" Feith came back to his senses and smiled, "Of course there is." I secretly added in my heart, "Alcohol and cigarettes are the most rubbish results of the lottery, how could it not be?" When everyone heard the words, they were all excited. The redhead couldn't hold back anymore, and quickly said to Feith, "Quick, quick, where are the prizes?" Aside, Rayleigh couldn't help but said, "Don't worry, don't worry. Feith will naturally give you the same. You are the Four Emperors Regiment, so rude, you don't have a strong posture at all." The red-haired shrugs, and he doesn't care about the posture of a strong man on weekdays, except that he will show it in front of other big pirates. Feith took out Moutai and Huazi from the system, adding up to a total of 11 prizes, and handed them to Hunfa and others. As soon as he saw these two tops, Ben Beckman couldn't wait to get started with each one. It's like holding some precious treasure and loving it. Others are also very jealous when they see it, but there are not many drinks, and some people with relatively low status do not dare to get it. The red-haired man was very forthright, so he distributed the wine and cigarettes, and just reminded, "Remember to leave a bottle for me." The crowd was overjoyed and cheered continuously. The redhead ignored his subordinates. Since he opened his mouth and said to leave him a bottle, his subordinates would naturally leave it to him. He continued to look at Feith, expecting, "What's next?" Feith took out the Universal Capsule this time, Upgrade Version. This all-purpose capsule, Upgraded Version, is even smaller than the previous one, with a different shape, more beautiful and high-end. On the side, Rayleigh couldn't help but ask Feith, "This is the Universal Capsule, Upgraded Version." Rayleigh draws so many times, and he is quite experienced, and it is broken at a glance. Feith smiled and said, "Uncle, you are right. This is the Universal Capsule, Upgraded Version. Rayleigh said again and again, "This is much better than mine." The red hair and others were a little confused. They looked at the Universal Capsule handed over by Feith, and didn't know what it was. The redhead took it, and after playing with it, he asked, "Little devil, what is this? What is the use?" This time, Feith hadn't opened his mouth to introduce, and Rayleigh stood up. He took the all-purpose capsule in the red hair's hand, and said, "I'll show you a demonstration, you can see it." With that said, Rayleigh pressed the Universal Capsule, and then threw it at a large rock hundreds of meters high in the distance. The capsule quickly made a piercing sound in the air, and soon came into contact with the huge rock. With a bang sound, that huge rock disappeared in an instant. Then, Rayleigh took back the Universal Capsule, upgraded version, and released the rock stored in it. Then, he turned his head to look at the red hair and the others, and said in a low voice, "Now you know what this thing is for?" No one answered Rayleigh's words. The redhead and the others were already shocked by the scene in front of them. The red-haired and the other cotters were shocked by Rayleigh's experiment and were stunned for a while. After a while, exclamations came from everywhere. "This is too bizarre, isn't it?" The huge rock just now was absorbed by the gadget in Senior Rayleigh's hand. "It's not absorption, it's storage," Rayleigh corrected lightly. However, for everyone, it was the same shock. How can something so huge be stored in it? This is just too exaggerated. Am I dreaming? Besides, seeing that Senior Rayleigh just picked up that capsule was so easy, it didn't even have any weight. This thing is truly amazing. The Red Trembling was a little stunned. He was an intern on the Roger ship when he was a child, and now he is the Four Emperors, one of the powerhouses standing at the top of the world. However, it was the first time he had seen something so miraculous. Rayleigh ignored everyone's surprise and murmured as he looked at the omnipotent capsule in his hand. Some sighed, "This upgraded version, but the storage capacity is several times larger than my Universal Capsule, and even smaller." Ben Beckman hurriedly took the Universal Capsule from Rayleigh and wanted to get started. After Rayleigh's introduction, he put the big rock into the Universal Capsule again. Immediately release it again, and then earn it again. After 7 ins and 7s out, Ben Beckman was amazed by this tiny all-purpose capsule. This thing is amazing. In an instant, many thoughts popped into Ben Beckman's mind. This thing is of great strategic significance. He is the intelligence of the Four Emperors Regiment, and immediately thought of the various strategic meanings brought by this thing. That means we can carry an infinite number of turrets, bullets, gunpowder, or bombs and other thermal weapons. If we cooperate with any door, we can almost easily destroy the enemy's base camp. This can completely catch any force by surprise. After the red hair heard the words, he also thought of this. Eyes shine brightly. He couldn't help looking at Feith and said, "Little brat, the prizes you have drawn in the lottery are really amazing. Every piece is the best, baby." The other pirates were also amazed, and they were amazed at the magic of Feith's prizes. Feith laughed, "Everyone is overrated. There's a lot of good stuff to come." Immediately, he took out 3 high-level physical strength pills. This time Feith drew 5 high-level physical strength pills. He kept 2 and took out 3 as prizes. When Rayleigh saw the blue pill, he couldn't help but get jealous and exclaimed, "Good stuff. Good stuff." Redhead and Ben Beckman and others looked puzzled. This thing doesn't seem to be a prop, it seems to be a consumption item. On the side, Lajilu, the fat foodie, just picked up a high-level physical strength pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Since Rayleigh said something good, then Rakula didn't care what the pill did. Good stuff anyway. At the entrance of the pill, Lajilu originally wanted to chew it to see how it tasted, but in an instant the pill in his mouth turned into a warm current, filling Lajilu's whole body. Lajilu was still surprised by the change of this blue pill, and the next moment he was completely shocked. The face full of fat was extremely shocked. Seeing the change in Lajilu's expression, the redhead and the others hurriedly asked, "What's the matter, Lajilu?" However, Lajilu didn't answer directly, he was still in shock. After a while, he recovered from the shock, looked at the red hair and the other cotters and said, "It's really unbelievable. It's unbelievable. My physical strength has increased a lot, at least equal to the physical strength brought about by my 2-year penance. Rayleigh is stronger than Lackey Road, so he can only get 1 year of penance to improve his physical strength, and Lackey Road can be improved for at least 2 years, which is a matter of course. Improve physical strength." Both the redhead and Ben Beckman looked shocked. Really? Can this thing improve physical strength? The strong know that the stronger the stamina, the more difficult it is to improve, and this blue pill can actually directly improve the stamina. The 2 of them couldn't wait. One of them took one, and then hurriedly stuffed it into their mouths, trying to see if the blue pill was really that magical. Soon, both of them couldn't help widening their eyes, and the expressions on their faces were exactly the same as Lakewalu's shock just now. Physical strength has really improved. Ben Beckman couldn't help but murmured, shocked beyond words. This pill is a bit outrageous. The redhead sighed, even a powerhouse like him could raise the upper limit of physical strength. Although it is not as exaggerated as the 2 of Lajilu, the effect of this physical strength pill is still heaven-defying. On the side, Yasop was a little envious, knowing that he would also take one. You can directly increase the upper limit of physical strength without hard work. Who wouldn't be tempted by this effect? Soon, the red hair and others recovered from the shock. Can't wait to look at Feith right away. This time, the red-haired eyes brought a touch of intimacy. A red-haired one of the 4 emperors, showing affinity for Marine. If it were known, they would definitely not believe it. But, in fact it is. The redhead asked, "Feith, what else is there to do?" Feith didn't say much, just took out 2 Zanpakuto. This brings the number of prizes to 17. This time the lottery was actually 3 Zanpakuto. Feith simply kept one for himself. As soon as Zanpakuto came out, he immediately caught everyone's attention. This was the first time they saw Feith bring out not a prop, but a weapon. Moreover, the 2 knives have a black luster all over their bodies. The blades look extremely hard and willful, and the blades give people a feeling of cutting iron like mud. The red hair is a master swordsman and a great swordsman. When he saw the sword, he couldn't help showing a draped expression. He said, "Good knife. You can tell at a glance that this knife is the best." When Rayleigh saw Zanpakuto, he couldn't help laughing out loud. He stepped forward and patted the red-haired shoulder and said, "Red-haired, you guys made a lot of money this time. I have to say that your luck is really good, and you have produced 2 top-quality goods. These 2 Zanpakuto alone are worth the money you spent on this lottery." Saying that, Rayleigh took Zanpakuto from Feith's hand, handed it to the redhead, and said with a smile, "Redhead, you take the knife and try using Conqueror's Twist." The red hair was puzzled and took the knife. Starting with the knife, the red hair immediately showed a happy expression on his face. "This knife is really a good knife. Also stop crap, start trying what Rayleigh just told him, use Conqueror's Wrap." The redhead started using Conqueror's Hacky Wrap Zanpakuto, but soon he was surprised to find that this Zanpakuto was actually a hacky wrap that could absorb him. He looked up suddenly, to Rayleigh. Rayleigh chuckled, "Continue. Until this knife reaches the absorption limit." The red-haired eyes flashed with a strange light, and began to release the Conqueror's Hacky Winding, pouring into this Zanpakuto. After a while, Zanpakuto's absorption capacity reached its upper limit. Rayleigh laughed, "Now you try to swing with all your strength. Remember to use all your strength." Aside, Feith didn't have time to add a sentence. When he went to the sea to split, the red hair was already splitting against the sky with all his strength. In an instant, a knife aura that was crazy enough to ultimate overflowed. It was Conqueror's Hacky wrapped in red hair. For a time, Hacky filled the audience wantonly, and some of Red Hair Pirate's low-strength moments rolled their eyes and lay down straight. The wind was howling, and everyone except the strong was blown away by this powerful energy. Feith kept cursing in her heart, resisting Chi Jin and Conqueror's Hacky. Today, his strength has reached Vice Admiral, and he also owns Conqueror's Hacky. Although it is a bit reluctant, he still resists. The powerful knife gas directly cut through the sky, splitting the sky into a crack that was dozens of kilometers long. The billowing white clouds parted toward both sides, as if the sky was broken. Aside, those cotters who didn't faint looked at the sky and couldn't help but open their mouths. Is this the power that the red-haired boss can cut out? Sweat dripped from Yasop's forehead. Everyone else opened their mouths wide, deeply shocked by this scene. Even the redhead himself was surprised. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Rayleigh. Rayleigh chuckled, "How is it? Is this knife superb? I think the Supreme Sword is weak in everything, and it will be Zanpakuto's world in the future." The redhead nodded in a daze, then couldn't help looking at Feith. When they saw that Feith was still standing, the redhead and the others couldn't help but be stunned. This kid didn't even faint? Isn't he just a little marine soldier? Logically speaking, in front of the red-haired Hacky, one of the 4 emperors, there is absolutely no ability to resist. This kid doesn't look easy. Rayleigh is not too surprised. He already knew Feith's extraordinary strength before. How could it be that simple for someone with Conqueror's Hacky? However, everyone didn't pay any attention to this at this time, and the redhead said, "Feith, the things you got out of the lottery are all superb. This sword can absorb Hacky. It can be compared with Yan Mo. No, the power released is several times higher. It should be said that this is an absolute top-level sword." Feith chuckled, "This Zanpakuto not only absorbs Hacky, but also the Devil Fruit ability." On the side, Rayleigh added, "That's right. Not only Hacky, Devil Fruit's ability can also be absorbed and released." As soon as these words came out, the redhead, Ben Beckman, Yasop, Rakilu, a strong man, was even more shocked. Able to absorb Devil Fruit ability. Doesn't that mean that with this weapon, it's extremely easy to fight Demon Fruit power? It can be said that this knife is the nemesis of Demon Fruit power. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at this Zanpakuto, and they were extremely hot. No wonder Rayleigh would say that it is better than the Supreme Knife, and it will be Zanpakuto's world in the future. This is true. In this era when most of the strong have the ability of Devil Fruit, this knife is almost a top artifact. The redhead immediately pulled out his matching sword and replaced the one who loved it with Zanpakuto. He was overjoyed in his heart, and had the opportunity to find Hawkeye to learn from each other again. With this knife, he would definitely be able to teach that guy a lesson. Surprise that guy. Thinking of this, the red hair couldn't help but look forward to the scene where Hawkeye's stern expression revealed a scene of astonishment. The redhead was in a good mood, and patted Feith on the shoulder again and again. "Feith, you really impress me. Not only does it have such a magical ability as a lottery fruit, but its own strength is also very good. The Conqueror's Hacky who can resist me is a young talent. It's a pity for someone like you to stay in the marine as a little soldier. How about you join my pirate group? I'll give you a cotter position." Feith was swayed by the red hair, and felt a little helpless. The force of the redhead shot is practical, but it can also fully reflect his excitement at this time, otherwise he would not have the intention to win over Feith. Feith declined the redhead's invitation. Right now, he just wants to be free, so that he can trade with multiple parties, so that he can quickly improve his strength. The redhead and his subordinates sighed repeatedly at Feith's refusal, but they were not too disappointed. For pirates like them who like freedom, everyone has their own choices, and they respect everyone's choice. Feith smiled, thanked the redhead for the invitation, and then continued to take out the prize. After seeing any door, the red hair couldn't help but light up again. Ben Beckman rejoiced. Any door I've been thinking about, I also got it. Boss, you are really lucky. In an instant, all the cotters also cheered. This means that they have the key to balance the second half of New World. You know, the Red Hair Pirates are known as the most balanced Four Emperors group. Once everyone can sneak attack on one of the forces together, it will be overwhelming. The redhead laughed so hard. Today is really a surprise. With that said, he couldn't wait to try using any door. He had also heard Rayleigh's introduction before, and without Feith's introduction, he opened any door directly. Inside the door is an uninhabited island. When the redhead saw it, he was amazed. It's really the uninhabited island where we had a party last time. Others followed curiously and walked into the door. Ha ha, this door is really magical. Lajilu laughed loudly. There's still the bonfire residue we left here. Yasop pointed to a place and said in surprise. Ben Beckman looked at this magical random door and said with a smile, if you face Kaido or Auntie in the future, you will definitely be able to achieve a good record. As soon as the door is opened, all our members of the pirate ship can participate in the battle. The crowd burst into laughter. The pirate group is composed of the group and the outside group, and they don't often get together on weekdays. But with this door, you can quickly gather anytime, anywhere. Soon, everyone returned from the uninhabited island to the Sabayati Island archipelago. Yasop licked his lips and said, Boss, can you give me a try on this door? The redhead agreed boldly, and he was never stingy with his members. Yasop's face was overjoyed, and after thanking him, he couldn't wait to open any door. He was going back to his hometown, and he hadn't gone back for too long. At the beginning, in order to go to sea, he put down his wife and his young children. He quickly opened the door and saw the familiar coast and the familiar village in the distance. West Rob Village. For a time, the cotter of the Red Hair Pirates couldn't help but have some tears in his eyes. Shiluabu village is already what it used to be, but the thing is, the people are no longer the people they used to be. He did not enter the village, but after watching for a while, he silently retreated. From the moment he chose to follow the red hair, he could not go back. Furthermore, he also knew that his son, Usopp, also set foot on his path. Therefore, the village has no need to go back. After Usopp is finished, everyone else is scrambling to use any door to get to where they want to go. Like Usopp, most people want to go back to their hometown to see. Even if it's the same as Usopp, it's just a look from a distance. Set foot on the Marine's road, sailing at sea for decades, they haven't gone back for too long. In other words, even if they were able to go back, they would not dare to go back. Because they are pirates, and they are members of the Red Hair Pirates, they are highly valued by Marine. Once back, there is a good chance that he will be ambushed by Marine. Ben Beckman yelled to stop when everyone wanted to use any door. In Red Hair Pirates, red hair is a more casual existence, and the reason why Ben Beckman can become the king's deputy with red hair status is that his strength is 1 point, and his character complements red hair. He is more calm. Ben Beckman said, the number of any door is limited. There are so many of you, no one uses it once, and it's not enough for you. We must cherish it, we can go back. Don't worry now. Feith nodded and said, any door can only be used 50 times. Once it is used up, any door will disappear completely. Besides, don't you guys see what the last prize is? These words distracted everyone's attention. Yes, there are only 19 prizes now, and there is one last. What will it be in the end? Feith, take it out and show us. Everyone was very interested in the last thing. Feith smiled and took out the last thing. Don't worry, I'll show you guys. Everyone looked at the last thing Feith took out, and couldn't help but be stunned again. Is this a quilt, tablecloth? And Rayleigh and Shucky couldn't help but look at the redhead with envy after seeing the wrapping at this time. The redhead was still surprised at first, but when he noticed the scorching eyes of Rayleigh and Shucky, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He looked at Rayleigh and Shucky in confusion and said, why are you looking at me like this, like it's going to eat me? Shucky's charming eyes rolled her eyes, and she said, hey, whoever wants to eat you, who wants to eat me will also eat handsome brother. Feith, who was standing on the side, was shot inexplicably and said in his heart, Auntie, just forgive me. Only Empress, Robin, Nami, Momuzagi, Hina, Yamato, Rebecca, of course. Shirahoshi, the mermaid, can do it too. Shucky didn't explain, and said, you'll find out later. Rayleigh couldn't help shaking his head. Redhead, I'm a little envious of you now. It's a pity. I just drew a lottery, but I didn't have the luck. The words of Shucky and Rayleigh made everyone stunned. The redhead was confused. What's going on? Rayleigh, Aunt Shucky, isn't it just a piece of cloth? Is it that powerful? Rayleigh shook his head and looked at the redhead. Isn't it just a piece of cloth? I was as naive as you before. Rayleigh didn't give a shit anymore, and explained to Feith, who was imagining at ease, this cloth can reverse time and make anything, including people, go back 20 years. As soon as these words came out, everyone with red hair looked shocked. The red hair no longer had the image of the four emperors at this time, and his mouth was wide open. So did Ben Beckman, the always becoming deputy. No wonder Senior Rayleigh and Senior Shucky look at the boss like that, Yasop murmured. This cloth is simply heaven-defying. At this time, Ben Beckman thought of something, and quickly asked, Senior Rayleigh, do you mean to return to the way it was 20 years ago after using it? Rayleigh nodded. Ben Beckman couldn't help looking at the red-haired broken arm. Seeing Ben Beckman's eyes, everyone thought of something. They couldn't help but look at the red-haired broken arm. At this time, Feith coughed, and after straightening his body, he corrected, this time wrapping is an upgraded version, and it can go back up to 30 years. Aside, Shucky couldn't take it anymore after hearing the words. She stabbed Rayleigh with her elbow and said arrogantly, Rayleigh, hurry up to make money. I want this time to wrap my skin. Rayleigh smiled bitterly, I think so too. But this thing depends on luck, and it's not something you can get with money. Feith also ignored the words of Rayleigh and Shucky. He looked at the redhead and said, Redhead, the time wrap can freely change the time according to the user's mind, and at most 30 years younger. How many years ago do you want to go back? The redhead touched his severed arm, his eyes fiery. He pondered in his mind, going back to 30 years ago, then he was only a year ago, and he didn't quite adapt to it. But if we go back to 13 years ago, back when his broken arm was still there, then his strength can return to its peak. The redhead couldn't help swallowing his saliva, an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. He looked at Feith with resolute eyes and said, just help me go back to 13 years ago. Feith chuckled, no problem. Having said that, Feith adjusted the time on the time wrapping skin, and then put a set on the red hair. The time wrap completely covered the red hair, and after 3 seconds, the time wrap disappeared. A red-haired figure appeared in front of everyone. For a time, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and held their breath. At this moment, everyone is in a state of ignorance, like petrification. Grow. Some young people with low strength and shallow knowledge only feel that their scalps are numb, and this scene is beyond their cognition. Because not only did the arms grow out, but even their eldest, the redhead, has recovered a lot. Actually, it turned out to be true. Ben Beckman, the steadfast deputy of an old dog, lost control of his expression management at this moment. Big redhead. You're getting younger, and your broken arm has grown. Yasop's voice was trembling. The redhead looked at the broken arm that had grown out of him, and was a little dazed. He stared ecstatically, as if he couldn't believe it, then reached out and touched it again. When he came into contact with his burly and powerful arm and the temperature from his arm, the redhead turned to look at Feith. The props that this kid pulled out are really so magical. After a while, everyone came back to their senses from the hood, and after digesting the fact that their boss had really grown a broken arm and regained his youth, everyone suddenly cheered. The boss is really reborn from his broken arm. Our boss was so powerful in the past, and now that we are back to this, our combat power will increase a lot. It's amazing. Even the appearance has returned to youth. Ha 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 ha. The boss is younger than most of us now. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would have been unbelievable. The red hair pirates cheered and everyone was delighted and shocked. The recovery of the red-haired broken arm means that their boss's strength will be greatly improved, and they will be more confident. The redhead himself was extremely excited, and he tried to hold his regrown arm, as if going back to 13 years ago, that thing never happened. On the side, even Rayleigh and Shucky were amazed that they had seen people wrapped in time. Rayleigh laughed, redhead. Congratulations. Shucky also congratulated the redhead, and her heart was even hotter about the time wrap. Feith chuckled and said, redhead, how about wrapping skin at this time? Does it work? This time the redhead looked at Feith without the slightest strangeness, the same way he looked at Luffy. He laughed heartily, it couldn't be better. Then he made a move that Feith didn't expect. I saw that the red-haired one of the dignified four emperors, the top boss standing in the second half of New World, actually knelt down on one knee towards Feith and saluted Feith solemnly. This surprised Feith. What are you doing? However, when the other members of the red-haired four emperors group saw their boss, the red-haired, salute Feith, they all looked at each other and smiled, and immediately knelt down to Feith like the red-haired. Thank you, brother Feith, for giving me a new life from my broken arm, said the redhead with gratitude. Immediately, there was a neat echo, thank you, brother Feith, for helping our eldest family's broken arm to be reborn. Feith felt a little trepidation in his heart. After all, the four emperors were on the opposite side, and he was just a small marine soldier now. Furthermore, he had never thought of helping the redhead at all. The wrapping was just right now that he didn't need it, so he took it out as a prize. If he needed it, the redhead couldn't get it at all. However, when it was said that the dignified red-haired kneeled down on one knee in front of him, he felt quite refreshed. Feeth was happy in his heart, but on the surface he was righteous and said, "Captain Red-haired, don't make trouble." Feeth waved his hand and said directly, "We just take what we need, and I will help you to draw the lottery, that's all." The redhead shook his head. "Brother Feeth, I don't think so. Rebirth from a broken arm allows me to return to the peak of my strength. In this chaotic era, this can be regarded as saving my life. This is a great kindness." Feeth was about to speak when Rayleigh smiled and patted his shoulder. He smiled at Feeth and said, "Feeth, Redhead is such a person, so because when he was an intern on Roger's ship before, Roger would like him very much." Feeth didn't say anything after hearing that. Rayleigh's meaning was obvious, allowing himself to accept the redhead's thanks. From this, it can be seen that the current Rayleigh is also very friendly to himself, otherwise he would not have taken Marine like himself to see the redhead. It will not help the Flames secretly, step by step to lure the redhead to find himself a lottery. Of course. In fact, he must have the intention of wanting discounts, but more importantly, he wants to help himself know big customers. Perhaps Rayleigh had this plan after seeing the Marine executives approach me earlier. I knew the red hair and had a kindness to the red hair. If the senior Marine really dared to act rashly towards him in the future, he would have to weigh it carefully. Feeth smiled in his heart. This old man is very scheming. Either way, it's not bad to sell a favor to the four emperors. Thinking of this, Feeth accepted the redhead's gratitude quite calmly. On the opposite side, the redhead was still kneeling on one knee, and he chuckled at Feeth. "Brother Feeth, if you need help in the future, or use our red hair pirates, feel free to speak. Even if you go up the mountain of swords and go down to the sea of fire, go up to 9 stars to catch the moon, go down to the sea to catch turtles?" Feeth thought to himself. The red-haired voice continued, "We will all go to help." On the side, Rayleigh patted Feeth's shoulder again and said, "Ha ha ha, kid. If you have anything, you can also come to me for help. Although I have an old bone, I still have some fighting power." Feeth nodded and smiled. "Definitely, I am happy. This time, it was a big profit. Not only did I smoke so many good things, but I also got a favor from Red Hair and Rayleigh. If you don't say anything else, let's just say that in the sea, who dares not give face to the redhead? As we all know, red hair has the fruit of face, and those who do not give red hair face will be seen by all." At this moment, the fat man Lakilus suddenly shouted, "To celebrate the lucky draw, everyone, and to celebrate the rebirth of the boss broken arm, we should have a party." The party is the favorite event of the pirates, and everyone can't help shouting loudly when they hear it. The red hair got up and smiled. "Yes. Then we will find a place and hold a party." When everyone heard their boss agree, they were even more excited and excited. The redhead chuckled, then he turned to Feeth. "Brother Feeth, Rayleigh, and Aunt Shucky, you guys too." Feeth naturally wouldn't refuse, and now he doesn't need to patrol the streets at all. Idle is also idle. Since this is the case, it is better to go to Bangdi. Both Rayleigh and Shucky happily agreed to the redhead's invitation. After all, although they are old, they still like parties very much. The redhead was extremely bold, and directly used his arbitrary door to bring everyone to the uninhabited island where the party was held earlier. Soon, the party starts. Time passed slowly. The ground was already full of party messes, and some pirates who were weak in alcohol were lying on the side and sleeping soundly. Some people who were not drunk also began to discuss and study the magical props that were obtained by lottery today. Discuss how to use it in the most efficient and beneficial way. Feeth's face was also covered with red clouds, and he also drank a lot, but his current strength has made his alcohol consumption soar. Feeth thinks this estimate has something to do with metabolism. After all, since drinking until now, he doesn't know how many times he has gone to the toilet. Seeing that no one else paid attention to him and was discussing the use of new props, Feeth also secretly began to study his own gains. In this lottery, Feeth also gained a lot of good things: advanced physical strength pills, and attribute points. Feeth started to assign his own attribute points. Now Feeth won't focus on armament haki with Devil Fruit ability and Conqueror's haki. Because in fact, in the later stage, it is basically fighting Conqueror's haki winding, as well as Devil Fruit ability and physical strength. In the previous life, Luffy's second card was only able to win by relying on a thick health bar. Feeth splits Conqueror's haki stat points equally, followed by String Fruit ability and Lava Fruit ability. Of course, the focus is on the ability of Lava Fruit, which is known as the Devil Fruit with the strongest attack among the 3 admirals, so Feeth simply added some more attribute points. As the attributes of Feeth Lava Fruit's ability increased, various skills related to Lava Fruit's ability appeared in his mind. This makes Feeth's use of Lava Fruit and String Fruit more proficient and transparent. This also means that Feeth's strength has been greatly enhanced. After a while, when Feeth's total attribute points reached 2,000 points, the system's voice immediately sounded in Feeth's mind. "Congratulations host, the total attribute points have reached 2,000 points, and a new ability has been unlocked, San Fruit. Lush's ability?" Feeth can't say he likes it, and he also talks a lot about loss. After all, at least it's a rare Logia, but it's not very powerful. The drawbacks of this fruit are very obvious. In the early stage of Pirate's plot, Lao She was a boss defeated by Luffy. Wrong. It suddenly occurred to Feith that he was different from Lao She. He is a multi-fruit capable person, not a single fruit. Sansan fruit alone is not powerful, how about using it together with other fruits? For example, using magma and sand to create a tornado lava skill, or sandstorm magma, an AoE super large-scale killing skill. Thinking of this, Feith suddenly felt that this ability was awesome. Think about the yellow sand in the sky and change it into magma, then the situation is completely different. Feith was a little excited, he was awesome. However, these skills have to wait until you find a chance to test them. Wrong. In fact, you don't need to test yourself. As long as you have enough attribute points and improve your control over the fruit's ability, you can easily integrate the fruit's ability. Feith sighed in his heart. Sure enough, after the system was in place, his life was very different. No longer feeling emotional, Feith glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention to him. Feith stuffed a few stamina pills into his mouth. The blue pills melted in the mouth and turned into warm currents that filled the body. Feith just felt his physical limits soaring, leaping forward at a rocket-like speed. For the strong players such as Rayleigh, Redhead, and Garp, the physical strength Dan did not improve too much. But for someone like Feith, who only has the power of Vice Admiral, that's a different story. And Feith still ate several at a time. With the effect of physical strength, Dan exploded in the body, and then digested. Feith's strength has been further improved. Feith feels that he has no problem in the internet cafe for half a month, and it is estimated that he can win the world record. Feith was overjoyed, his strength reached the level of Admiral. Although it is a weaker Admiral, but by virtue of his status as a multi-fruits person, he can safely fight against Admiral. Feith's eyes flickered, he was finally qualified to live in this world. Even in the Summit War at that time, he is no longer cannon fodder. Meanwhile, the other side. There are many Ma Lin in the Marshal's mansion. Inside the room, white mist curled up like a fragrance. Since returning from the Sabayati Island archipelago, the three admirals have sat in their respective seats, breathing clouds of smoke, making the office smoky. Every now and then, there was the comforting murmur of Kizaru, the wretched admiral. Yo, it's really wonderful. That's how beautiful life is. In normal times, Sengoku would have been furious and scolded the three admiral, but now Sengoku didn't have time to pay attention to them. Sengoku and Garp are fiddling with the Magnum capsule, while the veteran Tsuru looks around any door. What exactly are these things? Sengoku muttered, frowning. Garp shook his head. I've watched it for so long, but I can't see any trace of it. Just as several people pondered, a Marine soldier hurried in. The Marine was startled by the smoke in the room, but quickly recovered, and said, report to the Marshal. Dr. Vegapunk is here. Immediately, everyone's faces returned to normal. Quick! Call the doctor in, the Marshal said quickly. The soldiers hurriedly left this world full of smoke, and soon a little old man walked in the smoke. His expression was obviously impatient, and he said, what's the matter with Sengoku? I'm working on an important transformation plan, so I sent someone to summon me in a hurry. Sengoku didn't care about Dr. Vegapunk's impatience. After all, this old man is in existence who has made great contributions to Marine's technology. Garp is a people's hero, then Dr. Vegapunk is a tech hero, known as a leader in technology for 500 years in the world. Sengoku laughed. Doctor, we just got some amazing technology. You need a doctor to do some decomposition and understand the principle. If you can, it is best to make a large number of copies and make them. After Dr. Vegapunk heard the words, he was obviously a little disinterested and disdainful, and didn't agree with Sengoku's words at all. He has seen all the magical technologies in this world, the most impossible artificial devil fruit, and artificial humans are his masterpieces. Marine said that the discovery of magical technology, in Dr. Vegapunk's view, is likely to be some gadgets for him. Artificial demons, genetic modification, these fields, Dr. Vegapunk is quite researched. It's normal for him to have such arrogance. Dr. Vegapunk felt that Marine must have found something special. If he couldn't figure it out, he would come to him. For him, it must be some low-end technology. No way. Marine, these warriors who only use brute force to solve things, where have you seen the world? Feeling a little impatient, he wanted to turn his head and leave, but this was the order of the Supreme Marshal Marine, so he could only obey. Either way, take a look at it, and then leave with a few perfunctory words. It's not too difficult. Thinking of this, Dr. Vegapunk urged in a tone, hurry up and show it to me. As long as there are existing products, I can imitate them in minutes. As for whether it can be mass-produced, it depends on the rarity of the materials involved. Aside, Kizaru was reminiscing about the aftertaste of the cigarette just now. After hearing this, he smiled and said, Dr. Vegapunk, I'm afraid you're going to fall over this time. Dr. Vegapunk glanced at Kizaru, dismissed it, and snorted at Sir Kizaru, you know my strength. As Admiral, Kizaru also heads up marine technology and manages Vegapunk. Dr. Vegapunk naturally called in the officer. Kizura grinned with a crooked mouth and didn't say anything, just quietly watched from the sidelines. The other two admiral also cast their eyes. Although they said so, everyone still hopes that Dr. Vegapunk can analyze the props of these artifacts. Once the Marine gets to mass production, that's the real utility. Dr. Vegapunk came to Sengoku and Garp. Sengoku didn't talk nonsense, and handed Dr. Vegapunk the universal capsule. Handing it over, he said, "This thing is called a universal capsule. This is from a little marine who has the magical devil fruit ability. Do you remember the storage props in the space field that you studied earlier?" Dr. Vegapunk took the all-purpose capsule and casually said, "Of course I remember, but at the time, I couldn't understand the space collapse and the formula for the quantum miniaturization of matter, so I failed in the end," Dr. Vegapunk said while looking at the universal capsule in his hand. The eyes under the same glasses as Dr. Octopus looked at for a long time, but he still couldn't see the use of the thing called the universal capsule that Sengoku gave him. Dr. Vegapunk couldn't help frowning. "Isn't this a mechanical capsule? Except for a bit of weight, which can be determined to be a relatively special metal, there is nothing special about it." "Okay." Dr. Vegapunk found something. "There's a button-like thing in here." He looked up at Sengoku, but Sengoku didn't explain, and said with a smile, "Dr. Vegapunk, you press the button and drop it on the ground." Dr. Vegapunk was very dissatisfied with Sengoku's sell-off, but he didn't say anything. According to Sengoku's words, he pressed the button and then threw the universal capsule to the ground. The next moment, a bang sounded, scaring the old man Dr. Vegapunk into a shudder. As the white mist dissipated, there were a few more stools and tables in the original empty place. After seeing this scene, Dr. Vegapunk was stunned for a moment, unable to react. However, the next moment, his eyes under the same glasses as Dr. Octopus were wide open. He realized that it was a storage tool. At this moment, Dr. Vegapunk's breathing became a little faster, and he murmured with a trembling voice, how is this possible? This can't happen. Even I can't research it. How can it appear in this world?" Akainu looked at Dr. Vegapunk's appearance and said in a low voice, "Dr. Vegapunk, didn't you just say that any technology is a piece of cake for you?" Dr. Vegapunk was speechless for a moment. On the opposite side, Sengoku continued to Dr. Vegapunk, "Dr. Vegapunk, you press the button again, and try throwing it at these chairs and tables." Dr. Vegapunk only felt that his lips were interfering, and he licked his lips to calm himself down. This is where it starts to do as Sengoku says. At this moment, his heart was beating extremely violently, and the hand holding the universal capsule was trembling. He considers himself a genius, and is the top scientist in this era. No! He is confident that his technology is 500 years ahead of the world, that is to say, no one can surpass his technology in 500 years. However, this confidence is now about to collapse. If this means that the chair and table in front of you can be put in normally, doesn't that mean that the person who invented this thing is more genius than himself? Dr. Vegapunk was a little scared, and as a scientist, he couldn't wait. In such a complicated mood, he threw out the universal capsule. Dr. Vegapunk's eyes were fixed on the whereabouts of the omnipotent capsule. It only took a second or so, but to him it seemed like several years. With another sound of bang, the tables, chairs and benches in front of him all disappeared. This great scientist has completely lost his expression management, and his heart is already shocked beyond words. Xiao, disappeared. Aside, Kizura smiled and said, "Dr. Vegapunk, this is not disappearing, but was collected in the universal capsule. It's nothing, the capacity of this universal capsule can fit into a giant marine battleship." What? Dr. Vegapunk's voice trembled when he heard Kizuru's words. It can accommodate a marine battleship, which shows that the technology stored in this space is already pure and innocent. It also means that the person who invented this thing has already cracked the use of space a few years ago, even more than 10 years ago. Incredible! Incredible! This idea is undoubtedly a big news for this self-proclaimed scientist. This shows that someone is more awesome than him. He hurriedly looked at the universal capsule, trying to find out what was special about this capsule. However, there are still no thoughts. He raised his head suddenly, looked at Sengoku and said, "No way, I'm going to take this universal capsule back to the lab now, and I'm going to take it apart and find out what's going on." Dr. Vegapunk took the Magnum capsule and turned to leave. This thing surprised him. For scientists, in the face of fields that they can't understand, they can't wait to study. However, just as he turned around, he was stopped by Sengoku. "Wait, Dr. Vegapunk." Dr. Vegapunk was too busy to look back. "Marshall, what else is there? I'm going back to study this thing right now." Sengoku chuckled. "No hurry. There are 2 other good things." "2? This time, Dr. Vegapunk was no longer impatient, but hurriedly said, "Quick! What? Come out and let me see." Akainu, who was sitting beside him, took out Zanpakuto. "Dr. Vegapunk, this is the knife." Dr. Vegapunk took 3 steps and 2 steps, quickly came to Akainu, and took the long black knife. The moment he took the knife, Dr. Vegapunk's eyes lit up. "So light! The lightness of the knife generally means that the knife itself is not very good, but this knife is what makes Dr. Vegapunk not have any idea of garbage. On the contrary, I admire the workmanship and quality of this knife. 430 As a scientist, although he does not know how to use a knife, he has studied many weapons. He knew that the knife in his hand was a good knife. This material is something he has never seen before. However, after looking at it for a long time, Dr. Vegapunk lost interest. Compared with this good knife of special material, he is more interested in the universal capsule. He wanted to return the knife to Akainu, and said, "This knife is a good knife, and I have never seen the material. But other than that, there is no special place. As long as you find where these materials come from, you can mass-produce them." After hearing the words, Akainu took Zanpakuto with a sneer. He looked at Dr. Vegapunk and said in a low voice, "Dr. Vegapunk, you said there is nothing special about this knife." Dr. Vegapunk frowned as he listened to Akainu's words. "Otherwise? You tell me what's so special about it." As Marine, I never talk nonsense, let alone a serious person like Akainu. After he heard the words, he directly demonstrated it to Dr. Vegapunk. I saw that his arm turned into billowing magma, and the magma enough to melt any metal was absorbed directly after touching the Zanpakuto in Akainu's hand. Dr. Vegapunk was startled, and regardless of his status as a great scientist, he pointed to Zanpakuto in Akainu's hands. The voice stammered, This knife can actually absorb power. Incredible." Akainu chuckled and glanced at Dr. Vegapunk. On weekdays, this Dr. Vegapunk always looked down on these Marines who depended on brute force, and felt that as long as they practiced force, anyone could have it, and technology was the most advanced. Now I can dampen the spirit of this old guy, but it makes Akainu feel a lot more comfortable. Akainu said lightly, "This can not only absorb, but also release power, and the upper limit of absorption is extremely high. Even Vice Admiral can reach the upper limit of its absorption, only us Admiral can." Dr. Vegapunk took the knife again and waved it casually. In an instant, the magma that had just been absorbed was chopped out by him, and a terrifying blade aura instantly swept the entire room. "Dr. Vegapunk, what are you doing?" Sengoku yelled at Dr. Vegapunk while looking at his messy office. Fortunately, all of them are strong, and Dr. Vegapunk's strength is not very strong, but he just chopped a wall. However, Dr. Vegapunk turned a deaf ear. He looked at the knife in his hand, and took a deep breath. This knife is also something he can't understand. It was really unimaginable that two things that were beyond his comprehension appeared today. You know, he can even create the most magical devil fruit, but in front of these two things, he has no clue. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "This knife, I will also take it back to study it." Then, Dr. Vegapunk hurriedly asked, "What is the third thing?" He was already convinced that this time Naval Headquarters got something very good. Sengoku pointed to the pink door beside him. "That's the door. It's fortunate that you didn't cut this door just now, otherwise the loss would be huge." "A door," Dr. Vegapunk murmured. "Does this have any special abilities?" This time, Dr. Vegapunk behaved well and asked Marine what special abilities he had, so as not to be slapped in the face. Garp smiled and volunteered, I'll come." Having said that, he hurriedly ran to any door, and then opened it. Meni-I Heron is Garp's hometown, the windmill town of East Blue. Dr. Vegapunk's eyes widened again. He looked at the outside of the door and the inside of the door as if two different time and space, shocked beyond words. Aside, Sengoku cursed inwardly as he looked at Garp, who was smiling. This guy volunteered, he must be looking for an excuse to go back to his hometown to take a look. Bastards! Waste such a precious opportunity of any door. Otherwise, in fact, as long as Garp explains it, why bother? However, Garp ignores what Sengoku thinks and walks through the arbitrary door to his hometown, while introducing the arbitrary door to Dr. Vegapunk. Dr. Vegapunk was so shocked that his mouth was wide open, unable to speak. If the Magnum capsule made him feel like there was someone more talented than him in the world, the Zanpakuto was a new type of weapon that surprised him. Then this arbitrary door completely destroyed his view of science and technology. You know, he never imagined that he could achieve time travel. No, it's not that I haven't thought about it, but it's too imaginative, and I don't think it's possible at all. However, now the arbitrary door appeared in front of him. Gollum, he couldn't help swallowing. Afterwards, his footsteps seemed to possess 10,000 shackles, walking with difficulty, slowly walking towards any door. Go to this superb artifact that subverts his view of science and technology. Dr. Vegapunk finally took heavy steps and came to any door. His hand trembled slightly as he touched the pink door in front of him. I don't know when, he has lifted his glasses up and put them on his forehead, and his deep eyes with some endless knowledge burst into light at this moment, and it was the light that thirst for knowledge. He made various explorations on this arbitrary door, trying to find out what was special about this door, what could distort the space and realize the magical means of crossing time and space. However, after searching for it for a long time, except for the extremely special appearance and material, he found nothing. It's unimaginable. It's unimaginable. Suddenly, Dr. Vegapunk muttered. His eyes were full of brilliance, and his expression was shock, excitement, and surprise. 3 things at once, 3 things in a row that I don't understand. His words are a bit messy, and for Dr. Vegapunk, who pursues logic and science, his appearance is enough to show that he has been attracted to these 3 things, and has developed a strong interest, so much that he lost his temper. What man-made devil fruit, what transforms people, what factors, these things, in front of these 3 things, are all scum. If he said that his technology is 500 years ahead of the times, and these 3 things are put out in front of him, that is 1,000 years ahead of the times. Dr. Vegapunk looked at Sengoku excitedly, and said quickly, Marshal, these 3 things, let me take them back to study. Give me a moment, and I will definitely have results. Sengoku shook his hands. This time I asked you to come here because I hope you can study the principles of these things. It's best to be able to reproduce all of them, and then achieve mass production. This is the idea of Sengoku and San Admiral ETAL. All-purpose capsule, Zanpakuto, any door, these artifacts, if they can be mass-produced. You can imagine what kind of benefits it can bring to Marine. It is no longer difficult to suppress the sea and fight against pirates, even to quell this great age of sailing. Dr. Vegapunk was overjoyed when he heard that Marshal Sengoku agreed to let him take these things back to study. If it wasn't for a bit of sanity, plus there were big Marines around, he couldn't help but jump up and cheer. Immediately, Dr. Vegapunk withdrew his immediately stirring emotions. Correct. Dr. Vegapunk turned to look at Sengoku, his eyes burning hot, and he said, could the Marshal tell me who the friend who gave you these cutting-edge things is? If there is a chance, I must visit in person. There was a hint of respect in Dr. Vegapunk's tone. Being able to come up with cutting-edge props that even he can't understand the principle of, shows that people's attainments in the field of science are not inferior to him at all. No, it should be said that it is even higher. Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 Admiral laughed when they heard this. No one said a word, only Sengoku, Marine Marshal, said, this is Marine's top secret. When the time is right, you will know. After Sengoku returned, it had been discussed how Marine should treat Thief. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to hide existences like Thief to prevent them from being watched. From this aspect, it can also be seen that Thief's status and importance in the eyes of Marine executives today. After Dr. Vegapunk heard the words, he nodded. Since this was the secret of Marine's executives, he couldn't say anything. After all, although he has a high status, he is only a scientist. Of the military affairs, some things will naturally not let him know. With regret in his heart for not being able to see this friend, and joy in getting these 3 miraculous things, Dr. Vegapunk left. The next day, Sabayati Archipelago. Thief walked down the street yawning, sleepy. Sorry, the party originally ended early last night, but Thief, who is sword in strength, was in a good mood and wanted to drink to celebrate. So I taught Red Hair Pirates, Shucky and Rayleigh to play Russian Wheel. After this pass, Red Hair Pirates, Rayleigh and Xia Yan were directly addicted and played until dawn. Fortunately, I am now upgraded to Admiral Strength, otherwise I will be drunk to death. There is one advantage of playing with a group of pirates, that is, it is fun, and it is basically not like those people in previous lives, raising goldfish. The downside is that one big glass at a time is like wine without money. Moreover, Thief now realizes with hindsight that last night it was the Luhan Bureau, that is, the Aunt Shucky. No wonder it feels a little weird. It would be great to play with the Empress Pirates. Thief is deeply regretful. Why is there no beauty in Red Hair Pirates? A dignified 4 emperors really pulled across. But just as he sighed, he suddenly heard a rallying call. I'm going? Gather. This is the Horn of Marine's daily assembly, which is equivalent to punching in at work. After punching in, he will start patrolling the streets, and then after the end of the day, there will be a rally call, which is equivalent to punching in after get off work. Ask for flowers. Dragging on the smell of alcohol, Thief walked slowly towards the usual gathering place. Now he doesn't actually need to patrol the streets, but he still has to clock in at work, so Thief plans to show up and then go home to rest. More than 10 minutes later, Thief dragged his body full of alcohol to the assembly place. Here, a group of Marine soldiers and Thief's superiors are already here. After the assembly every day, the boss needs to assign tasks. After the task assignment is completed, the street patrol will be disbanded. Thief's body is tall and tall, 1.9 meters tall, which is naturally very conspicuous. Before he got close, everyone found him. When Thief came to the front, looking at Thief's appearance, plus the smell of alcohol, the soldiers couldn't help but whisper, Thief, this guy is late again. Zero, it's still a small thing to be late, and it was not late before. Since he knows Admiral, the boss won't treat him like that. The most important thing is that he is full of alcohol this time. It looks like a hangover. You must know that drinking is strictly prohibited in the military. It can be said that it is one of the most serious rules. Yeah, this time, I'm afraid it won't be easy to know Admiral. Military regulations are military regulations. Quiet, quiet, the boss shouted sharply, what are you talking about? Don't you know that the assembly can't talk? Shut up for me. Mind your business. When everyone listened to the boss's anger, just as Faith went back to sleep, Dressrosa, in the palace of Doflamingo. Doflamingo is running a party, which is a very favorite pastime for pirates. Doflamingo is enjoying himself, and only at this time will he have no thoughts in his heart, forget his preparations, forget his past, and rely on the numbness of alcohol. At this moment, Doflamingo felt a voice ringing in his chest. Whoa, 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 whoa. Doflamingo couldn't help frowning slightly. This was Fergo's secret communication phone bug. Looks like something happened. He immediately called off the party, and then called some people outside the family back. Baby 5 was a little strange, and also muttered dissatisfiedly, "Why, they are having a good time." 430's Doflamingo didn't answer, and after all the unrelated people had retreated, he took out the phone bug from his arms. As soon as they saw this secret phone bug, everyone shut their mouths. Toripole murmured, "There is news from Fergo." Doflamingo nodded. In order to avoid exposure, under normal circumstances, Fergo would rarely take the initiative to contact people in the family. If you say automatic contact, then it must mean that something big has happened. Doflamingo also stopped talking nonsense, and the rest were members of the family, the top cotter of the family, so there was no need to avoid suspicion. After connecting to the phone bug, Doflamingo said solemnly, "What's the matter?" Fergo didn't talk nonsense, and said directly, "Young master, I heard news from my eyeliner in the Marine Research Department that Dr. Vegapunk has brought back 3 very magical things." The eyeliner said that he had witnessed the use of these 3 things with his own eyes, and said that the functions of the 3 things were terrible, so he reported them to me. Doflamingo frowned when he heard the words, "the scene of Marine coming to Dressrosa yesterday," thinking of the pink door. But he didn't say it, but asked, "What? How amazing is the use?" The phone bug rang Fergo's voice explaining, "The first thing is called a universal capsule, almost a palm-sized mechanical artifact capable of storing items up to the size of an astonishingly large battleship." "Slap, the size of the small thing can accommodate a giant warship?" Pika directly screamed. The already sharp voice was even sharper now. "Really?" Diamante said in disbelief. Baby 5 can't imagine that there is such a magical thing in the world. But Fergo never joked, and it was his rigorous style of work, and his terrifying insight, that he was sent to Marine as an undercover agent. Toripole said, "If we can have this thing, the efficiency and safety of our underground business will be improved several times." Doflamingo hears that the glasses under the sunglasses light up. With this thing, he can basically smuggle arms, artificial devil fruit, etc. in an open and honest manner, and the efficiency will be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Doflamingo said solemnly, "Isn't that old man from Vegapunk unable to study the formula for storage space, so this experiment stopped? Why does such storage props still appear?" On the opposite side, Fergo's voice sounded, "The old man Vegapunk really can't study the storage props, this thing called the universal capsule. I heard that it was obtained from an amazing person." Amazing person. After Doflamingo heard the words, he couldn't help muttering. The rest of the family also frowned. There are many amazing people in this world, such as Shishibukai, such as the 4 emperors, or celestial dragons and CP spy agencies, and even many unknown forces, as well as secret forces such as the Revolutionary Army. However, the Revolutionary Army can be ruled out. Marine cannot cooperate with the Revolutionary Army, and the 4 emperors are unlikely to be. Everyone thought about it a lot, but still couldn't imagine what kind of power it would be. Doflamingo frowned slightly and asked tentatively, "Could it be the Vinsmoke family from North Blue?" Baby 5 couldn't help showing admiration, as expected of the young master. "He thinks really well. The Vinsmoke family dominates North Blue with top-notch technology. It's probably them." However, just after Baby 5 finished speaking, Fergo Wine on the opposite side denied it. "It can't be the Vinsmoke family. Although their technology is cutting edge, it is far from this level. I don't know what force it is, but it has been classified as top secret by Marine." For a time, a solemn atmosphere filled the palace. Marine is classified top secret, so things won't be so simple. "You go on to say what the second thing is." Doflamingo asked Fergo to go on with those 3 things. Since that great person, or power, is listed as Marine's top secret, it's impossible to know who it is for a while. "Okay, my lord." Virgo continued to introduce the second thing. "The second thing is a weapon, called Zanpakuto. The blade is extremely light, but it is extremely tough and extremely sharp, and this blade alone can be comparable to the supremely fast blade." Doflamingo nodded. "What about the third one?" Although it is said that a weapon that is comparable to the supreme sword is indeed a treasure, Doflamingo does not have much interest in this weapon. But the opposite Fergo said, "Young master, I haven't finished. This knife has an extremely terrifying ability. Cannot absorb haki and devil fruit abilities. However, the ability to absorb can be released, and the power released is several times the original power. Even if it's an ordinary person, with such a knife, if Zanpakuto has the ability to absorb it, it can kill a vice-admiral opponent." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Don Quixote family was in an uproar. 4.7 really fake? Even Toripol, a member of the family, couldn't help but ask such a question. It's the first time I've heard of it being able to absorb power and release it. Diamante's eyes were a bit fiery. Not only that, but the power released is several times stronger than before. It's really unbelievable. Does such a knife really exist in the world? Pika said in a sharp voice. Doflamingo didn't speak, and everyone with sunglasses couldn't see Doflamingo's inner thoughts at this time. If you own this knife, wouldn't you be able to join the process of realizing your own hegemony? Doflamingo's heart moved. After a while, he said solemnly, Fergo, continue. What's the last thing? Others also showed expectant and curious eyes. Doflamingo's heart is naturally fiery, and these two things will undoubtedly help him a lot in his hegemony. That's why Doflamingo can't wait to tell Fergo to say the third thing. Opposite, Fergo's voice sounded, the third something. It's beyond imagination, and the authenticity still needs to be verified. It is said to be a very ordinary-looking pink door, called an arbitrary door, according to the user's mind. Go wherever you want. Doflamingo's eyes moved slightly. He thought of the weird door yesterday. So, these things are true. No wonder why Marine executives showed up at Dressrosa yesterday. This pink door turned out to be where you want to go. At this moment, even the sunglasses couldn't hide the fiery in Doflamingo's eyes. When the other family members heard Fergo's words, they were stunned. They didn't notice the weird pink door yesterday. I don't quite believe what Fergo said about the Arabian Nights. Even though they knew that Fergo couldn't lie, they still didn't quite believe it. Baby 5 said, Fergo's previous words are acceptable. This last arbitrary door that 12 can go wherever he wants is really outrageous. Toripol, a well-planned cotter, also showed confusion at this time. Really, if there is such a magical thing, wouldn't Marine be terrifyingly powerful? If Marine is dispatched in the future, the entire army will be crushed. For a time, everyone panicked. Pickup said in a sharp voice, could it be that Fergo is wrong with your eyeliner? How can this world appear for something so outrageous? Fergo's voice sounded, there's nothing wrong with the eyeliner, it's just a mistake. I plan to find an opportunity to verify it myself. On the side, facing the disbelief of the family members, Doflamingo did not say that the strange door he saw yesterday was very likely to be an arbitrary door. He just said lightly to the family, it's very likely that what Fergo said is true. After all, it's classified as top secret by Marine, and it's only something so miraculous that makes Vegapunk a cutting-edge scientist. He didn't explain the door he saw yesterday because he was afraid that it would cause panic among the family members. Furthermore, since it is classified as top secret by Marine, the less people know about such information, the better. This is also a kind of protection for family members. Doflamingo just said lightly, Fergo, can't you get these three things? Fergo's voice sounded, Dr. Vegapunk is now researching and analyzing three things, and once they are researched and analyzed, they will be replicated. At that time, I'll find a way to get some. Doflamingo muses, good. After a pause, he said, that's right. Virgo also found out who the person who had Marine listed as the top secret was, and if it was a force, which force it was. Check it out for me. At such a point in time, such terrible things have appeared, and it must not be easy to give Marine these terrible things or power. The unknown is a potential threat to the Don Quixote family, so it must be understood clearly. Furthermore, if you know who it is, maybe you can try to get these things yourself. Afterwards, Doflamingo listened to Fergo talking about the recent situation of Marine. Soon, the communication was hung up. The phone hung up, and the family members were still haunted by what Fergo reported. Young master, could such a miraculous thing be a lie that Marine deliberately let out? Toripol said. He still didn't quite believe that such a heaven-defying thing would appear in the world. I think it's very possible that the old guy Sengoku is very bad, full of bad water, Baby 5 replied. Not only these two people, but other family cotters don't quite believe it. It is estimated that this time Fergo is likely to obtain wrong information. Doflamingo didn't speak, just lost his mind. After a while, he said to Toripol, this matter is not only investigated by Fergo, but we must also try to investigate it outside. Send someone to find out who these three things came from. Toripol had no choice but to agree. Time flies, Sabayati Island Archipelago. When Faye woke up, it was already sunset. He stretched, the last night's hangover didn't bother him at all. This is the benefit of physical strength Dan for him. Looking at the empty room, Faith also felt a little empty in his stomach. Although it is said that the increase in strength also increases the amount of alcohol, but the only disadvantage is that it is easy to get hungry. Faith finally understands why the strong in the pirate world eat so much. The stronger the consumption, the more food. No more nonsense. Faith got up to take a shower, and then went to the cafeteria to find something to eat. Faith didn't change his previous Marine life because he got the system just a few days ago. The food is still public meals, and the accommodation is also public. Originally, Faith lived in a dormitory for 8 people. Later, after seeing that Faith and Kizaru Admiral had a bad relationship, he changed him to a luxurious accommodation. Feith simply did not go out to live by himself, that is, live in the public house and eat in the public house. Soon, Feith came to the dining hall, which happened to be the time for the Marines to disband and eat. Inside the 430-room restaurant, there was a hustle and bustle of people. Feith was also used to it, and was about to go to cook when he saw a familiar figure walking towards him with a smile. The person who came was short, but chubby, was naturally Faye's boss. The boss smiled and said, "Feith, are you awake?" Feith ignored him, just nodded. The boss didn't mind, and continued to smile. "Feith, how can you eat in the cafeteria with your status? I have already hired a chef for you and arranged for you to eat in the private room." Hearing this, Feith couldn't help but light up his eyes and said, "Yes, I'm really bothering my boss." The boss waved his hands again and again. "Where is it? As long as you are happy, I will focus on you." Feith's mouth twitched when he heard the words. Why does this sound a little warm? Feith is not hypocritical, since his boss specially prepared a sumptuous dinner for him, he naturally wants to enjoy it. Soon, Feith came to a private room with a table full of meals. Feith immediately began to enjoy dinner. The increase in strength has already made him a little hungry. After a while, Feith glanced at the boss who was standing beside him like a servant. After thinking about it, he took out a bottle of ordinary mutai and gave it to him. "For the sake of taking care of me so much, this wine will be given to you." When the boss saw this, his face was full of surprise. But he wasn't surprised by the wine, but by the surprise that Feith gave him. This shows that his dedication to Feith is still useful. He thanked him repeatedly, said some compliments, and rejected Feith's kindness. "Feith, this wine looks extraordinary, I can't accept such a precious gift, you should keep it for yourself." The boss is naturally just polite. He had never seen this wine at all, just because it was a gift from Feith, so he flattered a few words. Feith waved his hand. "It's okay. Boss, please accept it, this wine is just like that to me." Feith is telling the truth, this motai is an ordinary version, and now he has a few bottles of the exclusive version. In Feith's eyes, this ordinary version is not at all attractive. "If I'm late, I'll have to trouble you." The boss smiled and said no more politely, "Little ancestor Feith, don't worry, even if you don't report in the future, it doesn't matter, I will help you arrange it." Feith nodded, didn't say anything else, and continued eating. The boss took the mutai wine and looked at it, and was quite sure that he had never seen it before. He is also a person who likes to drink, and is a little curious about the taste of this wine. After all, this is from Feith's hands, and Feith is a young man with a very high status, so this wine is not too bad. He licked his face and said, "Master Feith, can I open it and taste it?" Feith didn't raise his head, just took care of himself to eat, shaking his hands at will, saying yes. Aside, the boss opened the mutai after seeing Feith's agreement. In an instant, the fragrance of the mutai liquor spreads out precariously. When the boss smelled the aroma of this wine, he only felt wonderful, as if all the good things in the world were gathered at this moment. His whole person felt refreshed, and this wine made him extremely excited. The boss looked at Feith in disbelief. He didn't expect Feith to give him such a fine wine, and he respected Feith even more in his heart. As expected of the big bosses who know Marines high-level people, just give away a bottle of wine, it's so superb. The boss couldn't wait, and he hurriedly said gilagulu, like a person walking in the desert without water. After drinking alcohol, the boss felt that his soul was gone. His eyes lit up, and he said to Feith, Lord Feith, the wine you gave is absolutely superb. I haven't had such a drink in a long time. No, I've never had such a fine wine in my life. I can't believe that there is such a wine in the world." At this moment, Feith's status in the boss's heart has improved a lot. If Feith let him block bullets now, the boss will agree without hesitation. If it was a flattery to Feith's identity before, it is now a respectful compliment to Feith's generosity. Because of working hard for such people, I have also gained something. The next day, Feith didn't even report on the report. He found a place where no one was there and prepared to experiment with the props of his harvest. Now he has props such as Zanpakuto, bamboo dragonfly, any door, universal capsule, etc. He first took out any door to start the experience. Everyone else has experienced it, but he, the middleman, has not experienced it yet. It is still necessary to be familiar with the props, which can come in handy at critical times. Feith looked at the random door in front of him, thought about it, and decided to go to the hometown in his impression. By the way, what's this hometown called? Feith frowned, and since the original owner had been away from home for so long, his inherited memories were also a little fuzzy. But apart from home, there is no other place to go. After all, he hasn't been to many places. Soon Feith opened any door while thinking of his hometown. As soon as the door opened, Feith stepped in, as if traveling through a world. The wet land under his feet had turned into dry soil. I have to say, this arbitrary door is really magical. I, the person who came from the earth, felt a little dazed for a while. By the way, I have seen so many pirate plots, can I use this to achieve any door crossing? For example, Daughter's Island? Feith felt in his heart that he wanted to experiment with any door, and had absolutely no other thoughts. Right. Feith suddenly thought of something. At this time, Luffy seems to be coming to the Sabayati Islands, right? Then, he will be called to Daughter Island by the bear slap. If I follow him, and then use the plot of Luffy to meet the Empress, and act it out myself, will I be able to gain a contrasting Empress? Thinking of this, Feith couldn't help licking his lips, feeling a little excited. At this moment, Feith suddenly heard an exclamation. Today's Feith observation haki is considered strong, and he can clearly feel a group of people running towards him in a panic. A person's face showed fear, as if running for his life. How is this going? Feith was puzzled and just wanted to explore observation haki further afield. Suddenly, a roaring sound came from the sky in the distance. Feith looked up quickly, and saw that above the sky, there was a black, mist-like thing that was colliding with a flame. This is? For a split second, a bridge came to Feith's mind. This is Ace and Blackbeard fighting? Feith thought of this, and immediately grabbed it from someone who had just come here and asked, "What is this place?" The man's expression was extremely frightened, and after seeing the marine soldiers on Faye, the man was obviously relieved. Does he speak? "See, Sir Marine, this is Banaro Island. Then, there are two groups of pirates fighting over there. You don't know that one can burn flames all over the body." Feith had not listened to the man. Everything was right. This battle was the trigger for the Summit War, where Ace was captured by Blackbeard and handed over to Marine. Feith thought about it and decided to leave here and not get involved in this matter. After all, it doesn't matter to him, and even if there is a Summit War, with his current strength, he is not afraid to become cannon fodder. Feith turned his head, and after taking a step, he couldn't help but pause again. In other words, with the strength of Admiral, there is no danger in facing the current Blackbeard pirates. You can develop Blackbeard into your own client, knowing that Blackbeard will become the new 4 emperors later. Also a dog owner. Thinking of this, Feith couldn't help grinning. Although, Garp, Sengoku, San Admiral, Rayleigh, Redhead and others are likely to introduce new clients to themselves. But one more is not much, and one less is a loss. Feith's mouth twitched, then turned around again, and went up against the fleeing crowd. By the time Feith arrived at the battle site, the surrounding area was already razed to the ground, and he saw Blackbeard and others and Ace at a glance. At this point, Ace was already dying on the ground with multiple wounds on his body. Blackbeard was laughing to himself. "Ace, originally I wanted to capture a kid and give it to Marine to make a deal with Marine, but unfortunately the kid escaped. It's just right now, you're coming to your door, Fire Fist Ace. I'm sure Marine will love it, Feith ha 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 ha." At this time, Van Oka next to Blackbeard noticed Feith, who suddenly appeared. For snipers, it is very keen to detect things that appear at any time. "Captain, there's a Marine not far away," Van Oka said lightly. After Van Oka said this, everyone's attention turned to Feith. After seeing Feith alone, Blackbeard couldn't help laughing. "What? 430 Marine kid? You are here to arrest me?" The others also couldn't help showing disdainful smiles. Looking at Marine's clothes, you can know Feith's identity. An unremarkable Marine soldier. Opposite, Feith xiao, no. "Blackbeard, I'm not here to catch you, but to negotiate a deal for you." Hearing this, Blackbeard frowned, squinting at Feith. I wondered, why did the Marine soldier in front of me know that I was going to negotiate a deal with Marine? What did Marine find? However, even if he found something, Blackbeard didn't care. This time, he grabbed the Fire Fist Ace, and Marine would definitely be tempted. Thinking of this, Blackbeard said, "Little brat, you are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Go and call your high-ranking Marines come to negotiate with me, preferably Admiral, or even Marshal Sengoku." Feith chuckled, "I'll talk about this later, I'll let them come. Let's talk about it first. The purpose of my visit at this moment, I have a lot of magical treasures here. Blackbeard is very helpful to you. As long as you spend, a little Bailey, you can draw these Pokemon from me. Do you want to try?" Hearing this, Blackbeard sneered. Aside, Devil Security Officer Lafitte suddenly became unhappy. None of the Blackbeard pirates is a normal person. This Lafitte looks like a little white face, but in fact has a tyrannical personality and is a thug who kills without blinking. Lafitte's face like a little fresh meat showed a hint of ferocity, and he said sharply, "I told you to get out, didn't you stand up?" Lafitte seems to have entered a state of rage, and his spirit is a little unstable, ready to attack Feith. The others saw this and did not stop it. Everyone's face showed the expression of schadenfreude, ready to eat melon. Although the Blackbeard pirates wanted to trade with Marine and carry out his plan, there was only one Marine soldier in front of him. Killing is killing, and Marine probably doesn't know. At this time, Ace, who was lying on the ground, looked at Feith, although he said that Feith was Marine. However, I still wanted to tell Feith to go away, but he was injured all over his body, and it was a little difficult to even move, let alone speak. Helpless, Ace could only watch this scene helplessly. However, Lafayette, who was walking towards Feith, suddenly froze, and found that he seemed to be restrained by something, unable to move. Seeing their partner, Blackbeard suddenly stopped moving halfway after walking, and everyone was a little dazed and confused. What's wrong with Lafitte? How is it like being petrified? Blackbeard frowned. What happened to Lafitte? Lafitte's expression was a little ugly. He couldn't even turn his head, so he had to say, "Captain, I don't know why, I can't move my whole body. No matter how hard I try, it doesn't move." Everyone in Blackbeard heard the words and took a closer look, only to find that Lafitte was covered with dense invisible thin lines. Because the lines are too small, they couldn't even see them just now. Lafitte was controlled by wire? Van Oka said in surprise. Blackbeard was also surprised, his eyes narrowed slightly. Is this ability similar to Doflamingo's ability? Blackbeard has been impressed by the Whitebeard pirates for 20 years, and he is naturally well informed. Besides, he has seen Devil Fruit's illustrations and knows Devil Fruit's abilities very well. But at this moment, Blackbeard was a little confused. Isn't the String Fruit ability acquired by Doflamingo? Why does this marine soldier in front of him also? On the side, Van Oka directly raised the Yutong in his hand and shot in Feeth's direction. Feeth smiled, did not avoid dodging, and let the bullet shoot directly on him. However, the bullet passed directly through the body, sputtering out a pile of sand. Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone in the Blackbeard pirates changed completely. Blackbeard's face was full of shock. What's going on? So did everyone else. Warren, passed through? This guy is Logia like Ace. Then what's the matter with the thin thread that binds Lafitte? Blackbeard's face gradually darkened, and the thoughts in his mind kept running fast. The most repeated, "It is impossible," to 3 words. He said in a low voice, "This is the double demon fruit power, natural Sansan fruit, and Paramecia's string fruit." Blackbeard's words made everyone present completely in love. Double fruit ability? What's the situation? Not far away, Ace, who was already dying on the ground, looked at Feeth with shock. He originally thought it was an ordinary little marine soldier, but he didn't expect it to be a dual fruit person. Really unbelievable. What the hell is going on with this kid? Blackbeard's face was extremely ugly, and he couldn't even figure out why this happened. Double fruit ability, isn't this something that can only be achieved with the dark fruit ability? He gritted his teeth and said to everyone, "Take him." Blackbeard ordered, and the other members immediately shot. Badgers jumped away, and his strong arm was about to blast Feeth. Van Oka raised his gun again and aimed it at Feeth. Poison Q is to use the poison he is best at to attack Feeth. Feeth smiled, "I have good intentions to chat with you, but you treat me like this. Sales are really hard to do." Saying that, Feeth grinned, his arms turned into billowing lava, and then he blasted towards the Blackbeard pirates. Great eruption. As Feeth's arms rolled, the magma blasted out. 2 huge magma spheres appeared, and then fused together to form a larger magma sphere. The expressions of everyone in the Blackbeard pirates were extremely shocked. Feeth's magma ability caught them off guard. Before everyone could react, they were engulfed by this huge magma ball. Jessica, Poison Q, Fan Oka, all the members of the Blackbeard pirates fell to the ground, with black smoke coming out of their bodies, and a large mouthful of blood spurting out of their mouths. The current Blackbeard pirates simply do not have the strength to be as tough as Admiral Feeth. All of them were embarrassed, and the worst was Blackbeard. This person with the ability to eat dark fruit feels several times more pain than ordinary people. He rolled all over the floor in pain, and kept screaming, "Pain, pain. It hurts." Because of the pain, his face twisted and his teeth grinned. Soon, Blackbeard gritted his teeth, his face was extremely ugly, and his eyes looked at Feeth with some horror. The same is true for the other Blackbeard members, all looking at the little marine soldier in front of them with horror. Isn't this Admiral Akaina's lava fruit ability? The Devil's security officer, Lafitte, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in horror. Blackbeard couldn't understand what was going on in front of him. 3 devil fruit abilities, what exactly is going on here? Furthermore, these 3 fruit abilities are still alive, and isn't there only 1 devil fruit ability? Who is this little marine soldier kid in front of him? There was a deep sense of fear in Blackbeard's heart, and this fear was deeper than facing his father, who was Whitebeard. Opposite, Feeth looked at the embarrassed Blackbeard pirates, and was delighted. Sure enough, his current strength is already very strong. When he gets a few more big customers and gets more attribute points, his strength may be able to abuse an admiral alone. Right now, there is a person who can develop into his own customer, and he only needs to convince people with reason, and that's it. Of course, it's a matter of physics. No longer thinking about it, Faye smiled and looked at Blackbeard, and said with emotion, "Why? We could have been at peace with each other, but you insisted on doing something to me." Blackbeard stood up panting, ignoring Feeth's words, his face full of ferocity. He is most enthusiastic about Devil Fruit's ability, and now there is a person who is beyond his understanding, so he naturally wants to understand clearly. Able people? Lousy is only for people with ability. Blackbeard laughed, although Feeth had 3 Devil Fruit abilities, which surprised him. But what if Devil Fruit has more abilities? He has dark fruit, which can invalidate the devil fruit's ability. After the invalidation, what is the use of more fruits? Blackbeard stretched out his hand, opened his 5 palms at feet, and said sharply, dark water. The dark fruit ability was activated, and a dark Uzumaki-like thing appeared in Blackbeard's palm. The strong gravitational force immediately attracted Feeth towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard smiled as he looked at Feeth, who was attracted to him. The other members of the Blackbeard pirates also couldn't help showing joy. Under normal circumstances, the physical skills of demon fruit power are not too strong, especially those with Logia ability. As long as Feeth's ability is nullified, then he, like Ace, is a lamb to be slaughtered. Not far away, when Ace fell to the ground, he cried out in his heart. He just suffered a big loss from Blackbeard, and his ability was invalidated. He wanted to remind Feeth to worry, but he was too weak to do anything. It seems that this Marine kid is going to follow in his own footsteps, and he is helpless. However, when Feeth faced the ability of Blackbeard Dark Fruit, he didn't panic at all. I even wanted to laugh a little, knowing that before he had no ability at the beginning, most of the attributes were added to Armament Haki. Even if he has Devil Fruit ability now, he will add Armament Haki. It can be said that his strongest skill is Armament Haki. Soon, Feeth came to Blackbeard. Blackbeard grinned and grabbed Feeth's arm. After grabbing Feeth's arm, Blackbeard's heart was ecstatic, and he grinned, boy, don't you feel the taste of being beaten? Let's feel it today. Blackbeard was smugly ecstatic, and then he punched Fez's weakest stomach. Puffed, a voice. However, before Blackbeard was happy for too long, his expression suddenly changed. 4 flowers. He never imagined that Feeth's Armament Haki was so powerful that his physical skills couldn't do any damage to Feeth. You kid, aren't you capable? Blackbeard's face was ugly again, and he was also surprised. Why did your Haki cultivate so powerfully? Blackbeard really didn't understand. The Marine kid in front of him was not only capable, but also Haki. The key is that he is still so young. How does he have time to cultivate so many things? All around, the members of the Blackbeard pirates wanted to applaud their captain. However, seeing his captain unable to defend against a Marine soldier, Haki couldn't help but look sluggish and shocked. Zero, is this kid really just a Marine? Is this kidding us? With such terrifying 3 Devil Fruit abilities, as well as these Hakis, surely they are not above the Vice Admiral level? Ace, who was seriously injured, was also shaking in his heart at this time. The kid in front of him, Haki, was so powerful. You must know that Blackbeard was convinced by the Whitebeard pirates for more than 20 years, during which time he did not have the ability of Devil Fruit. The battles are all based on physical skills, and physical skills are also very good, which is why he was defeated by Blackbeard. However, this young brat in front of him is indeed so powerful in all aspects. Feeth ignored everyone's reaction at all, looking at Blackbeard with an unbelievable face. He grinned. Blackbeard, are you finished? It's up to me when I'm done. Blackbeard was about to say something, but Feeth just digged a fist, at least attached to Armament Haki. Immediately he punched Blackbeard in the face. Although Feeth has little actual combat experience, he has trained combat skills as a Marine before. Furthermore, in front of the unprecedentedly powerful Armament Haki, it is enough to be reckless. Feeth's fist was printed on Blackbeard's face, and the powerful force directly knocked it into the air. Several teeth in Blackbeard's mouth were also knocked out. Blackbeard screamed in pain in the air, and then fell to the ground more than 10 meters away. With his face covered, he kept rolling on the ground like a shrimp. It hurts so much. The pain kept Blackbeard rolling on the ground, and the pain he felt was several times that of ordinary people. It was a long time before he recovered from the pain, his face covered in blood, looking at Feeth. He couldn't help swallowing, and his voice was a little difficult. Who are you? Ping Ping, no wonder Marine. Feeth said with a laugh. An unremarkable soldier? Hearing this answer, everyone just looked at each other. Is this powerful Marine in front of us treating us as fools? Blackbeard felt the same way, and he said, where did Marine's minions come from so powerful? If Marine soldiers are like this person, who would dare to be a pirate? The strength in front of him has almost reached the Admiral level. The other cotters also looked terrified. Right now, they do not have the strength to fight against an Admiral-level powerhouse. 430, this guy is too strong. Ace, who was lying on the ground, was also confused. When did Marines appear in such a gangster? 3 Devil Fruit abilities. Haki is also outstanding. Young and very young is Blackbeard's former captain. Ace is very aware of Blackbeard's strength. Feeth's ability to deal with him so easily has shown that his strength is about to reach the Admiral level, or it is already the Admiral level. Incredible. If you can go back, you must tell Dad the news. On the opposite side, Feeth saw everyone's disbelief in him and waved his hands. Are you blind? Didn't you see the clothes I was wearing? If you don't want the eyes, donate them. Although everyone in Blackbeard still didn't believe it, no one dared to say anything. Anyway, the opponent's fist is hard. What he says is what he says. This Marine mysterious powerhouse said that he is the 4 emperors, and everyone in the Blackbeard pirates will not cough now. Feith saw that the crowd did not answer him and ignored it. He touched his nose, smiled and said, "Since you are defeated, Blackbeard, then just listen to me. Take out the Bailey on you, and come to me to draw a lottery." Everyone at Blackbeard remained silent. Feith forcibly started to talk about his lottery, but he didn't say it at the junior level, because now he can't see the rewards of the junior lottery, so he started talking directly from the intermediate level. "I have 200 W Bailey, 2000 W Bailey, and 200 million Bailey's lottery here, you can choose anyone." Blackbeard's face turned black when he heard Feith's introduction, and he was speechless to the extreme. 200 W Bailey, 2000 W Bailey, or even 200 million Bailey, and just once? What's the difference between a lottery and a robbery? You know, how did Lao Zi get so much money by sailing the sea on a broken raft? Opposite, Feith looked at Blackbeard with a gloomy face, couldn't help squinting his eyes, and said in a cold voice, "What, do you want to refuse?" Blackbeard looked at Feith as if you dared to refuse, and Lao Zi would hit you, so he could only grit his teeth secretly in his heart. Fortunately, what he is best at is forbearance. In order not to let his hegemony stop here, Blackbeard decided to obey the words of the powerful god-tier marine in front of him. Nodding, "I smoke." Feith immediately gave Blackbeard a bright smile, but in Blackbeard's eyes, this smile was from the devil. How vicious it was. "This is right," Feith said happily. "How many times do you want to smoke?" Blackbeard raised a finger. "I'll try the water first." Feith's bright smile suddenly subsided, turned fierce, and said in a cold tone, "At least 3 times." Blackbeard didn't dare to say anything, he just had to bite the bullet and said, "Then listen to you, 3 times. Having said that, Blackbeard took out the 600 W Bailey and handed it to Feith, and said, "By the way, this 600 W is almost all my belongings now. The rest of Bailey can't smoke once." Feith took the money from Blackbeard and said with disgust, "Just this money?" Then he shook his head again. "It's really a poor Diozi." Blackbeard naturally didn't understand what hanging silk meant, but looking at Feith's disgusting expression, and there was a poor word in front of it, Blackbeard knew that Feith was scolding him and despising him. Heart cannot help but fire. This be asterisk 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 D. Not only robbery, but also dare to mock me? When Lao Zi's plan is successful, he has obtained Whitebeard's strongest Paramecia Devil Fruit ability, combined with the strongest Logia Dark Fruit ability, and he will definitely find you. This be asterisk 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 D, to settle it. Feith also ignored the Blackbeard crowd, and after getting the money, he started the lottery. 600 W Bailey, a total of 6 draws can be drawn, and the advanced draw will soon be released. 2 bottles of Mutai, upgrade version, 2 packs of Huazi, upgrade version, 115 attribute points, and a universal capsule. Feith was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Blackbeard's luck was not bad, and he even gave out props 6 times. After thinking about it, I think it's normal. Compared to the 20 years of forbearance in the Whitebeard Pirates, and finally getting the dark fruit, what's the difference between this and the overwhelming luck? Blackbeard saw Feith's surprised expression. Although Feith thought that Feith was cheating on him, since the money has been given, he naturally still cares about the result of the lottery. Blackbeard hurriedly asked, "What did I get in the lottery?" Feith chuckled, "Blackbeard, you are lucky." Saying that, he took out a bottle of Moutai upgraded version, a pack of Huazi upgraded version, and an all-purpose capsule. The universal capsule is indeed a good thing for others, but for Feith, it is a useless thing, but he has space to store rings. Furthermore, he still has a few universal capsules, so he simply gave it to Blackbeard as a reward. After all, Blackbeard is also a big customer in the future, so he should be interested in the lottery by giving him some sweetness. It's called being too small. However, Blackbeard was still looking forward to it, but after seeing the 3 things Feith brought out, he almost didn't hold his breath. He's annoyed to 4.7 in the bottom of his heart ultimate. What are you kidding? Didn't this be asterisk 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 D say I was lucky? 600 W Bailey, lucky to get a bottle of wine, a pack of what looks like a cigarette, and a broken capsule? Seeing this, the other officials of the Blackbeard Pirates couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. This is just so deceiving. 600 W Bailey only smokes these 3 things? This guy must be playing with us. The cotters gritted their teeth in anger. They felt that Feith directly robbed the money, and they were not so angry yet. The point was that this guy was righteous, the money was used for lottery draws, and then he played them all like monkeys. They are all thugs, fearful beings. When have they suffered such humiliation? However, when Feith opened the upgraded version of Mutai, everyone's expressions changed. In front of everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates, Feith directly opened the upgraded version of Mutai. Immediately, the aroma of the wine came to the nostrils, overflowing in the air. The people of the Blackbeard Pirates were still annoyed in their hearts, but after smelling the aroma of this wine, they couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately, one by one's expressions became intoxicated. The fragrance relaxes their minds and makes them fascinated. Blackbeard's expression also changed greatly. What kind of wine is this? So superb? Blackbeard felt that the aroma of the wine made him feel wonderful, the pain in his body seemed to disappear, and he was immersed in the aroma of the wine. Not far away, Ace, who had been lying on the ground, was also surprised by the aroma of the wine. He couldn't help stirring his throat and swallowed. The aroma of this wine made him feel extremely hot just by smelling it, and the pain on his body seemed to have weakened a lot. This wine is superb. He felt that even the famous wine that Dad had kept for many years, no bottle could compare to this superb wine. Feith chuckled, and now he has drunk the exclusive version of Mutai, and the aroma of the upgraded version of Mutai is the same for him. He handed the upgraded version of 12 Mutai to Blackbeard and smiled, "Try it?" Blackbeard couldn't wait to receive the wine, but suddenly he was a little worried. "If this is poisoned in alcohol, won't I be finished?" Feith looked at Blackbeard's worried expression, combined with what he knew about him, he naturally knew what he was thinking about now. Feith smiled disdainfully, "If you want to die, why should I poison the wine? Can't you just kill you? You saw my strength just now." Hearing this, Blackbeard immediately felt very reasonable. No more nonsense. In fact, the aroma of the wine has already made him unable to hold back, and he immediately swallowed it. As soon as he took a sip, Blackbeard's eyes widened and his face changed greatly. With a soul flying out of the sky, he murmured, This wine is so good." Blackbeard is also an alcoholic, and in the 20 years he has been with Whitebeard, he has drank a lot of good wine. However, it was the first time he had ever tasted such a superb product. Looking at the wine in his hand, Blackbeard couldn't help swallowing again, and then his eyes were full of fire, one sip after another, unable to stop. The surrounding officials looked at Blackbeard like this, and couldn't help but look stunned. "Blackbeard, is this just now all the suffocation gone?" In other words, they could not help swallowing when they smelled the aroma of this wine. In the end, Lafitte couldn't bear it any longer and said, "The captain gave me a drink too. Everyone else is begging for it from Blackbeard, but there's nothing they can do. The aroma of this wine really makes them irresistible, and they all want to try it." After Blackbeard heard the words, he showed a heartbroken expression. "This wine is only one bottle, so many people share it, doesn't the wine suddenly run out?" However, these were the members who followed him. Blackbeard thought about it, and gave each of them a cup. At this time, Blackbeard noticed Ace beside him, and couldn't help but smile. "What, Captain, do you want a drink too?" Blackbeard Ace called the captain, naturally making fun of him. Ace doesn't answer. Blackbeard didn't care either, he smiled. "I have been taken care of by the boss for so many years, I will let you drink this superb wine for the last time before giving you to Marine as a bargaining chip." With that said, give Ace a drink too. The current Ace has no strength to resist, so Blackbeard doesn't need to bind him at all. Soon, everyone drank the wine from the glass to their stomachs. For a moment, the eyes of everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates lit up. "This wine is simply superb. I've never had a drink like this in my life." Ace actually didn't want to drink the wine that Blackbeard gave him, but seeing the expressions of everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates, he couldn't hold back and finally drank the Mutai. After drinking alcohol, Ace only felt as if his body no longer had pain. But it is extremely comfortable, like ascending an immortal. This wine is unbelievably good. If you drink a lot of this, you will definitely be in a good mood. Until this time, Ace was still thinking about Whitebeard. A bottle of Mutai was shared by everyone, and everyone was immersed in the beauty brought by Mutai. When everyone came back to their senses, there was still an expression on their faces. Looking at the empty bottle in Blackbeard's hand, everyone's faces showed pity for a while. At this moment, Poison Q noticed Hua's Zi in Blackbeard's hand, and his lost eyes lit up. "The wine is excellent. What about this pack of cigarettes?" He is also an old smoker, but he quit for a while because he has been recovering from illness. "After drinking that wine now, I can't help but see the smoke again." "How's the smoke, Captain?" Blackbeard handed him one directly. "You'll know if you try it." Blackbeard prefers to drink, so I don't care much about this pack of cigarettes, so I didn't try it. After Poison Q took the cigarette, he immediately raised his trembling hand and lit one. He lay on the horse, who was as sick as himself, and took a breath. The next moment, he screamed and fell directly from the horse, and his body was still shaking. The rest of the Blackbeard Pirates were surprised. What's happening here? However, everyone 433 soon heard the words of the virus recovery. "Tai Chi is excellent. This smoke is too good. Wonderful. Wonderful." Poison Q raised his head, and everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates found that he was already in tears. For a time, the expressions of everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates were sluggish and confused. Is it so exaggerated? Poison Q took another sip, and then burst into tears. "This lady smoke is superb." Feith saw this scene on the side, and his three views were normal. He couldn't help but mouth Kakuzu a little bit. This G cry is outrageous. But he still took the opportunity to open his mouth and said, "How is it? Isn't the stuff I got here not bad?" After Blackbeard heard this, he turned his head to look at Feith, and nodded quickly. "Not bad." First, he was helpless for Feith's strength, so he had to compliment him, and secondly, these things were indeed superb. Feith smiled. "This wine is called Mautai, and this cigarette is called Zonghua. These are all superb, but cigarettes and alcohol are second. You're really lucky, it's on that capsule. Hearing this, Blackbeard couldn't help but look at the capsule in his hand. The others also ignored the tearful poison cue, and looked at the universal capsule one after another. After the Blackbeard people heard the words, they were a little puzzled. They can see the best cigarettes and the best cigarettes, but they can't see the use of this capsule-like thing in their hands. Blackbeard asked, could it be that this capsule can cure all ailments? However, after Blackbeard finished asking, he squeezed the hard capsule and felt a little like it was taken. Feeth smiled and took the capsule from Blackbeard, then lightly pressed the button and then threw it towards the empty bottle on the ground. Under the dazed eyes of everyone, the capsule made a click sound after it came into contact with the empty bottle. The next moment, the empty bottle disappeared. Everyone showed a look of inconceivable and a look of daze. What's the situation? That empty bottle disappeared out of thin air? Isn't this a capsule? Blackbeard hurriedly looked at Feeth and asked, has the bottle been absorbed? Blackbeard will be like this, it is associated with his dark fruit ability, Dark Cave. He can also disappear from things, but not out of thin air, but similar to swallowing. Feeth shook his head, not to absorb, but to store. Store. The crowd was still at a loss. Feeth was not surprised, and explained the name and purpose of this universal capsule to the Blackbeard crowd. All the Blackbeard pirates showed surprised expressions. It's unbelievable that something the size of a palm can store something that is several times larger than itself, Van Oka muttered. Feeth directly denied, no. Universal capsules can not only store items the size of empty bottles, maximum is the ability to store a giant marine warship. You are optimistic about it. Feeth swept around, then found a giant rock, and saw that he pressed the button again, and then went to the boulder. Once again, with the sound of bang, the boulder instantly disappeared in place. Everyone present was dumbfounded, and their mouths opened wide in shock. On the side, Ace, who had been witnessing all this, couldn't help but widen his eyes, unbelievable to the extreme. Is there such a thing in the world? Blackbeard quickly took the universal capsule from Feeth and couldn't wait to try it for himself. Feeth didn't make things difficult for him, and handed him the universal capsule. Blackbeard took the capsule and immediately tried it himself. The operation is not difficult, just press the button and throw it at the thing you want to store. After successfully storing and releasing the boulder, Blackbeard suddenly shines. He also discovered that even if the giant stone was put into the universal capsule, the weight of the universal capsule would not change in the slightest. Artifact. Absolutely the best artifact. As one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard has followed him for so long, and since he is also ambitious, he naturally knows how much convenience this omnipotent capsule can bring him. If you can have this bunch of stuff, you can conquer multiple islands. Although this world has devil fruit ability, military power is also very important. Blackbeard fantasized about the beauty of the future, and the suffocation in his heart had long since disappeared. At this time, doubts appeared in his heart again, and he couldn't understand the mysterious marine powerhouse in front of him. He was not joking, the prizes won by the lottery, no matter which one is the best. Wine is the best wine, cigarettes are the best cigarettes, and the capsule in his hand is the best artifact. Although there are many 600 W. Baileys, the universal capsules in their hands are already worth the price, and tobacco and alcohol are equivalent to gifts. Even if the cost this time is 1000 W. Bailey, Blackbeard thinks it is worth it. Blackbeard couldn't help but change his attitude towards the mysterious marine powerhouse in front of him. Although he was beaten, at least he didn't deceive himself, and he and others were beaten because he and others took the lead. No longer thinking about this, Blackbeard looked at Feeth and asked, by the way, wouldn't the reward be better if the advanced lottery was drawn? Feeth chuckled, it seems to be a trick. In this case, I will give you a little more fire. The winner in his heart replied in pain, of course this is. If you are lucky, you can also draw devil fruit. Feeth naturally doesn't know whether he can draw devil fruit or not. After all, he hasn't drawn it yet. But that didn't affect Feeth's words. Anyway, Blackbeard's own bad luck is not his business. By the way, Feeth now feels like the penguin in his previous life. Furthermore, Blackbeard is very keen on devil fruit, and later he started to hunt demon fruit power specially. Feeth said that being able to draw devil fruit was an irresistible temptation for Blackbeard. For this part of consumer psychology, Feeth is very firm. Sure enough, Blackbeard couldn't help but get excited when he heard that he could draw devil fruit. What he wants is devil fruit. Suddenly, Blackbeard thought of something, saying that this mysterious marine powerhouse in front of him has multiple repeated devil fruits. Could it be because of lottery? In other words, the devil fruit obtained by the lottery, even after eating too much, does not have any side effects? If that's the case, wouldn't he be able to possess the ability of 2 kinds of fruits alone? Thinking of this, Blackbeard felt even more excited. As for why Feeth has such a magical lottery ability, he doesn't care at all. What he cares about is what he can get out of it. The previous dissatisfaction with Feeth had vanished. The current Blackbeard is convinced of Feith, and Blackbeard wants to continue to draw with Feith, so it is natural to have a good relationship with Feith. Blackbeard smiled straight at Feith. By the way, what's your name? Feith grinned. Feith, are you okay, an unremarkable marine soldier? After everyone in the Blackbeard pirates heard the words, the corners of their mouths twitched again. Are you still saying that you are normal? Want a face? However, Blackbeard doesn't care about that either, that's not the point. He smiled and said, Feith, can you wait for us here for a few more days? We have something to do now, and when we're done, we can come to you for a big draw. Blackbeard said, for fear of Feith's rejection, he quickly patted his chest and assured, not only the high-level lottery, but also the top-level lottery I can kill. Feith chuckled, knowing what Blackbeard was talking about. I can witness your future men. Feith laughed, come to my place to draw the lottery at any time. But don't bother, let me contact Marine Admiral and the Marshal directly for you. Blackbeard? Feith's words surprised everyone in the Blackbeard pirates. The marine soldier named Feith in front of him could actually contact Admiral. For a time, everyone couldn't help thinking of Feith's words just now. I'm just an ordinary little marine. For a while, everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts. What about the unremarkable little marine? However, everyone in the Blackbeard pirates quickly recovered. Although Feith's strength is very strong, but Marine's position is strict, Feith is indeed wearing the costume of marine soldiers, that is, a small soldier. Xiaobing was able to contact Admiral, and everyone was still a little suspicious. Feith ignored the thoughts of everyone in the Blackbeard pirates. In order to get Blackbeard to draw a lottery here, he directly took out the phone bug. This was given to him by Kizaru before he left, not only from Kizaru, but now he has red hair. In other words, when he got up early in the morning, the redhead warmly invited him to continue to play Russian roulette tonight. However, Feith thought it was the Luhan Bureau, and immediately refused. Wouldn't it be better to sleep than to drink with a group of big men? Without thinking about this, Feith directly dialed Kizaru's phone bug in front of everyone in Blackbeard. Naval Headquarters, Marlene Plenty. 433 in Kizaru's Admiral House. Kizaru is emitting a wretched click laughter. Akainu and Aokiji were there. There is nothing to do today, and the three of them are taking time off and enjoying Huazi. The office was filled with smoke. Kizaru let out a long puff of cigarette, and once again let out a giggling wretched laughter. Alcohol and cigarettes outperform gods. I have to say, this sentence Feith taught me kinda rhymes. This kid is not only good at drawing lottery, but also good at speaking. It's a pity. Don't come back to headquarters with us, otherwise, in his capacity, there is no problem in becoming Vice Admiral. The other two Admiral ignored Kizaru and enjoyed themselves. At this moment, the voice of the phone worm rang. Wahoo-hoo, woohoo-hoo, woohoo-hoo, woohoo. 3 Admiral heard the voice of the phone bug, and suddenly showed an impatient expression, because it means there is a task. However, soon everyone found out that it was not the phone from Sengoku, but Feith's secret West line, and Kizaru immediately got up. Wow. Say that CAO is here. The other 2 Admiral looked at a loss, saying who is CAO? If Feith is still there, he will definitely say CAO thief is a kind of spirit. Kizaru waved, I don't know, I heard Feith say it before. Everyone didn't bother about this, and they were very interested in Feith's call. Kizaru answered the phone immediately. On Feith's side, the phone bug was connected. Everyone in Blackbeard couldn't help holding their breath, and there came the voice of Kizaru's iconic hungry and wretched uncle. Wow. Feith, what are you looking for? Everyone in the Blackbeard pirates couldn't help being horrified. It was really Admiral. And most importantly, when Kizaru called Feith's name, he didn't have the tone of a superior addressing a subordinate, but he was very familiar, and he was a little polite, even mixed with a hint of respect. This refreshed the views of everyone in the Blackbeard pirates. Who is this marine soldier in front of him? No. What kind of mysterious identity should I say? How else would a minion let an admiral treat him like that? The marine occupation level is there, even though Feith is powerful, but Admiral is Admiral, and his status is much higher than Feith. Even so, Kizaru's attitude is one of amiability. This shows that Feith's identity is not simple. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the Blackbeards would not have believed it at all. Feith said, Kizaru Admiral, I have a big deal on my side. Blackbeard said to make a deal with Marine. On the side, Blackbeard couldn't help but speak directly, facing Admiral. He once again regained his former glory, treacherous, and self-confidence. Ha ha ha, Kizaru, this time I traded with Marine for a big bargain. Guaranteed you Marines are very interested, I got the Fire Fist Ace. Hearing the Fire Fist Ace, the 3 Admiral couldn't help but wake up. Fire Fist Ace's new star, a pirate who made Marine's attention, joined Whitebeard and became the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Absolute heavyweight. If Marine caught Ace, it would greatly increase Marine's prestige in the eyes of the world's people. At this moment, a cowardly voice sounded on the opposite side. Speaking of Feith, why are you with Blackbeard? Everyone at Blackbeard found that it was a familiar voice, emotional and deep. This is Aokiji's voice. The person who spoke was Admiral Aokiji? Everyone couldn't help but move their eyes slightly. Why is Aokiji there? And Aokiji speaks to Feith in the same tone as Kizaru, and is very familiar and close to Feith. This time, everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates was even more shocked. The two Admiral were so polite to a soldier. Feith laughed and said, Aokiji Admiral, I was experimenting with the random door, and then I went back to my hometown and happened to meet the Blackbeard Pirates and others. Just after Feith finished speaking, an extremely majestic, beast-like voice sounded, tell us the location, and we'll go right now. Afterwards, his voice raised a bit, and he said with hostility, Blackbeard, you guys have to be calm and wait for me to pass by. Also, now that Feith is with you, you'd better not play against him. If he loses a hair, you'll be on Marine's kill list. Keep Feith safe, the deal you're going to make with our Marines, everything is negotiable. Feith told the three Admiral about his current position. At this time, everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates had already set off a storm in their hearts. The way they looked at Feith changed completely. They heard that the person who just spoke was the last admiral of the three Admiral, Akainu. Akainu is a hot-tempered admiral who ignores his subordinates at all. Yet such an admiral cares so much about a marine soldier. Worried about his safety? And listening to the tone is not just a simple worry, but the kind of worry that is like a family member. What's the situation? Blackbeard ETAL reshaped Feith's identity guess again. This kid is definitely not a simple character under Admiral, and his status is only terrifyingly high. He's a hidden boss. In the stunned and complicated eyes of all the members of the Blackbeard Pirates, Feith finally hung up the phone. Feith looked at the Blackbeard crowd and chuckled, okay. 3 Admiral will be here soon, okay? The members of the Blackbeard Pirates are somewhat affectionate, so what is okay? Is it some secret word? But now this is not the point is that the mysterious Marine in front of him is actually connected with all 3 Admirals. Blackbeard lowered his stance. This was not because he feared 3 Admiral, but in the face of an unknown bigwig, showing a concession. You know, just now, I and others were taken over. Blackbeard smiled and asked, Feith, why do you know the 3 Admiral? Who are you at Marine? Feith waved his hand. I said, it's just an ordinary little Marine soldier. The corners of the mouths of everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates twitched. It's time to talk about it. Will we believe it? Do you really think we are fools? Phoebe paused and said, 3 Admiral is my big customer of the lottery. Large lottery customer? Blackbeard was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of the superb tobacco and alcohol just now, as well as the magical all-purpose capsule. Suddenly, Blackbeard froze. It is so. It's normal to think about it. The young soldier in front of him can get magical items by lottery. As a senior Marine, he knows it's normal. You must know that devil fruit is very likely to come out of this lottery, so Marine will pay attention to the Marine soldier in front of him, which is very reasonable. This kid in front of me is really not simple, whether it is his current status, or his magical lottery for the sake of his next plan, he has to hold this thigh tightly. Maybe in the future, he will not only have 2 devil fruit abilities, but multiple fruit abilities. Thinking of this, Blackbeard smiled calmly. Afterwards, he looked at Feith, he smiled and said, Brother Feith, how about we find a place to drink? After all, it will take 10 days and a half for Marine to get here. If you are busy during this time, you will be idle. To Blackbeard's surprise, Feith waved his hand. Blackbeard wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Feith, don't worry about drinking. I added in my heart F***K. Want me to participate in the Luhan game again? After all, Lao Zi is also a transmigrator of Gaosong. Is the fate of women so rubbish? With a helpless sigh in his heart, he opened his mouth and said, Marine will arrive soon. After everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates heard the words, they looked at each other and wanted to laugh, but held back. After all, they still have the injury Feith just left on their body. Blackbeard waved his hand first and said to Feith, Brother Feith, Marine couldn't have arrived so quickly. What can I say here? I have been struggling in this sea for decades. Feith chuckled and indicated that naval headquarters would only take about 10 minutes, or at most half an hour. Everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates looked at each other this time. They felt that although the young man in front of him was very powerful in identity, status, and strength, his knowledge was too shallow, right? Blackbeard explained somewhat helplessly, it takes an hour or 2 to come to the nearest Marine branch here, not to mention the Admiral coming here from naval headquarters. How fast the Marine warship is, and no matter how powerful the Admiral is, it cannot cross this vast sea so fast. This is why it is difficult for Marine to suppress the pirates. The sea is too big, and the distance is a big problem. Feith chuckled lightly and didn't explain much, believe me, it's just over 10 minutes, half an hour at most. Wait a minute. Everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates was helpless and couldn't fight, and Blackbeard wanted to befriend Feith now, so he had to agree. Meanwhile, naval headquarters, Marlene Delore. Momuzagi came to the Marshal's mansion, reporting to Marshal. Are you looking for me? As soon as he entered, Momuzagi was a little surprised. In the Marshal's mansion, not only the Marshal, but also 3 Admiral, as well as 2 veterans Garp and Crane Vice Admiral are present. Not only that, but Garp's face looked very ugly and gloomy. Is this what happened? Sengoku sat on the main seat, nodded and said, that's right. The receiver spoke directly. Momuzagi, I heard that you have been to Bana Sui Island? Momuzagi was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, returning to Marshal, I went there once when I was on a mission. I was a little puzzled why the Marshal asked this matter. 4 flowers. This was all a long time ago. Sengoku stopped talking nonsense, got up and walked towards Momuzagi, then she took out any door in front of her and said, you imagine Banaro Island in your mind, and then open this door. Momuzagi looked blank, not understanding what Marshal Sengoku meant. Why think about Banaro Island and then open the door? Although it was very incomprehensible, Momuzagi still followed the military orders. Bai Chuan's hand directly opened the pink door in front of him. The next moment, Momuzagi was stunned. She stared blankly at the door she opened, and in front of her was the Banaro Island she had been to. For a time, a storm surged in Momuzagi's heart, and all this was beyond her comprehension. Well, what's going on here? Oh, you actually arrived at Banaro Island. Dobi was so shocked that her voice stuttered, and the others didn't want to explain to her at all. It seems to be very accustomed to stepping through the pink door and stepping into Banaro Island. Marshal Sengoku glanced around, looking for Blackbeard's location. Soon, he stared in one direction and said lightly, this way. Everyone moved in the direction Sengoku said. Along the way, Momuzagi was wondering what happened to the pink door just now. Aside, Kizaru said with a crooked mouth, Ming. This door is called the arbitrary door. Where the user has been, any door can go. Momuzagi was stunned. This random door is too magical, right? Wouldn't it be very convenient for Marine to travel in the future? Just use any door? By the way, when did Marine have such a magical thing? Why didn't I know before? Momuzagi Marine was secretly trained as an admiral candidate, so she was actually qualified to know many things. This arbitrary door, she is very sure, Marine must not have it a few days ago. On the side, Kizaru was a little lazy, and he hated the task the most, even if he was going to grab Ace now. He also thought about paddling in the water and fishing. There is nothing to do now. Seeing Momuzagi's puzzlement, he smiled and said, this door was won by Marine's lottery. Momuzagi. Momuzagi heard it in a fog. Lottery. What lottery? Where to go to the lottery? At this time, Akainu, who was walking in front, said, I found them. Everyone looked intently and saw the Blackbeard pirates in the distance, as well as Feeth and Ace lying on the ground. Garp's face was a little ugly again. Really, Ace? Everyone's expressions returned to seriousness, and Aokiji said lightly, you will find out later. Momuzagi had no choice but to nod, although she was very curious, but she also understood that this time Marine executives dispatched together, it must be a great event. The task is urgent. In the distance, Blackbeard tied up Ace, tied tightly. Feeth looked at Ace and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. The young man was too clumsy. At the beginning, he followed Whitebeard's advice in 4-3-3, so it wouldn't be like this. However, the intervention after crossing now seems to bring the Summit War forward. After all, after Blackbeard caught Ace, he had to go to the headquarters to hand it over to Marine and make a deal with Marine. And now with his own intervention, Marine has an arbitrary door, saving a lot of time. What about Summit War? In other words, if Hong Discovery has an arbitrary door, will he also arrive at the battlefield ahead of schedule? Feeth couldn't help thinking of this. He discovered a very crucial thing, that is, the development of Summit War. I am afraid it will greatly exceed his understanding. The development of things is out of control. The inexplicable Feeth has a trace of expectation in his heart. How will this war change the pattern of the world? At this time, Blackbeard on the side asked, Van Oka, how long has it been? Van Oka glanced at his pocket watch and said lightly, Captain, it has only been 6 minutes. Did you find anything? Blackbeard asked again. Van Oka shook his head, nothing found. On the contrary, before he finished speaking, his expression changed slightly, and he realized that something was wrong. He could see the direction of the coast, and a few momentums came from the opposite direction, that is, the inner island behind. Van Oka hurriedly looked back, and his expression instantly revealed shock and disbelief. When the other cotters saw this, they couldn't help but laugh. Where are you looking, Van Oka? Haha, could Marine still come out of the soil? You've always been calm on weekdays, what's with this expression now? It's like seeing a ghost. Aside, Feeth grinned quietly, here we come. Blackbeard also noticed something, frowned and asked, Van Oka, what did you see? Suddenly, a voice sounded. The voice was extremely obscene. Of course I saw us. This voice was too familiar, and it was so abrupt that people didn't expect it at all. Blackbeard turned his head subconsciously, and then his expression showed horror. The sudden appearance of Marine Admiral Kizaru made Blackbeard take a few steps back and nearly fell to the ground. Yellow, Kizaru, a drop of sweat ran down Blackbeard's forehead. Really, Admiral Kizaru, got here so quickly. It's only about 6 minutes? It's not even 10 minutes. However, Blackbeard hadn't reacted, and immediately noticed that several other powerful breaths had arrived here. He hurriedly looked at it, and for a while, his face changed completely. You. I saw that Aokiji appeared behind, yawning lazily. Akainu's voice came from a dark place. Blackbeard, I really didn't expect that you would dare to kill Whitebeard's people. Saying, when Feith was with you, you didn't shoot him, did you? Three Admiral all arrived. Blackbeard opened his mouth wide, a little confused. There are already stormy waves in my heart. Why did the 3 admirals dispatch together? You must know that the Marine 3 Admiral is the representative of the external force. Normally, only 1 admiral will be dispatched, but now all 3 admiral have arrived. For a mere ace? Although the identity of ace is of great significance, but alarming the 3 admiral, Blackbeard feels that he is not qualified yet. In other words, the reason why the 3 admiral will be dispatched is because Feith, 3 admiral appeared in 3 directions, surrounding the Blackbeard pirates. The other officials of the Blackbeard pirates were so scared that their faces turned pale. With their current strength, how could they not be afraid of facing the 3 Marine representatives of external combat power? What exactly is this situation? One phone call, all 3 admiral arrived directly? And less than 10 minutes from naval headquarters to Bonaro Island? This is a bit outrageous. By the way, what about their Marine warships? Why didn't they see them? However, before the shock of the crowd was over, several more footsteps approached slowly. When everyone in the Blackbeard pirates saw them, their expressions were completely uncontrollable. Ace, who was tied to the side, was also confused and shocked. The stinky old man is here too. Jessica's legs were weak. Although he said that he was stubborn and reckless, he would also feel deep fear in the face of a lineup like Marine. Fanoka was in a cold sweat. Poison Q was lying on the ground and his body was trembling constantly, and the devil security officer's hands trembled slightly in horror. UN, Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp and Crane. Everyone's mind exploded. They really wanted to make a deal with Marine, but they didn't expect to face a lineup like Marine. 3 Admiral is not a problem, but the Marshal is still here? There is also the Hero Garp who once played with Roger, and the veteran Crane of the same period as them. What's going on with Marine? Don't have to deal with other official business? Blackbeard was so frightened that he couldn't even imagine such a situation. The one with the most 4.7 strength is inferior, that is, a backup Admiral Momuzagi. This F***K. Because one ace dispatched so many Marine executives? No. Blackbeard knew very well that an ace was not so qualified. That is to say, Feith, the little Marine who has always called himself a mediocre little Marine. Who is this guy? Celestial dragons? No. Celestial dragons don't have such a huge appeal, do they? At most 1 admiral. On the side, the bound ace was also somewhat confused. He himself knew very well that he had no such temptation. There was only one possibility, the Marine soldier named Feith. What the hell is this guy? Even if it is his own father who is personally there, the treatment he receives is nothing but the same, right? Blackbeard and others were shocked and their faces changed greatly. On Marine's side, Momuzagi was the most shocked. She looked at the group of pirates in front of her, a little confused. This time, Marshal Sengoku, 3 Admiral, Veteran Garp and Crane were all dispatched, and she thought it was a big event. But in front of her is a group of little pirates? There are no 4 emperors, no remnants of the old era, no very threatening pirates? The only one with a high bounty was the bound Fire Fist ace. It seemed that there was no resistance at all. In addition to these people, Momuzagi also noticed one person, a small soldier in the lowest Marine attire. Strange. Why would a little Marine appear here on such occasions? Just when Momo was confused, the next second, San Admiral, Sengoku and Tsuru all took the initiative to say hello to Feith. Feith, I didn't expect to meet again. Sengoku spoke first. Feith, why did you come here? It's so far from naval headquarters, how dangerous? Crane said earnestly. Feith, I was smoking your D***K just now, it's really unforgettable. Kizaru said with a crooked mouth. A group of Marine executives greeted Feith, listening to the words, like acquaintances, as if everyone is an old friend. Even Akainu, the unsmiling man, even talked to Feith, scolding him for not coming here. Although the tone is a bit bad, it can be seen that Akainu is worried about Feith's safety. Feith responded with a smile to the high-ranking Marines, with an air of composure, as if he was on a par with Admiral and the Marshals, without the slightest respect that the next generation should have. Among the crowd, Garp was the only one. His face was ashen, his eyes were fixed on Ace who was bound beside him, and he said nothing. This scene made Dobie on the side a little stunned. What's the situation? Who is this lowest-ranking Marine? Why can so many strong people talk and laugh? Blackbeard heard the politeness in the Admiral's tone towards Feith on the phone, but seeing it with his own eyes now, the shock is different. And not only Admiral, but Marine Supreme Marshal, Sengoku, was very polite to Feith, like an old acquaintance. You must know that the Marshal was a strong man in the previous era. Whether it was occupation or seniority, he used Feith a lot. But even so, facing Feith is polite, like an old friend. Blackbeard is a little messy. What the hell is going on with this kid? The other officers of the Blackbeard pirates shrank, looking at Feith's smile, their eyes changed. This young man is clearly a boss. Why is he wearing little Marine's clothes? Playing as a pig and eating a tiger? Isn't this playing them? Thinking that they and others had shot Feith just now, they regretted it so much. I can only pray in my heart that Feith is not a vengeful person, otherwise they will be finished today. On the side, the bound Ace was also a little stunned when he saw this scene. This Marine soldier who is younger than himself, is the Q too big? Even my father might be ashamed of himself. Ace naturally hadn't seen Whitebeard and Roger talking and laughing. After all, he wasn't born at that time. Soon, a Marine executive finished chatting with Faye, and then he focused his attention on Ace. It's true that Fire Fist Ace is not wrong, Sengoku said after confirming. Second captain of Whitebeard. Akainu sneered after a glance. Whitebeard regards his subordinates as family members. I heard that Whitebeard values Ace more. This time he has captured Ace, and there will be a big drama next. Akainu grinned. Everyone's expressions were different, and they fell into contemplation. Akainu's words are obvious. Whitebeard is likely to go to war with Marine. Everyone was speechless. At this time, Garp finally couldn't help it. He clenched his fists loudly, and when he went up, he punched Ace's head. Ace was punched so hard that there was a bag on his head. He couldn't help but stare at Garp. Stinky old man, how dare you hit me? I'm your grandpa. I can't hit you. Garp blew his beard and stared. The contemplative people couldn't help looking at Garp and Ace. Their expressions moved and their expressions different. Grandfather? Ace is the grandson of Hero Garp? In other words, the Straw Hat's brother? Garp ignored everyone's gaze, and scolded some hatred for not being a pirate. I told you not to be a pirate, but you didn't listen, now you know the consequences. Ace wanted to continue to refute, but when he saw the emotion in Garp's eyes, he couldn't help lowering his head, feeling a little ashamed. At this time, after Blackbeard calmed down, he came to Marshal Sengoku and said, Sengoku, I have captured Ace and want to give Ace to you Marines in exchange for Shishabukai's position. Hearing this, Sengoku frowned slightly and looked at Blackbeard in front of him. Blackbeard's face was still injured by Feith, and there were only a few teeth left in the upper row. How do you feel this Blackbeard compares to Kizaru? Sengoku secretly murmured in his heart. After a while, he said, since you have the strength to catch Ace, it means that you are also qualified to become Shishibukai. I'll think about it. Blackbeard smiled, this wretched smile, making Sengoku's brows even tighter. What else do you want to say? Blackbeard laughed. Marshal, don't think about it. Ace definitely the 437 is worth some price from your Marines. I have another piece of information here, worth 1 billion Baileys. Blackbeard's words made all Marines frown, but with Sengoku, the Supreme Marshal present, no one said a word. 1 billion Bailey? What kind of information? Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Blackbeard narrowed his eyes, revealing his inherent insidiousness and cunning. He said, this information is very important, and you Marine can only tell you if you pay first. On the side, after Akainu heard the words, he immediately became unhappy. He looked at Blackbeard and said coldly, what did you say? Seeing this, Blackbeard immediately became angry. I cursed in my heart, damn it. This guy Akainu is here, it's really disgusting. He didn't want to negotiate with so many Marine executives at all. The more people there are, the less likely it is to negotiate. However, now that all the top Marines are here, he is the weakest party. He had no choice but to grit his teeth secretly and choose to compromise. It's okay not to pay first, but you Marines must give me a promise. Sengoku pondered for a moment, and then said, 1 billion Bailey is too much, Marine can't take out so much, at most 500 million Bailey. By the way, I can give you a promise on behalf of the world government. Blackbeard was faint for a while, and couldn't help showing a smile. He said word by word, Ace is actually the son of Roger. As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt in the hearts of every Marine executive, of course. Except for Garp. With all the expressions of astonishment, even Akainu was a little rude. What did you say? Akainu's eyes widened, desperate for Blackbeard's answer. Kizaru was a little sluggish. If this news is true, it would be really incredible. The crane's face was dark and silent, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Aokiji couldn't help but look to the side where Ace was bound. Momuzagi, the slim Oni-san, was taken aback for a moment. Descendants of One Piece. Garp's face became more and more ugly, and he looked at Blackbeard in disbelief. Why does this guy know Ace's true identity? He originally thought that this matter had passed, but he did not expect it to be turned out now. Finally, Feith, who was also suddenly struck by lightning, looked dull, and then he was unable to cover his face. My heart is full of grief and anger. Rely on mistakes. Now he really wants to go to a certain force in his previous life and post a message. What should I do if I emo? I actually forgot about this. As a senior Jaime, he actually forgot about this matter. If he remembered it, wouldn't the 500 million be mine? Feith was a gnashing of teeth. No, this 500 million must be fooled by Blackbeard. This was mine. Aside, the Marines noticed that Feith's reaction was a little violent, and he was gnashing his teeth in anger. The Marine bosses suddenly felt that Feith had a sense of justice in his heart. Hearing the name of One Piece Roger, I hated it so much. Ah, young people worth training, Sengoku thought to himself. On the side, when Ace heard Blackbeard say that his father was the Pirate King Roger, he suddenly became furious. He clenched his teeth, his wide eyes as if he was going to swallow Blackbeard alive. Due to the serious injury, he struggled and fell to the ground. He said viciously, "Blackbeard, shut up for me. Shut up, my father isn't Roger." Aside, Garp turned his head away, unwilling to look at it, but sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Sengoku couldn't help but ask Garp, "Garp, you already knew that, right?" Garp didn't answer, which made Sengoku even more convinced, and he said, "No wonder Marines sent a huge force, but they couldn't find Roger's children. It turns out that you are the guy who got involved." Although Garp is Vice Admiral, Marine has a high status and knows many of Marine's actions and plans. He stepped in, and Marine was naturally imperceptible. Garp said helplessly, "Actually, I didn't get involved much, it was mainly Ace's mother." After a pause, Garp stopped talking about this matter. He said helplessly, "The sins committed by Roger should not be borne by a child." Sengoku raised his eyebrows and said sternly, "The sins that Roger put down are not enough to pay all his clan." Garp was speechless. He certainly knew Roger's words. So many people swarmed into the sea, and thus entered the era of great sailing. Most of the people have become pirates. What a disaster they have brought to the world. Sengoku was a little annoyed. He pointed at Ace and said, "Now, Roger's son has also become a pirate, and is also the second captain of a 4 emperors. If it wasn't for your great contribution, Garp, I would have arrested you on the spot." Before it was replaced, Garp didn't care at all. Sengoku just said it. But now, he had to be silent. He actually wanted Ace not to follow Roger's way, but God intended it. On the side, Ace saw Sengoku pointing at himself, and he shouted, "Listen to me, there is only one father, and that is Whitebeard. Whitebeard will always be my dad and my only dad." However, no one listened to his roar. Garp's silence already explained everything, and Sengoku no longer continued to scold Garp. He looked at Akainu and said, "Take Ace directly and imprison him." Ace was still roaring relentlessly, but it was nothing but incompetent fury. Blackbeard smiled and said to Ace, "Give it up. The matter has become a foregone conclusion." After speaking, Blackbeard looked at Sengoku. "Marshal Sengoku, is this news worth 500 million? Sengoku didn't say a word, and Blackbeard didn't care. He continued to laugh. "Sengoku, what do you say about the 500 million Bailey?" Sengoku didn't want to continue talking about this matter with Blackbeard, and said directly, "You can go back to naval headquarters with us now, and I'll let people arrange everything, including your Shishibukai identity." In the beginning, Ace was only the second captain under Whitebeard, and Sengoku would consider Blackbeard's conditions. However, now that Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King, everything is different, and his importance has doubled. Hearing that Sengoku asked him to go to naval headquarters with him, Blackbeard hesitated, thought about it, and just had to bite the bullet and agree. "No way. I can only go there once," and continue. Sengoku said that he will give him the identity of Shishibukai, then he will not regret it. After all, what would be Marine's prestige if it was a remorse? Furthermore, now that I know that Ace is the descendant of Roger, the Pirate King, and that he is the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the pirates are busy. Don't care too much about him. Blackbeard, now he's just a little pirate with no bounty. Ace was picked up by Akainu, and the pirates decided to go back. Sengoku didn't talk nonsense either, and took out the universal capsule directly. Everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates couldn't help but move their eyes. Sure enough, Marine was also looking for Feith to draw a lottery. Having said that, Blackbeard squinted his eyes and found that the omnipotent capsule in Sengoku's hand was a little different from his, more miniature and more delicate. It seems that it should be more advanced stuff. Blackbeard had a guess in his heart, and he couldn't help but be interested. Will the storage capacity of this universal capsule, well Zhao, be bigger? After I got the money, I also tried a few advanced draws. Thinking of this, Blackbeard grinned involuntarily. Soon, Sengoku lets out an arbitrary door. This time Momuzagi didn't have much reaction. After all, she had already seen it just now. However, everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates was a little confused. What is Sengoku doing with a door? And it's still pink? Is it so girlish? Naturally, Sengoku didn't know what Blackbeard was thinking, so he stepped forward and opened any door. When the door opened, the eyes of the Blackbeard Pirates gradually widened, and their expressions gradually lost control. On the other side of the door is the naval headquarters. Ace, who was being held, was also sluggish. He looked at the door and the naval headquarters inside the door, completely incomprehensible. What's the matter with the door? The members of the Blackbeard Pirates and the Bound Ace were completely shocked by this random door. No wonder Marine arrived so quickly just now, it turned out to be something. At this time, Feith said, "My bosses, I will not go to Naval Headquarters." Feith was afraid that when he went to Naval Headquarters, the Marine executives would spare no effort to keep him at the headquarters, which would not be good. Sengoku, San Admiral, and the others suddenly stepped forward when they heard the words, and everyone stopped to look at Feith. Feith continued with a smile, "I have to go back to my post to patrol. If you have anything to do with me, bosses, just go to Sabayati Island and find me directly." Among the crowd, Feith was the familiar Uncle Luffy and said with a crooked mouth, "Wow. Feith, why don't you go to Naval Headquarters with us? As for the patrol, I will tell the people over there that you won't need to patrol in the future." Akainu interjected, and he said in a solemn tone, "That's right. Otherwise, the Marshal will directly ask you to be promoted to Vice Admiral, and you will have your own subordinates in the future, so you don't need to worry about it." Feith waved, "I'm still too young, the Vice Admiral position is too much for me, I'd better go back to being my humble little Marine." This unremarkable little sailor made everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates twitch. 437 They recalled the brutal scene of Feith picking one of their group just now, and they couldn't help complaining in their hearts. The Marine executives nodded. "That's fine too," Field Marshal Sengoku said. "Then Feith, you can go back to the Sabayati Island archipelago, and you can contact Kizaru directly if you have anything." Feith smiled brightly, complied, and took out any door. Marine executives didn't say anything when they saw that Feith had a random door. After all, their random door was also drawn from Feith, and it was normal for him to have it himself. Feith bids farewell to the high-level Marines, who are also extremely enthusiastic about Feith, and say goodbye to Feith one after another. Even Akainu, the unsmiling admiral, bid farewell to Feith for the first time ever. That lineup is perfect. On the side, the Blackbeard Pirates and the Prisoner Ace kept refreshing their guesses about Faye's identity and status. When Blackbeard saw that Feith also took out any door, he seemed to understand something, and his heart suddenly became clear. No wonder Marine took this young man so seriously, and I'm afraid Marine's magical pink door is drawn from this kid. Magnum capsules, premium cigarettes and alcohol, and this magical portal are all products of this young man in front of him. For a time, Blackbeard couldn't help swallowing. No matter which faction, this door has great benefits. Think about it, it would have taken half a month to travel, but it only took a few minutes for the high-level Marines to reach Banaro Island, and these few minutes are estimated to be the time to gather everyone, not the time to come. Artifact. It is simply the best artifact. After I get Marine's 500 million Baileys, I must find this kid to draw a lottery. You must get such an artifact. Once you have this door, it will be of great benefit to your hegemony. Sabayati Island Archipelago, huh? At this moment, Feith's status in Blackbeard's heart has increased countless times. Even if he is to give up shock fruit now, he will find Feith to draw a lottery. You know, this young boy said, devil fruit ability can also be obtained by lottery. Soon, everyone left. Feith returned to his Sabayati Island archipelago, while the top Marines and the Blackbeard Pirates went to Naval Headquarters. After arriving at Naval Headquarters, Marshal Sengoku asked indifferently, "That's right, Blackbeard. Why are you with Feith?" Blackbeard responded, "We just fought Ace in the Barna Islands." After defeating Ace, Feith just arrived, looking at him in marine clothes, thought he was here to get us. Speaking of which, Blackbeard's voice stopped. Sengoku couldn't help frowning. "Then what?" Blackbeard pondered. He didn't want to continue talking, because they shot Feith later. Given the importance Marine attaches to Feith now, he is afraid that this transaction will be terminated when he finds out that he and others have taken action against Feith. On the side, Akainu's icy voice sounded, "Then you guys shot Feith, right?" As soon as these words came out, the other two admiral looked at the Blackbeard Pirates. This was the prestige from the three Marine admirals, and for a while, everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates was silent. This is Naval Headquarters. Once the Marines are dissatisfied, I am afraid they will be wiped out here. Blackbeard didn't dare to hide it, and said directly, "We did have some conflicts, but we were the victims of being pressed to the ground and rubbed. Otherwise, how could we obediently submit?" Yeah. The other members all echoed. Although they are brutal thugs, it is false to say that they are not afraid of being on someone else's territory now. After hearing this, the Marine executives were a little surprised. "Wow. Really or not?" Kizaru asked with a crooked mouth. He didn't believe it. "Really? I don't have to lie, if it's not overkill, how could Feith have time to contact you?" A group of high-level officials accepted this statement. However, their hearts were shocked by the news. In their impression, Feith was indeed not as strong as the average Marine. However, to the extent that the mighty can defeat Blackbeard, they don't quite believe it. Although it is said that Marine doesn't know much about Blackbeard, after all, he has been convinced by the Whitebeard Pirates for more than 20 years, and he has always been very low-key, even without bounties. And a person who can sneak kill Seizi and defeat Fire Fist Ace, how easy is it? In this way, Feeth has at least quasi-admiral level strength. This kid is so powerful? Blackbeard breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the Marine executives were not holding on to it. This is actually not too important, after all, they didn't hurt Feeth at all, and the most important thing is that he deliberately concealed it. That's what he knew about Feeth being able to draw the lottery, something that Marine couldn't know. Marine would value Feeth's ability to draw the lottery. If Marine knew about it, I would also know about the lottery. I'm afraid that I and others won't be able to get out of naval headquarters. Aokiji said at this time. I did notice that today's Feeth breath is much stronger than before, but I didn't care. It seems that Feeth's strength has become much stronger. Aside, Garp asked Ace directly if Blackbeard was telling the truth. Prisoner Ace saw that his grandfather asked himself, so he had to nod. It's just like what Blackbeard said. Not only that, the Feeth you mentioned also used 3 devil fruit abilities. For a time, everyone in Marines suddenly looked at Ace. Ace's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing the Marine executives to fry. What did you say? Sengoku exclaimed directly. What are you kidding? Aokiji's voice stuttered. One person has 3 devil fruit abilities, which is unheard of. Akainu's voice was low. Ace, don't be full of bullshit. Akainu was a little unconvinced. Tao Free, a female Marine with relatively low experience, was stunned for a while, like a rock machine. At this time, Blackbeard quickly took over. He was afraid that Ace would say Blackbeard has drawn a lottery. Then they will be cold. He quickly said Ace is right, Feeth does have 3 devil fruit abilities. And it's the same devil fruit ability, the string fruit ability of your Marine 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo, the Sansan fruit ability of the former Shishibukai, and the Lava fruit ability of Akainu. What? The client Akainu's eyes widened, his expression something out of control. Marshal Sengoku, the top general, was also a little stunned. What's the situation? Not only him, Garp and Crane, 2 experienced veterans, are also dumbfounded, like petrification. They have lived for so many years, and they are the first to hear such a thing. 3 devil fruit abilities, and they are owned by others. Feeth is getting more and more mysterious. 3 devil fruit abilities, 2 abilities are still Logia. After a while, Sengoku came back to his senses and said to Blackbeard, you stand here and don't walk around. After he finished speaking, he realized the other Marine executives and finished speaking. Everyone understood and came to the distance, where Blackbeard everyone couldn't hear, and began to discuss this sudden big event. Sengoku said lightly, what do you think about this? Kizaru was the first to speak. Feeth's lottery fruit is a bit weird, maybe this is the reward he got. The others also nodded and agreed with Kizaru's explanation. After all, there are artifacts such as the arbitrary door and the time-wrapping skin, and devil fruit would not be too unexpected. This still needs to be studied. I don't know if it was obtained by lottery, or if it is the result of the awakening of the lottery fruit. He opened his mouth and said, after all, there are no weak fruits, only weak users, and there are indeed people who develop weak fruits to be very powerful. Akainu whispered, anyway, we have to re-examine Feeth in the future, whether it is his lottery fruit ability or his strength. Everyone nodded again and fell into deep thought. At this time, Sengoku said, on the contrary, this is also a good thing. After all, Feeth is from our Marine. And just now he showed great disgust after hearing about Roger, the Pirate King, which shows that he hates pirates very much. The crowd nodded again. When Feeth heard that Ace was Roger's child, he was gnashing his teeth, which was obvious to all. This shows that Feeth hates pirates very much, which is a good thing for the Marine. Soon, a group of Marine executives ended the secret conversation and returned to the Blackbeard pirates. Everyone continued to walk towards the interior of naval headquarters again. At this time, Sengoku once again said to Blackbeard, by the way, tell us about Ace's past in detail. Blackbeard quickly told Sengoku about Ace's past. After all, this is a big project involving 500 million Baileys. Of course. Marines searched for the pregnant woman at the time, as well as the child born at the time. Ace's mother forced Ace, who should have been alive, to stay in her womb for 20 months in order not to be caught by Marine. This sentence made Marine executives slightly moved, as expected of One Piece's wife, fierce enough. Blackbeard then goes on to tell how Ace grew up in East Blue under Garp's care, and finally got on Whitebeard's pirate ship. This time, everyone understood. Soon, Sengoku said to Momuzagi on the side, you are responsible for escorting Ace to Impel Down. After speaking, he shouted, come. Soon, several Marine soldiers came in, and Sengoku looked at the Blackbeard pirates and said, go to the lounge and wait for a while, I will come to you later. Everyone in the Blackbeard pirates had no choice but to nod and followed a few soldiers to the lounge. On Momuzagi's side, Sengoku let her use any door to go to Impel Down. When only Marines executives were left in the meeting room, Sengoku began to discuss how to execute Ace. For flowers, Sengoku said, originally, if Ace was only the second captain, he would only need to be detained until Impel Down forever. But now that Ace is the son of One Piece, the situation is very different. I just thought of 2 options. First, execute Ace directly at Impel Down, then make an announcement to the world to expand Marine's influence. Second, publicly execute Ace, broadcast it to the world, and expand Marine's influence. But the second point is equivalent to fighting the Whitebeard pirates. Aside, Kizaru couldn't help but have a headache when he heard the battle with the Whitebeard pirates. He crooked his mouth and said, I think it would be better to execute Ace in private. After all, there are too many variables in a war with Whitebeard. On the side, Aokiji nodded, that's right. The Whitebeard pirates can't be a small country right now. I'm afraid that when we Marine and Whitebeard go to war, we will lose both. I think it is best to solve it in private. If Ace dies, even if Whitebeard is angry, he will not easily start a war with Marine. However, Akainu, who has absolute justice, has a different opinion. He said firmly Ace must be publicly executed. In this way, the whole world can come out of Roger's fear, greatly increase the prestige of our Marine, and shock the world. Aside, Garp's face was ashen and silent. Crane nodded and said, facing Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, is very risky. But once this battle is won, it will greatly inspire Marines all over the world, and this is the best choice to comfort people all over the world. A word from One Piece started the era of great navigation, made the world in chaos, and was turned into a demon by the world, so the execution of Ace, the son of the devil, was extremely critical. At this time, Kizaru spoke again, with Marine's current strength, it is a bit risky to fight against the Sea Emperor. But if Dr. Vegapunk can reproduce those three things, then Marine's strength can be greatly increased in a short period of time. Even if it's just a Zanpakuto, we Marine will have more confidence if we publicly execute Ace at that time. Hearing the words, Sengoku nodded thoughtfully. Kizaru's proposal has been approved by most of the high-level executives. Take Zanpakuto, for example, if Vice Admiral gets Zanpakuto, Marine's power will explode. When everyone mentioned the three prizes that Dr. Vegapunk took away, they naturally thought of Thief. Akaina said directly, since Blackbeard just said that Thief is powerful, if we really fight the Whitebeard pirates, we can transfer Thief to participate in this battle. This was directly rejected by Sengoku, Kizaru, and Crane. This will expose Thief to the world. Now Thief's ability is a secret, and it must be low-key enough. The fewer people who know it, the better. Sengoku gave his reasons for not letting Thief join the war, and continued, anyway, contact Dr. Vegapunk first and see how his score is going. However, when Sengoku contacted Post-Doc Vegapunk, no one picked up at all. This made everyone frown slightly. This happened several times in a row, and Sengoku said helplessly, since this is the case, just go directly and bring him here. Fortunately, it is not difficult for Marine to have an arbitrary door now. Kizaru directly uses the arbitrary door to go there, and comes back soon. Behind him, the figure of Dr. Vegapunk appeared, and when he appeared, everyone was stunned. Sengoku hurriedly said, Vegapunk, you, then why are you looking like this? I saw that this old man was still in high spirits a few days ago, and now he looks even older, with two large dark circles on his eyes, bloodshot eyes, and a sloppy body, like a drug-addicted beggar. Everyone was stunned, and Sengoku coughed and asked, how is the progress of Dr. Vegapunk's analysis? Dr. Vegapunk pulled his head, looking like he might die suddenly, with a dull expression. After a while, he was pushed back by Kizaru, and he said feebly, it can't be done at all. The principles of those three things are far beyond my imagination, they are things beyond my understanding, and the level of technology is at least 1,000 years ahead or even more. He is known as the Master Dr. Vegapunk, who is 500 years ahead of the times. If he can't handle it, basically no one can. For a time, everyone didn't know what to say. At this time, Kizaru said with a crooked mouth, no, Dr. Vegapunk, even if the arbitrary door and the omnipotent capsule can't handle it, then Zanpakuto can't handle it? Material and the principles of how to absorb capacity should be easy to judge, right? Dr. Vegapunk, the master of time management, scolded, it's all the same. In the beginning, I also thought that Zanpakuto is the easiest, as long as you know the material, you can easily get started. But this Zanpakuto is constantly cutting, and the elemental material analyzed is something I have never seen before. What the hell? The more Dr. Vegapunk said, the more excited he became. It's made of amazing craftsmanship, I don't understand it at all, I can only sigh. Then I started with the universal capsule. Although it is said that it can be dissected, you only do this after dismantling it? I understand all those chips, except for the most critical space chip. I am confused, and I still can't assemble it. However, these are not the most outrageous. The most outrageous thing is that random door. The material is indeed rare, but I can understand it, but the most important thing is the level of technology contained in it, which is hundreds of times that of Zanpakuto and the universal capsule. Not to mention the realization of Space Shuttle, but the door handle can sense the inner thoughts of the user, so I don't understand it. You don't know what I've been through these days, I just wonder if I'm a primary school student. Dr. Vegapunk spoke with bulging eyes, spittle, and flushed face. Everyone quickly appeased his emotions, for fear that if he continued to be so excited, he would suddenly die here. After Dr. Vegapunk calmed down, Marine and all the senior management sighed. I didn't expect that even the strongest scientist in the world could not analyze what Feith got by lottery. Sengoku was a little emotional and a little helpless. Qingxiang responded lightly, not only that, but it almost killed our scientists. Everyone was silent for a while. This is indeed, I have to say, how did Feith's prizes come about? Crane once again struggled with this most primitive question. No matter how you get it, just wait until our marine is of great use. Sengoku doesn't want to worry about this issue now. Since the analysis can't be reproduced, the only option is to go to Feith to draw a lottery, and get these artifacts by luck. At this time, Dr. Vegapunk, who had just recovered from his strength, became excited again. Marshal Sengoku, I hope you can let me see this godman. I really want to know how these three things are made, the formula of space, the material of Zanpakuto. Dr. Vegapunk was stunned, muttering, and he hadn't slept for days trying to figure this out. Everyone looked at this high-spirited and arrogant doctor, but now he looked like this, and felt pity in their hearts. Kizaru patted Dr. Vegapunk on the shoulder, and said with a crooked mouth, this is Marine's top secret, you can't see it at the moment, you should rest well first. You'll see it someday. Kizaru can also be considered to appease Dr. Vegapunk. After all, these are things Feith got by relying on lottery fruits, and it is estimated that even Feith himself does not understand the principle. If Dr. Vegapunk is aiming to get the principle, it is estimated that he will not get the answer until his death. Vegapunk looked up to the sky and sighed, like a downtrodden loser, nodding helplessly. In the end, I passed through any door and went back to Vegapunk. How desolate and desolate the back was, how desolate and desolate it was. If I had known, I shouldn't have given these three things to him for analysis. Tsurumi said helplessly after the arbitrary door was closed. It is estimated that this Xianheng has a knot for Dr. Vegapunk's heart. Everyone had to shake their heads helplessly for a while. How could they have thought that this scientist, who was 500 years ahead of the times, couldn't even crack Feith's things? After a while, Sengoku got up. I'm going to Marie Joy's now to meet the five elders. One is to negotiate the way to execute Ace, and the other is to get some raffle money from celestial dragons. The reason why Marine helps the world government is that Marine is a part of the world government, and Marine's money comes from celestial dragons. No matter which faction it is inseparable from expenses, which is the main reason why Marine obeys the world government. Even Garp, who hated celestial dragons, had no choice but to stand on their side. At this time, Kizaru said with a crooked mouth, Marshal, it's better not to mention Feith's lottery when you go this time, and find other excuses to get the money. Otherwise, with the greed of celestial dragons, Feith's fate, everyone present should be able to imagine. Although the Marines don't usually talk about it, it's an indisputable fact, and now it's natural to have no scruples about speaking from family members behind closed doors. The high-level officials nodded in agreement. Aokiji, admiral with a low sense of presence, said lightly at this time, the celestial dragons guys who have more than enough success, after knowing it, it would be better if they took the money and went to Feith to draw a lottery. But 12 is that if you get greedy and lose your mind and do something to Feith, it might push Feith to the opposite of Marine. This is a situation that absolutely cannot happen. Aokiji said the last sentence firmly. At this moment, because Ace was arrested, Garp, who has been silent all the time, spoke up, but his voice was still a little low, and he slowly said, I'm afraid it's too late. With CP's intelligence capabilities, I'm afraid you'll probably know when Feith's three prizes are delivered to Vegapunk. Marie Joy's, Hall of the Five Elders. This time Sengoku did not use any gate, but came in the marine battleship. After seeing the five elders, Sengoku was about to speak, but one of the five elders was the first to speak. Oh Sengoku, what were those three things you sent to Vegapunk the other day? How did they get there? Because of these three things, Dr. Vegapunk also stopped the research and development of modified people, causing a burst of dissatisfaction with celestial dragons. Sengoku's eyes narrowed, and Garp was right. With CP's intelligence capabilities, he really knew about this, but he didn't think it through. Just when Sengoku was thinking about this, another five elders spoke up, and while wiping his knife, he said lightly, it seems that you all attach great importance to these three things? Sengoku still didn't answer in a hurry. Obviously, although the five elders said they knew about these three things, they still didn't know the power of these three things. After thinking about it, Sengoku felt that he couldn't hide it. Simply Sengoku was also straightforward, and directly out of the mouth of the five elders said the three things. He said indifferently, these three things are enough to increase Marine's strength more than 100 times. The five elders all looked at each other, a little surprised by what Sengoku said. Sengoku is not a pompous person, but this statement is extremely gamble. Are these three things so exaggerated? The five elders who wiped the sword couldn't help sneering and didn't say anything, but they couldn't help but show disdain in their eyes. Although the other five elders said that they did not act like the sword-wielding five elders, they were also a little suspicious in their hearts. They don't trust technology very much, and they always believe that the most powerful person who is cultivated is the king. That's why, even though they knew these three things were there, they weren't brought to see them from Vegapunk because they weren't interested. But now Sengoku is saying, these three things can increase Marine's strength more than 100 times? Although an elder of 5 elders was disdainful in his heart, he still said lightly, "Huh? Tell us about it." Sengoku is no nonsense, and first introduces them to the universal capsule. This is a technology that Dr. Vegapunk has never been able to overcome, a storage tool. The space inside is at least 1.5 giant marine warships. Because Sengoku is an upgraded version of the universal capsule, the capacity is larger than the ordinary universal capsule. Everyone in the 5 elders could not help frowning after hearing this. Is this true or false? Sengoku is no nonsense, and directly experimented with the 5 elders. But after seeing Sengoku holding a palm-sized oval-shaped mini-prop, 7 in and 7 out, the 5 elders couldn't help showing surprised expressions, and in retrospect, they turned to shock. This is too incredible, isn't it? It turned out to be true, and this large capacity is a bit outrageous. Master has been the highest power in the world for so many years. What magical things have not seen in 5 elders? And you know, they also have the secret national treasure of celestial dragons, something so mysterious that no one else has ever seen before. They have all seen it. However, they have never seen this storage tool, capable of accommodating giant marine warships. The 5 elders immediately understood the strategic importance of this so-called universal capsule. This means that it can hold many turrets, ammunition, bombs, and guns with unlimited play space. This first thing introduced by Sengoku alone can increase marine strength more than tenfold. 5 elders. Although the 5 elders did not communicate, they could see each other's excitement and curiosity. The first elder said in a light voice, "What about the second one, 440? Sengoku then takes out Zanpakuto. When they saw it was a knife, the eyes of the 5 elders lit up, and the elder who cleaned the knife stepped forward and couldn't wait to see the knife that Sengoku took out. As a swordsman, how could he not like swords? Taking Zanpakuto from Sengoku, the kimono elder immediately opened his eyes slightly, and his face was incredulous. This knife. When the other elders saw the appearance of the kimono elder, they quickly asked, "How about this sword?" The kimono elder swallowed his saliva, and his eyes under the glasses shot fiery. "This knife is stronger than my first-generation ghost." "What? Stronger than the demon sword? Beyond the existence of the supreme sword, how is this possible?" The 5 elders are unbelievable, to know that the supreme sword is the famous sword that has dominated the world for many years. When Sengoku saw the shock of the 5 elders, he sneered in his heart. He had not seen the true power of the sword, so he was so surprised, ignorant. With a sneer in his heart, Sengoku said lightly, "Elder, try to release Haki." "Free Haki?" The kimono elder looked at Sengoku, puzzled. The kimono elder didn't understand why Sengoku wanted him to release Haki, but he did. He released Haki, and soon, his pupils shrank. This knife can actually absorb Haki. The other 5 elders were even more surprised, knowing that knives with special abilities were very rare. Like Hawkeye's Black Blade Knight, although the slashing ability is powerful and extremely sharp, it has no special ability. "This knife is the same as Yan-Mo," one of the 5 elders exclaimed. Sengoku shook his head and denied the sentence. "No. The difference is huge. Yan-Mo is a younger brother in front of Zanpakuto." Everyone from the 5 elders cast a strange look, and Sengoku did not explain. "Elder, you continue to input Haki until Zanpo reaches the upper limit of the sword." The kimono elder did not hesitate this time, and frantically injected Haki into Zanpakuto. However, half a minute later, the limit of the blade was still not reached, and the kimono elder was somewhat sentimental. The other 5 elders also showed surprised expressions. They were also 5 elders, and they stayed together every day. Everyone knew how powerful Haki, the kimono elder, was. "This knife can absorb so much?" one of the 5 elders said in horror. Sengoku on the side was a little shocked. He had some guesses before that the 5 elders were not ordinary people, otherwise it would be difficult to achieve this position. Now it seems to be true, the 5 elders are all hidden powerhouses. Finally, after some time has passed, the absorbed Haki reaches the ceiling of Zanpakuto. The kimono elder sighed with emotion. "This sword can absorb such a giant Haki, and it is indeed many times stronger than Yan-Mo. When the two sides are fighting, it is basically Haki confrontation, even if it is devil fruit ability. When the two sides fight, if the Haki burst out from the other side is absorbed in an instant, the other side will be caught off guard." The kimono elder sighed in his heart, "And this blade is light, as if it is a part of his own body, and the texture is hard and extremely sharp. A good knife is a good knife." The kimono elder's eyes were fiery, and then Zanpakuto couldn't help but gently dance. However, in the next moment, a small sword chi burst out, wrapping Haki, the elder in the kimono, and heading straight ahead. The rest of the 5 elders were still listening to the kimono elders, but the sudden sword energy made their faces change dramatically. One by one, they quickly used Conqueror's Haki to wrap their whole body to resist the sword energy mixed with Haki. Boom! Fortunately, none of the 5 elders were idle people, and they blocked this sword chi, and it was unintentionally swung by the kimono elders, and the power was not strong. However, a look of shock appeared on the faces of the 5 elders. Because they can feel just how fierce the strength is, if the kimono elders release it with all their strength, it is estimated that they will be difficult to resist, even if there are 4 of them. The elders of the 5 elders couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and their eyes were fiery towards this knife. If each of them could have such a knife, wouldn't their strength be increased several times? With turbulent waves in their hearts, they admitted what Sengoku had just said, which was indeed a huge improvement in marine strength. At the same time, with the first 2 excellent things, a group of 5 elders are already eager to know what the third thing is. Where's the last thing, Sengoku? Asked one of the 5 elders. Sengoku took out the last thing without any hesitation, any door. Seeing this pink door, everyone in the 5 elders would definitely sneer when it was replaced. However, the 2 previous things shocked them a lot, so the people in the 5 elders did not dare to jump to conclusions. Sengoku looked at the kimono elder in front of him and said, "Elder, you have something in mind," and then opened this door. But at this time, the first elder said, "This time I will try the magic of this door." The kimono elder didn't say anything, gave the position to the first elder, and said lightly, "What are you going to think about?" The first elder did not answer directly. He came to the door and opened any door under the watchful eyes of everyone. When any door is opened, there is a different scene inside. He ran. The elder's expression is so petrified that he is stunned. Not only him, but also the kimono elder. He was the closest, and after the door opened, he saw the scene inside the door. The kimono elder was so shocked that he was speechless. The other elders were also curious and approached to see what happened. But the other 3 elders approached, just like the first 2 elders, their expressions were stunned, showing shock on their faces. The inside of the door and the hall where they were located were a different scene. And they know where this place is. This is the hometown of the great elder. Difficult. I can't believe that this door can actually achieve long distance travel. Isn't this what one of the elders wanted to say? Isn't this the hometown of the first elder? However, the words were swallowed hard by the mouth, and Gilu only had a shocked expression. They are celestial dragons, noble celestial dragons, in front of Sengoku, cannot reveal. In fact, they are also ordinary people born, and also have their own hometown in the outside world. After slowly digesting the shock in front of them, the 5 elders walked around in any door as if they had never seen the world before. Repeatedly traveled to the hometown of the elders and the hall of the Holy Land. For a long time, their expressions were still incredulous. They looked at them in various ways, and they couldn't take back the shock on their expressions. After a long time, the 5 elders were relieved, and the first elder quickly asked Sengoku, "How did you get these 3 things?" The other 5 elders also looked at Sengoku eagerly, expecting answers from his mouth. "Is it?" Sengoku said indifferently, "It was a marine soldier who got these 3 magical things." Marine soldier. The elder's expression became even more uncontrollable. That kind of marine soldier with the lowest occupation? The kimono elder couldn't believe it. The expressions on the faces of the 5 elders are saying, "Sengoku, are you kidding us? How could a tiny marine soldier have such an artifact?" However, the people of the 5 elders looked at Sengoku's serious expression and knew that he was not a casual joker, so they suppressed the weird feeling in their hearts. The first elder asked, "Who is that marine soldier? Why can you come up with something that even Dr. Vegapunk can't develop? Where is the marine now?" The 5 elders asked their own questions, and it was clear that they were desperate to know the answer. Sengoku didn't intend to tell Fitha's affairs at first, but things have come to this point, and with the curiosity shown by the 5 elders now, even if he doesn't tell them, Fitha's affairs can't be concealed. In this case, it is better to say it directly. Sengoku said in a low voice, "The soldier's name is Fith. Having the ability to draw lottery fruits can not only draw these 3 magical props, but also many magical props." On the opposite side, the people of the 5 elders listened to Sengoku's words and kept their expressions on their faces. There were surprises, and doubts. Lottery fruit? They haven't heard of the devil fruit in their life for so long. However, when Sengoku heard that the time wraps the skin, the confusion of the 5 elders about the lottery fruits was thrown directly behind their heads. Can make people younger. 5 elders couldn't sit still, their eyes were as big as Tongling, and their breathing was a little short. The 5 of them are all old men, so what if the master holds the highest power in the world? They'll still die, but just now Sengoku said that Marine Soldier Kid can find time to wrap skins, a prop that can make people younger. The great elder's voice changed slightly, and he did not lose his dignity. He opened his mouth and said, "Sengoku, are you telling the truth? Is there really time to wrap up these 440 unimaginable props?" Sengoku said beyond doubt, "That's right. Elders, Crane Vice Admiral, should you know each other? The most veteran generals, the 5 elders, have naturally heard of it." Sengoku said, "The Crane Vice Admiral used the time wrap skin, and then restored the appearance of 20 years ago." A heavy breathing sound came from the 5 most powerful people. The next moment, the elder said directly to Sengoku, "Now take us to meet the marine soldier named Fith that you said. We're going to have a lottery too." Sengoku was not surprised by the decision of the 5 elders. After all, no one could resist the temptation after hearing what Fith could get in the lottery. However, Sengoku's visit this time is mainly Ace's business, and things must be dealt with first. He said, "Five elders, the lottery is not in a hurry. I have something important to report here." The five elders looked a little impatient, but Sengoku said it was an important matter, so he had to deal with it first. "Say, what's the matter? We Marine caught Fire Fist Ace yesterday," Sengoku reports. "One of the four emperors from Whitebeard?" The elder had some influence on Ace. "That's right," Sengoku replied, and just as he was about to continue, he heard the first elder say, "This is just a small matter, it can be suppressed at Impel Down." "No, elder, Ace has another identity, that is, he is One Piece Roger's son." After Sengoku finished speaking, he stopped talking. "What?" The five elders were all shocked by this sudden news. It turned out to be Roger is the son. The kimono elder said, "Whitebeard must know, right? In other words, he has been raising children for his opponents for so many years. It's really funny. It cost a lot of money back then and couldn't find Roger's son, but now it falls directly into our hands, huh? I can't escape in the end." The expressions of the five elders were playful, and Roger's words challenged their right to the Master World. Naturally, he is extremely disgusted with Roger's lineage. But now the heart of the five elders is no longer here, it has long been on the skin of the time package. The first elder said directly, "You don't need to pay attention to so much, just publicly execute him. He is the son of the devil. As long as he dies, his prestige will be greatly enhanced, whether it is Marine or the world government." Sengoku took the order, and went on to talk about Blackbeard. The five elders were already absent-minded, and the first elder waved his hand casually, "Give Blackbeard's money directly to him, after all, this news is really valuable. Just take another 1 billion and go to the lottery." An elder of the five elders interjected, "It's better to take 10 billion and go to the lottery directly, Seth. It's a lot of fun, and with this money, maybe we can all go back to our prime." When the other elders heard that they had returned to their prime, their eyes flashed. However, the elder directly shook his head and refused, and said, "Let's not say whether we are lucky or not, and can take time to wrap the skin many times, let's talk about whether we have so much liquidity now." Furthermore, the great elder glanced sharply at the other five elders, and paused before saying, "You understand?" The five elders suddenly understood. Such a large amount of transfer will inevitably alarm Lord Yumu, and it must be done with his consent. It's the first time to draw a lottery, and it's okay to be a little happy, the elders said lightly. The world has become more chaotic now, and there are too many places that want money. The rest of the five elders also nodded their heads. Just now, their heads were hot. Now that they thought about it, it was unrealistic to directly take out 10 billion Baileys for the first time. That's nearly double Roger's bounty. The five elders no longer tangled, and decided to bring only 1 billion Bailey in the first draw. Soon, several large boxes of money were ready, and the elder said indifferently to Sengoku, "Let's lead the way." Sengoku is no nonsense, and directly uses any door to take the five elders to the Sabayati Island archipelago to find Feith. Sabayati Archipelago. Feith was lying on the beach comfortably basking in the sun, biting a straw in his mouth and dangling Erlang's legs. "I didn't want to be a salted fish, but reality doesn't allow me to work hard." Feith slandered, he came back from Bonaro Island yesterday, and today he wanted to go patrol on a whim. No matter what his boss said, he wouldn't let him work, and he brought out a lot of delicious food and asked him to find a place to rest. Even if Feith said he wanted to work today, his boss would not give him a job, and finally threatened to jump into the sea. If Feith dared to work, he would jump directly into the sea. This left Faye helpless and had to find a place to make a salted fish. "I don't know if there are any dogs today." "No, it's the customer who came. By the way, I finally saw Momuzagi yesterday, and that figure is really superb. Because he's a Marine, he trains a lot, he's extremely hot, and that bulge, the headlights." Feith licked his lips, thinking that now that he has the strength to protect himself, is it time to develop his own fish pond? There is no fish in the fish pond, how boring is it? And just when Feith was thinking about it, suddenly a pink door appeared out of thin air beside him. Feith was stunned for a moment, then his eyes moved. Who else could have any door? They must have come to find some of their own dog owners. Feith was overjoyed and left the fish pond behind. Soon, Sengoku's figure appeared. Feith showed a bright smile. "Marshal, why are you here?" But soon, Feith's expression was one, behind Sengoku, followed by 5 old men. As Jaime, Feith could see at a glance who these 5 old men were. These are 5 wrongs under him's command. This is a super big VIP customer, yeah. 5 elders. Master 5 elders who hold the ceiling of world power, rich people. Super rich. Faye was ecstatic, as long as they smashed themselves with money and stepped into Admiral's doorframe, they would be able to race for thousands of meters on the road of Admiral's strength. Feith's current purpose, whoever has money, is his friend. Sengoku was the first to greet Feith. "I meet again, Feith." The 5 elders behind them were silent, looking at the young man in front of them. He is very young, tall, about 1.90 meters tall. His looks and body are top-notch. This is the first time they have seen such a perfect man after living for so long. But these are not the main points. The main point is that this kid's aura and aura are by no means comparable to that of Little Marine, at least above the level of Vice Admiral. Ahead, Sengoku introduced the five elders to Feith. Oh Feith. These are the 5 supreme elders of the world government. However, to Sengoku's surprise, Feith didn't show shock after hearing his introduction, and there was only a vague "M" in his eyes when facing the highest authority, as if seeing the fiery heat of his prey. Sengoku was a little puzzled. Why is Feith so calm? Really unimaginable kid, like knowing the 5 elders. Feith smiled brightly and greeted the 5 elders, although he didn't want to salute, but thinking that they might throw money at himself later, Feith would bow slightly. The 5 elders nodded to Feith. I was also surprised that Feith appeared calm. You must know that when it was someone else, when facing them, they would bow down, for fear of offending them, but Feith was neither humble nor arrogant. The first elder sneered in his heart, this kid has some meaning. Then, stepping forward, crossing Sengoku to Feith, the elder directly asked, I heard that you can draw a lottery here? The prizes are still amazing and superb props? Feith's heart moved, and he was very satisfied with the first elder. Usually old men like to be deep, bewildering, and don't speak human words, but this old man is direct, not bad. Feith replied, of course, but it takes money and luck, and if you want more magical props, the low-level lottery is basically nothing, and the minimum lottery draw is 2,000 W Bailey. If there is a top lottery of 200 million, the prizes that will come out are so amazing that it is unimaginable. Feith habitually gave the 5 elders injections, and then induced them to draw more grades as a prize. However, the elder did not listen to Feith's words at all, and asked directly, time wraps the skin, what level of lottery can be drawn? Feith immediately understood when he heard it, that the feelings of these 5 dying old men came to wrap up time. It's normal to think about it, compared to these 5 elders, they are all very old, and the master holds the highest power in the world. Although there is I'm in the back, they were pushed out, and their power is naturally huge. For a person like him, how can the universal capsule and the arbitrary door be so important? Feith answered honestly, you can get it in the time-wrapped skin intermediate lottery. But the more advanced the lottery, the greater the chance of appearing, and the more advanced the time wrapping. For example, the intermediate lottery restores 20 years of youth, and the senior lottery is 30 years younger. The 5 elders listened to Feith's words, and Yazii kept shining brightly. Although they were very shrewd, these heartfelt expectations could not be concealed. Several elders looked at each other, and after a while, the first elder said directly, give us 2 top lottery draws directly, and the remaining 600 million, directly to me. Feith hurriedly said, 30 advanced draws? The elder nodded, that's right. This old guy is bad at math. Although Feith complained in his heart, ecstasy occupied most of it. Sure enough, the 5 elders are the most powerful core figures in the world, and they are rich. Up is a direct 1 billion. Isn't that exciting? Feith responded immediately, okay, 4 flowers. The other side of the Sabayati archipelago. Rayleigh, Redhead and Ben Beckman came to the alley before Feith, and the 3 of them cursed after they could not see Feith's people. Why is this little guy not here today? Rayleigh is a little puzzled, he's always here on weekdays. Really yes, I recently made 200 million, and I can't wait to draw the lottery. The redhead nodded, this kid has been elusive lately. I asked him to continue to play Russian roulette a few days ago, but he was rejected by that kid. What else did the Luhan Bureau mean? The redhead was a little puzzled and looked at Rayleigh. Rayleigh, what does the Luhan Bureau mean? Rayleigh shook his head, I don't know. This guy Feith always likes to say things we don't understand, and he taught me a word about digging last time. 0. I asked him what he meant by digging and he said that as long as I faced something that I didn't know how to describe, I would solve it by digging. What else to say? When I learn it, I will know the essence of grooving. The 3 looked at each other, a little dazed. After a while, Rayleigh broke the silence and asked, that's right. How much did you get the redhead this time? 600 million. The redhead replied directly to Rayleigh. When Rayleigh heard this, he couldn't be envious and wanted to borrow something from the redhead, but suddenly, the faces of the 3 of them changed. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. They felt a few powerful breaths suddenly appear in this Sabayati archipelago. Go and see, Rayleigh said quickly. The redhead and Ben Beckman nodded, and then hurried towards the direction they sensed. When they were about to approach, the 3 of them slowed down, lowered their strength, and by the way found a high place to wait and see. The height of Sabayati archipelago is only a few trees, after all, the island itself is formed by a big tree. The 3 came to the branch, and then looked in the direction they sensed earlier. The next moment, I saw Marine Marshal Sengoku and Feith, as well as the 5 old men. When Rayleigh and the red-haired 2 saw the 5 old men, their eyes widened slightly. Rayleigh, grooving. Rayleigh recognized the 5 elders immediately. He opened his mouth and said, "These 5 old guys are not common, they are not good people, and they are all top powerhouses. I played against them when I was young." The red-haired man on the side was also solemn, but he was not in a trance and didn't know what to think. Ben Beckman put it bluntly, "It's not a good thing the celestial dragons know Feeth exists." Rayleigh nodded slightly, while the redhead remained silent, thinking about his own business. Rayleigh said solemnly, "If Celestial Dragons is going to do something against Fae later, I will definitely not stand by and watch." At this time, the red hair finally said, "That is natural, and we will not stand idly by." Ben Beckman grinned, "For those amazing prizes, gotta keep that kid." 44-0, and he also said that he will teach us other fun things next time. What to say about shaking the plug? The brothers are still waiting, but don't let him have an accident. The 3 soon stopped talking and waited for the change. If the 5 elders dared to go against Feeth, they immediately shot. Below, right after Feeth collects the money. He looked at the pile of money, and his heart was already blooming. There were 4 top-level lottery draws and 60 advanced lottery draws. This time, his strength was probably improved to a very terrifying level. "One piece I'm set." After Feeth made a second thought in his heart, he stopped talking nonsense and started the lottery. 60 advanced lottery draws. This time the time span is still very long. After a full 4 minutes, the 60 advanced lottery draws are all released. They are 12 times Motai, exclusive version, 12 times Huazi, exclusive version, 14 times 150 attribute points, 5 universal capsules, 4 Zanpakuto, 6 advanced physical strength Dan, 3 random doors, 50 use opportunities, 2 bamboo dragonflies, permanent version, 1 time pack skin, 30 years version, 1 time room use right, 1 hour training time. When he saw the last prize again, Feeth's heart was filled with joy, and something was different. Soon the sound of the system sounded in Feeth's mind, which was the direct introduction of new things that Feeth had requested before. "This is the Wanja prop of the Dragon Ball world in Wanja Zonki. Staying in it for 30 days is equivalent to 1 hour outside, and you can make a qualitative leap in your own strength." Listening to Feeth's introduction, "I feel emotional, but it's a good thing, but I don't need it." Feeth doesn't want to keep this time star, because he doesn't need to practice at all. You must know that this time he has harvested 150 attribute points 14 times, enough to make his strength leap once. Besides, he is a man with cheats, and he still needs to practice? Isn't this shameful? My heart is longing for salted fish. Wouldn't it be beautiful to lie flat? Feeth sighed in his heart. Stop thinking about the crap, and Feeth went on to start 4 top draws. The number of times is relatively small, so this time the results came out very quickly, namely, 1 time Maotai, Supreme Edition, 1 time Huazi, Supreme Edition, 1 time 1500 attribute points. When Feeth saw the 1500 attribute points, he immediately grooved. Sengoku and the 5 elders looked at each other with doubts on their faces, and at the same time they were also a little curious. The elders quickly asked, "What good things have you drawn?" In the distance, because Feeth's digging was very loud, Rayleigh and several others also heard it, and immediately looked at each other. Rayleigh said, "It seems that I have drawn something good." The little guy can't express himself in words, so he just digs the groove. The eyes of the 3 are full of envy, and at the same time, they are curious, what good things have been drawn. Below, Feeth waved his hand and said, "Elder, don't be in a hurry, the lottery hasn't finished yet." The elders had to hold back their temper and continue to wait. The last thing in the top lottery is the Space Ring, Collector's Edition, and Introduction to the Basic System. This Collector's Edition Space Ring is 100 times larger than his original space, and it is indestructible, so there is no need to fear damage in battle. Feeth was overjoyed. This is also a good thing. He decisively set this Space Ring, Collector's Edition, as his own, and replaced his previous Space Ring with this one. Seeing the surprise on Feeth's face, the 5 elders couldn't hold back their expectations any longer, and hurriedly asked, "How is the situation?" Feeth continued his official answer, "The 5 elders are very lucky." This official answer was very useful once and for all. 5 elders had a happy look on their faces and couldn't wait to see the prizes. Feeth is no nonsense, and directly took out 10 bottles of Maotai Premium Edition and 7 packs of Huazi Premium Edition. Previously, although Sengoku did not focus on the introduction of Seiken Huazi, but he mentioned the situation and said that they are all excellent. Before, because I was eager to draw a lottery, although Sengoku said it was the best, but the 5 people were more interested in the time wrapping skin, so they did not taste it. Now you can try it. Feeth directly helped the 5 elders to open a bottle. Although it was not in the alley this time, the sea breeze could not dispel the extremely rich fragrance. The 5 elders smelled this wine, like a spring breeze, and everyone was refreshed, as if they were decades younger. The 5 elders looked surprised. This wine is really superb. As the top figures of the highest power in the world, what fine wine have they not drunk? However, such a wine, the aroma alone makes them drool. If Sengoku said it before, they knew that it was such a superb wine. Even if they were in a hurry, they would have to drink a few sips before coming to the lottery. Soon, the 5 elders each took a bottle and began to taste it. Everyone is immersed in this wine and cannot extricate themselves, and from time to time they exclaim, "Good wine! Good wine!" Soon, Hua Zian was also taken over by them, but the 5 of them were not in a hurry to smoke. Compared with smoking and drinking, these old people were most eager to become younger. However, the 5 of them silently carried a bag in each. One of the 5 elders, who liked smoking the most, simply took it all by himself. After distributing the cigarettes and alcohol, several people looked at Feith again. Feith had already taken out the next prize, 3 high-level physical strength pills. This is something that few of the 5 elders have never heard of, and it doesn't need Feith's introduction. Sengoku, who is on the side, introduced to the 5 elders, it's called Physical Strength Dan, and it's an absolute good thing. After eating, it can increase the maximum physical strength of the user. When the 5 elders heard that they could increase the upper limit of their physical strength, they were all surprised. The great elder was quick-witted and took a physical strength pill directly. After feeling it for a while, his eyes widened. Really physical strength has improved. Seeing that the first elder had finished eating, he was amazed. The second elder took advantage of the other elders who were still looking at the first elder, and hurriedly took one and put it in his mouth. In an instant, the fat man of the second elder was also slightly stretched, his physical strength filled with warmth. It is an unprecedented comfortable feeling, and the physical strength is constantly growing. I was overjoyed in my heart. Really, this is true. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, and I also took one and ate it, otherwise I would not have had this physical improvement. If he can possess this kind of thing called physical strength pill when he is young, then his strength will definitely be able to pass through the great elder and achieve his great elder, not the position of the second child of 10,000 years. The other elders woke up later and saw that Feith's hand was a stamina pill full of fiery heat. All of them are full of regrets. What was the surprise of myself and others just now? It should be like the second elder, just take it and eat it. Now there is only one left, and the other 3 elders all want it, so it is not easy to distribute it. Soon, the last physical strength pill was taken away by the first elder, and he said solemnly, there is only one now, and when there are more, we will distribute it evenly. The 3 elders who did not eat the physical strength pill had to give up, and their hearts were full of regrets. Feith naturally doesn't care who takes the physical strength pill, for him, it's all the same. Anyway, each of them distributed none of them, but he himself swallowed several. He chuckled inwardly, while continuing to take out the next prize, which was 2 Zanpakuto. When they saw Zanpakuto, the corners of the mouths of the 5 elders couldn't help but outline slightly, and the third elder, the kimono elder, took one directly. After all, among the 5 elders, he was the best at using swords. Naturally, the other elders had no opinion. Although the weapons were good, they had to take advantage of them. The first elder put away the other Zanpakuto, and then discussed the distribution after going back, and then said lightly, go ahead, what's the next prize? Zanpakuto had already experimented before, so they didn't want to continue experimenting. Feith was a little surprised, but thinking that Sengoku had already shown them, there was no nonsense, and continued to take out 2 prizes, namely 2 universal capsules and an arbitrary door. Seeing these 2 things, the faces of the 5 elders were a little happy, but they were calm. After all, they had already seen it. Feith naturally knew that, so he didn't hesitate and continued to take out the next prize. This time, Feith took out the bamboo dragonfly, which he already had before, so he simply sent it out. Looking at this new thing in Feith's hands, Sengoku's eyes moved slightly. New thing. Not only him, the peeping trio from a distance also moved slightly. Trough. Something I haven't seen before. Rayleigh whispered in surprise. He now understands what Feith said before, and he will not understand the essence of grooving until he is used to grooving. I have to say, it's pretty useful. I don't know what this thing does, murmured Ben Beckman. Although I don't know how useful it is, the things produced by the Feith brothers must be magical things that subvert our cognition, the red hair said. Aside, Rayleigh and Ben Beckman nodded, agreeing with the redhead. Anyway, let's take a look first. You should pay attention to reducing your own strength. Don't be too surprised and exposed. Rayleigh reminded the pair, we'd be in trouble then. Red-haired and Ben Beckman felt helpless. Speaking of Senior Rayleigh, we are also one of the 4 emperors after all. Is it so unbearable? Below, this time it wasn't just 5 elders asking, Sengoku also asked Feith what this thing was. Feith just wanted to introduce, when a random door suddenly appeared, which made Feith shut up and looked a little surprised. Sengoku and the 5 elders were also attracted to the random door that suddenly appeared. Someone is coming. Soon, several figures appeared, and the leader of them walked in steps that they did not recognize, while swearing and picking their nostrils, wearing marine clothes. This iconic ancestral move, one can tell who it is at a glance, Luffy's grandfather Garp. The Crane Vice Admiral followed, and behind him were the 3 Admiral. When Garp and the others saw Sengoku and the 5 elders, Garp cursed, I'm right. This guy Sengoku was willing to bring a few elders to the lottery. Crane and the 3 Admiral were speechless, and the only one who dared to curse in front of the 5 elders was Garp, a Vice Admiral with a relatively low career. Vice Admiral is not directly dispatched by the 5 elders, which is why Garp has been reluctant to get promoted. Everyone nodded to Wei 5 elders and showed their respect. Then they stood aside. The reason they came this time was because Garp felt that Sengoku had been gone for so long and had not come back, so there was a high probability that he would bring the 5 elders to the lottery. Now sure enough, it's really a lottery draw. They simply watched the lottery process from the sidelines. The 5 elders lottery must be a big lottery, so that they can also have a feast for the eyes. After all, they don't have any savings, they can only live with eye addiction. By the way, this random door belongs to Kizaru, and the last time he used the random door on this, his heart is bleeding at this time. It hurts so badly. After Garp and the others greeted the 5 elders, they greeted Feith familiarly, and then everyone saw the bamboo dragonfly in Feith's hand. It looks like a child's thing, but in the hands of Fae 440s, everyone thinks it is very extraordinary. 3 Admiral hurriedly asked, Feith, what is this? New raffle prizes? Does this work? Everyone is very curious. Looking at the fiery gazes of the crowd, although I don't know what a bamboo dragonfly is, they are all looking at an artifact. Feith's heart, Shinin, couldn't help thinking, if I was holding a handful of Jin K-La in my hand, wouldn't these people think it was a magical thing? Then tell them that they can take it orally, whether they will take Feith and think they will. Thinking of that scene, Feith only felt his stomach churn, and he didn't dare to think about it. He directly introduced the bamboo dragonfly. This thing is called a bamboo dragonfly. It can be placed on the top of the user's head, and then consumes the user's less physical strength to achieve the effect of flying. Everyone listened very seriously, giving Feith the illusion of being an elite class teacher. After Feith's introduction, everyone present couldn't help showing surprise. Props that can fly? And only need to consume a small amount of physical strength? Doesn't this mean that all of us here can fly indefinitely? And according to the user's own strength, you can fly as fast as you want. Artifact. In this world, although many strong people have excellent jumping ability and outstanding ability to stay in the air, there are very few people who really have the ability to fly. Kaido, who has in Phantom Beast, only relies on creating a fire cloud, and then grabs the fire cloud to achieve the effect of flying. The 4 emperors such as Ant, Red Hair, and Whitebeard did not have the ability to fly themselves, which also showed the rarity of the ability to fly. Although Marine 6 style, Moonwalk can fly in the air, but it can't really fly freely, and it needs to rely on continuous stepping to achieve the effect of flight. This will be extremely demanding on the physical strength of the operation, so many people can't actually achieve the peak effect. However, the bamboo dragonfly has perfectly achieved the effect of free flight with only a little physical strength, and the speed is not constant, it can be determined according to the user's own strength, which is naturally amazing. Among the crowd, Aokiji was the most enthusiastic about bamboo dragonfly, and he couldn't hide his excited expression. He usually likes to travel around the world the most. The reason why he has been staying in the headquarters recently is mainly because he wants to find Feith to draw a lottery when he has money, otherwise he would have disappeared long ago. And his ability can only allow him to ride a bicycle on the sea, although it looks cool, but the speed is like a snail. Although it is said that any door can achieve his hobby of traveling around the world, but Aokiji enjoys the process of traveling around the world, and the number of times that any door can be used is limited, and this bamboo dragonfly is a permanent version. But now that bamboo dragonfly had let him see his dream, he immediately asked the 5 elders if they could give him the experience. The 5 elders don't have any opinions, so it's fine, they're too lazy to try. Aokiji happily took the bamboo dragonfly from Feith and installed it on his head according to Feith's instructions. Aokiji did as he did and installed the bamboo dragonfly on his head. This scene made everyone present couldn't help but look at each other. Putting this kind of child's thing on Admiral's head always felt a bit inconsistent. On the tree, Rayleigh, Redhead, and Ben Beckman couldn't help but look at each other with weird expressions. Admiral brought this thing and made them feel a little funny. However, in the next second, the 3 of them showed shock on their faces, and Aokiji flew directly below. The 3 moved hurriedly, dodging to the more concealed tree, and through the gap between the trees, the 3 saw Qingxiang gradually becoming proficient at Master Bamboo Dragonfly. Then Aokiji, who had mastered the Bamboo Dragonfly, moved almost like a flicker in the air. It turned out to be a flying artifact. Although such a speed is not fast for the strong, the 3 of them are still extremely shocked. None of the 3 of them have the ability to fly. This little thing can make Admiral fly. Does this mean that as long as there are enough numbers, everyone in Marine can have the ability to fly? If so, how terrifying would Marine's combat power be? In the past, the advantage of the strong was that the Yamato Devil Fruit was strong in physical skills, and the Marine soldiers could not resist it. However, once the ordinary soldiers had the ability to fly, even if they were strong, they could not fly and faced Marine soldiers in the high altitude. Also a little tired. The evaluation of the bamboo dragonfly in the hearts of the 3 people is very high. Below, Aokiji has been in the air for a while before falling back to the ground. As soon as I landed, I couldn't help but exclaim, this bamboo dragonfly is simply amazing. You don't need to spend too much physical strength to have the ability to fly, even if it is a major level strength, you can also achieve the effect of long-distance flight. Hearing this, Sengoku's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "What about the ordinary soldier? How long can they fly with their physical strength?" After thinking about it for a while, Xingxiang said, "If it is an ordinary soldier, it can last for about an hour under normal flight conditions. For a slightly stronger elite, maintaining a flight for a few hours is not a problem at all." Aokiji's words made Sengoku's eyes twinkle. Not only him, but everyone present was moved. All of them are high-level people who have experienced the battlefield, and instantly understand the strategic value that the bamboo dragonfly can bring. Although Marine has 6 styles, there are too many limitations. Basically, a grandmaster can reach the level of a powerhouse like Vice Admiral. Sengoku had previously been yearning for an air combat unit, knowing that in the absence of land, the Air Force can play a huge advantage in combat at sea. And now that there are bamboo dragonflies, the formation of this Air Force has become much simpler. Sengoku, who is the resourceful general, has already constructed a war in his mind at this time, using bamboo dragonflies to achieve stagnation in the air, and then releasing firepower through the universal capsule to strike a large area, or cooperate with the powerful buff effect of Zanpakuto to strike, and finally use any door to double-team the enemy. Sengoku has already constructed a crushing battle brought about by super technology in his mind. His eyes are shining brighter and brighter. This kind of battle is simply absolute. However, soon, Sengoku revealed a bleak, "Unfortunately these things are too rare, and too high-end, Dr. Vegapunk can't replicate." I felt a little lost in my heart. It seemed that I could only use money to break it out. Fortunately, this bamboo dragonfly is permanent, which is a comfort. Although the bamboo dragonfly is a flying artifact, the 5 elders still haven't paid much attention to it. As they often stay in the Holy Land, bamboo dragonflies are actually not very useful. The first elder continued, "What else?" Feith scratched his neck, then moved on to the next prize. "This brown quilt has patterns on it, like a quilt or a tablecloth." The eyes of the 5 elders couldn't help but look at Sengoku, trying to get the answer they wanted from his mouth. Sengoku nodded. "This is the time wrap. This answer is what the 5 elders have been looking forward to." After getting the answer that they and others wanted, the five elders finally couldn't hold back their ecstasy. Looking for the stars, looking forward to the moon, and finally looking forward to the time to wrap the skin, the 5 elders were overjoyed. Able to restore youthful artifact. In the distance, on a tree, Rayleigh, Redhead, and Ben Beckman stared at the time wrap in Feith's hands. One of the reasons for them to come to the lottery this time is to pack the skin for this time. Basically, as a calm Ben Beckman analysis, the skin of this time bag is not only a rejuvenating artifact, but after seeing the red-haired broken arm reborn, he feels that it is likely to be able to bring back the dead. If this is the case, someone will still die in the future, and if they use this time to wrap their skin, they can be resurrected directly. Even, as long as there are enough time-packed skins, it may be able to revive people who have been dead for many years. Below, Feith looked at the eyes of the 5 elders that were so hot that they could burn everything, and couldn't help reminding elders, "This time the wrapping skin can only be used on one person. Who are the 5 of you?" The 5 elders looked at each other and could see the fiery heat in each of their eyes. "Do you want to get back to sleep?" However, unfortunately there was only one chance, and in the end, everyone elected the biggest elder. Although it is said that the 5 elders are in control of their own rights, which is the so-called separation of powers, it seems that they have the same status, but they are not. All the rights are actually in the hands of Yumu, they are just pushed to the table to appease the world, so the status is divided by strength. As the great elder with the strongest combat power, he naturally has the highest status, so if there is something good, he will try it first. The first elder was not pretentious, and took a step directly to the front of Feith. Beneath his seemingly calm appearance, there was a stormy heart. To be young again. When the few people got up, he had noticed the change in his appearance, and his heart was extremely excited at this moment. Soon, he will be lined up. His voice changed slightly. "How many years can the wrapping skin recover at this time?" 30 years. Feith said, neither humble nor arrogant. "Then, give me 30 years of recovery." The great elder was even more excited. Feith nodded. Without talking nonsense, he adjusted the time directly, and then with a crash, he covered the time bag skin on the elder. 3 seconds later, as the time-wrapped skin disappeared, the other 5 elders couldn't help holding their breaths and looked at the great elder with burning eyes. Seeing the great elder whose hair had turned gray, the hair returned to most of the yellow hair at this time, one by one couldn't help being shocked. After all, seeing it with your own eyes is 2 different things than hearing it from someone else's mouth. Really, really rejuvenated. Artifact. This is the top-of-the-line artifact. 30 years is nothing short of a miracle. Although the 5 elders said that they had not experienced it now, they were still very excited. Money is basically nothing to celestial dragons. Now the elders are really restoring young people. After they have liquidity, they will draw the lottery again. The same is true. They also have a chance to regain their youth. The other 4 elders were all so excited, not to mention the war veterans involved. He looked at his skin that was no longer old, and touched the face where most of the wrinkles had disappeared, and was very pleasantly surprised. If it weren't for the composure he has been keeping as a superior for so many years, he would have just jumped up right now. However, even so, he was still ecstatic, and his body trembled involuntarily. From the 82-year-old in his twilight years, he has recovered to the half-hundred-year-old age of 52, which is at the peak of his prime. The first elder swallowed his saliva, trying to calm down his mood at the moment, but he couldn't calm down no matter what. He is also simply, since he can't calm down, he will vent, and by the way, try to see how his own strength is after he has recovered his youth. The great elder thought of this, stopped talking nonsense, and directly released Conqueror's Haki. I saw that a dark red aura rose from the bottom of the great elder's feet, and the next moment it spread to the surrounding. The coverage of this breath spread directly to the streets in the distance. After those civilians and soldiers came into contact with this breath, they rolled their eyes and fainted in an instant. This is Conqueror's Haki. Everyone present was not damaged in the slightest, and they were all blocked. However, everyone realized that the power of the 5 elders was terrifying. Feith was also moved by his thoughts, and he was very surprised. Didn't expect celestial dragons to be Conqueror's Haki? And this Conqueror's Haki is still very powerful. On the treetops in the distance, among the 3, Ben Beckman's face was a little ugly, and he said in a low voice, "Redhead, the Conquerors released by the B*************** D just now is about to catch up with your strength." The red-haired nodded. After all, it is normal for the strength to skyrocket after recovering 30 years of youth. Next, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Rayleigh sneered. If this is used by Whitebeard, I'm afraid it will be more exaggerated. Redhead and Ben Beckman both nodded. Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, is now suffering from illness. If he is allowed to return to his peak, I am afraid that the world should move. The first elder restrained the Conqueror's Haki, and then he couldn't help screaming in the sky. Enjoyable. Enjoyable. The time-wrapped skin is really amazing. I feel empowered now. Ha 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 ha. This excitement and ecstasy filled his heart. Aside, Feith Xianqian couldn't help laughing. That's all? If I add all the attribute points to Conqueror's Haki, I will reach this height in minutes. Feith felt that the laughter of the elders was a bit noisy, and interrupted directly. Elders, even better prizes are still to come. When the elder heard the words, he really stopped laughing. Everyone else also thought that the last 2 remaining top prizes were top-level rewards, and they couldn't help but feel motivated. The top prize, a prize that is even more magical than the advanced lottery, what will it be? The second elder had some hope that time wrapped the skin, so that the first elder had already used it, and then he would use it exclusively. As for Marine's side, it is hoped that it is a magical item, and it is best to enhance Marine's overall strength. In the eyes of everyone with different thoughts, Feith took out the penultimate prize. This ring. That is, the space ring that Feith didn't want. The collector's edition was swallowed by himself. The moment they saw the ring, everyone guessed its purpose, but no matter how they thought about it, they still thought of the use of this small ring. But everyone did not doubt the quality of this ring. After all, this is from Feith's hands, it must be a good thing. The first elder asked, "What is this thing called? What is its use?" Feith replied with a smile, "Space ring." Space ring. Hearing Feith say the name of the ring, everyone was even more curious. This means that it involves the realm of space, which Dr. Vegapunk, a marine scientist, cannot touch. What's the specific use? The elder asked quickly. Feith directly introduces the usefulness of the space ring. After a while, everyone present showed a surprised expression. Naruto. How exaggerated this thing is. The storage space is even bigger than the universal capsule. Are you sure this is not another small world? Aokiji murmured in horror. You can also directly release what you want with your own thoughts, isn't it too convenient? Compared with this space ring, the universal capsule is simply a low-end version. Sengoku was also shocked. Staying directly on the finger, it also makes the space ring more convenient. On the top of the tree, the peeping trio also looked shocked. It's a good thing. A space ring is worth several universal capsules, right? The universal capsule can't be compared to this space ring at all, right? This thing is more exaggerated than any door, and it is still a permanent version. Think about how exaggerated it is to rely on your thoughts to freely retract and release, which is equivalent to creating an extra mysterious space for yourself? Below, the great elder took the space ring directly from Feith. Then try to put all the things just now into the space ring. The great elder's thoughts moved, and he didn't need to touch it, and directly put all the prizes into the space ring. Aside, Sengoku looked so envious. Originally, he thought that his universal capsule raw version was very powerful and proud, but now after seeing the space ring of the great elder, it suddenly became less fragrant. Compared with the space ring, the upgraded version of the universal capsule is simply garbage. Moreover, this space ring has a much more strategic role than the omnipotent capsule. The weapon of war requires the word convenience. After all, life and death are in the blink of an eye. Imagine, if 3 Admiral hands have a space ring, with any door, bamboo dragonfly, how exaggerated the effect is. Go to someone else's Russian nest through any door, and before the enemy has reacted, directly use the bamboo dragonfly to vent the artillery fire frantically in the sky, bombing indiscriminately. In this way, not only does it not need to consume one's own physical strength, it retains its peak state, but it also dares to blow up the enemy alone. What Kaido, what Big Mom, Whitebeard, Red Hair, these 4 emperors, or the remnants of the old era are not a thing at all. Sengoku was immersed in the imagination of the role of the space ring. On the side, the first elder couldn't help but repeatedly praised, "Not bad, not bad. This space ring is very good. It is indeed a top lottery, I am very satisfied." After admiring, the great elder smiled brightly at Feith and said, "Feith, where is the last thing?" Hearing this, Feith smiled and said, "Elder, the last thing, I guarantee you will be even more shocked." "La?" Everyone shouted in unison. Hearing Feith's words aroused the curiosity of everyone, including those in Marine. Feith said the sentence shows that this thing is probably something that none of them have ever seen. The great elder is in a good mood. This time, not only has he regained his youth, he has also improved his physical strength, and he has also obtained an artifact such as a space ring. He had a very good attitude towards Feith and said with a smile, "Open our eyes." Feith didn't sell anything, and directly took out the last prize, the time house. This is a pocket version of a small house. The shape is rarely strange, like an oval cut out, like the architectural style of another world. The whole body is milky white, and it looks like a toy. Everyone looked at the toy in Feith's hands that looked like a playful toy, and couldn't help but look weird, but they didn't doubt that this thing was garbage. After all the previous magical props, if this is still doubting Feith's things, it is ignorant. The first elder asked curiously, "Feith, what is this thing? Is it a house? What's the use?" The first elder asked a series of 3 questions, which also showed his curiosity about this time room. Feith handed the time room to everyone, and smiled mysteriously. "This is called the time room. Time house." Everyone murmured in unison when they heard the name. Kizaru, Vegapunk's supervisor, couldn't help but ask, "Does that mean this thing has something to do with time? Ask for flowers." "That's right." Feith nodded. "Something that can control time makes everyone think of one thing, and that is the time wrapping skin. That is also a well-deserved superb artifact that can control time. And this thing called the time house can also control time, and it is conceivable how valuable this thing is." For a time, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and stared straight at the time house that looked like a child's toy. The 4 elders who did not use the time wrap hurriedly said, "Quick, tell us what is the use of this time room." Feith said, "This is a room where time passes differently than the outside world. Staying in it for 30 days, the outside world is only equivalent to an hour passing by." What are you kidding? Wow. This made my mind a little short-circuit for a while before Feith finished his introduction. The people around him were already horrified, and they couldn't help exclaiming. Sengoku's voice trembled a little and said, "If one day inside the outside world is 24 hours, doesn't that mean that it is equivalent to 720 days inside? Will, nearly 2 years." All around, when everyone heard Sengoku's words, their pupils shrank suddenly, and their expressions were beyond shock. If this is for Marine soldiers to train, doesn't it mean that in a few days, a group of elites can be born? Sengoku's voice trembled more and more, and his voice changed a little. The strategic significance of this time house is greater than anything before. Not only that, he interjected, "If this stays a little longer, maybe a few admiral-level powerhouses will be born quickly." Everyone couldn't hide their ecstasy, and they all laughed excitedly. As a result, Marine strength will reach an unprecedented peak. Silk 4 Emperor's regiment is not a problem at all. Feith looked at the excited expressions of the Marines, and he wanted to say, "There is a sentence I don't know whether to say it or not. However, there is a limit to this thing." Feith said, "Boss, this time room is limited." Feith didn't hide it, and directly stated the limitations of the time room. Restriction 1, this time room can only be used for 30 days. Restriction 2, each person can only stay in it for a total of 24 hours. If the time is exceeded, the entrance to the time room will disappear, and people will be trapped in it forever. These words made the excited Sengoku and others calm down a lot, and they all fell into contemplation. Moments later, Sengoku asked, "How many people can this thing get into at the same time?" Feith replied, "There is a lot of space inside, but since it is cultivation, there must be a separate space for activities, so it can accommodate about 1,000 people." Feith's words made the originally calm Sengoku excited again. If you count 1,000 people a day, 3W super elite soldiers can be born in 30 days. Although it is said that the Admiral Class 443 cannot be born, the strength of the Marine will also increase if the 3W elite is born. Others naturally heard the meaning of Sengoku's question, and all of them were amazed at the time house. It is unimaginable that it can accommodate nearly 1,000 people at the same time by changing the flow rate of time. But everyone also thought of one thing: since Marine can give birth to elites, if pirates get this time room, they can also give birth to elites. For a time, all the bigwigs suddenly felt that the world would be changed by this young man in front of him. No matter how you fight, or, the appearance of the time house means that if other forces no longer draw the lottery here in Feith and get this artifact, they will fall behind. In this world, backwardness can mean death. On the side, the 5 elders saw Sengoku's covetousness for the time house, and they were of little use. After all, the strength of a powerhouse at their level could not be improved within a year or a half. Simply, the first elder directly handed this time room to Sengoku, and then said lightly, "Sengoku, make good use of these things to cultivate elites, do you understand what I mean?" Sengoku was overjoyed and nodded again and again, "Understood, elder." It seems that the first elder still remembers the matter of Ace. He told the first elder before that if he publicly executed Ace, he would probably encounter a counterattack from the Whitebeard pirate group, one of the 4 emperors. Now the first elder gave himself the time room, that is, I hope that I can cultivate the strength to resist the Whitebeard pirates. After the great elder handed the time room to Sengoku, he thought about it and handed the space ring to Sengoku. The space ring was beyond Sengoku's expectations. He couldn't hide his joy, and thanked the 5 elders again and again. The first elder waved his hand at will, indicating that it was nothing. They are now retreating behind the scenes. Although space rings and these things are good, they are useless in the Holy Land who rarely travel. The other 3 admiral watched, all silent. They are not interested in the time house, and for the same reason, after reaching their level of strength, their strength cannot be improved within a year or a half. However, several people are very interested in the space ring, and they all want to have one for themselves. Wouldn't it be nice to think about owning a piece of real estate in a mysterious space? After you go back, talk to Sengoku and see if you can apply this space ring to yourself. The 3 admiral were thinking together in their hearts. So far, the 5 elders' 1 billion Bailey big draw has come to an end. The 5 elders are still satisfied, and the most satisfied is none other than the great elder, because he has gained the most this time. He achieved what he wanted most to regain his youth. He also got the physical strength pill, and an artifact like Zanpakuto that surpassed the supreme sword. I have to say, this time it was full of success. The great elder was in a good mood and looked at Feith very politely. He laughed. Feith is good. Not bad. Feith doesn't know what the elder said about him. Is he talking about his lottery, or his people? Although he didn't know, Feith returned with a bright smile. Since the elder thinks it's good, then I hope to come to the lottery next time. The elders of the 5 elders couldn't help but smile. This is natural. The first elder continued to say to Feith, "Feith, you are still a small marine soldier, and you are indeed a little inferior. Well, I'll give you a promotion, and let Sengoku promote you to Vice Admiral." Based on their approximate assessment of Feith's strength, the strength is definitely on the level of Vice Admiral, even stronger than some jackpots. Aside, Sengoku has no objection, and even he is very much looking forward to Feith agreeing. The other 3 admirals didn't have any problems, especially Kizaru, who felt that he knew Feith the most, and liked to see Feith promoted to Vice Admiral. In this way, after Feith, as Vice Admiral, went to the headquarters, it was easier for them to draw the lottery. Feith waved his hand directly, rejecting the promotion to him by the 5 elders. "I'm used to it here, I don't want to be too troublesome, I would be very uncomfortable going to the headquarters. Then again, I can only draw within the Sabayati archipelago range." In the distance, Rayleigh and the red-haired and Ben Beckman looked at each other, a bit of a face. "And all this? Really? By the way, was the last time you looked for this kid on another island or the Sabayati archipelago? It seems to be in this alley?" At that time, because the lottery was too focused, they could not remember these details. But anyway, as long as Feith stays in the Sabayati archipelago, that's a good thing for them. They would never allow Feith to go to naval headquarters, so they wouldn't be able to draw. Below, the 5 elders were stunned when they heard Feith's words. "Do you still have this recommendation?" Couldn't help looking at Sengoku. Sengoku nodded. The 5 elders didn't force it. The first elder nodded slightly and said, "If that's the case, you can stay here, Faye. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact Sengoku directly, or contact 3 Admiral on 4.7, whatever you want. Sabayati Archipelago is the only way to enter the new world. It is a mixed bag. If anyone dares to harm you and doesn't give you face, he won't give us 5 elders, Marshal Marine, and 3 Admiral." The words of the 5 elders directly raised the status of Feith's little marine to the top. Feith complained in his heart, "Why does it feel like I have some face fruit?" On the surface, he pretended to be very happy, and quickly thanked the great elder for giving him such high attention. What a pity! If these 5 elders are not human-like, this time he will lick his face and recognize his godfather, so he will be rich and powerful. However, some people seem to be very beautiful and hold great power, but they are actually a dog of others. They do not do good things and do bad things. Soon, the 5 elders left the Sabayati archipelago with contentment and returned to the Holy Land Marijoys. As soon as any door was closed, the 4th elder immediately opened his mouth and said solemnly, "The little guy named Feith just now is a bit strange." As the other elders walked, they perked up their ears. I didn't notice how Feeth used his abilities from the beginning to the end, and there was no fluctuation in his abilities at all. The third elder nodded. I also paid attention. I really didn't feel Feeth using the devil fruit ability. Otherwise, the third elder glanced at everyone and said tentatively, let's capture Feeth and torture him? By the way, we can leave him in our holy place for our use. The fifth elder also expressed his stance, shook his head and said, you can't use too strong means to treat talents, otherwise it will be counterproductive. The strength of that little guy is not simple. Once it is pushed to the opposite side, we will not be able to draw the lottery in the future. The second elder shook his head, we can draw, and the pirates can also use Bailey to draw. 12 I heard that Feeth is already in contact with the pirates. If the pirates also draw good things, I am afraid it will have a bad impact. For a time, all the elders were silent. Although the 5 elders seemed to attach great importance to Feeth on the surface, they still had to consider the influence of Feeth behind the scenes. After a while, the first elder said, our superficial attitude still needs to pay attention to Feeth, and you all still need time to wrap your skin to restore your youth. Of course, we can't just let Feeth go beyond our control. The other elders heard the meaning of the first elder's words, and the fifth elder asked tentatively, you mean to send the CP to watch it secretly? The elder nodded. Isn't Rob Lucci's strength soaring recently? He also applied for the top commander of the CP intelligence agency. If that's the case, then send him to perform this task. Execute well, let him be promoted. The other elders nodded, acquiescing to the plan of the first elder. On the other side, Sabayati Archipelago. As soon as the 5 elders left, the 3 admiral began to apply for the space ring to the Sengoku country. What is needed for combat, what is needed to deal with the 4 emperors, and what is needed to capture the remnants of the old era. Sengoku watched Aokiji and Kizaru speak righteously, one by one to deal with the remnants of the old era, and one by one to pick up the 4 emperors, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Akaina said this, and Sengoku also believed that, as a superior weekday 3, Admiral's words and deeds were naturally well known, and Aokiji and Kizaru, forget it. In particular, Kizaru, the master who fishes every day, actually justly said that he needed a space ring because of the battle? Damn, you can count on one hand the number of assignments you do throughout the year. Sengoku simply said, looking at the performance, I am thinking about who to assign to. After finishing speaking, Sengoku held the Time House pocket state and left the Sabayati archipelago with everyone. Feeth said goodbye to Marine and his group one by one, and when any door disappeared, he hurriedly looked at the property panel of the system. In my heart, it is called a beautiful, top-level lottery, and the attribute points that come out are as high as 1500 attribute points at a time. In this way, the more advanced rewards are actually not 15,000, 150,00007. I'm going. The future self will be proud of the world. Stomping on I'm becoming the new lord of the world? After Feeth YY played for a while, she began to add points in her heart. Like a local tyrant, he is extremely arrogant, and his hand is 1,000 attribute points added to Conqueror's Haki. With the increase of Feeth's attribute points, the voice of the system sounded leisurely in Feeth's mind. Congratulations host, the total attribute points have reached 2,000 points, and a new ability has been unlocked, fish, fruit, green dragon form. Feeth couldn't help but move in his heart, Kaido's phantom species devil fruit ability. Powerful ability. And you don't need to awaken yourself, it is directly in the form of a blue dragon. Sure enough, the system loves me. Feeth was pleasantly surprised and added all the remaining 70% attribute points to this new ability. The remaining 20% is allocated to lava fruit, and the remaining 10% is reserved for san fruit. As for string fruit, sorry, you can't be on the table. Although string fruit is really powerful after awakening, it is still too weak compared to these rare Logia and Eudemons. After adding all of them, Feeth looked at how far he was from unlocking the new ability next time. Originally, he thought he could unlock 2 abilities this time, but he didn't. After 2,000 points, it takes a total of 5,000 attribute points to unlock new abilities, and he is still about 300 points away from the total of 5,000 points. Feeth was too lazy to calculate, and now 300 points was enough for him to draw a lottery from a big dog. This time, his strength has skyrocketed, and he will definitely fight against Admiral. As for whether he can defeat Admiral, it is not easy to judge this without fighting. No way, the current Feeth has only fought against the Blackbeard pirates from the beginning to the end. At this point in time, Blackbeard's combat power is not strong at all. When it comes to Blackbeard, Feeth thinks of Ace. Ace has already been pushed into Impel Down. As long as Marine releases the news, then Summit War will not be far away. Feeth didn't think about that anymore. After all, even if he was inexperienced in combat, even if he was involved in the Summit War, he would definitely survive. He is no longer the little cannon fodder soldier more than a week ago. Next, take a good look at my space ring, collector's edition. However, before Feeth took a closer look, he was keenly aware of the movement around him. Feeth looked up quickly, and found that the redhead, Ben Beckman, and Rayleigh appeared not far away. When the 3 of them saw Feeth, they found themselves and others, and their hearts were a little different. Not long after Marine and the 5 elders left, they came here with their breath suppressed, and they didn't expect this kid to be able to detect it. It can be seen that Feeth's observation haki is unexpectedly powerful. Feeth felt relieved when he saw that it was Rayleigh, and he couldn't help but tease, "By the way, why do you big guys always like to do voyeuristic things?" Rayleigh smiled and didn't care about Feeth's teasing. Pirates were originally informal. He opened his mouth and said, "No way, Marine executives are gathered together, and even the 5 old guys are there. How can they dare to show themselves upright?" Soon, the 3 came to Feeth, and after greeting, Rayleigh couldn't help asking, "By the way, Feeth, what was the last prize you took out just now?" "It's that thing that looks like a dollhouse." Redhead and Ben Beckman also cast curious glances. Feeth laughed, "It's not a dollhouse, it's a time house." Later, after Feeth introduced the specific characteristics of the time house to the 3 of Rayleigh, Ben Beckman, and the redhead showed surprised expressions. "Slotting. There are such artifacts," Rayleigh couldn't help exclaiming. Feeth couldn't help but smile when he heard Rayleigh's grooving. It seemed that Rayleigh had understood the essence of the word. However, the 3 of them didn't notice Feeth's laughter at all, and the time room shocked them too much. "This is an absolute artifact that can improve your strength in a short period of time." Ben Beckman sighed, "No wonder Sengoku laughed like a chrysanthemum just now. With this thing, at least 3W Marine can be trained. As soon as this happens, the life of the pirates will be difficult in the future." The redhead said solemnly, "Ordinary elite soldiers are actually not a problem. His Conqueror's haki is very powerful, and can make them lose their combat effectiveness for a short time when facing elites. The most important thing is the 3 Admiral. If they are allowed to cultivate, it will be incredible. Although it is said that the stronger the strong, the slower the general progress of cultivation, but it does not mean that progress cannot be made." Rayleigh nodded, "Especially the guy Garp. The older he gets, the more powerful he is. He is a monster like Roger. If he goes into practice, his strength may increase dramatically. Which pirate encounters him in the future will suffer." The 3 sighed with emotion for a while, and then Ben Beckman asked Feeth about the space ring. After learning about it, the 3 showed a look of discouragement. Rayleigh couldn't help but said, "Ditch. I immediately felt that the all-purpose capsule in my hand was not fragrant." The redhead nodded in agreement. "This space ring is many times better than the universal capsule. It's almost a low-end version and a high-end version," Ben Beckman quipped. Then, Rayleigh asked about the specific details of the bamboo dragonfly. Although they thought it was a bit funny to carry that thing, but at least they had the ability to fly. Feeth said directly, "It's just a flying prop, it only takes a small amount of physical strength. A strong person like the 3 of you should be able to fly continuously for several days and nights." The 3 couldn't help but sigh, "Every new thing is an amazing thing. By the way, why didn't we pull these things out?" Ben Beckman couldn't resist. "Marine's lucky too." Feeth glanced at Ben Beckman and joked, "They've smashed 1,000,000,000 Baileys." The current Feeth's strength is facing such a powerful deputy as Ben Beckman, but he is not worried at all. In addition, he played Russian turntable together before, and they are very familiar with each other, so there is no psychological fluctuation at all when making fun of them. Although luck is important, money is king. As long as you have enough money to spend, even in such a non-chief, you can still get the best rewards. African chief. The 3 of them were dumbfounded, saying that Feeth was not only mysterious, but also incomprehensible. Feeth waved his hand and didn't explain much anyway. "You know a little bit, just have money." The redhead nodded, feeling that Feeth had a point. "As long as you have enough money, why can't you come up with something good?" Immediately, the redhead directly used 600 million Baileys from the universal capsule, and said boldly, "Feeth. A total of 600 million, all of which have been smoked." Feeth's surface is as stable as an old dog, and he is really overjoyed in his heart. This time, even if the redhead draws the advanced lottery, there is a high probability that he can unlock new abilities and his strength can be improved. Rayleigh also joined this draw with his 200 million, a total of 800 million Bailey. The 3 had a discussion. Rayleigh proposes 1 top draw, 30 premium draws. However, Ben Beckman is offering 3 top draws and 10 advanced draws. After some discussion, Rayleigh and the redhead finally decided on Ben Beckman's proposal. After all, the more advanced the lottery, the more good things can be drawn. What if they are lucky? So Feeth took the money and directly started 20 advanced draws and 6 top draws. Soon, the advanced turntable turned, and 20 advanced lottery draws were released, namely 6 bottles of Mutai, premium version, 4 packs of Huazid, premium version, for advanced physical strength pills, 3 times of 150 attribute points. Seeing the attribute points 3 times, Feeth was overjoyed, and now he can unlock the next new ability with less than 300 attribute points, and he can unlock the second new ability today. The next prizes are a universal capsule, an arbitrary door, 50 usage rights, a bamboo dragonfly. Not bad, but unfortunately no new prizes appeared. Feeth ignores this. He has reached 300 attribute points, and he can unlock new abilities, which is enough. Besides, there are still 6 top lottery draws, don't worry. Soon, the top lottery turntable appeared, turned, and the final result was released, which were 2 times of 1500 attribute points, 1 time of space ring, 1 time of time house, 2 times of fairy beans. Fairy beans? Fietha's eyes are bright, and new prizes have appeared. At the same time, the voice of the system sounded in my mind. Fairy beans are the myriad realms props in the 7 Dragon Ball world. After the optimization of the system, the fairy beans in this world not only use all the effects in Dragon Ball, but also the ability to bring back the dead. Come back to life? Fietha's heart trembled slightly, his eyes widened slightly, but the system's voice still sounded in his mind. Any living being can be rescued with the help of fairy beans within 30 minutes of death. Even Fietha, the stable system host, couldn't help but get excited. Are you okay? This fairy bean is definitely the most awesome thing so far, and being able to bring it back to life is equivalent to an extra life. The most important thing is that there is no use limit. If you have multiple fairy beans, it means you have multiple lives. Now there are 2 immortal beans, one is kept by oneself, and the other is sent out for miscellaneous. Fietha felt that once Redhead, Rayleigh and Ben Beckman learned about the existence of fairy beans, they would become more and more enthusiastic about the lottery. At that time, these 3 people will inevitably make money crazy to find their own lottery. It's simply not perfect. The Redhead, Rayleigh, and Ben Beckman saw that they were breathing a little, their eyes widened, and Fietha was obviously excited. The 3 quickly asked, Fietha, what happened? Faye came back to her senses, smiled brightly and said, everyone, you guys made a lot of money this time. Fietha still followed his official process, first took out 3 bottles of Moutai and 3 packets of Huazi. Although drinking and smoking are very cool, the 3 of them are still very curious about what Fietha just said to make a lot of money. Rayleigh couldn't help but complain, Fietha, I like your lottery very much, but I don't like your old man. Can't you just tell us what the good stuff this time is? Fietha shook his head. Rayleigh, I'm the official, all arrangements are up to me, you just wait. Besides, the O******** is something that needs to be done step by step. Don't you have an appetizer first and then go straight to the O********? It's so boring. Rayleigh would like to say, I suspect you are driving, but unfortunately I have no proof. At the same time, I felt very helpless towards Fietha. Since this kid got acquainted, he has no respect for Fietha at all. He used to be an old man with a big smile, he was called a good baby, but now he is a Rayleigh, very mad. Although I am very curious about what good things are, I have no choice but to follow Fietha's process. Fietha smiles, it's really cool to be able to make the boss helpless. After the Redhead, Rayleigh and Ben Beckman distributed the cigarettes and alcohol, Fietha continued to take out a high-level physical strength pill, a random door, and a bamboo dragonfly. The 2 things in the first 447 face, although both are artifacts, but they have both seen and owned it, and there is no big reaction. But after seeing Zhu Jingxiu, the eyes of the 3 of them suddenly brightened, and something good came out. The expressions of the 3 at the moment were like the gamblers winning money, extremely happy. The Redhead hurriedly took the bamboo dragonfly and wanted to try it, and both Rayleigh and Ben Beckman were also bright-eyed. Although they are strong, they can jump hundreds of meters high, but if they have experienced flying, they really haven't. Everyone wants to try it. In the end, the first experience fell to the eldest, Rayleigh. Rayleigh is not hypocritical, he laughed, when I was still on an adventure with Roger, I saw the ripe fruit of the golden lion, and I always wanted to have a flying devil fruit. Nah, he never got it, so that's why he never took devil fruit. Flying is so much better than staying on a cleat all day. The Redhead and Ben Beckman both nodded in agreement. Although it is said that they are all top bosses, but as a man, Sui did not have a dream of flying when he was young. Rayleigh carried the bamboo dragonfly on top of his head according to Fietha's instructions. Although it looked a bit funny and childish, the 3 top bosses at this time didn't care about this at all. Rayleigh tried to inject his physical strength, and the bamboo dragonfly on the top of his head turned slowly, and the speed of rotation became faster and faster in a few seconds, taking Rayleigh up. Rayleigh's eyes were bright, although he was a little unaccustomed to it at first, but the bamboo dragonfly basically does not need to be operated. It is powered by the user's physical strength, and the control direction is based on the user's mind. It didn't take a while for Rayleigh to have mastered the master bamboo dragonfly, sailing fast in the air, and still flying to the sea, making a huge wave. Rayleigh experienced the feeling of flying, happy like a child, and his face was more cheerful than ever. Suddenly, his mind moved, and an idea popped up in his mind, and that was to show off to Shucky. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, Rayleigh turned around and headed towards the rip-off bar on the island. In the bar, Shucky is puffing himself up. Although this is a bar, the guests are basically old acquaintances, and there are not many people in normal times. While enjoying the beauty brought by Huazi, Shucky suddenly heard a familiar and excited voice calling him. The familiar voice Shucky knew right away, Rayleigh. But Shucky still felt different, because the voice was not from outside, but from above. Shucky couldn't help but hurriedly went out to take a look. His slender figure matched the catwalk, and he came outside with a twist and saw Rayleigh, who was smiling brightly in the air. Shucky showed surprise. Rayleigh, why can you fly? Soon, her eyes fell on the bamboo dragonfly above Rayleigh's head, spinning at high speed like a spinning paddle. Immediately, Shucky had an association, and the magical thing Rayleigh was drawn from Thief. She said, Rayleigh, this is also a lottery from the handsome brother. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh smiled brightly, unable to hide his joy at being able to fly. That's right. This thing has fulfilled my years of flying dreams. It's really not that great. Shucky also showed curiosity and said, let me try it too. Rayleigh shook his head. Don't worry, Thief just said that there is something better to come. I'll go back and have a look now. Would you like to go with me? When Shucky heard Rayleigh's words, he nodded quickly. Of course. I'm going to join in the fun and see what's good this time. So, Rayleigh took Shucky and experienced the feeling of flying in the air. Rayleigh couldn't help but marvel. Thief's prizes are really excellent. Such a gadget can carry the weight of both of us. Shucky snorted. It's not because they're slim. Sabayati Archipelago, by the coast. Rayleigh soon came back with Shucky, and the redhead and Ben Beckman couldn't help but admire the bamboo dragonfly being able to carry the weight of the two. Shucky casually greeted both the redhead and Ben Beckman, and then greeted Thief with a big smile. Senior brother, we meet again. This made the redhead and Ben Beckman look at each other in dismay. After all, we are also the Four Emperors Regiment. Are we so shameless? Thief also greeted Shucky with a smile. Shucky immediately said, Rayleigh heard that there are even more magical prizes to come. Bring it out and show it to my sister. Thief smiled. I'll show it to my sister. Saying that, he took out a ring. Originally, the redhead and Ben Beckman wanted to experience the bamboo dragonfly, but Thief started to take out the prizes, so they couldn't care about the experience, so they could only look at the next prizes. After seeing a ring, Rayleigh, redhead, and Ben Beckman looked hot. Space ring. Rayleigh rejoiced. This is the daddy of capsules. Ben Beckman laughed. The redhead nodded in approval. However, Shucky on the side looked at the reaction of the three, but he was a little dazed. She didn't know the ring at all. Shucky didn't know what the ring was for, so Thief had to introduce her again. Shucky's face showed surprise after hearing Thief's introduction. I finally understand why Ben Beckman just said, this ring is the daddy of the Magnum capsule. She hurriedly took it from Thief's hand, and the other three had to take back the hands that the other three had to stretch out. The redhead was a little depressed. He paid 600 million. After he came out of the bamboo dragonfly, he was preempted by Rayleigh. Now he came out with a space ring, but it was taken by Shucky Dash. Seeing Shucky experiencing the 7 in and 7 out experience, she couldn't be more happy, and Faye interrupted, Sister Shucky, it's not too late to play later, and move on to the next prize. After speaking, a white room appeared out of thin air in Thief's hands. As soon as the room came out, Rayleigh's reaction was normal. After all, he was now retired. As the red hair and Ben Beckman of the Four Emperors Regiment, they were overjoyed and exclaimed, Timehouse. The redhead laughed and said, I felt a thorn in my heart since Marine took the time room. It's better now. We also have artifacts that can quickly improve our strength in a short period of time. Ben Beckman nodded. Once we use the time room, I'm afraid our overall strength of red hair pirates will be improved by several levels. Maybe we can be comparable to the Whitebeard pirates. Speaking of Whitebeard, the redhead suddenly thought of something. He was going to Whitebeard to talk about Blackbeard and Ace, but the meeting between the two emperors was a big deal. At that time, 24 hours after entering the time room, I will find Whitebeard. If we can't talk about it, it will not be a problem to fight. Aside, Shucky looked at everyone's reaction, and directly asked Thief, what is the use of the time star? Thief introduces Shucky, which makes Shucky look shocked. Actually, it is possible to change the flow of time. That's too outrageous, isn't it? Shucky couldn't close her mouth when she opened her mouth. If she had these things when she was a pirate, or was she chased by Garp? Just leave him. Shucky looked at Thief and couldn't help but said, Brother She, what you have come out now is really more and more unimaginable. Thief waved his hand and smiled, Sister Shucky, where is this going? More, the magic is the final prize. After speaking, Thief took out the fairy beans. From the attention of the time room, everyone turned to the green beans in Thief's hands. It looks unremarkable, no different from the beans they eat on weekdays. However, according to everyone's understanding of Thief, the last thing must be the finale, and it must be very magical. They looked at this bean with fiery and curious eyes. Ben Beckman couldn't help but ask Thief, what is this bean? What is it for? Thief smiled mysteriously and said, You guys, you have a lot of knowledge, why don't you guess what this bean is for? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but complain. Well informed? They felt that Thief was not praising them, but belittling them. In the past, they did dare to say directly Lao Zi has a lot of knowledge. After all, everyone is a big man. However, now, since they met Thief, the lottery fruit power user, their worldview has been refreshed. In front of Fifa's magical prizes, they're just unseen hillbillies. Although they complained in their hearts, Rayleigh, the redhead, and others were still very interested and began to speculate. Things like tobacco and alcohol, although they are superb, are just ordinary tobacco and alcohol, which can't bring you any improvement. Rayleigh murmured while touching his chin. And this thing should be similar to a gain item like the stamina pill. Rayleigh gave directions, and Ben Beckman hurriedly asked, does this bean increase the strength of the user? Speaking of power, everyone's eyes lit up, and they looked at Feith quickly, want to get the answer from his eyes. After reaching a certain level of physical strength, it is difficult to improve, and the same is true for strength. After reaching a certain level, it reaches a bottleneck. And if this can directly increase the strength, it is really awesome. Think about it, it took Kaido 20 years to reach the existence known as the strongest creature. And how does Kaido feel if this can directly increase strength? Come on, how did I come here in the past 20 years, do you know? Ask for flowers to everyone's disappointment, Feith shook his head. Everyone continued to think and guess, and after a while, the red hair tentatively said, could it be that we can tap the potential of other people and make people able to increase their strength in a short period of time? This is also a great feature. However, Faye still shook his head, and this time he added, this can't improve any strength of the user, but its effect is more outrageous than improving the ability. At the beginning, everyone was a little disappointed when they heard that they couldn't improve the strength of any user, but Feith's last sentence made everyone feel refreshed. More outrageous than boosting strength? What effect would that be? Aside, Rayleigh couldn't help but smile, and said in a joking tone, could this bean be able to bring people back to life? The redhead and Ben Beckman didn't care about Rayleigh's casual remarks, and continued to think about the role of the bean. For them, Feith may indeed be able to draw out such magical items as resurrecting the dead, but obviously this heaven-defying effect cannot appear on this seemingly ordinary bean. On the side, Shucky, who has been wife with Rayleigh for many years, joked directly, Rayleigh, can you be serious and stop joking? How can a bean be able to bring people back to life? There must be a basis for guessing. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Feith exclaimed, bingo! Rayleigh, you got it right. This bean is called Immortal Bean. It can not only restore the dying person to their peak state in an instant, but also bring back the dead who have been dead for less than 30 minutes. As soon as Feith's words came out, everyone's expressions were dull for a moment, their heads twisted inch by inch, looking at Feith. At this moment, it seems that the world has quieted down, the sea breeze is no longer blowing, and some are like dead silence. The expressions of the four were filled with shock and astonishment. Come on, what a joke. This bean can bring people back to life? At this moment, everyone's worldview has suffered an unprecedented impact. Everyone present was shocked beyond measure. Rayleigh's eyes widened, really can come back to life. He was just joking, he didn't expect to be guessed right by his joke. Returning from the dead was something that everyone present at the scene dared not even imagine. Even though everyone believed that Feith's props were very magical before, all eyes were still flickering with uncertainty. Real or fake? Are you sure you're not kidding us? Feith grinned, looking at the two senior officials of the Four Emperors Regiment in front of him, the shocking eyes of the two old-time powerhouses, and his heart was dark. Or are you adding a fire? Blow the bragging? As a qualified middleman, if you want to make a profit, you naturally have to blow your own stuff, so that you can induce consumers to consume 447. With the thought together, Feith put on a proud posture and said, the reason why this fairy bean is called fairy bean is from the hands of immortals and cultivated by immortals. Feith secretly added in his heart, although it is said that the fairy is a cat. It's not surprising to be able to come back to life. But only for 30 minutes, fairy? Everyone was dazed and respectful, and for a while they only felt that this thing was lofty and noble. Although it was originally noble when it came to life, but now that this thing is linked to immortals, the meaning is not the same. This is like a product endorsed by a celebrity, which will make people feel different from the bottom of their hearts and raise a level. Everyone gasped and stared at Xyandu with burning eyes. Immortal things, the top lottery can actually produce immortal things, it is really unbelievable. This medicine can bring people back to life. What if it is a weapon used by immortals? Wouldn't that open up the world? With time, the redhead, Rayleigh, Ben Beckman, and Shucky are looking forward to the top lottery. Would love to go to the Holy Land Marie Joys now and loot the celestial dragons. At this time, Ben Beckman, the most calm among the red-haired pirates, asked, that's right. Feith. He thought of a question they had guessed just now. Seeing Feith's opinion, he opened his mouth and said, can the time-wrapped skin also be able to bring the dead back to life? The red-haired boss was reborn from his broken arm before, and the flesh and blood should be cured, right? Feith shook his head, the system did not specify that it was impossible, organized the words in his mind, and said, although the time wrap can act on living and dead objects, it cannot transform dead objects. For living things, that is to say, a rotten corpse can be restored to its pre-rot state, but it cannot be restored to life, even if it has just died. Everyone nodded when they heard the words, not to mention too much disappointment. After all, this was just their guess, and they were prepared for the impossibility. This time, the expressions of the four of them looking at Zyanda became even hotter. This is the magic medicine. Summon this fairy bean is equivalent to an extra life. At the same time, everyone's hearts are extremely complicated and their thoughts are different. Although the previous things are magical, they are far less attractive than this fairy bean. Imagine that having 100 fairy beans means having 100 lives. If this matter is exposed, it will definitely shake the world. That movement was definitely not smaller than the big secret treasure that Roger said at the beginning. No, it was even more explosive. What is the use of secret treasures without life? I am afraid that at that time, the fairy beans will become the center of the storm in the world, attracting countless people to compete. And this heaven-defying baby only needs to be obtained by lottery, which means that once Feith's lottery ability is widely spread, Feith will become the object of competition among all the forces in the world. Everyone present couldn't help taking a deep breath, trying to calm down the stormy waves in their hearts. This raffle is so worth it. When the four of them calmed down their excitement, the redhead gave the fairy beans to Rayleigh. Rayleigh, this is regarded as your reward for 200 million Baileys. The redhead said lightly, adding in his heart, return the bamboo dragonfly and the space ring to me. As a strong person, there is a strong person who is proud of himself, who would think about the things that he would throw on the street. However, Rayleigh shook his head, and said lightly, redhead, now that I have retired, I won't be involved in too many disputes, and you are now sitting in the position of the Emperor of the Sea. As the youngest four emperors, many people are actually very uncomfortable with you sitting in this position. Kaido, Ant, and Whitebeard are all powerful people in the old era. Until now, their reputation has spread far and wide, and they have shocked the sea for decades. Most people dare not challenge their authority. The red hair is different, he is the youngest four emperors. In fact, many people are not convinced and think that he should not be sitting in this position. Rayleigh continued, so your red hair pirates need this more than me. I have an arbitrary door. It's useless to ask for this. If there is any crisis, I can just run away. Compared with fairy beans, this old man might as well take a bamboo dragonfly and a space ring. Rayleigh said in his heart, don't even try to stop God's dream of flying. He hired the sea for so many years, but did not eat devil fruit, just to have a devil fruit that could fly, but he never got it. And now with the bamboo dragonfly, it is a dream come true. Although it is said that Rayleigh is a fool, but it is also very reasonable. The red hair is a little bit, and I promise it. For a strong man like him who is still galloping on the sea, the fairy beans are not small. The redhead also took the fairy beans and gave the bamboo dragonfly and the space ring to Rayleigh. In addition to the fairy beans, the red hair gets a time room and physical strength pills, which can quickly speed up the strength of the red hair pirates in a short time. As for Moutai Wine and Huazi, they are also divided, with red hair occupying most of them. After all, he pays more money. After allocating the prizes of the lottery this time, the redhead and others were in a good mood. The redhead glanced at everyone and said, do you want to have a party together on 4.7? Ben Beckman shined, and neither did Rayleigh and Shucky. Ben Beckman hurriedly smiled at Feith. This time you have to teach us to shake the clams. Last time you said you introduced us to this new way of playing. As a righteous serious man, Feith refused directly. He would never participate in the Luhan Bureau. He simply made an excuse and said, now I can't easily leave Sabayati Archipelago, you know. The redhead, Ben Beckman, and Rayleigh heard something in Feith's words, which was a little vague, but after their own brainstorming, they seemed to know the reason and nodded. Now that you're highly valued by the marine executives, it's a bit of a hassle to leave so easily, Rayleigh said. Since Rayleigh made up his own mind, Feith naturally followed the flow and nodded. There is a reason why everyone thinks this way. Now that Feith is considered marine's incense, he will naturally not let him leave Sabayati Archipelago at will. Ben Beckman said with some pity, alas. Since this is the case, it can only be the next time. My brothers and I have been looking forward to it. Feith couldn't help crying and laughing. Soon, the red hair took out any door, and after opening it, Lakilu, Yasop and others were already waiting inside the door. After meeting Feith, one by one was very happy and greeted Feith to come and have a party together. Although they say that pirates are good at playing, but Feith can't play at all compared to playing. Feith said that next time, Rayleigh and others followed the redhead and left the Sabayati Archipelago in the sound of everyone's loss. Although Feith wasn't there, Rayleigh and Shucky went to the party anyway. As soon as the door closed, Feith let out a breath, and his ears were finally clear. He was a little curious. 12 Why are these pirates in the pirate world able to bear all the men when they have a party? All of them are? Maybe this is the different generation gap brought about by different worlds. Forgive me for being vulgar, but I like vulgarity. Speaking of which, I haven't heard the proud voice of a woman in my ears for a long time. Speaking of which, I really miss me who has the same top-notch skin as in my previous life. How could my peach blossom luck be so bad? What did the crossing bring me to this man? He sighed in his heart. In the previous life, there were countless fish in his fish pond. Some were slim and graceful. Now, his fish pond is crystal clear, and there is not even a single shrimp. Soon Feith stopped thinking about it, unable to continue thinking about this sad story. The thoughts returned, Feith returned to the subject, and suddenly grinned. This time, the lottery of red hair and Rayleigh brought him 3,300 attribute points, which means that he can unlock new abilities again. Not only attribute points, he also has immortal beans, as well as physical strength pills, which have never been taken before, so let's just take them all this time. Feith took out nearly 10 physical strength pills of different grades, and looking at each of these physical strength pills, he felt that after taking all of them, he estimated that he would become a man in the future. Don't think about it anymore, Feith just swallowed it all. The entrance of the physical strength pill has melted, and the full of warm currents poured into all parts of the body like an explosion. At this moment, Feith only felt that his body was expanding and growing. I'm going? Feith is horrified, isn't this going to explode? Fortunately, the downloaded Feith is strong, although it is uncomfortable to hold, but it can really withstand it. After a while, Feith's body gradually returned to normal. At the same time, he also told the incomparable physical strength in his body. If it was a slow stream in the past, then his current physical strength is like a river. A lyric suddenly appeared in Feith's mind: 3 days, 3 nights and 3 nights, don't stop dancing. He can dance for 3 days and 3 nights now? There is no problem in dancing for half a month. The next step is to add attribute points. Now Feith is afraid that he can unlock new abilities with less than 300 points. Feith thought about it and added 300 points to Conqueror's Haki. Not unexpectedly, the system's voice sounded in my mind: congratulations to the total host attribute points reaching 5,000, unlocking a new ability, Sparkling Fruit ability, good guy. Feith couldn't help laughing, and couldn't close his mouth. Another Logia's Devil Fruit ability, so he has 3 Logia abilities. Now Feith intends to take the root of Haki plus Devil Fruit ability, relying on the combination of the two to crush the opponent. So he didn't pay any attention to any martial arts, Marine 6 styles and swordsmanship. Directly assign the remaining attribute points to Conqueror's Haki, as well as the Fish and Fish Fruit, the Blue Dragon Form, and the Lava Fruit and Sparkling Fruit. In this world, although swordsmanship to ultimate is very powerful, like Hawkeye, where is the ability of Haki and Devil Fruit to directly crush it? So far, Feith's strength has reached a new height after this rapid improvement. Feith, now, is completely capable of defeating any of the 3 admirals. This defeat is not the same as Qingxiang and Akaina's battle, so hard for 10 days and 10 nights to tell the result, but it can be easily defeated. Even Feith is confident, and after he has experienced in actual combat, he will fight against 2 admiral alone, all with alcohol. Is this the charm of Krypton Gold players? Feith was ecstatic. After a while, coming back to his senses of joy, Feith began to count his gains so far. Universal Capsule, Space Ring, Collector's Edition, Arbitrary Door, Bamboo Dragonfly, Zanpakuto, and so on. As long as someone else has it, he has all of them. This is probably the charm of middlemen. The most critical of them is the Fairy Bean, which means that Feith now has a second life. In the future, with my strength and possession of resurrection coins like Fairy Beans, I no longer need to be afraid and can act in a high-profile manner. For example, run to the second half of New World to punch Kaido and step on Big Mom? No. These two also have the potential to become big customers. Let's talk about their wool first. Feith's thoughts diverged while lying on the shore again with Erlang's legs crossed. After thinking about it, I took out Mutai, Exclusive Edition, and Huazi, Exclusive Edition, from the Space Ring, Collector's Edition. Drink and smoke while drinking, be happy like a fairy. On the other hand, Marlene is numerous. Compared to Feith, the jolly of the Little Marine, the atmosphere at Naval Headquarters is different. On the plaza of Naval Headquarters, a group of soldiers were crowded in darkness. All of them were summoned all of a sudden, and all of them were dazed and didn't understand what was going on. Most of these Marine soldiers are not ordinary soldiers, but Marines Elite, a bunch of Vice Admiral, as well as Momuzagi and T who are waiting for the grand prize. The rest are some recruits and instructor, Zephyr and Kirby are among them. Kirby couldn't help but ask Garp, who was just walking to the side, Vice Admiral, what's the big deal? Garp didn't turn his head back and said angrily, you'll find out later, what are you asking? After he finished speaking, he walked towards the high platform in the distance. Kirby is depressed, and he doesn't know why Garp is in a bad mood lately. Soon, on the high platform, Marshal Sengoku, Garp and Crane, and 3 Admiral and others appeared at the same time. The bustling team below suddenly quieted down. The audience was silent, waiting for what the Marine executives wanted them to do next. 3 Admirals stopped with Tsuru and Garp and others, while Sengoku took a step forward. He looked around the bottom, looking at the elites carefully selected from the bottom, and his heart was surging. Soon, Marine strength will increase a lot. Below, these lucky selected elites all have puzzled eyes, and do not understand what big things happened this time. Sengoku didn't say anything either. With a thought, he took out a pocket time room directly from the space ring in his hand. Below, everyone was waiting for Sengoku to speak, and everyone was looking at Sengoku. And now the pocket time room that suddenly appeared out of thin air caused everyone below to be stunned, and their eyes were straight. Some Marine soldiers couldn't help whispering, and each asked the people around them what was going on. Not only the Marine soldiers, but also Vice Admiral looked blank. In the crowd, the T-Pig Mimi couldn't help but exclaimed, "How did this toy-like room appear in the hands of the Marshal?" Naturally standing beside him is Momuzagi, who had a relationship with Thief. Both of them were trained by Marine as a backup admiral. Naturally, they often go on missions together on weekdays, so they often stay together. However, T-Dolphin has an admiration for Momuzagi, and she has been rejected by Momuzagi several times. Momuzagi thought it was something called the Universal Capsule at first, but after thinking about it, it wasn't. She had seen before that the use of the Omnipotent capsules needed to be thrown out, and the things in the hands of Yuen Shi appeared suddenly, and the two were very different. Momuzagi is also very strange in his heart. What strange magical item is this time? Faced with the question of tea, she had no choice but to shake her head, expressing that she did not know. On the high platform, Sengoku ignored the whispers of the crowd. It was normal for everyone to be surprised by such miraculous means. According to the method Thief told him before, he threw the time room directly over the sea. The Marine people below, their eyes moved in the air with the time room. I saw that during the flight, the time room, which was originally only the size of a palm, grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only did it get bigger, but its shape also changed. The originally semicircular room slowly unfolded like a blooming petal, revealing a majestic and sacred building inside. This made all the Marines exclaim in surprise, their mouths wide open. "I'm going? What's the situation? How can something so small become so huge? This looks just like a temple, is it too mysterious? Are you sure I'm not dreaming?" Zephyr, the old instructor's face was full of astonishment. He looked at the giant god-tier temple slowly floating above the sea, and his heart was already extremely shocked. "How come I didn't know Marine had this stuff? Me, how many years have I been out of service?" Looking at the giant god-tier temple-like building suspended above the sea, at this moment, the square was completely fried, and there were exclamations. Not only the soldiers below, but even Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, and San Admiral watched the changes in the house at this time, and their hearts felt fresh and amazed. This is also the first time they have used the time star, and the first time they have seen such a change. It is false to say that they are not amazed. Naval Headquarters, in the hallway. Dr. Vegapunk was pulling his head, his face was ruined, his dark circles were getting heavier, and his whole body seemed to be hollowed out, as if he had been drained. If Faye is here, she must be amazed. Time Management Master. However, exchange fish farming experience with this time management master. However, Dr. Vegapunk naturally didn't look like this because of raising fish, but it was actually the three things that the former marshal gave him. No matter how he fiddled, he couldn't parse it out, and now he has become his dream demon and his heart disease. It is precisely because of this that Kizuru couldn't stand it any longer, so he brought him to Naval Headquarters, intending to let him relax and not stay in the research institute, so as not to go crazy. However, at this time, Dr. Vegapunk had just seen this scene in the square, and in an instant, it was like a burst of joy in his ear. What is this? At this moment, Dr. Vegapunk's bloodshot eyes widened. Again, another technology that I can't understand. This doctor, who can even figure out the gene and devil fruit ability, was directly slumped on the ground in shock by the scene in front of him. Then, that big, Lord, who is it? Dr. Vegapunk only felt his demons intensified. In the distance, on the high platform of the square, Sengoku's voice was like a long bell, and he said loudly, "Everyone, this is the Temple of Time to rapidly improve your strength. Staying in it for 1 hour is equal to 30 days in the outside world." As soon as these words came out, the audience instantly exploded. The sound was countless times louder than the magical scene he had just seen. "I heard right?" the marshal just said. "Just kidding? 30 days in there is only 1 hour outside. That's too outrageous, isn't it?" Everyone looked surprised. Zephyr opened his mouth wide, wondering if Marshal Sengoku was teasing them. Marine has such a heaven-defying thing, how could he not have known it before? Even if it was developed recently, he used to know about such a project by Kamui Admiral. Furthermore, although he admitted in his heart that Dr. Vegapunk was indeed extremely knowledgeable, Zephyr felt that it was impossible to make such a heaven-defying artifact with such a difference in time flow rate. For a time, the former Marine Admiral was in a mess. T-Vessel's Mimi's eyes widened directly. Although they were only about the size of a bean when they were widened, it was enough to explain his consternation at this time. Aside, Momuzagi also slightly opened her Sakura peach mouth. "Diu Jiao, this is countless times more miraculous than any door she has seen before." In the distance, Master of Time Management Dr. Vegapunk was standing tremblingly leaning on the parapet, but when he heard Sengoku's words, he swayed and fell to the ground again. At this time, his heart was no longer a stormy sea, it was like countless meteorites colliding. The increase of matter is not considered to be suspended. This thing is actually a flow rate that can control time? Staying inside for 30 days is only equivalent to 1 hour outside, which means 1 day outside, 2 years inside? 1 day, 20 years? The double speed of the flow rate of this time is too exaggerated, isn't it? Dr. Vegapunk's sluggish demeanor became more and more sluggish. In this world, it is possible to create such heaven-defying technology. Time and space are already at your fingertips for that person. There are many Marlins on the high platform of the square. Sengoku snapped, "Quiet, quiet." Below, everyone shut up immediately, although their hearts were already shocked, but the marshal opened his mouth and must obey the order. Seeing that the silence was restored below, Sengoku said slowly, "Everyone present is a selected elite, and everyone has the opportunity to enter the Temple of Time to practice. But," Sengoku changed the conversation and said in a more serious tone, "everyone can only stay inside for a maximum of 24 hours, and at the end of 24 hours, come out and replace the next batch. Remember, don't be greedy and want to stay a little longer. Once you stay inside for more than 24 hours, you will never be able to come out." There was a commotion from the crowd below. However, Sengoku's Hong-Jong-like voice directly overwhelmed the crowd, and continued, "Only 1,000 people can enter at a time, so everyone must take advantage of this period of time to cultivate crazily and improve their strength crazily, because next, Marine may have a tough battle." Behind Sengoku, Garp's eyes were dim, he didn't know what he was thinking, and finally he had to sigh helplessly. The public execution of Ace is already a certainty, and Whitebeard's character will not sit idly by then. He was in a mixed mood. He hoped to defeat Whitebeard, and he also hoped that Whitebeard would win and save Ace. Below, everyone was in high spirits. Marine didn't think much about fighting. Since he chose Marine's path, he was already ready to fight. But it is very rare for this Temple of Time, so they can quickly improve their strength in a short period of time. Thinking of this, each Marine's eyes flashed with golden light. Sengoku continued in a deep voice, "Before entering, go to the Crane Vice Admiral to register, and they will be divided into batches for you, and you can enter the cultivation by yourself according to the arrangement." Immediately, all the Marines ran to the registration desk, registered their names, and waited for arrangements to enter. On the Sengoku side, the 3 Admiral, as well as the elites of the elites such as Vice Admiral, Zephyr, Momuzagi, Chadu, etc., entered first. Along the way, Zephyr's former Marine Admiral asked Sengoku curiously, "Marshal, did you just take out this Temple of Time? And at this time the temple is so magical, where did it come from? Developed by Dr. Vegapunk?" The other Vice Admiral were also very curious in their hearts, and when they heard Zephyr's question, they all pricked up their ears. Kizuru grinned with a crooked mouth, "Ugh. Dr. Vegapunk is going crazy trying to figure out these things. The meaning is obvious, it was not developed by Dr. Vegapunk." This time, everyone became more and more curious. Who was it if it wasn't Dr. Vegapunk? Sengoku said indifferently, "This is Marine's secret. As long as you know that it was given by a great person, you'll be fine. The big man is a deceitful one, and secondly, the current status of the Philippines can be regarded as a big man in Marine. After all, the 5 elders have spoken before. If you don't give Thief face, you just don't give them 5 elders face." As soon as this sentence came out, everyone shut up. Since it is Marine's secret, it must not be known to them. But since Sengoku is said to be a big man, then the status of this person is definitely not low. Is it the 5 elders? In addition to Dr. Vegapunk, those who have come up with such magical things are those mysterious celestial dragons. Soon, everyone came to the time house, which was suspended on the sea. The platform was covered with floor tiles, and there were 2 rows of trees on both sides. In fact, this was the temple in the Dragon Ball world. When they came to the door, everyone took out their pocket watches and looked at the pointer on it. Although Sengoku and the others listened to Thief briefly describe the magic of this time house, they had not experienced it themselves, so they decided to try it. Kizuru volunteered to enter the time room first, while everyone waited quietly outside. Going through a special corridor, at the end of the corridor is a door, which Kizuru opened directly. He just felt as if he had passed through any gate and came to another world. This place is extremely vast and white, with no end in sight, as if it were endless. However, when Kizuru used sparkling fruit to test how vast this place is, he went back to the original place in an inexplicable circle, like an infinite loop. This made him gasp in amazement, and then he looked down at the pocket watch in his hand. This pocket watch reflected the time of the outside world, and at this moment, the second hand of this pocket watch seemed to stand still, not moving for a long time. This made Kizuru feel even more novel. Then he tested the situation of cultivation in this place again. He pointed his fingertips at the ground in the distance, and then fired a laser. The laser was enough to destroy everything, but after the thick smoke of the explosion, the ground was intact, without the slightest damage. Ming! The foundation here is so solid. The yellow monkey's eyes lit up, and in this way, they can have any restraints in it, and practice confrontation. After about half an hour, Kizuru walked out. Outside, the marshal and others watched Kizuru come out, and they were all slightly taken aback. Kizuru crooked his mouth, not understanding why everyone was different. Chingnan explained, "We just watched you go in and then came out. There wasn't even a second gap before and after. Kizaru, however, told everyone that he stayed inside for about half an hour. For a time, everyone praised the magic of this time house again and again. Sure enough, it's a heaven-defying artifact, Sengoku said with emotion. Qingxiang, Akainu, Garp and the others nodded, and they were the only ones who knew that this time room came from Feetha's lottery. For a time, the cognition of Feeth and these things improved again. The ability of this lottery fruit is too exaggerated. Change space, time, etc. Heaven-defying artifact, anything. On the side, Aokiji lightly joked, "Do you think there will be something that can bring back the dead in the future?" Several people avoided the vice admiral or elite conversation behind them, so they had no scruples. Kizaru crooked his mouth and said, "Ming, although Feetha's prize is indeed magical, but to say that it can bring people back to life, it is too far-fetched. People die like lights go out. How can there be such things that violate the rules of the world?" When everyone heard the words, they nodded in unison, changing time and space. Although this kind of thing is miraculous, there are traces to follow. However, it is already against the laws of this world to bring people back from the dead. No more gossiping. Marine and a group of high-level executives and a group of elites entered the time room and began to practice. In the second half of New World, an island somewhere on the Red Hair Pirate site. Although it was daytime, the Red Hair Pirates started the party around the fire. Raising fire is the soul of the party, and being a pirate also has a sense of ritual, and barbecue can be used. At this moment, Red Hair Pirates kept exclaiming, "I'm going. You can fly freely without devil fruit. Isn't this bamboo dragonfly too much? I want to play too, I want to play too." Rakilu looked hot while eating the big drumstick. He also wants to try this bamboo dragonfly and experience the feeling of flying in the air. "Captain Lakilu, I think you should forget it. That's right, you're so fat, don't wait to break the bamboo dragonfly. I'm afraid that if all your physical strength is consumed, this bamboo dragonfly can't fly." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed and laughed. Although Lakilu is considered to be the cotter of the Red Hair Pirates, but the Red Hair Pirates are all informal people, otherwise they would not have created a legend of the strongest bandit king smashing the 4 emperors with a wine bottle. However, after a while, everyone's surprised voice sounded, "I go? Captain Lakilu is flying. How can this little thing bear such a huge weight and fly so fast?" Everyone at Red Hair Pirates exclaimed, "Unbelievable that the bamboo dragonfly is so powerful." While this group of people was curious about the bamboo dragonfly, the other group was very interested in the space ring in Rayleigh's hand. Watching Rayleigh put away huge rocks, or sea water, food, cannons, etc., since anything, as long as Rayleigh thinks, it can be put into the ring. This made these people exclaim again and again, "This thing is so heaven-defying. Yeah, it used to be countless times more heaven-defying than the omnipotent capsule. I don't even know how to describe how I feel right now." Aside, Rayleigh smiled and said, "If you don't know how to describe your mood, the old man will call you a word." Rayleigh was preparing to teach Feetha's deep biography, and everyone around him looked humbly asking for advice. Rayleigh laughed, "That's the shit." Soon, on this small island, grooving sounds came one after another. However, these things are not the most amazing is the time house. This is the most outrageous thing that everyone has seen so far. After going into practice for half a month, after coming out, they learned that half an hour had passed. This time house, so that Rayleigh, Redhead, Ben Beckman, and others are all eye-opening. Heaven-defying cultivation artifact. Just as some people went into the time room to practice, and some people were playing with the bamboo dragonfly and the space ring, the newcomer Rockstar came back. When the red-haired and the other cotters saw him coming back, they immediately took back their frolic and returned to normal. This time, the newcomer was responsible for sending the red-haired letter to Whitebeard, who was also the 4 emperors. The red-haired straight to the point, what did Whitebeard say after seeing the letter? Rockstar said helplessly, he didn't read it, he just tore up the letter. "One more thing, you yellow-haired child doesn't know how to behave, and you actually sent someone to send a letter. You need to go there in person, otherwise he won't listen." Redhead frowned, while Rayleigh on the side smiled. Whitebeard is still the same bad temper. The redhead couldn't help but love his eyebrows. The thing he wanted to tell Whitebeard was extremely important, and that was to call back to arrest Blackbeard's ace. The 3 scars on the eyes let him know that Blackbeard is not easy. This matter cannot be dragged on any longer, and Whitebeard must be recalled to Ace as soon as possible. Immediately, the red hair took out any door, turned to Rockstar and said, "Have you been on Whitebeard's Morbidia?" Hearing this, Rockstar nodded somewhat confused. "That's good, you can open any door now." Rockstar was even more at a loss when he heard what the red hair said. Why did he open the pink door by himself? He left the pirates for half a month because he sent letters, and he didn't know what happened during the period, and naturally he didn't know the changes of red hair pirates. Ask for flowers. For the pink door in front of him, he was stunned. However, since it was the red-haired captain who said it, he naturally had to do it. As the redhead said, he imagined the scene on the Whitebeard ship, then pressed the doorknob and opened the door. In an instant, the scene inside the door came into view, and he ran was the Whitebeard ship he had boarded before. Rockstar looked stunned, and his mind was short-circuit. What's the situation? At this time, Whitebeard is gambling with Marco and other captains. The sudden appearance of the pink door made everyone stunned, and the laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone was a little puzzled and at a loss, and at the same time, there was a high degree of vigilance. They can't figure it out. Why is there a pink door on the plywood? Sitting high in the giant chair, Whitebeard, who was full of intubations, couldn't help frowning. Soon, the pink door was pushed open, and everyone saw Rockstar, who had come to deliver the letter from Red Hair Pirates. For a time, everyone's faces were covered in circles and confusion. At this time, Rockstar also fell into sluggishness and confusion after opening the door. The two waves of people looked at each other with shock in each other's eyes. But soon, inside the door, the red-haired pirates, Ben Beckman, Rakilu, Yasop and other high-level red-haired pirates all walked out of the door. Not only that, but also old rivals, Pluton Rayleigh, and Shucky. At this moment, the expressions on Whitebeard and the captains were even more shocked and puzzled. What's happening here? Why did the red hair pirates, Rayleigh and others emerge from the door that popped up? Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked at each other, then looked at the scene inside the door. I saw that the door is an island, and there are some members of the red hair pirates looking at it from the door. Everyone just felt that the worldview had been impacted, and the shock was even more intense. The island is actually linked to the plywood on the ship? What the hell is this door? Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of the pink door, and the sudden appearance of the red hair pirates, as well as Rayleigh, the Whitebeard pirates. What is this door? Why did the redheads come out from the other side of the door? And why is this door connected to the landing? One by one, doubts were revealed on the expressions of everyone in the Whitebeard pirates, confused and blessed. At this moment, Marco, who was scanning the crowd, suddenly exclaimed, "The red-haired left arm is it missing?" When everyone heard the exclamation of their own captain, they quickly looked. Immediately, everyone was surprised. The red-haired left arm really grew out, and it looked even younger, as if he had just become a four emperors back then. As one of the four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates are no strangers to information about red hair, and naturally they know that red hair is cut by 4 or 5. This sudden scene made the members of the Whitebeard pirates incomprehensible. It felt like the sun was coming out of the west. On the giant chair, Whitebeard's sharp eyes jumped. As the strongest man, Whitebeard, who was the strongest man in the oldest era, took the lead in calming all the emotions in his heart and asked directly, "Redhead, what are you doing, kid? What's the matter with this door? Why did your boy's left arm grow again?" Whitebeard looked at the old rival Rayleigh again, and continued to say solemnly, "Rayleigh, didn't you retreat? Why are you with the redhead now?" Rayleigh couldn't help laughing at the barrage of questions Whitebeard asked. Although Whitebeard calmed down his emotions, this series of questions showed that he was still a little shocked by the scene just now. Unbelievable. Rayleigh laughed. "Don't be nervous, Whitebeard. It's an arbitrary door that won't do you any harm. As for the red-haired arm, that's time wrapping skin to recover." Whitebeard was stunned for a moment, his eyes twitching even tighter. The other members were dazed and puzzled. Time wrapped skin? Any door? What the hell are these? They haven't heard of it. Could it be that they stayed on the ship all the time, had no contact with the outside world for too long, and were out of date? Everyone looked at the red hair pirates in confusion. However, the redhead did not intend to say these things, and said in a deep voice, "Whitebeard is looking for you this time for a big deal. Other things will be discussed later, that is to recall Blackbeard's ace. Blackbeard's strength is far beyond imagination. I have experienced many battles and left many scars on my body, but so far, only these 3 scars on my eyes are aching." Whitebeard sneered, "I Whitebeard do things, and I still need your junior to tell me? Blackbeard killed his family, shouldn't he be punished?" The redhead frowned and wanted to say something, but Whitebeard interrupted sharply, "Stop talking nonsense. Redhead, let's talk about how you got on my boat through this door first." Beside the redhead, Ben Beckman said solemnly, "This is an arbitrary door, as the name implies. You can go wherever you want according to the mind of the opener. Not to mention coming directly to your ship, even if it is the hinterland of your Whitebeard territory, our hometown, we can reach it through this door." It took time for Whitebeard's just restrained emotions to fluctuate again, and he looked surprised. Marco, Jaws and other captains and members even exclaimed. They have followed Whitebeard out to sea from a very early age, and they have been to many places and seen many wonderful things. They think they know a lot, but they have never heard of this arbitrary gate. Is there such a thing in the world? According to the intention of the door opener, you can go where you want to go? And then relying on this door, arrived in an instant, like traveling through time and space? How is that possible? But now, the fact is in front of them, and the red hair pirates people used this pink door to suddenly appear on their boat. Suffice it to say, what Ben Beckman says is true. For a time, everyone couldn't help looking at the pink door, as if to see what was special about this door, but this door looked unremarkable and had nothing special. On the giant chair, Whitebeard once again calmed down his emotions and calmed down. He was the strongest man after all. Although he was also shocked by this door, he still had to have the attitude of a strong man. However, his eyes also fell on the pink door. After a while, he couldn't see any clues. Then Whitebeard looked at the red hair and said lightly, "How did you get such a door with such a heaven-defying function? Some kind of devil fruit ability." But this idea was denied by Whitebeard. "No, it can't be devil fruit ability. There is no devil fruit that is powerful enough to travel such a long distance." After pondering for a while, Whitebeard said lightly, "Could it be that the redheads say that your pirate group has recently recruited a member with powerful technology?" The redhead is also direct, and responded, "I have no comment on where this door came from. Although he is a junior, he is also a 4 emperors, and his status is equal, so he doesn't worry about Whitebeard at all." "Huh?" Whitebeard frowned, his expression showing displeasure. Opposite, Ben Beckman whispered to the redhead, "Boss, it's okay to tell Whitebeard about Feith." The redhead couldn't help but change his eyebrows and asked, "How do you say it?" As a representative of the group's composure, the redhead will listen to Ben Beckman's advice. Ben Beckman said, "Since the arbitrary sect has been seen by Whitebeard, even if we don't tell it now, and Whitebeard's power, this matter can't be hidden." The redheads who are also the 4 emperors also understand that the 4 emperors' eyeliners are all over the place, although they can indeed be concealed in the short term, but they cannot be concealed in the long run. Ben Beckman continued, "If that's the case, it's better to be a favor, so maybe Whitebeard will happily agree to your request for him to call 4.7 Ace back. Besides, Feith said before that if you introduce a new person, you will get a 50% discount per person." The red-haired eyes moved, and he almost forgot about it. Since Feith said this, it shows that he also wants more people to draw the lottery, and he has no intention of concealing his ability. Aside, Rayleigh nodded, "That's right. Feith didn't want to hide his existence, but wanted more people to come to him to draw a lottery, which can be seen from his behavior of eating at both ends of Marine and Pirates." The words of Ben Beckman and Rayleigh, which made the redhead nod, made sense. As for why Feith wants more people to come to him for lottery, the redhead, Rayleigh and Ben Beckman don't understand, but this is not the key is that they are good. Although the redhead, Rayleigh and Ben Beckman whispered, they did not evade deliberately, and Kabuto, some strong men of the Whitebeard pirates, could vaguely hear some of their conversations. At this time, they were a little confused. What can't you hide? What 50% discount? Also, they heard the word marine and the word lottery, which made them even more puzzled and puzzled. Where is all this from? Although the words are understandable, some of them are incomprehensible when put together. Opposite, the redhead was persuaded by Ben Beckman and decided to tell Whitebeard about the Feith lottery. The redhead looked at the burly Whitebeard who was sitting and said, "It's okay to tell you the origin of this door, but there is a premise, that is, to recall to go and capture Blackbeard's ace." Whitebeard snorted coldly, and he said solemnly, "Blackbeard committed the big crime of not killing his companions on the pirate ship. As long as he gets on my ship, no matter how stupid he is my son. Teach that B D12 to Tizzy. But isn't that what I, Whitebeard, should do?" The redhead touched his scar. "You can be the second captain of your ship at a young age. I admit that Ace is really strong, but even so, he is still not Blackbeard's opponent, and may even bring disaster, so please stop Ace from meeting Blackbeard. Now is not the time." The red-haired and Whitebeard looked at each other faintly, and the atmosphere on the ship made some young people feel depressed for a while. There was silence, like the dullness before the storm. After a while, the red hair continued to say lightly, "As for why I care about Ace so much, you should know clearly. As a former trainee on Roger's ship, the redhead naturally cares about Roger's descendants, and also understands that Ace is actually Roger's son." This sentence made Whitebeard frown, and the repressed atmosphere just now finally disappeared quietly. Only then did the young men on the boat gasp for breath, and sweat was already behind them. Is this the battle between Dad and the redhead? Just now I felt like I was about to die too scary. On the giant chair, Whitebeard frowned and pondered for a while, then turned his head and asked Marco, "Is there any news about Ace recently?" Marco responded, "Dad, there was news from Ace a few days ago, but recently there is no news." This made Whitebeard worried. In fact, he did not agree with Ace to arrest Blackbeard at first, but Ace was too stubborn, and Whitebeard had to ask him to arrest Blackbeard. Seeing his father showing concern, Marco said, "How about I contact Ace now, ask him about his current situation, and then decide whether to recall him?" Whitebeard nodded solemnly, yes. Seeing that Whitebeard made some concessions, the redhead breathed a sigh of relief. This era is about to run wild, and no one can stop it, and Ace, as the offspring of the initiator who started this era, can easily become the center of the storm. Blackbeard is too ambitious and will likely use this to carry out some ulterior conspiracy of his own, so the redhead medicine prevents Ace from meeting Blackbeard. On the opposite side, Whitebeard said lightly, "Redhead, can you tell me now? How did this weird door come from, and how did you recover from your broken hand?" The redhead stopped thinking about it, looked at Whitebeard, and said lightly, "It was a lottery with a marine." On the opposite side, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was stunned when they heard the words, and then looked strange. Let's not talk about what kind of weird the lottery is, let's talk about pirates and marine being dead enemies. How could they possibly have contact? Opposite, Whitebeard's voice was like a beast that was suppressed to the extreme, and it suddenly ran wild. His sturdy arms suddenly grabbed the big knife standing beside him, and he shouted in a stern voice, "Yellow-haired boy. Lousy is Whitebeard. You dare to brush me." Holding the broadsword, Whitebeard's huge body suddenly stood up, and then swung the broadsword towards the red hair and slashed down. Even though Whitebeard was full of cannulas, the gust of wind swung directly by the knife roared. On the opposite side, the red-haired straight out of the knife without saying a word. The two swords quickly collided with each other, and then a roar sounded, and the violent force rushed towards the surroundings in an instant, setting off gusts of wind. Some of the weaker ones were directly overturned by this gust of wind. Fortunately, both Whitebeard and the red hair were restrained, so everyone just fell to the ground. Then everyone saw that just above the sky, the clouds were centered on the position where the two were fighting, rolling toward both sides. These young people were all terrified. Heaven, the sky is cracked. This is too scary, isn't it? If the two of them go all out, wouldn't we just be cool? However, the Cotter level and Captain level powerhouses were not affected, and the old-time powerhouse Rayleigh smiled. Looking at this scene, he said with some emotion, "This reminds me of Roger back then." In the middle of the engagement, Whitebeard felt annoyed that the redhead wanted him. The redhead said helplessly, "Whitebeard, I didn't tease you, that's the truth, and it's not just arbitrary doors, there are a lot of magical things that can be drawn from him." Whitebeard looked at the red hair with dark eyes, and said nothing, but he didn't mean to withdraw the knife. The redhead had to look at Rayleigh. Rayleigh understood and smiled. "Whitebeard, let your old opponent open his eyes." After finishing speaking, Rayleigh 450 smiled, raised his hand and showed Whitebeard what was on his finger. He said, "Did Whitebeard see the ring on it?" Whitebeard said solemnly, "What do you want to express, Rayleigh? Say it quickly." Rayleigh shook his head and sighed. "Whitebeard, you're still so anxious. This is called a space ring, and you can take in or take out anything by virtue of the wearer's consciousness," such as Rayleigh smiled and jumped out the next moment, dodged straight to the Whitebeard giant chair, and immediately took the wine gourd he had placed there in his hand. All around, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked at him in confusion, including Whitebeard. Rayleigh then smiled and continued to say what he just said, "Just like this jug of yours." After saying that, the jug, which was half the height of Rayleigh, disappeared with an ah. This scene surprised all the members of the Whitebeard pirates present, and Whitebeard couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. The wine gourd disappears and disappears. "I don't understand what's going on. More than it's you, even an old crew member like me can't understand. Where is the wine gourd?" Pluton Rayleigh just seemed to mean that the jug was in the ring in his finger. In the surprised expressions of everyone, Rayleigh's mind moved, and the huge wine gourd that had disappeared reappeared. This time, the people in the white group couldn't help but be amazed. Again, it reappears. It's really stored in the ring. It's unbelievable that a wine gourd the size of such a big old man can fit into that small ring. After so many years of debut, I have never seen such a miraculous thing. Those ordinary members were amazed, while the captains such as Marco, Baista, Jaws and others thought of something more practical. Marco murmured, "If this thing can be used to transport supplies, transport treasure, or gunpowder shells, it's a heaven-defying prop." Rayleigh smiled and said, "All of what you said is fine, as long as it is not a living thing. It can be stored in the space ring, and the space ring can accommodate several large pirate ships, depending on the user's mind. How to pack wine. Pack." This sentence shocked the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Even Whitebeard looked shocked. This small ring can actually hold several giant pirate ships. It's unbelievable. On the side, Shucky, Rakulu, Yasop and the others looked at the dignified Four Emperors regiment with a sluggish expression because of shock, and they felt amused for no reason. It was the exact same expression they had when they had just seen these amazing things from Thief. It's not a loss to be able to appreciate the appearance of Whitebeard, the most powerful man, and several captains under his command. Seeing this scene of Rayleigh's performance, Whitebeard retracted his sword. He looked at Rayleigh and said, "Rayleigh, are these two things really like what the redhead said, they won by lottery?" Apparently, Whitebeard was beginning to believe it, because this kind of magical heaven-defying, and some incredible things, simply couldn't be made. He traversed the sea for so many years, what miraculous thing has he not seen? However, I have never seen anything like the arbitrary door that can travel through time and space at a long distance, and the space ring that can accommodate huge objects. It's really amazing. Rayleigh nodded and said bluntly, "That's right. These things are indeed drawn from a little marine. That little guy is a lottery fruit person who can draw out many incredible things." Lottery fruit ability. Whitebeard repeated, showing a strange look. What the hell is the lottery fruit ability? Why hasn't he heard of such a devil fruit? The captains of the Whitebeard pirates also looked at each other, and then all shook their heads, saying that they had never heard of it. Rayleigh waved his hand and smiled. "Devil fruit has a wide variety, and it is normal that many abilities are not recorded. You only need to know that it is a very magical fruit, and you can get incredible things. Having said that, Rayleigh smiled and continued, just like this. With that said, Rayleigh's thoughts moved, and he took out a handful of Zanpakuto from the space ring, and displayed it in front of the Whitebeard pirates as a showing off. Watching Rayleigh take out Zanpakuto, the redhead, Ben Beckman, and Shucky, who were more familiar with Rayleigh, couldn't help shaking their heads with wry smiles. Since Rayleigh got a lot of treasures from Thief by Lottery, he can't wait to show off every day, such as the bamboo dragonfly before, but Rayleigh's favorite is this Zanpakuto in his hand. Every time a party is held, it must be displayed. It used to be quite low-key, but now it has changed. Rayleigh ignored what they were thinking and continued to show off his Zanpakuto to the Whitebeard pirates. In the crowd, some young people couldn't see the quality of the knife. They only knew that the knife looked handsome and domineering, but Whitebeard, Foil Bista and other knife-wielding knives could see Zanpakuto's extraordinariness at a glance. What a knife! As soon as this knife comes out, you can feel the sharpness and pressing, Foil Bista said with bright eyes. And the workmanship makes people feel that they are striving for perfection, and there is no need for eagle-eyed black knives. The redhead chuckled and said, no. This knife is better than the eagle-eyed Zanpakuto. The redhead's words caused an uproar among the young newcomers of the Whitebeard pirates. This knife is better than Hawkeye's Black Blade Knight. Doesn't that mean that this knife is going to surpass the Supreme Sword, surpassing Dad's matching knife? Ah, how is this possible? Some young people don't want to believe that there are knives that can surpass the knives of their fathers. The captains didn't come to a conclusion easily, but they didn't believe it in their hearts either. In the world, the Supreme Sword is the most powerful and sharp, and they have never heard of it. Rayleigh sneered and didn't explain, after all, how to tell whether a knife is good or bad. Only by getting started can you know whether a weapon is good or bad. Rayleigh didn't talk nonsense and threw Zanpakuto directly at Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyes flashed, and he reached out and put Zanpakuto directly into his hand. This Zanpakuto looked so ill-fitting under Whitebeard's huge body. However, Whitebeard did not show any disgust at all, but his eyes lit up. His eyes were hot and sparkling, and he kept looking at the Zanpakuto in his hand. It's as if the man is pleased with the Iraqi beside his pillow. Rayleigh, no wonder you show off your Zanpakuto so much, it's a good knife. This knife is on the same level as my Naginata in terms of workmanship and material. That's not right. In terms of feel, this knife is even better than my difficult knife. Hold it in my hand as if the knife was part of my body. Aside, the members of the Whitebeard pirates widened their eyes when they heard the comments made by their father. Does Lee's dad actually said that this sword is on the same level as his Naginata? Didn't you hear what Daddy said? In all respects, this Zanpakuto is much better than Daddy's Naginata. The red hair is right, this knife actually surpasses the Supreme Sword. Really incredible. You must know that in people's inherent impression, the 12 Supreme Swords are the top existence in the weapon world, and there is no weapon that can surpass it. But now there is a weapon that can be compared with it. No. The red hair said lightly, now is not the time to be surprised, this knife still has an extremely powerful ability. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the redhead's words, and they all looked at him. Whitebeard also turned his head to look at the red hair, and said solemnly, what ability? The redhead grinned, that's the absorptive power. The redhead's words caused an uproar in the audience. Redhead, did you say something wrong? Marco frowned. Foil Bista also thinks that the redhead is a misnomer, absorptive capacity? Should it be absorbing haki? Everyone felt that the red hair should be trying to absorb haki, just like Yanmo's ability. Whitebeard did not express his opinion, silently watching the redhead, waiting for his next sentence. However, the red hair said lightly, I'm not wrong, it is to absorb Devil Fruit ability, not only Devil Fruit ability, like Yan Mo, this knife can also absorb haki. This time, even the captain showed stunned expressions. Come on, what are you kidding? Doesn't this mean that it has the same ability as the dark fruit that Blackbeard took away before? Absorbing the ability of Devil Fruit, this is the nemesis of Demon Fruit power. Whitebeard still didn't speak, but he was secretly surprised. At first, he also meant that the redhead slipped, but he was so sure that he could absorb Devil Fruit's ability. Whitebeard immediately decided to give it a try, and immediately used his Devil Fruit ability. I saw that the ball of light that was unique to Whitebeard's shock fruit appeared, and the next moment, the ball of light disappeared and merged into Zanpakuto. Really absorbed. Daddy's abilities are absorbed. This knife is too scary, isn't it? These 450 knives have such abilities, isn't it a complete abuse of the supreme knife? This time, even Whitebeard's heart was a storm. This knife is the nemesis of Demon Fruit power. Even if it can't be compared to the Supreme Great Sword itself, but with the function of this absorption capacity, it is more practical than the Supreme Great Sword. Seeing Whitebeard's speechless expression, Rayleigh smiled and said, Whitebeard, you are trying haki. Whitebeard did not hesitate to release haki. Sure enough, haki was also absorbed by Zanpakuto. This magical scene made all the members of the Whitebeard pirates widen their eyes. This knife is horrible. If you are fighting against the enemy, if the enemy is Demon Fruit power, you can directly use this knife to absorb his Devil Fruit ability, and if you are a master of taijutsu, directly absorb his haki. This is simply heaven-defying. Whitebeard entered armament haki one after another, and Conqueror's haki was a bit heavy for his current physical state. However, after a while, Whitebeard couldn't help frowning. He just felt that the knife was like a huge ocean, and it could never reach the upper limit. He couldn't help looking at Rayleigh and asked, "Is there no limit to what this knife can absorb?" Rayleigh said with a smile, "Of course there are, but it is difficult for ordinary people to reach the limit, and I also injected a few minutes into the limit to reach the limit of this blade." When Whitebeard heard it, he immediately became very competitive. Since Rayleigh can do it, so can Whitebeard. Immediately, Whitebeard began to frantically inject shock fruit abilities. That mighty shock fruit kept being injected, until Whitebeard's forehead was dripping with sweat, and he was still a little breathless, reaching the limit of Zanpakuto. He sneered, "That's it? Didn't I fill it up in the end?" On the side, Rayleigh had some emotion in his heart. The years really don't forgive people. Redhead, Ben Beckman and others could also see that Whitebeard's current state is really not very good. Otherwise, with Whitebeard's strength, injected with Zanpakuto ability, it is impossible to sweat and pant. But this is also normal. There must be a time when heroes are old, although Whitebeard is old now, but he is still Whitebeard. The redhead no longer thought about these things, and said lightly, "Whitebeard, try to swing your knife with all your strength." Whitebeard frowned and asked, "Why?" He hesitated to inject his ability just now, and his state was a little bad, but he didn't want to make a move. Rayleigh said with a smile, "This knife can release all the absorbed abilities, to appear. In short, you will know with a single slash with all your strength. Can it be released?" Whitebeard's heart moved a little. He didn't expect that this knife would be so heaven-defying. He also stopped talking nonsense, strode to the bow, and stood high on it. Everyone looked at Whitebeard, looking at the knife in his hand, waiting for Whitebeard to swing the knife. Whitebeard stood facing the gentle sea breeze. The cloak on his shoulders was constantly fluttering in the wind, and in his hand was a knife that did not fit his body. The next moment, his arms were tense, and Zanpakuto suddenly swung out of his hand. It takes time, and the power of the shock fruit and armament haki in Zanpakuto surges out like a stormy sea. At this moment, the gentle sea breeze set off a hurricane. Everyone felt the unparalleled terrifying aura, knowing that the power absorbed by Zanpakuto this time was the power of shock fruit. This moment is known as the strongest paramecia fruit, capable of destroying the world. The blade gas was as high as 100 meters, constantly tearing apart the void. Below, the sea was turbulent, and was torn apart by shock fruit and the blade gas, a fault that was more than 100 meters deep. On Whitebeard's big ship, everyone's bodies kept shaking, and this terrifying force made the whole ship shake. Some newcomers to the Whitebeard pirates remained silent. As newcomers, they had never seen this level of attack, and they were horrified and shocked. However, the captains such as Marco, Jaws, and Foil were all wide-eyed and unbelievable. They couldn't close their mouths because of the shock. Is this really Daddy's power?" Marco murmured. "Dad's power at his peak is not so terrifying, right?" Chiao Zi swallowed. If this knife was the man known as the strongest shield, he would probably be severely injured and even die. Everyone is shocked and inexplicable. This power has far surpassed the power of Dad at his peak. As Whitebeard himself, he was also shocked beyond belief. He is most aware of his own strength, and the power of the knife he has cut now is at least twice that of his peak period. It's so unbelievable. He looked at the Zanpakuto in his hand, and his eyes were already fiery to the extreme. Although it was said to be magical, compared to this Zanpakuto, Whitebeard was still most interested in this Zanpakuto. Whitebeard looked at the knife in his hand for a long time, and after a while, he slowly stepped down from the bow. On the side are some newcomers' flattery. "Dad, you are really amazing. At the beginning, I just wanted to see your strength, and I decided to board your boat, Dad, and it didn't disappoint me." However, Whitebeard ignored the crowd. He slowly came to Rayleigh and the redhead and the others, and said indifferently, "Is this Zanpakuto sword drawn by the lottery you said?" Rayleigh laughed, and he joked, "I said I forged the knife, do you believe it, Whitebeard?" Whitebeard sneered, "How much does this guy have? Can I not know?" Ignoring Rayleigh's ridicule, Whitebeard quickly said, "Tell me, who's going to draw?" Rayleigh waved, don't worry. They had only left Fief not long ago, and it wouldn't be nice to bother people again, and Rayleigh made an excuse in his mind for wanting to show off. After all, after the current Rayleigh retired, life was flat, and it was a pleasure to see the shocked expressions of people of the same level as him. Of course, it can also be said that he has a bad taste now. Rayleigh looked at the frowning Whitebeard and didn't care at all. He said, "There are many good things, let's take a look at them first." Afterwards, Rayleigh took out the bamboo dragonfly and explained it to everyone while demonstrating it. At first, everyone thought it was too funny to carry this thing on top of their heads, and they all expressed their disdain. As pirates, domineering and ruthless is what they want, but when they saw Rayleigh soaring into the air, the initial disgust disappeared in an instant, and it turned into extreme eye-calling. When I heard Rayleigh say that even ordinary people can continue to fly for about an hour, the fire in everyone's eyes reached its peak. You must know that there are very few means of flying in this world. Except for some special devil fruit, there are only flying vehicles. However, flying vehicles are extremely clumsy and tasteless when fighting. However, this bamboo dragonfly can fly freely according to the user's wishes, which is undoubtedly the perfect flying prop. Joss blushed and said, "I'm going. I want this bamboo dragonfly too. In the beginning, I wanted the phoenix fruit, but it was a pity that Marco ate it, so I couldn't experience the feeling of flying." In the crowd, Marco was the most calm one. He shrugged, "That's it." Although he said so, he was also very interested in this bamboo dragonfly. After all, one's own abilities and vehicles are completely different concepts. Next, Rayleigh showed the universal capsule, although everyone was amazed at the universal capsule. But with Rayleigh's space ring in front, this omnipotent capsule is not too attractive. Afterwards, Rayleigh introduced the physical strength pill. He naturally did not have it in stock. The redhead had another one before, but he gave it to Yasopp after returning, so there was no stock and he could only explain it verbally. If this was changed to the beginning, everyone in Whitebeard would definitely not believe it, and would even scoff at it. But after seeing the incredible magical props just now, everyone believed in Rayleigh's story. Even Whitebeard couldn't help but exclaimed, "There is actually something in this world that raises the upper limit of physical strength. If we have these things that Rayleigh said, wouldn't the strength of our Whitebeard pirates be greatly improved?" Marco murmured. Everyone just felt that they had opened their eyes today, and they were constantly amazed inside. If the red-haired and the others didn't come today, wouldn't they have lived their whole lives in vain? Then, he said the thing that shocked the Whitebeard pirates the most, time wrapping the skin. When he heard that he could restore 30 years of youth, Whitebeard, the strongest man, was a little short of breath. Marco, Jaws, Baista and others were stunned for a moment, and then showed ecstasy. Marco hurriedly asked Rayleigh, "Are you right with the red hair? Even if it's my father's illness, can I wrap my skin over time to recover?" At this moment, the captains were extremely anxious. The red hair directly raised his hand and said, "Can't you see it yourself? This broken arm rebirth is the most beneficial proof, isn't it? If it takes time, all the captains are cheering, which means that the father's illness is saved." "Very good. Great. Dad, soon you won't have to be intubated. Dad, soon you can rehire the sea." Whitebeard said disdainfully, "Even if it is me now, isn't it across the sea? Dad, even if I have one breath left, the other pirates will shiver." Although he said so, his eyes still couldn't hide the joy at the moment. Everyone wants to regain their youth and re-experience the feeling of being across the world. Marco and the others didn't care about Whitebeard's tsundere either, and hurriedly gathered around and asked Rayleigh to take them to the lottery now. "Ask for flowers." Rayleigh waved his hand, "No hurry, no hurry. Anyway, now Whitebeard can't die in a while, so why hurry? I still have a good thing here that I want to share with you." Surprised by Whitebeard and others, and, "Isn't the skin of the most amazing time bag just pressed at the bottom of the box?" Unexpectedly, there are so many heaven-defying things, and it's not finished yet. Although what Rayleigh said just now sounds ugly, everyone is happy to continue to see what else. After all, these things are beyond their imagination. Shucky shook his head helplessly. This old man likes to show off more and more now. Who did he learn this problem from? He used to be a very low-key person. How did he become like this now? Zero. For a moment, he thought of the grooving Thief taught Rayleigh, and the Russian turntable that Thief gave to the red hair pirates. Could it be that Rayleigh was influenced by his handsome brother? Shucky thought it was possible. Sabayati Archipelago, who was basking in the sun and enjoying the pleasure of Huazi and Mutai, sneezed. He frowned and murmured, "Strange. My strength surpasses Admiral's, so will I catch a cold." Whitebeard pirate ship. Rayleigh took out the exclusive version of Mutai, with a bright smile dangling in front of the Whitebeard pirates. "This is the last good thing I want to show you." Aside, the redhead, Ben Beckman and others also raised their mouths slightly, ready to watch the show. Everyone at Whitebeard thought that Rayleigh would come up with something awesome, but they saw him come up with this strange-looking thing. Whitebeard looked at it and frowned. "Is this wine?" But thinking that the things that Rayleigh brought out before were somewhat heaven-defying, Whitebeard raised his eyebrows and said tentatively, "Could it be that this wine can increase power?" Rayleigh shook his head. "Drinking it can't improve any of your strengths." Whitebeard was puzzled. "Then you said something good. If it's just ordinary wine, I want as much as I want, and every wine is a famous wine. This wine that I have never seen before is not very famous at first sight. What's the use of it?" Rayleigh laughed. "Although it can't improve strength, it can make people happy." Rayleigh's words made everyone stunned. Harvest happiness? What's the meaning? Could it be that this wine is something that can change people's spirits? Rayleigh looked at the puzzled eyes of everyone, and his heart was dark. Then he raised his hand and slowly opened the bottle cap. It took time. An indescribable aroma of wine gushed out from the bottle cap in an instant, filled the surrounding air, and plunged into the noses of everyone present. Whitebeard didn't care too much at first, but when he smelled the wine, his sharp eyes gradually dissipated, and his eyes opened slightly. The other captains also widened their eyes, staring at the Mautai in Rayleigh's hands. They couldn't believe it to the extreme. This wine is too fragrant, isn't it? The other members, the old members, were relatively calm, while the new members were desperate. Their faces were drooling, and they kept gulping, looking at the wine in Rayleigh's hand. Is this too delicious? It's more than incense, it's not like a human object at all. Just kidding? There is such a wine in the world? Just smelling this mellow wine is addicting. Everyone was drooling. Whitebeard swallowed quietly and said, "Rayleigh, let me taste it." Although Whitebeard tried his best to hide his covetousness, his eagerness to drink this wine could not be concealed. Rayleigh laughed and took out a small cup from the space ring, then poured out the Moutai and poured it into his small arms. After finishing it, he handed it to Whitebeard and said, "Whitebeard, I'll give you a cup based on so many years of friendship." Whitebeard looked at the small glass of wine that wasn't enough for him to speak, and immediately became unhappy. After all, he is big, more than 3 meters tall, and usually drinks directly from a large bowl. How can this be enough? Rayleigh, you're boring. After all, we've known each other for so long, so give me this drink when we meet. Rayleigh said firmly, "Whitebeard, whether you like it or not, I'll just give you these wines anyway. If, according to your drinking method, all the wine on me will not be enough for you to take a sip. Besides, I'm just giving you a taste. If you don't want it, I'll drink it myself." When Whitebeard saw that Rayleigh was going to take back the small glass of wine, he hurriedly snatched it away. He said angrily, "Who said I don't want it?" Whitebeard didn't care so much anymore. In short, he drank it first. He opened his mouth and poured the wine into his mouth. In an instant, the mellow fragrance exploded on Whitebeard's taste buds. A wonderful feeling that he had never experienced before spread all over his body, and Whitebeard showed a rare enjoyment look on his face, intoxicated by it. When Marco and the others saw Whitebeard's appearance, they were all envious and confused. What is the origin of this wine? To be able to make the old man who has tasted the world's famous wine show such a look of enjoyment. The redhead and Ben Beckman and the others looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Obviously, Whitebeard was conquered by this wine, and there will be another person in the world who is extremely picky about wine, who only drinks with Moutai. This also means that they will enjoy a 50% discount from introducing newcomers. However, since it is only a small cup, and Whitebeard is big, this small cup is a small cup to him, and the charm of the wine quickly disappears. Whitebeard showed an unfinished feeling and said with emotion, "Good wine. Good wine. Really, it's the best wine. There is no other famous wine in the world that can compare with this wine." After he finished speaking, he looked at Rayleigh, then brought out a normal person's bowl, and said with a rare smile, "Rayleigh, give me another bowl of Sai." Rayleigh said in his heart, "Are you kidding?" He directly waved his hand and refused, "I don't have much stock. If you want a drink, go to the lottery by yourself." Whitebeard snorted coldly, dignified Pluton, so stingy. Rayleigh, however, was unmoved at all, giving or not giving. Whitebeard was helpless, and was already extremely itchy about this wine and these superb props. He hurriedly asked, "Where is the lottery boy? I'm going to find him to draw the lottery now." At this time, the red hair said in a deep voice, "No hurry. Let's take care of Ace's affairs first." Whitebeard didn't hesitate this time. In fact, he had a bad premonition before, and he didn't want Ace to go there. He just borrowed the oil head to recall Ace. The matter of Blackbeard will be settled after he has time to restore his epidermis to its peak. Whitebeard looked at Marco. He had just called Marco to contact him, but Marco shook his head, indicating that he was not in touch. Whitebeard said solemnly, "Additional contact, tell him that Dad has found some good things, and let him get back as soon as possible." Marco nodded. The red-haired boulder in his heart finally fell, which showed that Whitebeard had completely agreed to his request. Blackbeard's ambition is too heavy, and his own strength is also terrible. Now Ace is not the time to meet Blackbeard. Hope this all comes in a hurry. Whitebeard finished speaking and looked at Rayleigh again. After all, the red hair is only a junior to him, although the red hair is also a 4 emperors now, but Whitebeard still thinks that he is a little devil. And Rayleigh, a man of his time and Roger's second in command, was eligible for Whitebeard's approval. Whitebeard said to Rayleigh, "Since you have this magical door, just take me to find that lottery kid, and I will try my luck too." Before Rayleigh could answer, the redhead waved his hand. "We just finished the lottery and need to rest." The main reason for the red hair is that it is too frequent and too much movement to attract Marine's attention. After a pause, the redhead said again, "Right. Whitebeard, you need to prepare the money first. If you want something good, the minimum 2,000 W Bailey is a lottery, and the better one is 200 million Bailey. The more money the better." The Whitebeard pirates were taken aback by the price suddenly raised by the redhead. 2,000 W Bailey, a 4.7 lottery? And the value of the 200 million lucky draw is too outrageous, right? Although they are 4 emperors, the money is not brought by the wind. Moreover, Whitebeard donated his money to his hometown, and sometimes he wanted to borrow money from Marco and others when he was drinking. However, Whitebeard thought of the heaven-defying function of those things just now, and it was barely acceptable. After all, the time-wrapped skin is there, and it can be restored for 30 years. In these 30 years, as the 4 emperors, even if they are afraid of being worth 2 billion, Whitebeard thinks it is worth it. Thinking of this, Whitebeard said solemnly, in 3 days, I will prepare the money for the lottery, and then you, red-haired, will come to my boat and take me to the lottery. After a pause, Whitebeard said solemnly, remember, red-haired kid, don't break your promise. Whitebeard's tone was deeply threatening, if you dare to ask me, then prepare to meet my Whitebeard's wrath. The red hair didn't care about Whitebeard's threat at all. He was also a 4 emperors after all. Although he was the youngest, the 4 emperors were the 4 emperors after all. Besides, why should he break his promise? He was so happy to take Whitebeard to the lottery, because it would give him a 50% discount. Sabayati Archipelago. Fifa's life today is like that of a homeless person. He either hangs out in a pub and hangs out with people, or goes to the beach to bask in the sun. After getting his salary, he also goes to entertainment. Of course, this entertainment is very serious. He was like this every day for 3 days, and he ignored his affairs as a Marine. He couldn't blame Feith for being too salty, he could only blame his boss for not letting him work. In the dark, Rob Lucci and others from the CP organization looked at Feith, who was lying on the beach and basking in the sun, with an unsightly expression on his face. This B***************** D is so slack every day. He only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun every day. It's annoying to watch, the man said in a deep voice. They have to work hard and be responsible for monitoring Feith, but Feith is very comfortable and has a happy life, which is naturally unpleasant in comparison. Especially opposite 12 is a small Marine. Han Jenin couldn't help but whisper, didn't the 5 elders say that the target is a very important person? Lu Chi was also full of grievances these days, and he shook his head to indicate that he didn't know either. If it wasn't for the key task that the 5 elders gave him to promote, and at the beginning, the 5 elders emphasized that the target person should not be disturbed, Lu Chi would definitely go up and give this guy a slap. It's so irritating that their dignified CP spy agency, the top soldier of the 5 elders, actually wants to monitor a low-level Marine soldier. Isn't this lowering their status? And these Marine soldiers don't assemble, don't train, don't patrol, don't perform tasks, they just eat, drink and play every day. This made them angry when they thought about it. The most important thing is that the boss has already punished such a soldier, but how did he know that the boss treated this subordinate as his own father? Asking for help, showing affection and flattery, which makes them extremely speechless. Below, Feith just came over to show his goodwill to his boss. He was lying comfortably on the beach and basking in the sun, which has now become his daily compulsory course. As for Rob Lucci and others who were spying on it, at the level of Feith's observation hacky, it is natural to know. It's just that it doesn't matter to him, he should eat and drink, and he will not delay anything. What if his dereliction of duty was told to 5 elders by someone from CP? Given how important he is in the hearts of the 5 elders now, the 5 elders will not pay attention to these inconspicuous little things. At most they just spend some small money to raise Feith, which is a small thing for the 5 elders. Even on Marine Sengoku's side, they're happy to pay Feith a small fee, as long as he doesn't leave Marine. So Feith didn't care at all, but enjoyed it very much. At this moment, the secret phone bug rang in Lu Chi's arms in the dark. Lu Chi answered quickly, and a female voice came from the opposite side, the new Shishibukai Blackbeard is approaching this way. After Lu Chi heard the words, he frowned. What is this guy Blackbeard doing here? Lu Chi had to respond, okay, got it. You keep staring around, and here it is for us. The opposite side responded and quickly ended the communication. Soon, Blackbeard appeared in the field of vision of Lu Chi and others. Even if they are a CP spy agency, they don't know much about Blackbeard. After all, Blackbeard has never heard anything before, and he is very low-key. It was not until he recently captured Ace that he gradually became known. Looking at Blackbeard's purpose is very clear, that is Feith lying on the coast. The subordinate frowned. Blackbeard's purpose is very obvious, that is, to find the little soldier we are staring at. Could it be that this soldier is Blackbeard's pawn buried in Marine? Lu Chi shook his head, he didn't quite know. The 5 elders asked them to carry out this task, and didn't tell them the specific situation of the target person at all, just said that this person is very important and should not be disturbed. Even Feith's name was only learned by their recent surveillance. Anyway, let's take a look first, Lu Chi whispered. So the two shut up and stopped talking. Soon, Blackbeard came to Feith. He smiled and said, Brother Feith, long time no see. Feith held a piece of grass in his mouth, and with a lazy look on his face, moved his eyes to look at Blackbeard. He said lightly, so it's you. Hey, are your teeth inlaid with gold teeth? Blackbeard sneered, after all, it's still Shishibukai now, so the image still has to be taken into account. Brother Feith, how are you doing lately? In the dark, Lu Chi and the others said something different. Originally, they guessed that the boy named Feith had secretly colluded with Blackbeard and was Blackbeard's pawn buried in Marine. However, looking at his respectful appearance in front of Fez now, Lu Chi was even more at a loss. Did something go wrong? Isn't this guy a minion? The dignified Shishibukai, the guy who defeated the Fire Fist Ace, was so polite to a little sea soldier? Even a little apprehensive? This, below, Feith sneered, my salary is only 1 Bailey a month, how do you think I'm doing 453? Blackbeard laughed, brother Feith, or you can follow me, make sure you eat spicy food. Feith said in his heart, you are my body, no, it's my system. Feith said directly, stop doing this, why don't you just give me hundreds of millions of Baileys and let me spend my time? Blackbeard's face twisted into a bitter gourd, for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Feith stopped teasing him and said directly, have you got the money? Blackbeard then resumed his smile and nodded again and again, I got it. Saying that, he took out the universal capsule, then pressed it and threw it out. With a play sound, the ground was full of gold and silver treasures. Blackbeard laughed, there are a total of 500 million here, because I don't like the currency issued by the world government like Bailey, so I replaced it with gold and silver treasures. I'm here this time, specifically for the lottery. Feith ha 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 ha. Speaking of the lottery, Blackbeard couldn't help laughing with excitement. Since Blackbeard's voice is undisguised and he has a rough voice, it is very loud. In the dark, Lu Chi and the others could hear it clearly. However, they were a little messy. What happened to the huge amount of gold and silver treasures that suddenly appeared? What else is there to draw, and what is this? The lottery that Blackbeard said made them a little puzzled. What is the prize for finding a little sailor? And who needs to use 500 million Bailey for the lottery? Is Blackbeard really not being scammed? Furthermore, they were curious about the capsule in Blackbeard's hand. The subordinate said in a low voice, what is this capsule? Why did so many gold and silver treasures appear after a burst of smoke? Lu Chi shook his head, and after pondering for a while, he said in a low voice, it is very likely that it is one of the abilities of Blackbeard Dark Fruit. The subordinate nodded, and he was inclined to Lu Chi's guess, otherwise it would not make sense. On the coast, Fei looked at the gold and silver treasures all over the ground, and then stood up leisurely, spit out the grass in his mouth, and said lightly, 500 million is a bit small, forget it. Just barely. Now Feith, since the 5 elders and the red-haired Rayleigh and others have been huge draws, some looked down on 500 million Bailey. Blackbeard was a little embarrassed. At first, he thought Feith would be very excited to see the 500 million, but he didn't expect to be despised. Feith ignored Blackbeard's embarrassment and said directly, tell me, how do you want to draw? Blackbeard laughed, 2 billion Bailey's top draw comes 2 times, 2000 W Bailey's advanced draw comes 5 times. Feith smiled, it's smart, I know that I have to draw a high-level lottery. Feith didn't hesitate, and directly used the system to absorb the 500 million Bailey's gold and silver treasures. In the dark, Lu Chi's eyes widened after seeing Feith's operation. Gold and silver, how did the treasure disappear out of thin air? The subordinate said in surprise. It can be explained that Blackbeard was able to get the gold and silver treasures out, but this little sailor made the gold and silver treasures disappear, which is difficult to explain. It seems that this kid really has an unknown secret on his body. No wonder the 5 elders sent us to monitor him. On Feith's side, after the system absorbed the gold and silver treasures, the lottery started immediately. For top draws, 10 advanced draws, and the results of the advanced draws will be released soon. 3 Mautai, 3 Huazi, 2 advanced physical strength Dan, 1 random door, 1 150 attribute points. Fair enough, nothing fancy. Next are 4 top lottery draws, namely 1 supreme Mautai, 2 top stamina pills, and 1 1500 attribute points. The advanced lottery is quite satisfactory, and the 2 top-level physical strength pills and the top-level lottery plus 1500 attribute points make Feith very happy. This guy Blackbeard has a good luck. In this case, he can't be too harsh, after all, this is a big customer that can continue to develop. Blackbeard was respectful and very polite. Brother Feith, what did you take out this time? Feith directly took out the prizes of 4 advanced draws, 2 bottles of Mautai and 2 packs of Huazi. Standing more than a dozen meters away, everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates looked very discouraged, especially Jessica. He likes drinking, and Poison Q is very fond of lottery draws. Rob Lucci and others couldn't help but swallow their saliva, looking forward to it. Blackbeard's eyes moved when he saw this high-quality tobacco and alcohol, but it was not enough to say that he was ecstatic. He has a big ambition, although the tobacco and alcohol are the best, and the taste of the world, but where are the strategic props that are easy to use? However, in front of Feith, Blackbeard did not dare to show his disappointment with Feith's lottery result. After all, he had been beaten before. Before he got shock fruit, he could only recognize in front of Feith. Of course. What he didn't know was that with Feith's current strength, even after Blackbeard got shock fruit, he would have to obediently admit it. Feith's strength is now strong, so naturally he could see the veiled loss in Blackbeard's eyes, and with a smile in his heart, he took out the last item of the advanced lottery. After seeing Feith take out any door, Blackbeard's eyes suddenly turned bright, and his whole body became energized. This is what he wants, and he's been coveting it when he sees Marine using it. Blackbeard took any door and laughed out loud. Thief, ha 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 ha, not bad. Under the sun, his newly inlaid gold teeth glowed with golden light. Seeing his gold teeth, Feeth couldn't help thinking, do you want to beat this guy again? If he knocked down his golden teeth, he could sell it himself, but thinking that it was full of Blackbeard's saliva, Faye gave up the idea. In the dark, Lucci felt very strange to Blackbeard's sudden laugh, suddenly excited and excited. Isn't it just a pink door? What's there to be excited about? Could it be that this guy Blackbeard has a special hobby? Like pink? Naturally, they don't think so. It seems that this arbitrary door is a bit strange, there should be some secrets, and it doesn't look like it looks ordinary. However, although they guess like this in their hearts, they couldn't think of anything special about this door. Could it be that this Shishibukai Blackbeard has some special hobby? Just thinking about it like this, several people saw Blackbeard praise Feeth and thank him. However, as a careerist, Blackbeard, even if he showed great respect and courtesy to Feeth, still had to try the truth of this. It's not that he believes in Feeth, it's that his nature is cautious. He stood up the arbitrary door, then licked his lips excitedly, and reached out to open the arbitrary door. What he thought of was the scene of Bonaro Island, and then when the door handle was opened, the scene inside the door came into view. I saw a piece of ruins, which was caused by his previous battle with Ace, on the desolation, Aruli Hao, and you can also see the teeth he knocked out by Feeth before. But he didn't care about these Blackbeards anymore, and he was very excited. This door is really the same door as the Marine, and it really works. And there are a full 50 times, although he has used one and left 49 times, but it is enough to hold on to his next lottery. In the dark, Lucci and the others were still wondering if Blackbeard had any special hobbies, and when they saw this scene, their eyes widened slowly, with a look of shock and confusion on their faces. What's going on? His subordinate exclaimed, but soon he realized that he was accidentally too loud, and quickly covered his mouth. Aside, Lucci turned a deaf ear to the fact that his subordinates almost exposed them, because he is also in the deep collapse of the worldview. This door actually connects to another space? This is too outrageous, isn't it? Strong, the worldview of Rob Lucci and others in the dark is gradually collapsing. What did they see? Could this door lead directly to something else? They felt extremely absurd, but this really happened in front of their eyes. This gate does indeed connect to another island. This is simply unimaginable. Lucci murmured. I finally understand why the 5 elders sent us to watch this little Marine soldier, and finally understand why the 5 elders told us that this Marine soldier is an important person, a big person for us. However, Lucci still felt like he was dreaming. Can these things really be won by lottery? Even Dr. Vegapunk can't develop such a thing, can it? As the CP spy agency, it is natural to understand the power of Dr. Vegapunk. However, even Dr. Vegapunk, Lucci and others felt that this pink door could not be developed. On Whitebeard's side, he was smiling all over his face, and kept calling Feeth his brotherhood and complimenting Feeth. Feeth 453 couldn't help sneering, and said, Blackbeard's scene will be avoided. Blackbeard heard the words, Feeth, brother, how can this be my scene? I really think your lottery fruit is powerful. This kind of Blackbeard's heartfelt words, and he now regrets it in his heart, knowing that such a heaven-defying lottery fruit exists. Why should he want dark fruit? For a time, he felt that the most powerful Logia devil fruit, dark fruit, and the most powerful Paramecia fruit, shock fruit, were no match for Feeth's lottery fruit. Feeth didn't care whether Blackbeard really admired him or was just flattering. He laughed, actually, you don't have to be so happy, the next thing is better. Blackbeard remembered that there were 2 top lottery draws to come, and immediately smiled and said, yes, yes, yes. Then Feeth, brother, what did I draw in the top lottery? Feeth secretly sketched the corner of his mouth, then took out 2 high-level physical strength pills, and said righteously, Blackbeard, I have to say that you are really lucky, and you have drawn top physical strength pills twice in a row. Saying that, Feeth took out 2 physical strength pills, which were actually not top-level physical pills, but high-level physical pills, and top-level physical strength pills were just cheating Blackbeard. Anyway, Blackbeard has never seen the difference between physical strength pills. Even people like Sengoku, San Admiral, Garp and Red Hair who often draw lottery, it is estimated that it is difficult to distinguish the level of physical strength pills, unless they take it. And Blackbeard didn't take the high-level physical strength pill, so Feeth took the high-level physical strength pill to fool around. In a word, the final interpretation right belongs to oneself. Inexplicably feel that I have become the person I hated in my previous life. Since Blackbeard didn't know what the stamina pill was, he quickly asked Feeth what it was for. After Feeth's explanation, Blackbeard and the cotters not far away were shocked. As long as the strength is not weak, there is no one who does not know the importance of physical strength, and when physical strength reaches a certain level, how difficult it is to continue to improve. However, this thing in Feeth's hands can directly improve physical strength, and there is no bottleneck. As long as it is eaten, it can be improved. The most important thing is that there is no need to cultivate. For a time, everyone was jealous of the physical strength pill in Feeth's hands, especially the poisonous Q in the crowd. He was in a state of recovery, and his physical strength was not enough. If it weren't for his special talent in poison and medicine, he would definitely not be able to join Blackbeard's pirate group. However, as long as there is this physical strength pill, can it be solved? Of course. There is certainly no part of him at the moment. Not far away, Blackbeard directly took the high-level physical strength pill from Feeth's hand, and then took it directly. It melted in the mouth, warm current filled his body, and after a while, Blackbeard couldn't help showing ecstasy. His eyes flickered and he looked at Feeth excitedly. It really increases the physical limit. Then he felt that telling Feeth could not achieve his purpose of showing off, and turned to look at his subordinates not far away. He said loudly, "This little pill really increases my physical strength limit. After taking it, it will be worth at least half a year of penance for me." Behind him, everyone looked envious, and Poison Q couldn't help but listen. Now there are only two, and with Blackbeard's character, Feeth's body frantically used a dark red aura, surging frantically like a wave. Rob Lucci and the others stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Overlord, Conqueror's Haki, this guy even has conquerors. However, just as he thought of this idea, the Weaker rolled his eyes and fainted. Lucci, the strongest of these CP spy agencies, seeped sweat from his forehead like a wave. He gritted his teeth, trying to resist this Conqueror's Haki with his own will. However, this Conqueror's Haki was so powerful that he couldn't resist it. In just 2 seconds, he rolled his eyes and fell into a faint. Before fainting, he murmured in disbelief, how is it possible?" Feeth couldn't help grinning as he felt the presence of all the people around him watching him. Today, he really did 4, 5, 7, and the soldiers retreated with a single thought. Now the time point is before Summit War. Lucci is far less powerful than 2 years later, which is about the level of Vice Admiral. At this time, the pink door slowly opened, and a figure stepped out. The person with red hair on his head was Shanks with red hair. Not only was it red-haired, but there was also an old man with a smile beside him. The old man looked kind, but he had a strong body. This was Rayleigh. Followed by the other cotters of red hair pirates, Ben Beckman with a cigarette, Rakulu with a chicken leg, and Yasop with a long nose. They are all acquaintances. A smile appeared on Feeth's face, and just as he was about to say hello to everyone, he suddenly felt a domineering air. I saw that behind the red hair pirates crowd, a tall figure walked slowly out of the door. The man was wearing a long white coat and cloak on his shoulders. He had a strong figure, full muscles, and had white lips like a whale's tail, beard, sharp eyes, revealing domineering. Feeth's eyes moved. He couldn't be more familiar with this person, as Jaime, this is a popular character, the strongest man Whitebeard. Behind Whitebeard, there are many captain-level figures such as the Phoenix Marco and Diamond Joes. Feeth couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. It seemed that this was the red-haired client who introduced himself to him. Although it was said that Whitebeard often donated treasures to his hometown, he had no money, but as one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, who was known as the strongest man, was definitely a high-quality customer, and it was a matter of minutes to get money. Feeth saw the Whitebeard pirates, and naturally the Whitebeard pirates also saw Feeth. Although Feeth was wearing an ordinary marine soldier costume, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates knew it. Just by looking at Feeth, they dare not treat Feeth as an ordinary marine soldier. As a strong man, they can detect the hidden momentum in Feeth's body, which is definitely very powerful. People from Red Hair Pirates couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Feeth. Ben Beckman whispered, "This little guy is getting stronger." In the past, the momentum in the body was vaguely perceptible, but now even if Feeth hides it, he can clearly feel that sense of oppression for no reason. The redhead and Rayleigh nodded silently, and they were also surprised by Feeth's improvement in strength. How long have they not seen each other? Just 3 days? However, Feeth's strength was more than a star and a half stronger than 3 days ago. How is this going? The rapid improvement of Feeth's strength was very different for everyone. On the opposite side, Feeth didn't care about the changes in expressions when everyone saw him, and greeted the Red Hair Pirates and Rayleigh with a bright smile. The crowd responded with familiarity. In the back, Whitebeard saw the red-haired and Rayleigh's attitude towards this kid, a little surprised, as if they were good acquaintances. But these are not important to him, and he doesn't care about them. Whitebeard stepped forward and stared directly at Feeth. Then the voice said with majesty, "Little devil, the heaven-defying thing in the hands of Rayleigh and the red hair, is it drawn from you by lottery?" Redhead and Rayleigh saw Whitebeard speak, so they didn't introduce themselves, and watched the conversation between them. To their surprise, in the face of the strongest man, Whitebeard, face still had a calm expression, neither humble nor arrogant, and had no fear at all. This made both Rayleigh and the red-haired two think highly of Feeth. Although Rayleigh was a strong man in the old era, he was once the deputy of Roger, and the red-haired is also the 4 emperors. However, in this era, it is said that the most influential, or Whitebeard, the strongest man is known to everyone, and it makes people feel terrified to hear the name, but Feeth confronts Whitebeard with the same poise as a normal person. The redhead grinned, "I really want to bring this kid under my command." Rayleigh glanced at his red hair and sneered, "Don't think about it, this kid is a master of oil and salt, and he doesn't like to be restrained, otherwise people would have gone to naval headquarters long ago." The redhead smiled and said nothing. Feetha sighed. He looked at Whitebeard and smiled. That's right, but if you want the same magical prizes as Shanks and Rayleigh, you won't be able to draw the low-level lottery, and you need a high-level lottery with a minimum of 2,000 W Bailey. There are still 2 billion, or even 20 billion Bailey's lottery draws. In short, the higher the price of the prize, the more heaven-defying the prize function is. Whitebeard listened to Feetha's words, although his expression did not change, but he swallowed quietly. This kid is not burdened at all when he speaks. 2 billion Baileys, 20 billion Baileys are just as common as drinking water. This G20 billion is worth several me. Whitebeard complained in his heart. On the side, the red-haired and Rayleigh looked at each other, and they were also in harmony. Although they are all top bosses, so much money is not so easy for them to get. No matter what they thought, Feeth continued, there is another point to note, that is, if you draw 4.7 prizes, you may not have any heaven-defying props, only prizes such as Moutai and cigarettes. Feeth follows the normal process and takes a preventive shot. Whitebeard nodded, I understand these rules, the red-haired boy and Rayleigh told me. As for the money, although it's not tens of billions, there are still billions. Whitebeard grinned, actually proud. Lousy, but Whitebeard, not the red-haired kid. After he finished speaking, he asked Marco to carry a few boxes without saying a word. The box was opened, and it was full of gold and silver treasures. Feetha's eyes narrowed at the large chests of gold and silver treasures. I'm going. This is a big customer. Whitebeard grinned and said, it all adds up to 3 billion. Feeth was overjoyed to see so much money. This money means that his strength has improved more this time. As expected of the strongest man in the world, this is bigger than the 5 elders of celestial dragons. Feeth couldn't help but look at the redhead and Rayleigh next to him while he was happy. That look seemed to say, look at Whitebeard, and then look at yourself. One of them is of 4 emperors like Whitebeard, and the other is Roger's deputy. Aside, the redhead and Rayleigh felt Faye's gaze, and they couldn't help but feel angry. What does this kid mean? Look down on us? This kid is now stronger and tougher, and he dares to look at us with such eyes. However, when they saw the large chests of gold and silver treasures in front of Whitebeard, they didn't know what to say for a while. I have to be a little ashamed not to look at it. In terms of power, the current redhead and Rayleigh are not able to match the power of the Whitebeard pirates. Naturally, they cannot raise 12 so much money at one time. Rayleigh felt a little emotional in his heart, thinking that the first time he met this kid, he was polite to himself, an uncle, but now is different from the past. After 3 days of separation, you should be impressed. However, the two of them were just complaining in their hearts, and they were looking forward to what 3 billion Baileys could extract. Will there be heaven-defying prizes they haven't seen before? On Feetha's side, he withdrew his gaze towards the red-haired and Rayleigh, smiled, and said politely to the big dog Whitebeard, Uncle, how do you want to draw? This scene of Feeth made the faces of Rayleigh and the redhead on the side black. This kid is too snobby, right? They secretly decided in their hearts that they must get more money next time and slap Feeth in the face once. Feeth didn't care about the two, he beamed at Whitebeard. After pondering for a while, Whitebeard said, 10 top lottery draws for 2 billion draws, and 50 advanced lottery draws for 1 billion draws. Okay, Feeth grinned, grinning wide. In this way, it is equivalent to him drawing 20 top-level lottery draws and 100 high-level lottery draws. This wave of his strength will skyrocket. He is not far from unlocking new abilities with 10,000 attribute points. Today, he will definitely unlock new abilities, and maybe he will be able to unlock 2 new abilities. Without thinking about it, Feeth immediately took away the large boxes of gold and silver treasures in front of him. Behind Whitebeard, the captains watched as the boxes of gold and silver treasures that were originally full of gold and silver disappeared in an instant, and their hearts were extremely complicated. At the same time, it was very painful. This time, they did their best to get 3 billion Baileys in 3 days. It's gone in less than a second? By the way, how did this kid take away these gold and silver treasures? For this, everyone is very curious. Could it be that, like Rayleigh, there is a space ring? Regardless of Feeth, these gold and silver treasures were naturally absorbed by the system and converted into energy. Of course. He also has a space ring himself, but as a collector's edition, the space ring also has a good function, that is, it can be hidden, only the user can see it, and others can't see it. In my mind, the advanced lottery turntable appears and turns quickly. This time, nearly 5 minutes passed before the results came out. The 100 advanced draw results are 24 bottles of Moutai, 23 Huazi, 19 150 attribute points, total 3,300 attribute points, 15 advanced physical strength Dan, 6 Zanpakuto, 11 universal capsules, 5 bamboo dragonfly, and 3 random doors, 2 time wrap skins, a fairy bean, and finally a time house. Seeing the later shipments, Feeth felt a little different. Isn't it a top lottery to get fairy beans? Not only that, but the time house actually appeared in the advanced lottery. It seems that there is also a chance for top-level lottery to appear in the advanced lottery, but compared to the top-level lottery, the probability of heaven-defying things like fairy beans and Time House appearing in the advanced lottery will be much smaller. Sure enough, the rich is the uncle. Feith sighed with emotion for a while, and then continued to start the top lottery, a total of 20 times, and the results were released in a short time. They are 3 bottles of Supreme Mutai, 3 packs of Supreme Huazi, 5 top stamina pills, 2 fairy beans, 1 time room, and an arbitrary door, 750 times of use. A piece of time wrapping skin, special edition, only has the backward function, and the period of backwardness is only 1 year, and the living creature can be resurrected within 1 year after death. And finally a bottle of demon elimination medicine. Seeing the last 3 things, Feith was immediately stunned. The number of uses of any door directly soars to 750 times, which is directly equivalent to any door of 15 advanced lottery draws. He really wanted to say a top lottery YYDS, or a top lottery absolutely unbelievable. This is definitely a bloodbath. 15 advanced lottery draws will cost 15,000 W Bailey, while the top lottery only needs 100 million Baileys to have any door that can be used 750 times. Thinking that the random door from the intermediate lottery only has 3 usage rights, Feith is very disgusted. Not only is it a random door, but the time pack skin is also terrifying. Although it is only limited to 1 year, this time wrap skin can directly revive the dead, and it is still the dead who have died for a year, which is much stronger than the fairy bean. Fairy beans can only be used for half an hour, and this time is a year for the special edition of the wrapping skin. In this world where the strong are rampant, a person will be killed if he is not careful. Take Seize, the 4th captain under Whitebeard, for example. He can think of himself being killed on his own ship. If this thing is sent out, it will inevitably cause a sensation among the powerhouses. The Time Wrap Skin Special Edition is a heaven-defying artifact for the dead, so the last prize is a heaven-defying artifact for the living demon fruit power. To put it systematically, the so-called demon-eliminating medicine is to let the user directly eliminate the side effects brought by devil fruit. That is to say, after taking the demon-eliminating medicine, demon fruit power no longer fears sea water or sea stone. In this world, the big reason why many strong people don't want to eat devil fruit is because they will turn into landlubbers, and once this thing comes out, what kind of uproar will it cause? Feith can't imagine, but he must be sought after by the strong. This means that demon fruit powers have no flaws anymore. Artifact. Even Feith thinks it's an artifact. I want to keep this thing and take it myself, so that I won't suffer side effects. At this moment, the system sounded in his mind, "Host, the demon elimination medicine is ineffective for you. You are not bound by seawater and sea stone, because your devil fruit ability is not given by the fruit, but given by the system." Feith was stunned. He had previously thought that his devil fruit ability was given by the system. Would it not be affected by seawater and sea stone? But because of some trivial things, he never tried it. Feith certainly wouldn't say it was because he was lazy. In this way, this demon-eliminating medicinal liquor is useless to him, so he gave it away as a prize. It's definitely a gigantic gimmick that can drive the likes of the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates crazy. In other words, does the Red Hair have the ability to eat the face fruit? Feith remembered the stalk of his past life. Outside, the Redhead, Rayleigh, and Whitebeard saw Feith's expression changing, and they couldn't help but look forward to it. Whitebeard couldn't wait to ask several times, but was dissuaded by the Redhead and Rayleigh. They have drawn lots of lottery many times and are quite experienced. How can the 3 billion lottery be so fast? However, Whitebeard couldn't hold back in the end, and asked directly, "Boy, is the lottery still good?" Opposite, Feith withdrew from the system after hearing Whitebeard's voice. Looking at Whitebeard's eager look, he smiled and said, "The lottery is just finished." This sentence made Whitebeard's eyes bright, and he hurriedly asked, "What?" Behind him, Marco, Kiazi, Foil Baista and others also all lit up, and they all took a few steps closer, their eyes full of anticipation. Redhead and Rayleigh are naturally the same, their eyes are burning. They also want to see what good things can come out of the 3 billion Bailey lottery. Feith is still in an official tone, spouting, "Aya." Sure enough, more money means a difference. While speaking, Feith deliberately glanced at the red-haired Rayleigh and the two of them, and continued, "The more money, the more good prizes. Whitebeard, you've smoked a lot of goodies this time." Redhead and Rayleigh pouted. Did this kid say it to us both on purpose? Whitebeard was overjoyed when he heard the words, but he still had a majesty on the surface, and said in a light voice, "Take it out and see, what prizes did I draw?" Feith directly took out the consolation prizes of Mautai and Huazi as the prizes for the lottery, a total of 15 bottles of Mautai and 10 packets of Huazi. Those two things account for half of the 50 draws. Whitebeard's eyes lit up when he saw the drink. He wasn't interested in smoking, but alcohol was an indispensable thing in his daily life. He burst out laughing, "Keek." He looked at Rayleigh and said proudly, "Rayleigh, I won't have to drink with you in the future." Rayleigh laughed, "You don't take it with me, I take it with you." Whitebeard snorted coldly, ignoring Rayleigh. "Just kidding. When I tried it before, I gave him a small glass, and then I asked him to disagree. This time he had this wine and said nothing to Rayleigh." Marco and other captains naturally like to drink. After all, they are influenced by Whitebeard, an alcoholic. As for the cigarettes, several of the captains were also extremely blinded. They had smoked a Huxia flower that was given to them by Red Hair before, and the taste fascinated them. Whitebeard took Quasi and the wine, and then handed it to Marco, not in a hurry to enjoy it, and looked at Feith again. Feith then took out 5 high-level physical strength pills. After everyone in Whitebeard saw it, they paused, and then their eyes lit up. Marco said, "The blue pill, shouldn't this be the physical strength pill?" They had been introduced by Redhead and Rayleigh before. Whitebeard was straightforward, looking at the Redhead and Rayleigh, who both smiled and nodded. This made Whitebeard burst out laughing out loud, "Kuka keek keek, 5 at a time, and sure enough, my Whitebeard is very lucky," Whitebeard said proudly. Afterwards, he took 5 blue pills from Feith's hand. In his big hand, the pills were about the size of peanuts, but Whitebeard looked like he was looking at a baby and took one to try. The entrance of the high-level physical strength pill immediately turned into a warm current. After a while, Whitebeard's hearty voice sounded again, "It really is a heaven-defying magic medicine, and my physical strength limit has been directly increased." Although it is said that there is only a physical improvement equivalent to a month of penance, but the ability to improve the strength of a strong person like me is enough to show the domineering of this medicine pill. Feith listened to Whitebeard's words, and his heart moved slightly. Even now, Whitebeard's strength is not comparable to Blackbeard's. Whitebeard takes high-level physical strength pills to improve for half a year, while Whitebeard can only improve for 1 month. On the side, Rayleigh and the red-haired two smiled, and Rayleigh took the opportunity to say, "How? I told you right, Whitebeard. If it weren't for me, how could you possibly know that Feith exists as a lucky draw fruit person? You have to return this kindness with a bottle of Moutai." Whitebeard immediately looked away from Rayleigh. Rayleigh is as shameless as the Roger B****************. Whitebeard ignored Rayleigh and distributed the rest of the stamina to his own sons. Marco and other captains quickly took 1 each, and then their eyes lit up. Marco happily said, "It's amazing, this physical strength increases out of thin air, and there is no need for penance at all. I have raised the upper limit of physical strength brought about by about half a year of penance." The other captains were also overjoyed, repeatedly praising the magic of the blue pill. Feith smiled and said, "There are even better things behind Whitebeard. Now that I am so happy, won't I be so excited that I will burst into tears later?" Whitebeard snorted, "Little brat. Although your stuff is amazing, I can't do it if I want Whitebeard to burst into tears." Besides, he knew a lot, Rayleigh and the redhead had told him. Feith also stopped teasing Whitebeard, and continued to take out the next thing, 7 universal capsules. Marco and the other captains once again showed their overjoyed expressions. Universal capsule, a good thing for storing items. "Well, we had this thing before, so we didn't have to work so hard. It took 3 days to carry the gold and silver treasures." They had experienced the magic of this universal capsule at Rayleigh before, and they were looking forward to this storage and transportation artifact. Can be loaded with explosives, shells, guns, swords, gold and silver jewelry, etc., and even Dad's huge pirate ship. Although it is not as good as the Rayleigh space ring, there are 7 universal capsules, which is better than the number. The Whitebeard pirates have many strengths outside the group, so they can be assigned to them. Whitebeard took the all-purpose capsule and laughed out loud, "Kook keek keek." In this way, he can carry drinks with him, and he doesn't have to carry his big knife in his hand all the time. Not bad. Whitebeard put an all-purpose capsule in his pocket, and gave the rest to Marco to distribute. For Marco, the first team captain, Whitebeard believes in him. Marco happily took it, and the red-haired cotters on the side were envious when they saw this scene. Jesus preached, "Captain, when will you be able to give us some of the prizes, like Whitebeard?" Red-haired and black-faced, is this what he doesn't want to assign? This is because he has no money in the lottery and can't get that much. After taking a universal capsule, they have been smoking for so long, but they don't have this amount. Looking at the somewhat disappointed expressions of everyone under his command, the red hair was speechless for a while. Blame me for not having money." However, as the captain, he naturally wanted to appease his subordinates, and the redhead said lightly, "Next time, we will tear up 5 billion Baileys for the lottery." Rayleigh smiled and was happy to watch the play. Now that he is retired, he is alone and relaxed, and he does not need to think about other brothers. Feith ignored the episode on the red-haired side and continued to take out the next prize, 5 Zanpakuto. When Baista and the other Baituan strongmen with knives saw Zanpakuto, their eyes suddenly lit up. Before, they all saw their father experience Zanpakuto, and the shocking knife that was cut out was so overbearing. In addition to Zanpakuto's ability to increase the power, the handfeel of this knife is also excellent. Even if they have worn the sword for many years, the handfeel is no better than Zanpakuto. Whitebeard is also brilliant, and Zanpakuto is even higher than the supreme sword. Although he likes to use big swords, it doesn't prevent him from liking Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto can be used as a backup, and if he really fights, he can be his own killer. His own shock fruit ability is the extremely destructive devil fruit ability attack, and when combined with Zanpakuto's ability to increase the power, it is enough to make the enemy shudder. As soon as this knife comes out, the world changes color. Whitebeard took Zanpakuto, kept one for himself as usual, and gave the rest to Marco to distribute. Marco didn't like to use knives himself, so he simply gave it to other captains who used knives. Foil Baista took Zanpakuto, his hands shaking with excitement. This means that his swordsmanship can be more powerful, and with this Zanpakuto, maybe he can now fight on par with Hawkeye. On the side, the officers of Red Hair Pirates were very jealous, and they all had the idea of joining the Whitebeard Pirates. Is your own captain too poor? Just look at Whitebeard, who also directly took out 3 billion lottery for the 4 emperors. In this way, his cotters were basically allocated good things. The redhead felt the eyes of his own crew members behind him, and secretly made up his mind that he must get billions for the lottery next time. Otherwise, he, the powerhouse of one of the 4 emperors, would be looked down upon. Fifth's side didn't care how the Whitebeards distributed it, and continued to take out the next prize, 3 bamboo dragonflies. Seeing the bamboo dragonfly, Kiyoshi was overjoyed, and he quickly said, "Everyone, I have given you both the physical strength pill and Zanpakuto, and I want this bamboo dragonfly." Everyone laughed, but they all had no opinion. Whitebeard also smiled heartily when he heard the words, "This is natural." Saying that, he took the 3 bamboo dragonflies in Fifth's hands, one for himself, the other one for Kiyoshi and the captain who had not yet been assigned the prize. Whitebeard and Xiao Zi, and other 3 people with bamboo dragonflies, didn't care that the bamboo dragonflies were very funny when they brought them, and they did not meet the temperament of the strong. Experience it directly in front of the redhead and Rayleigh and others. Whitebeard roared with laughter as he flew. For decades, he had never experienced what it was like to fly, but now he finally realized it. Xiao Zi was also baring his teeth and laughing in the air, experiencing the wind blowing in front of him, feeling relaxed and in a good mood. This time, on the Red Hair Pirates side, not only the cotters are discouraged, but even Red Hair himself, is very hot. Although they had drawn bamboo dragonflies before, there was only one, and they finally gave it to Rayleigh, and they didn't have one. Fifth saw that Whitebeard, Xiao Zi and the other 3 were experiencing the bamboo dragonfly, and couldn't help laughing. It has to be said that one of the advantages of dealing with pirates like Redhead, Rayleigh and Whitebeard is that as long as they have no ill will towards you, then they will treat you like a friend with no airs. The Marines and 5 elders are different, one is a soldier of the master's military power, and the other 5 elders are superiors, and they are proud of themselves. Fifth exclaimed, "Whitebeard has some good stuff coming up." Hearing this, Whitebeard skillfully controlled the bamboo dragonfly and landed in front of Fifth. He smiled and said, "Boy, go on." Fifth then takes out 2 random doors. After seeing the arbitrary door, the crowd burst into joy and cheered. This subject can be said to be one of the things they are most looking forward to. With this arbitrary door, members of the Whitebeard Pirates can easily contact or support outside groups. Not only that, it is extremely convenient to go back to the old nest, return to hometown, or go on a mission in the future. The most important thing is that there are still 2 doors for any door, which means that after they are used up, there are still more. In the future, the inner and outer groups of the Whitebeard Pirates will be closer, and the Whitebeard Pirates will become stronger and stronger. Whitebeard took over the door, and suddenly sighed in his heart. If he could have had the door, Odin would not have encountered Kaido's poison. For a time, everyone could not help but sigh. Because Wanakuni is extremely difficult to get in and out, the news is blocked. When Kaido of the Beast shot Wanakuni, they didn't know it at all. If Odin had a random door, then Odin would not die, and the Whitebeard Pirates would definitely come out to protect Wanakuni. Whitebeard recovered from his memory, and after calming down, he continued, "Boy, what's next?" Fifth's mouth was outlined, revealing a mysterious appearance. On the side, the eyes of the redhead and Rayleigh moved. They had been with Fifth recently, and they knew Fifth's expression very well. That means something even more premium is next. Fifth also didn't sell anything, and directly took out the last thing. It was a piece of cloth. Seeing this piece of cloth, everyone in Whitebeard was stunned, and for a while they didn't understand what it was. They hadn't heard Rayleigh talking about a cloth prize before. Aside, Rayleigh hurriedly said, "You Whitebeard, you are really lucky. This is the time wrap I said earlier, the wrap that reborn the redhead's broken arm." For a time, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates seemed to have heard something shocking, but they were silent for a while. This is the time-packed epidermis that can restore youth? Just like the tranquility before the storm, after a few seconds of silence, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates burst into cheers like a tsunami. This is the time wrap. This is the time wrap that rejuvenates the redhead and regenerates the broken arm. We daddy is lucky or good, the bamboo dragonfly, the arbitrary door, the time-wrapping skin and these superb artifacts are all drawn out. Great, great, great. That means daddy can get sick. At first I thought it was just a sheet, but I didn't expect this to be the time wrapping we were most looking forward to. You thought it was a sheet, but at first you thought it was a tablecloth. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates kept cheering, and joy filled everyone's cheeks. In the distance, Marine soldiers patrolling the streets heard the clamor from the coast. One of the rookie soldiers in brand new marine clothes couldn't help frowning and said quickly, "What happened over there?" An extremely sensitive place in the Sabayati archipelago, there are many pirates gathering here. Under normal circumstances, ordinary residents will not gather together in a group. Generally, there is only one possibility for this situation, and that is a pirate gang. The rookie marine hurriedly said to the other colleagues, "Let's go and see, I think it's probably a pirate." However, when he just took off his gun and was about to go to check the situation, no one really stopped him. Send. You don't care about things over there," one of the marine soldiers persuaded. The rookie soldier frowned and asked, "Why?" When the soldier on the other side saw that the newcomer still wanted to go on, he quickly said, "You newcomer don't know that is Feith's territory, the boss mentioned this coast and that alley not far away." As the soldier spoke, he pointed to the alley not far away, the same alley where Feith used to stay. No matter how much movement there is in these two places, don't approach them. If anyone doesn't obey his orders, he will be rude. The newcomer was startled. Is there such a thing? What's the origin of that Feith? To be treated like this by our boss? The old fritters shook their heads. Although Feith said that he was an ordinary soldier like us, his background was extremely terrifying. I heard that he knew the admirals, and even talked and laughed with the Marshal Sengoku and the hero Garp. The newcomer, Marine, was stunned for a while, as if he had heard something from the Arabian Nights. An ordinary Marine like them, who knew the three admirals. He also talked and laughed with the marshals and the people's heroes? Where is this from? The rookie soldier swallowed, and immediately followed a group of old fried dough sticks and left. Simply choose to ignore the hustle and bustle of the coast in the distance. This side of the coast. Rayleigh and Red Hair Pirates and others saw it. I straightened. Everyone in Red Hair Pirates is okay, after all, their debut time is not long, they are still in their prime, and Rayleigh, the gray-haired old man, is not calm. Ever since Shucky got this time to cover his skin, he has been looking forward to being able to get it too and restore his youth. It's a pity that he has been watching others draw the lottery, but he has never drawn. This made Rayleigh feel mixed emotions for a while. Compared with other prizes, this thing has a very small probability of being shipped. It seems that if you want to draw this thing, you need to prepare some more money. Rayleigh thought to himself. On Whitebeard's side, the most powerful four emperors breathed a little faster at this moment. This is the time-wrapped skin that Rayleigh mentioned earlier, the heaven-defying item that Reborn the Redhead's broken arm. Opposite, Feith asked directly, "Whitebeard, are you going to use it now?" Without waiting for Whitebeard to respond, Marco, Josie, Vista and the others hurriedly said loudly, "Of course, isn't this nonsense?" Everyone around, whether it was the White Group, the Redhead, and Rayleigh looked at Whitebeard. Whitebeard is back to what it was 25 years ago. The body is still as burly, but the whole person exudes unparalleled vitality. His already domineering and sharp eyes became more domineering and sharp at this moment, and at the same time, a terrifying aura continued to rise from Whitebeard's body. After being silent for a second, everyone in the Baituan burst into cheers that resounded throughout the night. Daddy is really getting younger. And looking at Dad's appearance, he has gotten rid of the disease. The old man who used to be all over the world is finally back. It was so good. Daddy. The captain, who was disguised as a woman, cried again, quack. Dad's return to 460 youth is undoubtedly the most important joy for the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, any arbitrary door, omnipotent capsule, etc. can't compare to watching Dad, the strongest man, rise to the top again. The glory of being a strong man returns. Aside, the Redhead and Rayleigh congratulated Whitebeard one after another, while also feeling a little emotional. Seeing Whitebeard like this, I always feel in a trance. Back in the day, Rayleigh whispered. Under the Sakura tree that year, he toasted with Whitebeard and that person. And now that one is gone, and Whitebeard has re-entered this new era with the money of the peak. The rolling trend was originally unstoppable, the old and the new alternated, and the old-time powerhouse will eventually pass away, but Whitebeard, the old-time powerhouse, is now back at the peak. In this new era of storm, Whitebeard will eventually have a place of his own. Whitebeard himself was a little dazed and sluggish for a while. He looked down at his palm, at his body, at his own changes. I'm really back to what I was 25 years ago, he murmured aloud, still in disbelief. But he can clearly feel the disappearance of the pain, and feel that his physical strength has regained its former vitality, which belongs to the vitality of youth. Powers that were previously difficult to use, such as Conqueror's Haki, can now be used at will. After being stunned for a moment, Whitebeard gradually accepted the fact that he was really young again. I saw his mouth open wide, and he looked up to the sky and screamed, "Cook!" He smiled and laughed happily. This era, Whitebeard is back. My Whitebeard is back on top. Opposite, Feith listened to the laughter of Shockfruit that seemed to echo the whole world, and a thought surged in his heart for a while, that is, the upcoming Summit War will greatly exceed his expectations. Whether it is Marine or Whitebeard, both of them have a huge increase in strength. I am afraid that Ma Linduo will be completely reduced to ruins. Even the redhead, the person who finally appeared to quell the war in the original book, now has a heaven-defying artifact like the Arbitrary Gate. Will he join the war in advance? And Rayleigh, Blackbeard, etc., all of which have become variables. I'm afraid this summit war will be more exciting. Feith had some anticipation in his heart. Even himself, a man with one man against two admirals, is a variable. But looking at Whitebeard's current performance, he probably doesn't know that Ace has fallen into Marine's hands. Feith no longer thinks about these things. In short, I will solve the current situation first, and then I will slowly consider what benefits I can get from this unchangeable war. He looked at Whitebeard, politely expressed his congratulations on Whitebeard's return to the top, and then smiled. Whitebeard just revealed the advanced lottery, and the main event is next. Those words really brought everyone's attention back to Feith. Marco couldn't wait. Feith, show us what happened in the 10 top draws. Yes. Kiazi laughed, I can't wait. With the various magical props in the past, everyone has a strong interest in the more advanced lottery. Aside, the redhead and Rayleigh are also looking forward to it. Although they had drawn top prizes, they did not draw much, and this time Whitebeard had drawn 10 times. What will appear? Will there be new gadgets? Feith still followed the official process and took out 4 bottles of Supreme Mutai and 3 packs of Supreme Huazi. When everyone around saw the gold-encrusted package, the wine bottle that was one size larger than the premium version, and the gilded cigarette case, the redhead and Rayleigh reacted the most. Both of their eyes were already straight. Rayleigh swallowed and said, this thing is the more superb Mutai and Huazi. He has drawn so many times, and can already see this change. Really, I'm envious. Whitebeard, I don't care about it this time, you have to give me a glass, or I'll be in a hurry. Rayleigh said. Whitebeard sneered when he heard the words, I'm in a hurry? Pluton Rayleigh, I'm not worthy of you now. On the side, the red hair interjected, after so many times, we have never drawn Mutai and Huazi of this level. Whitebeard, I'm going to try too, or I'll be in a hurry with you. Ben Beckman also echoed, my captain is anxious for you, and I am anxious for you. Whitebeard was speechless for a while, although he said he was back at his peak, but the redhead and Rayleigh and Ben Beckman are not weak. Feith was a little embarrassed in his heart. In fact, the red hair and Rayleigh had drawn, but he was replaced by Mutai and Huazi who used the advanced lottery. If I tell them the truth, I will be beaten to death? Whitebeard took the wine and cigarettes from Faye. He was not interested in the cigarettes, so he took them directly to Marco, and let the toolman be responsible for the distribution. Then, he picked up a bottle of wine and waited to open it. As soon as the bottle is opened, the ultimate, the fragrance that everyone can never forget for a lifetime, gushes out like a storm. After everyone around them smelled the aroma of the wine, their eyes lit up in an instant, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, but the saliva in their mouths still flowed. Excellent. Taiji. Rayleigh only felt that his heart was extremely hot, and he couldn't resist an alcoholic like him. The same goes for Redhead, Ben Beckman, and others. Ben Beckman, the Emperor's deputy who was as steady as an old dog, said to the Redhead for the first time, Captain, yes, or else. We now use the random door to gather the brothers, fight with the Whitebeard pirates, and snatch these tobacco and alcohol? Inexplicably, the Redhead thought, this is a good idea. The aroma of the wine alone is addictive, and the Redhead and Ben Beckman and others, as well as Pluton Rayleigh, even have the urge to fight the Whitebeard pirates and snatch the Mutai and Huazi over. Whitebeard is immersed in the aroma of this wine, and his mind is very relaxed. The next moment, he couldn't hold back any longer, and he drank directly. Grumpy. Whitebeard didn't stop at all and drank it in one sip. On the side, Feith blew on Whitebeard's pair of bottles and shouted 6,666 in his heart. If this was placed in the previous life, it would definitely be a big bully in the bar. Just ask the wine table, who is the opponent. Having said that, Feith's strength has improved and his metabolism has become extremely powerful. If he goes to a bar to drink now, no one will be his opponent. Now he can stand proudly on the bar of the bar in his previous life, and use a microphone to say to the audience, everyone sitting here is a spicy chicken. Opposite, Whitebeard drank the wine and entered the pure land of bliss directly. It made Whitebeard feel like he was alone in the happiest time in the world. Hometown, family members, deceased partners, etc. are all among them. These illusions are so real that this strongest man can't stop laughing, laugh happily, and laugh happily. Alcohol is not intoxicating, people are self-intoxicating. At this moment, how much Whitebeard hopes to be immersed in the happiness and beauty brought by this top-quality Mutai. It wasn't until the fantasy was over that Whitebeard came to his senses, and his mouth was full of sweetness, which made him intoxicated and left him still unfulfilled. Aside, the Redhead and Rayleigh couldn't wait to ask Whitebeard, what does this wine taste like? Marco and the others also had expectations in their eyes. Whitebeard laughs, Kuka Keek is the taste of happiness. This answer left everyone present stunned. The taste of happiness? What the hell is this? Whitebeard, father, is this a confused drink? Looking at the bewildered crowd, Whitebeard couldn't help laughing out loud again. He said to the crowd, "Do you know if you drink it yourself?" Saying that, Whitebeard boldly took out a bottle and shared it with everyone present, and he kept the remaining 2 bottles in his own universal capsule. Rayleigh, the redhead, and Ben Beckman watched as they were shared a glass, and gave Whitebeard a compliment, completely forgetting that they and the others just wanted to rob Whitebeard. Everyone present was given a drink and couldn't wait to drink it. For a time, everyone also felt the feeling of Whitebeard just now. This wine brings the most beautiful yearning in people's hearts. This is the taste of happiness and happiness that Whitebeard said. People drink, not to be paralyzed, but to like to drink, and this top-quality mutai can bring happiness to everyone. The illusion emerged in everyone's perception, and it was so clear that when the illusion disappeared, some people even cried on the spot. Redhead, Ben Beckman, Rayleigh and others revel in the beauty of this superb wine for a long time. After a moment, Rayleigh exclaimed, "Wonderful! Wonderful! Really wonderful! Supreme mutai, worthy of supreme mutai, this is the most delicious wine." Redhead, Ben Beckman, Marco, Kiazi, Baista and others all gave high marks to this supreme mutai. Someone even left a message, "If you can drink such fine wine in this life, it is worth dying. If this is put in the previous life, it will be a sentence directly, 5-star praise." At this time, Rayleigh laughed and said, "Hey, you are all too young." Everyone recovered from the afterglow and looked at Rayleigh, wondering what Rayleigh meant by this sentence. Rayleigh also met the eyes of everyone and smiled, "One mouthful of supreme mutai, one mouthful of supreme huazi, this is a fairy-like enjoyment." In the words of Boy Feith, the jolly fairy. When everyone heard this, they couldn't wait to try it. Whitebeard also wanted to move his lips, and then he boldly took out a bottle of supreme mutai, and then sent supreme huazi to everyone. Everyone present took a sip of wine and a cigarette, enjoying the wonderful feeling that they have never enjoyed in this life. Aside, Feith looked at Rayleigh contemptuously. He seriously suspected that the old man said what he just said, "Just want to mix another glass of wine and a cigarette." However, what Rayleigh said is indeed correct. The combination of such things, the feeling is twice as high as before, each one is intoxicated, showing an expression of excitement to the ultimate, as if to say that this life has been completed. After a long time, everyone reluctantly recovered from this feeling. Feith was straightforward, interrupted their thoughts of continuing to experience this feeling, and took out a top-level physical strength pill. Sure enough, everyone was attracted by the prizes Feith continued to take out, and they all looked at Feith. The top-level physical strength pill is still mainly blue, but different from other low-level physical strength pills. This top-level physical strength pill also has golden lines, which is not bad at first glance. Whitebeard had planned to give it to his sons to give him a boost of strength, but his dutiful sons collectively stated that they were given to Whitebeard. Whitebeard was not hypocritical. He directly took the top stamina pill in Feith's hand, and then ate it. Immediately, a heat wave surged from his body, just like Feith had felt before, and the heat wave swept through his body. Whitebeard's eyes widened in disbelief. He just felt his whole body was hot, and his physical limit was soaring. After a while, Whitebeard couldn't believe it, and said with surprise, "It is worthy of the top 460 lottery draw, and it is worthy of the top stamina pill. This one has fully improved the penance I brought for a year." Aside, Rayleigh and the red-haired two heard Whitebeard's words, and both of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Whitebeard's strength is strong, and he is still in his peak state. This physical strength pill can still improve so much." Rayleigh murmured, "Wouldn't this give us a more explosive boost?" The redhead was a little discouraged. Whitebeard is a strong player of Roger's level. Although Redhead and Rayleigh are strong, they are still inferior to this level. This means that the top stamina pills can give them more boosts. Whitebeard was in a good mood and continued to look at Faye and said, "Boy, there are 3 top-level rewards left, just take them out. Satisfy our curiosity." Feith grinned and said, "The next 3 things can only be drawn by luck. No hurry. Reveal the secrets one by one." As soon as Feith's words came out, the light in everyone's eyes flashed. The next thing is to be able to get lucky? Doesn't that mean everything is a heaven-defying prize? On the sidelines, bystanders such as Redhead, Rayleigh and Ben Beckman all stared at each other. They wanted to see what Whitebeard drew next. Feith took out the time room in the eyes of everyone looking forward to it. Baituan looked at the pocket version of the toy house in Feith's hand, and couldn't help but become curious. They hadn't seen or heard Redhead and Rayleigh mention it before. The Redhead and Ben Beckman sighed with emotion after seeing the time house. Sure enough, in the face of money, luck is overwhelming, and they had drawn it several times before. The first time Whitebeard came to the lottery, he won the time room, a heaven-defying cultivation artifact. Everyone in Whitebeard was very curious about this time room, and Whitebeard asked Boy Feith, "What is this?" Without waiting for Feith's introduction, the redhead said, "This is the time room. The time difference between the inside and the outside world is 20 times. Not only that, there will be additional bonuses when practicing inside, and it is easier to break through the limit. This is a heaven-defying cultivation artifact. We have all experienced it. The only drawback is that everyone can only stay in it for 24 hours, and this time room has a time limit, and it will disappear after 30 days. Whitebeard immediately became displeased. He frowned at the redhead and Rayleigh, and said solemnly, "Why didn't you tell me about such a heaven-defying cultivation artifact before?" Although the redhead, Rayleigh and Whitebeard pirates are not considered antagonistic, they are not of the same faction, and there is a difference. Originally, the red hair was going to be concealed, so that no one would know about the soaring strength of red hair pirates, but now that Whitebeard has also drawn this time room, there is no need to conceal it. Ben Beckman, a man who was as steady as an old dog, came out to smooth the game. He said, "Because this time house is extremely rare, we also got it several times. It can't be drawn casually. What if you didn't draw it after telling you? What should we do?" Behind Whitebeard, Marcoa smiled and said, "Dad, we've got this time room anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. After that, our Whitebeard pirates can practice frantically, and the entire Whitebeard pirates can reach a new level of strength." Xiao Zi and others also echoed, "Yes, Dad, we've wanted to practice for a long time, but the recent events, Kaido's provocation and harassment, Marine's trouble, and Blackbeard's mutiny, have made us unable to practice with peace of mind. Now with this time room, we can make up for the delay in a short period of time, and we can improve even more." On the opposite side, Feith added the description of the time house, which can only accommodate 1,000 people at a time. Whitebeard didn't care about this. He announced loudly, "When you go back, everyone will have the opportunity to go in and practice." Everyone in the white group cheered. To become stronger is what every pirate who gallops in the sea longs for. Whitebeard took over the time house and then put it into the universal capsule before turning to Feith again. Feith knew it, and continued to take out the next prize, fairy beans. Looking at the ordinary beans at this moment, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was once again at a loss. While Rayleigh and Redhead, Ben Beckman, and others are all bare. Whitebeard's luck is too heaven-defying, isn't it? It doesn't matter if you get the time room for the first time, even the fairy beans are drawn. Hearing this, Whitebeard realized that both Rayleigh and the redhead knew about this, and he frowned again. "You're hiding from me again?" Rayleigh didn't care about waving his hand. "You don't want to be cheap and sell well. This is a fairy bean, any injury can be recovered instantly, even death, as long as it does not exceed 30 minutes, taking the fairy bean can be directly resurrected." These remarks were like a thunderbolt crashing down among the members of the Whitebeard pirates, and they were all shocked beyond measure. What did Pluton Rayleigh say? Resurrection. There are heaven-defying things that can bring the dead back to life. Everyone was in extreme shock and astonishment. This is completely a heaven-defying thing. They have been across the sea for so many years, where have they seen such heaven-defying things? Death is like waiting for death, and this fairy bean can actually bring the dead back to life. For a time, everyone looked at Xanadu with extremely burning eyes. At this time, Marco sighed and murmured, "Alas! It's a pity, the dead can only be resurrected within 30 minutes, otherwise." He did not continue to speak, but everyone understood what he meant. That is, if it can be a little longer, Seize can be resurrected. Whitebeard also sighed inwardly, "What a pity." But in any case, Xanadu is a well-deserved heaven-defying baby, which is equivalent to giving people 2 lives. This means that tragedies like Seize will not happen again in the future. Whitebeard cheered everyone up and said, "Since there are heaven-defying babies like Xanadu in the top lottery, maybe there will be more heaven-defying ones in the more advanced lottery. Maybe it's an artifact that can revive people who died within a year." When everyone heard the words, hope was rekindled in their eyes. Dad is right, this is just a top-level lottery, and there are more advanced 2 billion once, 20 billion once, and maybe there are more heaven-defying babies? Seiki may be able to resurrect in the future. Whitebeard chuckled, "No matter what, we must treasure this fairy bean, so that we won't be afraid of anyone leaving us in the future." Whitebeard handed the fairy beans to Marco and asked him to keep them carefully. Aside, red hair pirates and others were also lit up by Whitebeard's words, saying, "Boss, we have to work hard to make money in the future, and then draw more advanced lottery." Ben Beckman laughed. Saying this in the past, the redhead will definitely sneer, "What do pirates do with so much money?" But now the redhead doesn't think so. He nodded and said, "That's right. With one's money, you can draw more heaven-defying treasures. Maybe it will take us to the top of the world with red hair pirates." Aside, Feith heard the words of the people around him, and felt extremely comfortable. "That's right. You all have to make money, and then come to me to draw a lottery. As long as you big guys work hard to make money, I can lie down completely and wait for you to send money to the lottery." Originally, it was not a problem to make money with Feith's own strength, but where is it more comfortable to make money by yourself than to give money from others? Feith didn't think about this anymore. He looked at the Whitebeard crowd and said with a smile, "Everyone, maybe all of your expectations will come true soon." Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked at Feith. Whitebeard asked, "Boy Feith, what do you mean by that?" Feith grinned and took out the last thing, Time Wrap, Special Edition, Chi. Seeing the time wrapping the skin, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates lit up again. "It's time wrapped again, and it's this heaven-defying baby again. Haha, we are lucky too. In this way, our father can recover and be younger. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates jumped up and down. Redhead and Rayleigh and others also expressed emotion in their hearts. Sure enough, the more chi and gold are different, the luck is bursting. Supreme Mutai and Huazi, Xiandu, Time House, etc. are all heaven-defying treasures, and there are 2 more time wrapping skins. I'm envious. The redhead seemed to have made a decision, and he said, I will start the lottery with 3 billion Bailey in the future. Even if the prize does not surpass Whitebeard, I will still be on par with Whitebeard. Marco, Baista and others were all excited. The old man has regained his youth. With his father's character, he basically will not continue to use the time wrapping skin. He will give them the opportunity to use it. That's true of Whitebeard's character, rubbing his chin and thinking about which of his sons the parcel of time should be given. In fact, his son is now at the peak of most of the 460 points, and he doesn't need this stuff very much. Or keep it. Just as Whitebeard pondered who this precious opportunity has been given, Thief corrected, you guys are mistaken, this is not the same as the time package you know, this is a special version. This made everyone stunned, and Whitebeard stopped thinking and looked at Thief, asking, what do you mean? Aside, the red-haired Rayleigh and the 2 also set their sights on Thief, this time bag with a special edition? Does this mean this time wrap is more heaven-defying than the previous function? Rayleigh's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, Thief, shouldn't the wrapping skin be able to recover for a longer time? Like 50 years or something? Thief shook his head, and was interrupted by Red Hair just as he was about to speak. He tentatively guessed, isn't it 50 years? Could it be 100 years? This sentence made everyone's eyes bright, and they were amazed. It would be too heaven-defying if it could be restored for 100 years? The corners of Thief's mouth twitched. If it was restored for 100 years, even the eldest Rayleigh present would have turned into a tadpole. What's the use of heaven-defying? Thief shook his head helplessly, and just wanted to explain. This time it was Ben Beckman who interrupted Thief. He said, okay, can the dead be resurrected? Thief raised her eyebrows, and she said that it was the calmness in Red Hair Pirates. He smiled and said, that's right, wrapping the skin at this time can resurrect the dead. This answer made Ben Beckman stunned for a moment, and then he was shocked. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect to answer it right. In this way, didn't Whitebeard get 2 heaven-defying artifacts that could resurrect the dead this time? After a few seconds of silence, the audience exploded again. Even Whitebeard couldn't help taking a deep breath. He didn't even think that he would get 2 resurrected heaven-defying babies in this lottery. He suddenly thought of what Thief had just said. Maybe you all expected it to come true soon, and thinking about the time envelope in front of him, Whitebeard vaguely guessed something. His eyes gradually widened, and his heartbeat gradually accelerated. Whitebeard's eyes glittered, staring at Thief, as if to get an answer from him. Thief smiled and didn't give a shit, looked at Whitebeard and explained, this is the time wrap, special edition, which can turn dead things into living things, and the time limit is 1 year. The meaning of human words is that those who die within a year can directly use this time to wrap their skins and resurrect. Whitebeard got the answer he wanted most, and for a moment he couldn't control his expression and couldn't speak. The news was too shocking and too exciting for him. The captains such as Marco, Jaws, and Baista realized that after realizing it, they all gradually showed ecstatic expressions, and it took time for a splash to appear in their eyes. In this way, doesn't it mean that Sachi can be resurrected? This pseudo-mother in a kimono, the captain of the 16th Division, Yi Zhang's voice was trembling, and then he cried again, quack quack up. Yi Zhanju once again brought tears to some people in Baituan. Whitebeard also trembled slightly because of his excitement. Losing this son was a huge blow to him. You must know that he regards them as family, and regards them as people who he will protect all his life. However, what he did not expect was that his regret would be able to make up for it one day. On the side, the red-haired and Rayleigh's eyes were also extremely hot, and they were also extremely eager. However, after hearing Feet say that the deadline is only 1 year, the light in his eyes dimmed a lot. It's only a year, what a pity. Rayleigh's voice became bleak. The red hair is also a bit regretful. If it is not 1 year, but 30 years, then he must get this time package skin, special edition, from Whitebeard. Even if he takes the risk of offending Whitebeard, he must get it. Because in this way, the redhead can resurrect the man he respects. Too bad it's only 1 year. At this time, among the excited Whitebeard pirates, Marco suddenly thought of something, his face changed dramatically, and he said loudly, "Damn, it's over. It's over. It's over." When the people who were immersed in joy heard the sound, they saw that Marco's face was extremely ugly. He said lightly, his voice filled with incomparable loss, "Have you forgotten? Seiki's body has been burned to ashes by us. If it wasn't for Ace to get Blackbeard back, I'm afraid that even the ashes will be drunk into the sea by us now." Immediately, everyone's ecstatic expressions froze, and because they were too excited just now, they forgot about the flower, and everyone's face collapsed for a while. Whitebeard's huge body trembled once again. He originally thought that this regret could make up for it, but he didn't expect that all this happiness would be too early. Fortunately, his body has recovered, or else he will be emotionally ups and downs like a roller coaster. I am afraid that his original body will not be able to bear it. Whitebeard's eyes dimmed and he let out a long sigh. At this moment, Feeth's voice sounded in the ears of every disappointed Whitebeard pirates. Ashes? There is no problem with the ashes. As long as it is the remains of the dead body in front of the deceased, there is no problem, even if it is pure meat. This sentence once again made the mood of everyone in the Whitebeard pirates reversed. One by one, they looked at Feeth in amazement. On the side, Rayleigh's voice sounded digging. Ashes? Not only Rayleigh, but also the redhead and Ben Beckman. After passing through the Feeth culture taught by Rayleigh, the two of them also said in unison at this moment, ditch. Shock and disbelief were written on everyone's faces. Ashes? Can? Meat all right? Is this a bit heaven-defying? Feeth listened to the grooving in their mouths, and felt a little discordant in her heart, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he still said, otherwise, why is the time wrapping skin called a special edition? All around, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates once again sounded like a tsunami of joy. This time, Yi Zhang was no longer crying with quack quack, and the ups and downs of his emotions made him burst into tears. That's great. It's okay. Sachi can come back. Whitebeard laughed arrogantly, too, Killuaway little bit. He looked at Feeth and scolded, couldn't you have said it earlier? If I hadn't regained my youth and my body was strong, the ups and downs of the roller coaster version just now might have sent me away. Feeth complained in his heart, I don't believe it. At first, after Whitebeard watched Ace die in front of him, he could hold back his anger and let the other members evacuate, while he stayed to fight. In terms of endurance, Whitebeard is still very powerful. Naturally, Whitebeard didn't really mean to scold Feeth. At this moment, he was all smiles, and he said to Marco, quickly use any door, go to the ship and take out Seize's urn. Marco happily hurried to get Seize's urn. After a while, Marco brought Seize's urn to Kuai and placed it in front of Feeth. When he put it down, he could see Marco, the first captain, shaking his hand slightly. Brother Feeth, I'll take care of you next. At this moment, Marco was respectful and polite to Feeth. Whitebeard also looked at Feeth with expectant eyes. Feeth, look at you. Feeth laughed, you won't be disappointed. As he spoke, he began to cover the special edition of the time-wrapped leather on the urn. At this moment, everyone couldn't help holding their breath, watching Faye's every move, and their hearts thumping. Everyone's heart is very nervous, their hands are clenched, and they are sweating. The redhead and Rayleigh and others also watched without blinking, nervous in their hearts. After all, the resurrection of the dead is too far-fetched, even if they have seen Feeth's awesome treasures before, but the resurrection is something they have never seen before. And what if it fails? What if something goes wrong? If you don't see things with your own eyes, you will naturally be worried. Feeth took a few steps back after covering the time bag. Everyone did not dare to breathe. At this moment, the surrounding silence was terrifying, and the needles could be heard falling. I saw that the skin of the time bag was gradually supported by something, slowly rising, slowly rising. This time it took a long time, unlike the previous recovery of youth, which was over in 3 seconds. Gradually, a human figure appeared in the wrapping skin of time. At this time, the breathing sounds around him became heavier. Finally, the time-wrapping skin disappeared gradually, revealing a figure inside. It was a well-built man with a normal height, an easygoing face, and a face with a fuchsia character. He closed his eyes and stood naked. Everyone around was breathing more heavily, and all of this made them unable to react for a while. Seize is really resurrected, and the wounds are healed. A few seconds later, the Baituan people set off a wave. Captain Seize is really resurrected. This heaven-defying thing really happened. Great, the 16 captains of our Whitebeard pirates are complete once again. Captain Seize, welcome home. Looking at the resurrected Seize, listening to the joyful cries of everyone in the white group, Feeth, who was restless beside him, had an idea in his mind. In other words, is this a large-scale social death scene? F***K. It was supposed